I thought it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but it turned out to be a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Buzz. A buzzing sound emanated from Qin Wushang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, and a sharp aura emanated from his body. Two finally succeeded. Qin Wushang opened his eyes, his body trembling with excitement. He has studied kendo for many years. Only after meeting Hua Qiu and receiving guidance has he finally comprehended his own sword intent. The sword intent, accompanied by the might of the martial saint, permeated the surroundings, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Such powerful sword intent! Old Mrs. Yu exclaimed in surprise. This sword intent is actually higher than my father's. She exclaimed in disbelief. What does my sword intent amount to? Qin Wushang said with a smile. I can sense that young friend Hua's sword intent surpasses mine and the sword master's by countless levels. Having grasped the essence of sword intent, one can better appreciate the extraordinary nature of Hua Qiu's sword intent. It's almost like the difference between immortals and mortals. Qin Wushang had a feeling that the sword intent Hua Qiu was currently using was only the tip of the iceberg. If he were to unleash his full power, it would surely be earth-shattering. Qin Wushang's words moved the Yu family. The martial saint's evaluation of Hua Qiu was surprisingly high. Young friend Hua Qiu, how exactly do you cultivate your swordsmanship? Old Mrs. Yu asked curiously. My father said that the path of swordsmanship requires countless trials and tribulations, and demands 10, even 100 or 1,000 times more effort and time than ordinary training. Hua Qiu is simply an anomaly. My way of the sword, Hua Qiu murmured, his thoughts soaring. In the past, he single-handedly destroyed the 10 top sects of the cultivation world with his sword, killing countless cultivators. The lingering sword intent has not dissipated for 500 years, and the wasteland of the 10 major sects has been barren for 800 years. From that moment on, his swordsmanship became invincible. Once you enter the immortal realm, you will be invincible, and no one can stop you on your path to immortality. He dared to fight and defeat an immortal emperor while only at the immortal venerable realm, which shocked the entire immortal land. After he became emperor, no one could withstand a single sword strike from him. My swordsmanship is nurtured by killing, it is the countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the endless undead, that have forged my swordsmanship. Hua Qiu said calmly. Everyone was startled. As Hua Qiu spoke, a slight aura of malevolence leaked out, making it difficult for them to breathe and causing their minds to buzz. Xia Ziwei looked at him with a complicated expression. What exactly did he go through? What a brilliant idea to feed them by killing them. Qin Wushang said in a deep voice. I, Qin Wushang, have devoted myself to the way of the sword for many years, but I have never been able to cultivate sword intent. Now I have finally achieved my wish. If it weren't for your repeated guidance, young friend, I would never have been able to achieve such success. Young friend Hua, you are my mentor who gave me a second life, please accept Qin Wushang's bow. Qin Wushang solemnly bowed to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu accepted the bow. Xia Ziwei and the Yu family mother and son had strange expressions. The martial saint is worshipped, and Hua Qiu is revered. In the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom, the only person who can command the willing worship of a martial saint is perhaps Hua Qiu. After Qin Wushang finished bowing, he stood up and looked directly at Hua Qiu. My long-cherished wish has been fulfilled. I wish to visit my deceased wife's grave to pay my respects and tell her the wonderful news, but before I leave, I have a request, he said slowly. Speak, Hua Qiu said. I want to experience your sword intent firsthand. Qin Wushang's eyes were burning with desire. He knew that Hua Qiu's sword intent was powerful and far surpassed his own, but he still wanted to try fighting her and see the difference between them. Sword cultivators must persevere through adversity and grow stronger. Hua Qiu smiled upon hearing this. I agree, he nodded. Qin Wushang bowed in thanks, then stepped aside, ready for battle. Sword intent emanated from his body, and the sound of swords echoed around him. Once he was ready, Hua Qiu slowly extended a finger and pointed it at him from a distance. Go! Hua Qiu shouted. Buzz. In an instant, a sword intent condensed into a small sword the thickness of a finger and flew towards Qin Wushang. Qin Wushang's expression was extremely solemn. He stared intently at the small sword, his body humming with intense sword intent. As the small sword approached, he let out a loud shout and unleashed his full sword intent to meet it. Boom! Mutually the impact produced a loud bang, and a shockwave spread outwards. Splash! The stage for the kendo tournament collapsed. Everything tangible in that area turned to dust almost instantly. The Yu family mother and son were dumbfounded. Is this a battle of sword intent between top-tier experts? It's terrifying. Qin Wushang's expression changed. His sword intent was quickly extinguished. The small sword, still undamaged, flew over with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the small sword stopped between Qin Wushang's eyebrows, and the sharp aura it emitted drew a bloody mark on his forehead. If he advances even half an inch further, he will surely perish. The Yu family, including mother and son, and Xia Ziwei were still in shock. Hua Qiu's sword intent was so powerful that even a martial saint who also possessed sword intent could not stop it. He could take Qin Wushang's life in the blink of an eye. Doesn't that mean that the martial saint is nothing more than that to him? Oh my God! Is there any limit to his power? The three were utterly astonished. So the difference is really that big. Qin Wushang gave a wry smile, completely convinced. Ha ha ha, he laughed heartily, a laugh that was both open and relieved. I am still far from mastering the way of the sword, and there is a long road ahead of me, Qin Wushang said. The small sword between his eyebrows suddenly vanished. Qin Wushang bowed to Hua Qiu again, then turned and left. If you ever need my help in the future, just say the word, and Qin Wushang will be there. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Hua Qiu smiled. Qin Wushang's future achievements in swordsmanship will be remarkable, he muttered to himself. I just don't know how far he can go. Hua Qiu still had some expectations. What will his reaction be when he brings a similar sword immortal to his old friend in the future? With him around, all those who murdered his old friend will be reduced to ashes. 239, Chapter 239. I said no, and that means no. The living room of the Yu family. Xia Ziwei held the sword master's martial arts techniques obtained from the sword Dao stone in her hand. Hua Qiu, I'd like to return them to the Yu family, is that alright? Xia Ziwei asked Hua Qiu for his opinion. Without Hua Qiu, she would never have been able to cut through the sword pathstone. It's your stuff, you make your own decisions, you don't need to ask me, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Xia Ziwei immediately smiled happily. She presented the two books to Mrs. Yu. Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping accepted it with delight. After more than 20 years, our Yu family has finally obtained these two books. Old Mrs. Yu was moved to tears. Outsiders mocked the Yu family for their decline, unaware that they had not received the sword master's inheritance and, like the martial artists participating in the sword Dao tournament, were desperately seeking the sword master's techniques and skills. If father had been able to pass these things down, the Yu family wouldn't be in this state, old Mrs. Yu sighed, with a hint of resentment. I once wanted to learn my father's swordsmanship, but he refused no matter what I said, saying it would do me no good. Actually, I know that he very much hoped that the descendants of the Yu family could inherit and carry forward his swordsmanship, but for some reason, he did not pass it down. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Let me see these two books, Hua Qiu said. He was not interested in the sword master's techniques and martial arts. But I felt there must be something fishy going on. Grandma Yu handed it to Hua Qiu without hesitation. Hua Qiu opened the book and skimmed through it, but after a while, he frowned. After reading it, his face darkened. If any member of the Yu family insists on practicing the sword master's techniques and martial arts, they should think twice before acting, he said in a deep voice. Young friend Hua, is there something wrong? Old Mrs. Yu asked hurriedly. It is understandable that the sword master did not pass on his skills and techniques to his descendants, Hua Qiu said. His martial arts techniques are extremely rigid and not everyone can cultivate them, the conditions are extremely demanding. Unless there are truly skilled swordsmen with the required talent, forcing oneself to practice when one does not meet the requirements will not only make it difficult to achieve anything, but may also lead to backlash. At best, all previous efforts will be wasted, and at worst, one may suffer from chi deviation or even death. The mother and son of the Yu family changed their expressions upon hearing this. No wonder my father refused to teach me, old Mrs. Yu sighed. The sword master left behind the sword Dao stone, storing his cultivation techniques and martial arts skills within it. This is a test. If one can cut through the sword Dao stone, cultivation will naturally be unimpeded. Although the conditions are set a bit too high, they can ensure that everything goes perfectly. The mother and son of the Yu family looked very unhappy. It is a disgrace that the Yu family cannot pass on the legacy of the sword master. Young friend Hua, would you please take a look and see if we too have any talent for swordsmanship? Old Madam Yu asked hopefully. Hua Qiu glanced at the two of them and shook his head. Cultivating other sword techniques might be possible, but not this one. The two looked disappointed and were deeply hurt. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Very well, summon everyone from your Yu family. I'll see if there are any promising talents who meet the cultivation requirements, he said calmly. Thank you very much, young friend Hua. Only then did a smile appear on the faces of the two. Before long, the entire Yu family was summoned. This includes two injured individuals who have not been seen in public for some time. Those were Grandma Yu's eldest son, Yu Longhu, and her eldest grandson, Yu Liang. When they first arrived at the Yu family, Yu Liang's hand was broken by Hua Qiu, and Yu Longhu was also seriously injured by him. The two of them have been recuperating these days. Now he appears in the living room with bandages wrapped around his neck. Seeing Hua Qiu sitting in the main seat, with old Madam Yu sitting beside her, both of them frowned deeply. The members of the Yu family lined up and walked up to Hua Qiu one by one. No way. Hua Qiu shook her head after one glance. Grandma Yu then gestured for that person to leave and for someone else to come instead. No. Unable to reach that level. As each member of the Yu family walked by, Hua Qiu kept shaking his head. Grandma Yu's face grew increasingly grim. The entire Yu family couldn't produce a single person capable of inheriting the sword master's techniques and martial arts. None of them will do. Hua Qiu rejected all of them. Hua Qiu was also somewhat helpless. The requirements for cultivating the sword master's martial arts techniques are too demanding. It's not that no one in the Yu family has talent in swordsmanship, it's just that no one can reach the required level. Of the Yu family, only Yu Longhu and his son have not yet been rejected. You too, come and apologize to young friend Hua. Old Madam Yu said sternly. The two men looked grim, but dared not disobey. No need, Hua Qiu said coldly. He could tell that the father and son were hostile towards him, and he had no interest in accepting their insincere apologies. Young friend Hua, can those two meet the requirements? Old Mrs. Yu asked hurriedly. No. Hua Qiu shook his head again and said calmly. Grandma Yu slumped into a chair, her face full of bitterness. Yu Chuping also sighed and couldn't say a word. No one in the entire Yu family can carry on the tradition. Wouldn't that mean the lineage would be cut off? Xia Ziwei felt very uncomfortable watching this. How is that possible? There are so many people in the Yu family, is there really not a single one who can cultivate? Yu Liang said with dissatisfaction. He stared at Hua Qiu, extremely displeased. We are all descendants of the swordmaster. It's just a cultivation technique or martial skill at most. There are differences in talent. What's wrong with us not being able to cultivate it? Why should we be forbidden from cultivating just because he says we can't? Who does he think he is? Yu Liang and his son had been recovering from their injuries and had no idea how many major events had occurred in the past few days. Hua Qiu's expression darkened. Yu Liang, shut up, don't offend young friend Hua. Old Mrs. Yu said angrily. Yu Liang's expression froze, revealing a wronged look. Mother, Yu Liang is right. Yu Longhu said, looking at Hua Qiu with hostility and hatred. Our Yu family finally obtained grandpa's inheritances. Just an outsider. What right does he have to judge whether we have the talent to cultivate?
My Yu family has a tradition that all members of the Yu family can cultivate. Who has the right to interfere?
I think he clearly coveted the Yu family's inheritance. He deliberately said none of us could cultivate it, but we all knew what he was really up to.
Shut up! Old Mrs. Yu shouted angrily, her face full of disappointment and frustration.
You don't even know what level of existence Hua Xiaoyu is, yet you dare to slander him so shamelessly. You are really infuriating. Yu Longhu and Yu Liang were both stunned. They didn't understand why old Mrs. Yu would defend Hua Qiu so much and treat him with such respect. Wasn't she very suspicious before? Brother, Yu Liang, a lot has happened these past few days that you don't know about. Brother Hua's level is beyond your imagination. You absolutely cannot say such things. You should apologize to him immediately. Yu Chuping also said with a stern face. The two were even more surprised. Hua Qiu looked coldly at Yu Longhu and his son, her brows furrowed. Other members of the Yu family might be able to give it a rough try, but these two are absolutely not to be tried, he said indifferently. The sword master's techniques and martial arts are upright and unyielding. While these two are wicked, if they force themselves to practice them, they will surely suffer severe self-harm and die a violent death. Upon hearing this, Yu Longhu and his son showed anger, convinced that Hua Qiu was targeting them.
You say it's not okay, so what makes you think it is? They complained. I said no, and that means no.
Hua Qiu said coldly, her eyes flashing.
With my own power, I am the greatest swordsman in the history of the Xia kingdom. 240, chapter 240. He simply refused to believe it.
Yu Longhu and Yu Liang stared blankly at Hua Qiu.
You said you are the number one swordsman in Xia kingdom? Yu Longhu asked, unable to suppress a laugh.
Yu Liang also looked at Hua Qiu with a mocking expression, finding him utterly ridiculous. He is the greatest swordsman in the history of Xia kingdom, Hua Qiu said calmly. I was born here, and I am unparalleled throughout history. No one in the Xia kingdom can surpass me in swordsmanship. No matter how hard we try, future generations will only ever look up at my monument. Hua Qiu spoke these two sentences as if they were perfectly natural. That stemmed from his confidence as the supreme immortal emperor.
The confidence of the number one swordsman in the immortal realm.
But these words sounded extremely harsh to Yu Longhu and his son. They just thought Hua Qiu was incredibly arrogant and ridiculous. Haha, the number one swordsman in Xia kingdom, unparalleled throughout history, that's laughable. Yu Liang pointed at Hua Qiu and laughed, his face full of sarcasm. Who doesn't know that my Yu family's sword master is the true number one sword master of Xia kingdom? As for you, you're just a nobody. Nobody even knows where you came from. How dare you say such things so brazenly? Don't you have any shame? Yu Longhu sneered repeatedly. You're really arrogant, coming to the Yu family thinking you're something special. Where do you get the courage?
He mocked. Grandma Yu was so angry she almost fainted.
She had already given them a stern order, but the two of them were still so self-righteous, jumping around and making a complete disgrace to the Yu family. She was even more afraid that the two of them would anger Hua Qiu. You two idiots, if you dare say another word, I'll tear your mouths apart. Old Mrs. Yu said angrily, so angry that she wanted to stand up and hit them with her cane. Utterly foolish, utterly foolish. The old lady was extremely disappointed. Yu Longhu and Yu Liang looked extremely grim. They are only dissatisfied at this moment. Dissatisfaction with Hua Qiu, and dissatisfaction with old Madame Yu. Every word Hua Qiu said is true. How dare you two bastards question it? Old Mrs. Yu scolded. Both of them were immediately startled. How could that kid possibly be the number one swordsman in Xia kingdom? Big brother, Yu Liang, please stop talking. Yu Chuping was extremely anxious. Brother Hua Qiu's swordsmanship surpasses even my grandfather's. Even Marshal Saint Qin Wushang, who has comprehended sword intent, couldn't withstand a single move from him. He is undoubtedly the number one swordsman in the Xia kingdom. What? Upon hearing this, the father and son froze instantly. Even a martial saint couldn't withstand a single move from him? The two were dumbfounded, their souls nearly flying out of their bodies in fright. Yu Chuping's words were terrifying, utterly horrifying. Even a martial saint who has comprehended the sword intent couldn't withstand a single move, that's impossible. Yu Liang exclaimed in disbelief.
I don't believe it, I absolutely don't believe it. He was almost frantic.
I don't believe it either. How could anyone surpass the Swordmaster, and defeat a martial saint in one move with him? Absolutely impossible.
The couple's madness gave Grandma Yu a huge headache. I don't need you to believe me,
Hua Qiu said coldly, his face grim.
Bang!
He merely patted the armrest of the chair, and instantly the sword intent resonated throughout the Yu family's living room. A sharp, piercing sound filled the air, and immense pressure enveloped Yu Longhu and his son.
The two men's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately collapsed heavily to the ground.
It felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on me. Both of them were out of breath, their faces filled with terror. Only then did they realize how terrifying Hua Qiu was.
With just a wisp of aura, they were rendered immobile, their lives hanging by a thread.
He really is that powerful, Yu Liang's heart trembled. Yu Longhu tried to speak, but no sound came out when he opened his mouth.
Young friend Hua, please be merciful,
old Mrs. Yu pleaded anxiously. Those two are foolish and have offended me many times. I apologize to you here, but they are still of the Yu family bloodline. Brother Hua, please spare their lives.
Yu Chuping also pleaded.
Hua Qiu, I beg you to. Xia Ziwei tugged at Hua Qiu's clothes and said weakly. She disliked the two men, but didn't want her godmother to be sad.
Humph.
Hua Qiu snorted coldly. Buzz. The sword intent hummed and invaded the bodies of Yu Longhu and his son.
Ah!
The two let out a blood-curdling scream like pigs being slaughtered.
Grandma Yu was extremely nervous.
A moment later, the father and son were completely exhausted and their faces were deathly pale. My cultivation level, Yu Longhu cried out in grief.
Yu Liang's expression was similar.
These two are wicked and will bring disaster to the Yu family sooner or later. I have crippled their martial arts. If they can behave themselves in the future, they can live out the rest of their lives in peace, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Thank you for your mercy, young friend Hua. Old Mrs. Yu quickly expressed her gratitude. Although she felt sorry for him, she was also very fortunate. They had all seen Hua Qiu's ways. Many martial artists have died at Hua Qiu's hands these days, and even those martial venerables have suffered terribly. Hua Qiu has already shown great leniency by sparing the lives of Yu Longhu and his son despite their repeated offenses. Chuping, quickly have someone carry them out, old Mrs. Yu said to Yu Chuping.
Yu Chuping quickly complied.
Indeed, no one in your Yu family can cultivate the sword sovereign's inheritance, Hua Qiu said. However, there is one person who can.
He looked at Xia Ziwei. Me? Xia Ziwei was stunned, pointing to herself. Not bad. Hua Qiu nodded.
You don't have much talent in swordsmanship, but you can cultivate it without any obstacles. Xia Ziwei possesses a rare talent for cultivation, and with Hua Qiu's spiritual power and divine sense protecting her, she will not encounter any problems cultivating the sword venerable's techniques and martial arts.
Ziwei, it seems the Yu family's hopes are now resting on your shoulders, said old Mrs. Yu, with some regret.
After all, Xia Ziwei was just her goddaughter and couldn't be considered a member of the Yu family. At least we can still cultivate, so the lineage won't be cut off. If you wish to cultivate, I can lend you a hand, allowing you to achieve twice the results with half the effort, Hua Qiu added. Then I'll have to trouble you, Xia Ziwei said somewhat. Excuse me. Hua Qiu paused slightly. During this time, he would fulfill any request Xia Ziwei made and help her as much as he could. Because he felt guilty. He has decided to use his abilities to awaken Xia Ziwei's main personality. If one sleeps for too long, one may never wake up again.
Even he couldn't predict the fate of this second personality.
Little did he know that his unusual concern stirred strange feelings in Xia Ziwei. Yu Chuping called over a few people, who carried Yu Longhu and his son out. You two must never offend him again, or your lives will be in danger.
Yu Chuping instructed as he walked away.
He is a national hero of the Xia Kingdom, the future leader of the Martial Alliance, and a supreme expert who can cripple more than 10 martial venerables with a single slap. Even Qin Wushang, going all out, couldn't withstand a single move from him. His swordsmanship far surpasses that of the Yu family's sword master. He doesn't even care about that little bit of inheritance. Yu Longhu and his son were utterly shocked. The two men looked at each other on the stretcher, their expressions extremely solemn.
Father, Yu Liang hesitated, his face full of hatred. Yu Longhu's expression was uncertain, and he nodded to Yu Liang.
Yu Liang revealed a sinister smile.
A secret conspiracy is brewing. Chapter 241 Let Them Get Out.
Hua Qiu began to guide Xia Ziwei in cultivating the sword master's techniques and martial arts. His realm and level far surpassed that of the sword master, so giving him pointers was not difficult, and Xia Ziwei learned quickly. But as he said, Xia Ziwei is not very suitable for cultivating swordsmanship. Even if she cultivates the sword sovereign technique to its extreme, her achievements in swordsmanship will not be very high. During the teaching process, some physical contact was inevitable, and Xia Ziwei's pretty face would blush every time the two touched. As they spent more time together, the way she looked at Hua Qiu became increasingly ambiguous.
Hua Qiu could only sigh inwardly at this.
A young girl's feelings are always poetic, but he could never reciprocate. 1 month, at most 1 month. Within this month, I will try my best to meet her requests and make her happy. Hua Qiu made her decision. He worried that if Xia Ziwei's main personality remained dormant for too long, she would never wake up again. Such examples have been seen before in the cultivation world. The primary personality was, after all, his savior. How could he sit idly by and do nothing? He, and even a powerful immortal emperor, could naturally intervene and awaken the main personality. However, the fate of the second personality is unpredictable at that time. It may fall into a deep sleep, or it may disappear forever. Even a dignified immortal emperor like Hua Qiu couldn't help but feel conflicted and hesitant at this moment. After practicing for several days, Xia Ziwei made rapid progress, but she was also exhausted.
Let you rest and relax today, Hua Qiu said, giving her a day off.
Is there anything you want to do, or anything you desire? I can fulfill your wish, Hua Qiu said with a smile.
Xia Ziwei thought for a moment.
Then, come shopping with me, she said with a smile.
Hua Qiu was taken aback. I've never properly gone shopping before in my life. Will you come with me?
She said coquettishly.
Hua Qiu smiled and nodded. I started to feel a little reluctant. The second personality is actually quite tragic.
After gaining consciousness, he was constantly wandering, homeless, and living a life of hardship. Now that she has family, everything is getting better, but Hua Qiu will destroy her happiness again.
See you in half an hour. Xia Ziwei was very happy and skipped back to her room. Xia Ziwei finally appeared nearly an hour later.
She put on makeup and wore a dress she doesn't usually like, making her look radiant and beautiful. The two went out shopping together, just like a young couple newly in love. Throughout the journey, Hua Qiu was in a heavy mood, but Xia Ziwei's smile never faded.
Shopping with Hua Qiu brought her great joy and satisfaction. Wow, ice cream, Hua Qiu, I want some.
The balloons that uncle is selling are so pretty, I want some.
Roller coasters, I've never ridden one before. Please ride one with me, just once, please. You're so kind.
It's so delicious, I've never eaten anything so good before. I want more, please give me another serving. Hua Qiu accompanied Xia Ziwei as they strolled through the entire commercial street of Qingjiang City, and she remained in a state of excitement all day. Whatever her request or desire, Hua Qiu always granted it. Hua Qiu, you are so kind. Apart from my godmother, no one has ever been so good to me, Xia Ziwei said emotionally. This is nothing. Whatever you want to do, I'll do it with you. Any wish, as long as it's within my power, I can help you fulfill it, Hua Qiu said with a smile.
Xia Ziwei was on the verge of tears.
From the very beginning, Hua Qiu treated her with utmost pampering. She had never met a man like him in her entire life.
She felt sweet and very happy.
Seeing that Xia Ziwei's expression was starting to look off, Hua Qiu coughed and looked at a designer clothing store on the street.
Don't you girls all like pretty clothes? Come on, I'll buy you some, he said.
Xia Ziwei replied obediently, and boldly took Hua Qiu's hand, her pretty face flushed. Hua Qiu paused slightly, but didn't say anything, and led her into the store. This was probably Xia Ziwei's first time entering such a high-end brand clothing store, and the dazzling array of beautiful clothes inside made her dizzy. She stayed in the Yu family for nearly 2 years. Even though the old lady Yu favored her, she kept to herself and never spent much of the Yu family's money or made any extravagant purchases. Which girl doesn't love pretty clothes? Xia Ziwei's eyes sparkled. But when she saw the price tag, she couldn't help but gasp. Don't worry about the price, take whatever you like, I can buy them all for you, Hua Qiu said. Even though he said that, Xia Ziwei still only looked at the relatively cheaper ones. Seeing this, Hua Qiu shook her head and took out several items for her to try on. Xia Ziwei's beauty is a pure and ethereal beauty. Wearing these fashionable dresses, she exudes a different kind of charm and beauty, prompting the sales assistants next to her to exclaim in admiration. Xia Ziwei tried them on and liked them very much. If you like them, just buy them all, Hua Qiu said. Ha! Xia Ziwei was stunned. She moved closer to Hua Qiu and whispered in his ear. It's too expensive, let's just buy the cheapest one. Money is not a problem, Hua Qiu said non-committally. Xia Ziwei felt very embarrassed. Is there anything else you like? Hua Qiu asked. No, nothing more, Xia Ziwei said, but her beautiful eyes unconsciously glanced at a white dress displayed alone in the showcase next to her. That was the most expensive dress in the store. Take it down, I'll buy it, Hua Qiu said directly to the sales assistant. Huh, I didn't say I wanted it, Xia Ziwei was a little flustered. You'll look beautiful in this, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Xia Ziwei's pretty face was flushed, and she was utterly captivating. The sales assistant opened the display case with a smile. Wait a moment. A woman entered the store, and as soon as she saw the sales assistant reaching for the dress, she panicked and ran over quickly, shouting. The woman was dressed provocatively and scantily clad, she was also quite pretty bright. This dress is mine. The woman exclaimed, didn't I tell you the day before yesterday that I would come to buy it soon, how could you let someone else try it on? She was very angry. The sales assistant looked somewhat embarrassed. Ms. Zhu, you did not pay a deposit at the time, she said softly. But I already said I wanted to buy it, are you ignoring what I said, do you think I can't afford it? Bah, you're really looking down on me. The woman was aggressive, pointing at the sales assistant and cursing. The sales assistant was at a loss for words after being scolded and apologized repeatedly. Hua Qiu frowned as she looked at it. This woman liked the clothes but didn't pay a deposit, and now she's blaming the sales assistant? That's completely unreasonable. Darling, come quick. Miss Xu waved towards the door and shouted loudly. Coming, a young man wearing sunglasses responded impatiently and walked over. Darling, it's this dress I've had my eye on it for so long, will you buy it for me? Miss Xu coaxed him sweetly. Okay, I'll buy it all, the young man said helplessly. But, this gentleman and lady are all ready, the saleswoman looked at Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei, looking troubled. I don't care, I saw the dress first, who do they think they are, tell them to get out of the way. Miss Zhu said coldly, quite arrogantly. Hua Qiu's face immediately darkened. Tell him and Xia Ziwei to get out? Oh. They are so arrogant and ignorant. 242, Chapter 242 I don't want you to suffer. We'll take this dress, Hua Qiu said calmly. This? The sales assistant was even more perplexed. It was indeed Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei who decided to buy it first. But Miss Zhu wasn't an easy woman to appease. What, you want it? This dress is mine. Miss Zhu said angrily upon hearing this. Where did you bumpkins come from, daring to compete with me? This is something you can afford. What are you pretending to be rich for? She noticed that Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei were dressed very plainly, and she became even more disdainful and impolite. A fierce glint appeared in Hua Qiu's eyes. He had no interest in arguing with a woman who was unreasonable and domineering. If it weren't for the fact that he disdained to lay a hand on a woman, this woman would already be unable to stand. Darling, look, they actually dared to fight me for my dress, they're so ungrateful. Miss Zhu said to the young man beside her, feigning displeasure. Alright, all right, the young man waved his hand. He looked at Hua Qiu and sized him up. Since my girlfriend has taken a liking to this dress, then you can forget about it, he said in a deep voice. Hua Qiu frowned. Gentlemen, I think we should give it to Miss Zhu, the saleswoman whispered to Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei. You look like you're from out of town. Miss Zhu's boyfriend is not someone to be trifled with, he's the son of the richest man in Qingjiang City. How about you two look at other options? I'll try my best to give you the biggest discount. Hua Qiu's expression was gloomy. What does it matter who is the son of the richest man in a mere subordinate city? Never mind, I don't like this one anyway, we've already bought a lot, Xia Ziwei said first. She didn't want to cause trouble and was willing to back down and settle things peacefully. Humph, you're smart to know what's good for you, Miss Zhu snorted coldly, quite pleased with herself. You're not worthy to compete with me, she said disdainfully. Hua Qiu's anger flared up instantly. Xia Ziwei chose to back down, but this woman took advantage of the situation and went even further. How could he tolerate it? Pack the dress for me, Hua Qiu said to the sales assistant. The sales assistant was stunned. Are you deaf to human speech? Miss Zhu suddenly exploded. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you can compete with me? Do you even know who my boyfriend is? Let me tell you, Gao Bo is the son of the richest man in Qingjiang City, he can wipe you out with a single breath. Miss Zhu was arrogant and used her status to intimidate Hua Qiu. Gao Bo, the son of Qingjiang's richest man, also frowned and looked coldly at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu was also filled with rage. Xia Ziwei was in a great mood today, she was happier than ever before. He was already trying his best to restrain himself so as not to upset her. But some people just have to provoke us again and again, they don't know what's good for them. I'm giving you a chance, get out of here right now, Hua Qiu said coldly. What did you say? Miss Zhu couldn't believe her ears. Her expression gradually turned ferocious. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly? You think you can just tell us to get lost with a single sentence? You really don't know your place. Gao Bo, how can you tolerate someone so arrogant? She shouted. Gao Bo's face was extremely pale. Heh, this is the first time in Qingjiang City that someone has dared to tell me to get lost. Kid, you're the first, and you'll be the last. He said coldly, his smile sinister. A stern look slowly appeared on Hua Qiu's face. Hua Qiu, stop. Xia Ziwei's expression changed instantly. She knew Hua Qiu's personality. The last time Hua Qiu had this expression, quite a few people died. Even the supreme martial arts master died a violent death. I'm so sorry, gentlemen, I don't want this dress anymore, you can take it. Xia Ziwei stepped forward to express her apology, hoping to smooth things over. She didn't want Hua Qiu to get her hands dirty here, nor did she want to see these two people lose their lives because of their ignorance and arrogance. That's just Hua Qiu's temper, please don't take it to heart. I apologize on his behalf, Xia Ziwei said with a smile. However, smack. Miss Zhu suddenly raised her hand and slapped Xia Ziwei across the face, the sound of which was very loud. Xia Ziwei was immediately stunned. Logically speaking, as a martial artist, she shouldn't have been attacked by an ordinary person. However, she was too close to Miss Zhu and had no sense of caution, nor did she realize her true level of power, nor did she have any thought of defense. By some twist of fate, I ended up getting slapped. You bitch, who asked you to apologize? Let that man apologize himself. Does he not have a mouth? Why do you have to speak for him? Miss Zhu pointed at Xia Ziwei and cursed, even wanting to slap her. Upon seeing this, Hua Qiu's expression immediately turned extremely cold. You're courting death, he uttered, his killing intent palpable. Boom! In an instant, a powerful killing intent erupted from his body. Ah! Before Miss Zhu could react, she was blasted away. Bang bang bang. A series of loud bangs rang out in the clothing store. The glass shattered, and the clothing store was thrown into chaos as if a bomb had been detonated. Various screams rang out, and the people nearby were terrified. Miss Zhu lay amidst shattered glass, covered in blood, screaming like a pig being slaughtered.
The son of the richest man, Gao Bo, and the saleswoman stared blankly at Hua Qiu. They could see it clearly. Hua Qiu uttered an angry "You're asking for death." And then a powerful force erupted from him, shattering everything around him. It was so frightening and unbelievable. When faced with an unknown and powerful force, ordinary people feel nothing but fear. Almurder Miss Zhu was terrified, looking at Hua Qiu as if she were looking at a demon, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was in excruciating pain, which was unbearable, and her face turned deathly pale. She never expected this man to possess such terrifying power, far exceeding her expectations, her understanding. His previous arrogance and aggressiveness vanished completely, replaced only by fear of Hua Qiu. Why? Xia Ziwei looked helpless. She had tried her best to dissuade her and even apologized, but unfortunately, this woman was too greedy. "You, how dare you hit her?" Hua Qiu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, somewhat bloodshot, which was quite terrifying. He slowly walked towards Miss Zhu on the ground, his killing intent palpable. Miss Zhu was terrified and turned pale, moving her injured body backward. "Gao Bo, help me!" she shouted urgently. Gao Bo, still in shock, suddenly awoke from his daze. But he didn't dare to step forward and stop Hua Qiu. "If you dare to touch her, even if you are a martial artist, you will not have a good end." Gao Bo seemed to know about the existence of martial artists and threatened coldly. Hua Qiu didn't even glance at him and continued walking towards Miss Zhu. Miss Zhu was so frightened that she burst into tears and lost control of her bladder. She had nowhere left to retreat, she was already in a corner. Hua Qiu was extremely indifferent and squatted down in front of her. "You hit her with this hand, didn't you?" Hua Qiu sneered, grabbing the hand that Miss Zhu had used to slap Xia Ziwei. "What are you going to do?" Miss Zhu's body trembled violently, like a leaf. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Snap! He snapped Miss Zhu's hand in two. "Ah! Ah!" Miss Zhu screamed in pain, her voice piercingly mournful. This scene made Gao Bo turn pale. "Even martial artists cannot attack ordinary people at will. How dare you be so audacious?" he said in horror. "You just wait, just you wait." With that, he took off running and ran out of the clothing store. Seeing this, Miss Zhu turned ashen-faced. However, Hua Qiu had no intention of letting her go and his face showed murderous intent. "Don't want!" Xia Ziwei shouted and rushed over to hug Hua Qiu tightly. "Hua Qiu, no, I don't want to see you kill anyone else. Hua Qiu, please, listen to me, okay?" Hua Qiu finally calmed down. Miss Zhu, however, had already fainted from fright. "Hua Qiu, don't do this," Xia Ziwei cried. She was constantly worried, fearing that Hua Qiu would turn into a serial killer. "Xia Ziwei, I just didn't want to see you suffer even the slightest grievance," Hua Qiu said softly, with guilt and a hint of sadness. Xia Ziwei's delicate body trembled. 243, Chapter 243. A questioning and retribution, confirmed? Xia Ziwei held Hua Qiu tightly, unwilling to let go for a long time. It felt as if once I let go, I would never have the chance to embrace him again. Hua Qiu's words completely melted her heart. "Hua Qiu, why are you so good to me? Do I deserve this treatment?" Xia Ziwei cried, burying her face in Hua Qiu's back. Hua Qiu was stunned. How could he tell her the truth? "I just want to be good to you, is that not allowed?" That was all he could say. "You're so good to me, I am afraid that one day when I lose all of this, I won't be able to accept it," Xia Ziwei said softly, her voice growing softer and softer. Hua Qiu's body trembled. Could it bet hat she knows something? That shouldn't be possible, right? "Alright, stop crying, I won't kill this woman." Hua Qiu stood up. Xia Ziwei reluctantly let go of him. Hua Qiu glanced at the ground. Miss Zhu had fainted and was in a sorry state. To be honest, he really did consider killing him just now. "Hua Qiu, your murderous aura is a bit too strong. I don't think it's a good thing," Xia Ziwei said weakly. "My godmother told me that some people who fall into evil sects do so because they kill too many people and eventually lose themselves. I am so afraid that you will become like that." Hua Qiu sighed.
Don't worry, I won't, he reassured her. During his time in the cultivation world and the immortal realm, he harbored a vengeful spirit and annihilated countless living beings. But as long as you don't provoke him, he will never cause trouble for no reason. However, this is the Xia kingdom. That kind of behavior is hard to accept. Although I only kill those who deserve to die, I will try my best to restrain myself for your sake in the future, Hua Qiu said.
Xia Ziwei then revealed a happy smile. Hua Qiu asked the sales assistant to pack the dress.
I'm sorry, I'll compensate you double for all the damages here, he said.
The sales assistant was still very scared and timid.
Sir, Gao Bo must have sent people. The Gao family is practically all-powerful in Xinjiang City. You should be careful, she kindly reminded him.
Hua Qiu smiled and nodded, then left with Xia Ziwei.
After this incident, Xia Ziwei lost interest in continuing to have fun, and the two returned to the Yu family home. Hua Qiu sat cross-legged in his room, cultivating.
For the first time since his rebirth, he was unable to concentrate on his cultivation.
My mind is filled with Xia Ziwei's smiling face today. She laughed so happily, so carefree. But for the sake of his savior, he had to make some choices. Perhaps I should look for a compromise, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. After all, he was a celestial emperor. If he could recall the events carefully, he should be able to come up with a better solution. As evening approached, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the Yu family's residence.
Hua Qiu frowned and extended his divine sense outwards.
A moment later, his face darkened, and a cold smile appeared on his face.
The son of the richest man in Xinjiang actually dared to come.
Many people came from outside the Yu family's residence.
Gao Bo walked in front, followed by a large crowd.
He glanced back, full of confidence. He was so terrified by what happened in the clothing store at noon that he lost face and was completely humiliated. After returning home, he became increasingly angry and decided to regain his dignity. He sent someone to bring his girlfriend back to the Gao family home, and the terrible state she was in enraged him even more. Although she was just a woman he was casually playing around with, Hua Qiu's actions in front of him were a complete slap in the face.
If he's seen as a coward, how will he ever pick up girls again?
Martial artists are forbidden from attacking ordinary people at will. Gao Bo knew the taboos for martial artists and had a plan in mind. Especially after learning that Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei had returned to the Yu family, he became even more confident. In Xinjiang City, the power struggles between various families are also very intense. The Yu family once produced a national hero, holding a superior position. All the major families in Xinjiang City were very wary of them and secretly wanted to unite to deal with them.
This is a golden opportunity to bring down the Yu family. Behind Gao Bo are members of various powerful families in Xinjiang City.
In a short time, these people were persuaded by the Gao family and united together.
So what if you're a martial artist? Does that mean you can do whatever you want?
Gao Bo looked at the wheelchair he was pushing with a cold smile.
Miss Ju didn't even have any bandages and still looked miserable. This is solid evidence, enough to punish that kid. The group arrived at the Yu family compound in a menacing manner. Yu family, hand over the murderer. Gao Bo shouted. Hand over the murderer, hand over the murderer. The crowd shouted in unison. The commotion naturally alerted the Yu family. Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping quickly arrived at the door and looked at everyone in surprise. What brings you all here? Old Mrs. Yu asked unhappily. Grandma Yu, stop pretending. Don't you know why we're here? Gao Bo said with a mocking expression. You must be the young master of the Gao family?
Old Mrs. Yu glanced at him and frowned. Just say what you have to say, don't beat around the bush with this old woman. Gao Bo was speechless and looked furious. The martial artists of your Yu family have violated the martial arts code by attacking ordinary people. This is a serious crime. Does the Yu family intend to deny it?
This is the witness.
He pointed to Ms. Zhu in the wheelchair. Grandma Yu glanced at the man, her brows furrowing even deeper. The ban on martial artists is no joke, and it's extremely difficult to deal with if it's truly investigated. Tell me, which member of my Yu family has violated the ban?
Old Madam Yu asked. Humph, he's just an arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. He was with your so-called goddaughter back then, so she can't escape responsibility either. Gao Bo sneered. Grandma Yu was taken aback. She knew who Gao Bo was talking about.
For a moment, the Yu family members looked strange and revealed amused expressions. They formed cliques and came aggressively to hold a national hero accountable for harming an ordinary person.
Are these people all right? I wonder how serious the punishment is for offending a national hero. Is it a serious crime? Are you sure you want to hold that person accountable? Grandma Yu asked with a smile. Absolutely, and definitely. Gao Bo declared arrogantly. Don't think that just because your Yu family has a superior status, you can protect that brat. Today, even the Yu family can't protect him. Your Yu family will also be held accountable.
The Yu family members looked at each other in silence. Since you insist on pursuing this matter, fine, but you'd better not regret it later, Grandma Yu sighed.
It's only right to punish the criminals, so why regret it?
The crowd mocked. Chuping, go and invite young friend Huaqiu over, said old Madame Yu with a smile.
No need, I'm already here, a voice rang out, and Huaqiu appeared before the crowd.
Upon seeing Huaqiu appear, Gao Bo's expression changed. He was still afraid of Huaqiu's incredible power today. But when they thought about how they had mobilized so many troops and had the upper hand, they weren't so afraid anymore. As soon as Miss Zhu in the wheelchair saw Huaqiu, she became agitated and moved, her eyes filled with hatred. She stammered and couldn't say anything, but her meaning was clear, she wanted Gao Bo to avenge her.
Kid, I told you to wait now, I'm here. Gao Bo said coldly.
You think martial artists can do whatever they want? There are plenty of people who can control you.
Martial artists, they're really nothing special. I have already notified the Martial Alliance. They will be here soon. You have violated the martial arts prohibition. Do you know how serious that crime is? It's too late for you to regret it now. Gao Bo gloated.
Huaqiu glanced at the menacing group of people. Martial artists are really nothing special, he said calmly.
But I am that amazing. 244, Chapter 244. Everyone kneels.
Huaqiu stood there, his expression indifferent, his aura exuding a powerful and oppressive presence. There seemed to be a large group of people from various families in Xinjiang City in front of us. But in Huaqiu's eyes, they were not even as good as ants. Ants.
What, you want to hit someone again?
Cowboy was not afraid and was full of confidence.
I know you're a martial artist, and ordinary people are no match for you, but no matter how powerful you are, you're still just one person. Help! He shouted.
Immediately, about 10 people stepped out from behind him. These dozen or so men were all tall and muscular, with fierce and menacing appearances. Just a martial artist, my Cao family can afford to hire one.
Gao Bo said arrogantly, his face full of disdain. Go, take this kid down.
He waved his hand.
You family, you'd better not interfere, or you'll face even harsher punishment.
He warned specifically, worried that the Yu family's martial artists might take action. My Yu family will not interfere, nor do we need to interfere, said old Mrs. Yu meaningfully. The Yu family members all shook their heads. Most of the dozen or so martial artists hired by the Gao family were second-rate, and even those few who were decent were only low-level martial artists. But they were quite confident, rubbing their hands together, and walking towards Huaqiu with a cold smile.
Roll!
Huaqiu, with a cold face, uttered a single word indifferently. Buzz.
Puff puff puff.
More than a dozen martial artists coughed up blood and flew backward, crashing at the feet of Gao Bo and the others. They stared at Huaqiu with horrified expressions and pale faces, incredulous.
This scene had a much greater impact on ordinary people like Gao Bo. The members of all the major families were dumbfounded.
Gao Bo was immediately startled, his face filled with disbelief.
This scene is exactly the same as in a clothing store.
With just one word, get out, more than 10 skilled fighters were sent flying. He thought that by hiring more than a dozen martial artists at a high price, he could subdue Huaqiu. Unexpectedly, they didn't even have the ability to get close to Huaqiu. Just how
strong was that person? Galbo's face turned extremely ugly in an instant.
I've heard that martial artists are also ranked. It seems this person is one of the more powerful ones, someone said with apprehension.
So what? No matter how powerful he is, the Martial Alliance will punish him. Galbo said indignantly.
Today, this brat must be brought to justice. The Yu family must also fall. Don't be afraid, everyone is just a slightly more skilled martial artist. The Martial Alliance will keep him in check, and he'll never dare to act too recklessly. Galbo calmed the people from all the major families, and then looked at old Madame Yu. This person belongs to your Yu family. He has violated the prohibition, and his crime is unforgivable. The Yu family is also to blame. Public anger is uncontrollable today. The Yu family must hand over the murderer and withdraw from Xinjiang City. He shouted coldly. Hand over the murderer, withdraw from Xinjiang City. The members of the various families shouted in unison, their voices as loud as gongs and drums. The Yu family ignored Galbo's threats, looking at him like he was a clown. What, aren't you afraid of being punished by your superiors? Galbo asked, puzzled. There will certainly be punishment, but it won't fall on the Yu family, old Mrs. Yu sneered. Galbo became increasingly confused. A clown, utterly annoying. Hua Qiu said impatiently, taking a step forward. Humph, your crimes are heinous and you still refuse to repent. The Martial Alliance is about to arrive. What can you do to me? Galbo shouted. He was trying to provoke him. He received word that the Martial Alliance was very close. He wanted to enrage Hua Qiu so that the Martial Alliance could catch him red-handed and make his crime even more serious. Hua Qiu sneered, his expression indifferent. He took another step forward. Boom! In an instant, an incredibly terrifying wave spread out, sweeping out like a raging storm. Oops! My God! What happened? People from all the major families were terrified. Many of them were thrown over by the powerful force and ended up with bruises and swelling on their faces. Galbo also stumbled, and he and Miss Ju's wheelchair were overturned. What? Miss Ju cried out in pain as the pain intensified. Galbo had a mouthful of mud on his face and looked utterly disheveled. He angrily got up and glared at them. Upon seeing this, he was immediately jolted. He met Hua Qiu's gaze. What kind of gaze was that? Utterly indifferent, as if looking at a lowly, weak, inferior creature. In that instant, Galbo felt incredibly small, while the other party seemed like a god high above him. This feeling sent chills down his spine and filled him with dread. Hua Qiu looked at these ugly mortals and felt increasingly disgusted. You are all ants. Insubordination and arrogance, who do you think you are, standing before me? His folly is beyond measure, he deserves to die. Hua Qiu coldly surveyed everyone. You lot, kneel down and apologize. He roared. Who do you think you are? You think you can just make us kneel? That's wishful thinking. Galbo sneered. Hua Qiu's gaze was cold and sharp as she glanced at him indifferently. Boom! In an instant, it seemed as if a giant mountain had suddenly crashed down on Galbo's back, and he knelt down uncontrollably. Ah! Galbo cried out in pain, his face contorted in agony. The force was so strong that his kneecaps were shattered. A powerful aura permeated the crowd, as if the might of heaven had descended. Bang bang bang! At that moment, everyone was under immense pressure and uncontrollably knelt down on the ground. Nearly 100 people from various families in Xinjiang City. No one could stand up, they all knelt heavily on the ground. Cries of pain were heard incessantly. Many people suffered broken bones, and even those with strong bones grimaced in agony. The Yu family looked on in astonishment. In short, an overwhelming aura of authority filled the air, and hundreds of people prostrated themselves in worship. Is this what it means to transcend the martial saint realm? In their eyes, Hua Qiu was absolutely a transcendent martial saint. And he must be an extremely powerful being among the martial saints. Because even the veteran martial arts master Qin Wuxian couldn't withstand him one move. The members of each family were both in pain and shocked. They found it hard to comprehend that humans could possess such terrifying power. That person didn't even lift a finger, yet they were compelled to kneel before him involuntarily.
These people are all upper-class individuals in Xinjiang City. When have they ever knelt down to anyone? This is a great disgrace to them. They were angry, they hated, they wanted to rebel. But no matter how hard they tried, it was all in vain. No one could move them an inch, they could only kneel obediently. Hua Qiu walked calmly among the people from various families. They couldn't even look up at him, they could only bow their heads humbly, like slaves. Hua Qiu stopped in front of Gao Bo. How dare you, with the power of an ant, defy the gods? He looked down at Gao Bo, his eyes filled with indifferent disdain. You don't even have the right to stand and speak to me, the emperor. How dare you offend me? How could you commit this crime? What gave you the right to do so? Each of those hurtful words struck Gao Bo's heart like a hammer blow. Gao Bo's face was extremely ugly, filled with humiliation and rage. But he couldn't move. They couldn't even open their mouths, even refuting was a luxury. He couldn't comprehend what kind of being this person truly was. Can martial artists really be so outrageous and beyond the comprehension of the world? The Martial Alliance. Why haven't the people from the Martial Alliance arrived yet? He struggled to turn his eyes and look behind him. The Martial Alliance is his only hope now. Because he always believed that the Martial Alliance was the heaven of Xia Kingdom's martial artists and would definitely be able to punish Hua Qiu. As long as the Martial Alliance sends someone, he can turn the tide. As he looked, his pupils suddenly dilated. The Martial Alliance has finally arrived. 245, Chapter 245. Is he the prospective speaker? People from various families also noticed the arrival of the Martial Alliance. For a moment, everyone became excited. Our savior has finally arrived. They've finally arrived. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps came from the ground, like a sudden downpour. This proves that a lot of people came, otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a commotion. Soon, the first group of people appeared at the street corner. Those were people from the Wuming district of Xinjiang City. They had almost all come out. However, this is ultimately just a subordinate city, not a big place, and the Martial Alliance district only has about 30 people. Quick, surround them! The leader waved his hand, and the 30-odd people immediately dispersed and surrounded the crowd. Ha, the Martial Alliance people have arrived. Let's see how he can still act so arrogantly. Gao Bo realized that he could move again. Although he couldn't get up, he could speak. He was overjoyed and no longer feared Hua Qiu. The Martial Alliance has finally arrived. If they had come any later, we might all be dead at that person's hands. His previous acts of violence against ordinary people were already unforgivable. Now he dares to oppress so many people, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to atone for it. The Martial Alliance will absolutely not let him get away with this. The crowd knelt in agony, shouting angrily for the Martial Alliance to bring Hua Qiu to justice. Strangely, the members of the Martial Alliance ignored their shouts and simply stood guard on the perimeter to prevent anyone from escaping. This move completely baffled the various families. District Chief, the prisoner is right there, arrest him immediately. Gao Bo shouted at the leader, pointing at Hua Qiu. Shut up! The minister of Wuming district of Xinjiang City glared at him coldly and shouted. Gao Bo was stunned, his face full of confusion. What does it mean to surround but not capture? Knock, knock, knock. Just as I was about to ask, another loud commotion came from the street corner. Another group of people appeared, fully armed. It's the law enforcement team. Someone exclaimed. This large group of people was armed to the teeth and looked as intimidating as the Martial Alliance. The Xinjiang City law enforcement team doesn't have that many people. They must have even brought in people from the Qishan City Law Enforcement Bureau. Surround them! The leader shouted. The law enforcement officers immediately separated and surrounded the area. I never expected this to escalate so much. Now he's got nowhere to run. Gao Bo laughed again and said loudly. People from all the major families smiled, their confidence growing even stronger. Boom, boom, boom. That wasn't the end of it, more noise came from the street corner. More people are coming. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Those look like people from the Chishan Martial Alliance branch, Galbo said in a daze when he saw the group that appeared. The person leading the team is the newly conferred title of National Hero Dong Jichi. He was shocked. What, even Dong Guosher has been alarmed. The members of the various families were extremely shocked. They never expected that they would alarm a national hero. This shows how big a fuss this matter has become, directly attracting the attention of higher authorities. Not only that, even the esteemed scholar Liao Tongyuan has come. Someone shouted. Everyone was even more astonished. The Martial Alliance's district headquarters, branches, law enforcement bureau, and 2 highly respected national heroes. Why is this matter so significant? Generally speaking, unless it's an extremely important matter, it's impossible for a national hero to be dispatched, especially since there are 2 of them this time. Kid, you're finished. Even a national hero has been alarmed by you this time. You're definitely not going to escape death. Galbo was extremely excited and stared at Hua Qiu with a sneer. Hua Qiu didn't speak, but looked at him with sympathy. His eyes were filled with pity. This gaze made Galbo uncomfortable and puzzled. Knock knock knock. Dong Jichi looked flustered and quickly walked up to Hua Qiu with a group of high-ranking officials from the Martial Alliance branches and districts. Bang! Dong Jichi knelt down immediately, his face filled with self-reproach and shame. Those high-ranking officials were just like him. I have failed in my duty to govern, and Hua Guosher has been seriously offended in this rural area. I am deeply ashamed. Dong Jichi said loudly. Bang bang bang. All the law enforcement officers and martial arts alliance members around them knelt on one knee and lowered their heads. Boom! At that moment, Galbo and the members of the various families turned deathly pale, as if struck by lightning. They were all stunned by the blows, terrified out of their wits. That was an extremely esteemed national hero, yet he still had to perform a ritual of worship towards Hua Qiu. They don't understand the martial arts realms, nor do they know the significance of martial venerables or martial saints. But everyone knows how noble a national hero is. Now, even the national hero revered by the people is bowing down to Hua Qiu and begging for forgiveness. The extraordinary impact of this revelation instantly penetrated their very being. My body began to tremble uncontrollably. Galbo's lips trembled, his head was ringing, and he almost fainted. He never imagined that this person would be so noble, standing above all other national heroes. Some members of the various families were so frightened that they fainted on the spot. Offending a national hero is a serious crime. They don't know how to define someone who would be worshipped even if they offended a national hero. Just thinking about it for a moment filled me with extreme terror. Miss Xu, who harbored deep hatred for Hua Qiu, stared wide-eyed, finding it hard to accept this fact. Moments later, she foamed at the mouth and fainted. I don't know if he was scared or just pretending. Hua Qiu gestured for Dong Jichi and the others to stand up. After standing up, Dong Jichi repeatedly apologized to Hua Qiu. Only after Hua Qiu stopped pursuing the matter did he turn around in a rage, glaring fiercely at the people kneeling on the ground. You are all incredibly arrogant. What are you trying to do? What do you intend to do to the prospective Speaker of the House of Representatives of my Xia Kingdom? You are simply committing treason. He pointed at the crowd and shouted angrily. Pre-Speaker, Galbo was so shocked that his body went limp. The highest organ of the Xia Kingdom is the House of Representatives. Speaker is the core of the House of Representatives, the head of the House of Representatives. It is the sky of the Xia Kingdom. It's hard to believe that Hua Qiu, at such a young age, has already been appointed as the prospective Speaker of the House of Representatives. My God, we've really messed up the world. Everyone was terrified. What kind of crime is this? At that moment, they were filled with immense regret. They shouldn't have come at all. This was the stupidest decision they ever made. Unfortunately, there won't be a next time. Hua Guosher, what do you intend to do with them? Dong Jichi asked, bowing respectfully.
Arrest them all and punish them severely according to the law. Hua Qiu said indifferently. Those who lead the charge must not be tolerated. Understood. Dong Jiqi nodded. Action! He shouted. Immediately, the Martial Alliance and the Law Enforcement Bureau acted together to arrest all those involved. These people are heartbroken. They knew their lives were over. But that's not the worst of it. Their families and relatives will be implicated and severely affected. Gao Bo was like a dead dog, letting the Martial Alliance do whatever they wanted with him. He had completely lost all hope. From now on, the Yu family will be the only dominant family in Xinjiang City. Old Mrs. Yu and Yu Chuping said with smiles. This riot involved all the major families in Xinjiang City, meaning they will all become history. The Yu family no longer needs to worry about being jointly opposed by them, and can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Godmother, the family will definitely prosper even more in the future. Xia Ziwei was happy for them. Hua Qiu frowned slightly as he looked at the three happy people. The Yu family was once a top-tier family in the Xia kingdom. They're only standing at the top of Xinjiang City, yet they're so excited. Seeing Xia Ziwei's genuine joy, Hua Qiu had an idea. He wanted to do one more thing for her as compensation. Let the Yu family return to its peak, and even go further, becoming one of the top ancient martial arts families in the Xia kingdom. This might be difficult for others. But for Hua Qiu, it was a trivial matter. But if there is an obstacle, it will be annihilated. 246, Chapter 246 Martial Venerable, created casually. The living room of the Yu family. Hua Qiu sat in the main seat with a serious expression. Liao Tongyuan, Dong Jiqi, and old Mrs. Yu sat on the left and right sides. Xia Ziwei sat next to Hua Qiu, looking nervous. Old Mrs. Yu and the two national heroes were below, but she was sitting next to Hua Qiu, which made her uneasy. Young friend Hua Qiu, you said you had something important to say. What is it? Old Madam Yu asked cautiously. Hua Qiu glanced at the flustered Xia Ziwei and smiled slightly. I have decided to support your Yu family, he said. Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping were immediately taken aback. Hua Qiu has already helped the Yu family too much, they dare not ask Hua Qiu to do anything more for them. But when Hua Qiu said those words, their emotions surged instantly, filled with immense joy. Who is Hua Qiu? A transcendent martial saint. His identity goes without saying. The future leader of the Martial Alliance and Speaker of the House of Representatives. Without a doubt, he is the pinnacle of the Xia kingdom, destined to stand at the highest point in the Xia kingdom. If such a person were to support a family, no matter how incompetent that family might be, it could become one of the top families in the Xia kingdom. Yu Yuri telling the truth? Grandma Yu's voice trembled, as if she were dreaming. Hua Qiu nodded. Grandma Yu burst into tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. The Yu family has been in decline for so many years, how could they not want to revitalize the family? Unfortunately, I was willing but unable to do so. Hua Qiu, Xia Ziwei looked at Hua Qiu with red eyes, filled with emotion. She knew that Hua Qiu must have done this because of her. She owes this man too much. I can never repay this debt in this lifetime. With Hua Guoshi's support, the Yu family will surely be able to return to its peak soon, Dong Jiqi and Liao Tongyuan said with envy. Young friend Hua Qiu's kindness to my Yu family is as heavy as Mount Tai. Old Mrs. Yu said in a trembling voice. But our Yu family can't give you anything, we are truly ashamed and terrified. Hua Qiu waved his hand. He took out 2 pills and handed them to old Madam Yu and Yu Chuping. Eat it. The 2 of them took it without hesitation. After consuming the pills, their eyes quickly lit up, their bodies felt hot, and they were full of energy. Refine it quickly, and I'll lend you a hand. Hua Qiu said. The 2 sat cross-legged and refined the medicinal power. Hua Qiu unleashed 2 streams of creative spiritual energy, channeling them into the meridians of the 2 individuals. In an instant, their aura surged, and their cultivation levels rose at an extremely rapid pace. Boom! A moment later, the 2 emitted a booming sound, each releasing an aura far more powerful than that of ordinary martial artists.
Liao Tanyuan and Dong Jiqi exchanged a glance, both utterly astonished.
Martial Venerable, they were deeply shocked.
In the blink of an eye, Hua Qiu created two martial venerables.
Although Dong Jiqi had also taken Hua Qiu's pills to break through to the martial venerable realm last time, he was still shocked when he witnessed it firsthand. Grandma Yu is very old and her health is not as good as before. She has lost more than 1/10 of her 7th grade martial arts level. Yu Chuping, now middle-aged, is stuck at the 6th rank, his talent only considered average. These two were actually forced by Hua Qiu to reach the martial venerable realm.
Liao Tanyuan and Dong Jiqi didn't know what to say.
The martial venerable is the highest realm that countless martial artists in the martial arts world dream of, a rare and exceptional existence. Becoming a martial venerable grants one the title of a high-ranking national hero, demonstrating just how much the Xia kingdom values martial venerables. But in Hua Qiu's hands, martial venerables seem to have become something cheap, something he could create at will. If this gets out, how will those peak martial artists who have been struggling to cultivate and cannot break through accept it? The entire martial arts world is going crazy. I don't even know what the point of my lifelong cultivation is anymore. Liao Tanyuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is really a blow. Martial Venerable, we actually achieved the Martial Venerable. Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping were shocked when they realized this, and they were stunned for a long time. Martial Venerable, a realm they never dared to even dream of. Hua Qiu actually managed to create it in just over 10 minutes. The Yu family boasts 2 martial arts masters. Even at its peak, the Yu family only had one member, Sword Master, who reached the martial venerable realm. This Grandma Yu was so shocked by what she felt that she couldn't even speak. She's so old, she never imagined this day would come. I never expected Hua Qiu to be so amazing. Hua Qiu, are you really immortal? You're not some immortal reincarnation, are you? Xia Ziwei stared blankly at Hua Qiu and asked in a daze. This method is truly extraordinary, even a martial saint would have to sigh in admiration. Indeed, I have traveled the martial world for decades and have seen a lot, not to mention now, there has never been a figure like Hua Guosher in the martial arts world from ancient times to the present, Liao Tanyuan said with emotion. Hua Qiu remains silent. He really is a reincarnation of an immortal. However, he was far above the level of an immortal in the eyes of Xia Ziwei and the others. I never imagined that my Yu family would have such a day. Young friend Hua Qiu, your kindness is too great. I have no way to repay you, please accept my bow. Old Mrs. Yu bowed to Hua Qiu with immense gratitude. Yu Chuping was the same, he bowed willingly. This kindness is immeasurably heavy. No need to be too grateful to me, I was just fulfilling someone's wish, Hua Qiu said calmly. The mother and son exchanged ambiguous glances, and Xia Ziwei blushed with embarrassment. Hua Qiu, how about you give me a martial venerable realm to play with too? Xia Ziwei said with a grin. Hua Qiu shook his head. This is forcing growth, you don't need it. Don't worry, I've already planted the seed for you. Just cultivate the techniques I gave you, and you'll definitely stand above the martial saint level in the future. Xia Ziwei was surprised, and the others were also astonished. Above the martial saint. That's the legendary martial arts myth. He can actually create this? Is this a scam? Gentlemen, the Yu family will need your help in the future. Hua Qiu looked at Liao Tanyuan and Dong Jiqi. Of course, the two quickly said, bowing. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and casually tossed 2 pills over. The two accepted it with great joy. This kind of elixir is not difficult for Hua Qiu to refine. After taking it, it won't be long before you become a martial saint, Hua Qiu said with a smile. What? The two of them stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. Martial saint, their voices trembled, as if they had been greatly frightened. My God, is this really true? They couldn't believe it. The Yu family mother and son were shocked once again. Creating a martial venerable with ease is astonishing enough. He can even create a martial saint. Can a martial venerable and a martial saint be considered the same thing? Could he really be a reincarnation of an immortal? We thank Hua Guosher. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi immediately bowed to Hua Qiu after realizing what had happened.
This is an immense blessing, an immense kindness.
Without hesitation, the two of them happily swallowed the pills.
Today is such a joy.
The two men were beaming, extremely grateful to have followed Hua Qiu. Even a martial saint would be envious of such good fortune.
Such a joyous occasion, how can we not celebrate it properly? Grandma, you said with a smile.
Chuping, quickly prepare a banquet today. We will entertain our two esteemed scholars and also properly thank our young friend Hua Qiu.
Yu Chuping happily went to prepare.
The group returned to their rooms to consolidate their cultivation levels.
Hua Qiu cultivated for a while, then took a bath.
When he returned to the Yu family's living room, the group was already drinking and chatting.
They were overjoyed. Even Xia Ziwei's face flushed slightly after drinking some wine.
Since Hua Qiu wasn't there, they didn't dare touch the food. Hua Guosher, please have a seat. The two Guosher pulled out a chair for Hua Qiu.
Hua Qiu sat down with a faint smile. But as soon as he sat down, he frowned and looked at the food and wine on the table. Something's not right.
The food and drinks contained a deadly poison.
247, Chapter 247, The 10,000 Poisons Cult. Have you all been drinking?
Hua Qiu looked at the group and asked.
We're so happy, we had a few drinks before you even arrived, Liao Tongyuan said softly.
They thought they had offended Hua Qiu.
Hua Qiu nodded.
The food and wine were both highly poisonous, and since everyone had already consumed them, it was too late for him to reveal it now.
Hua Qiu picked up the small wine glass, took a sip, and looked thoughtful.
This poison won't kill you instantly, so it seems the person who poisoned you had another purpose, Hua Qiu quickly concluded. This poison can suppress a martial artist's cultivation, rendering them unable to perform and turning them into a cripple. He felt a sense of déjà vu.
After a moment's thought, I remembered.
That day, in the Miao family of Qishan, the Miao people used this kind of poison on the members of the Bai family martial arts school. However, this time the toxicity is much stronger, a step up from the last one. Even with me here, there are still people who dare to harbor ill intentions, Hua Qiu sneered inwardly.
He didn't make a fuss and pretended everything was normal.
Everyone, please start eating, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Only then did the group dare to pick up their chopsticks. They had all received Hua Qiu's kindness and were filled with gratitude towards him. Everyone stood up to toast Hua Qiu.
Hua Qiu drank one cup after another.
In the shadows, two pairs of eyes were staring intently at them. Everyone ate and drank, and quite a lot of it, especially that guy surnamed Hua. He drank the most, a voice whispered.
Humph, so what if they are all highly skilled and powerful? This is the number one rare poison of my 10,000 poisons sect. Even a martial saint would not be able to muster much internal energy if poisoned by it. No matter how powerful that brat surnamed Hua is, he will fall into our hands. Wait a little longer, let the medicine take full effect, then they'll be like fish on a chopping board, completely at our mercy. The two thought they had hidden it well, but little did they know that Hua Qiu knew everything they did and said. After a while.
That's about enough. That guy surnamed Hua's strength is unfathomable to be absolutely sure. Let's give him some more serious bait, one of them said in a deep voice.
The two went outside.
Hua Qiu looked at the two people who came in and a slight smile appeared on her lips.
As he expected, it was Yu Longhu and his son.
These two have already had their martial arts crippled by him, yet they still harbor wicked intentions.
Master Hua, we too have offended you greatly before. Now that we know your identity and the great kindness you have shown to my Yu family, we are filled with remorse and have come here to apologize to you. Yu Longhu pretended to be repentant and came to toast Hua Qiu.
Hua Guosher, my son and I were terribly wrong. We hope you won't hold it against us, Yu Liang said earnestly.
This is a fine wine treasured by our Yu family, my son, and I would like to offer you a few cups. We hope you won't find it offensive. Yu Liang held up a pot of wine, which Yu Longhu poured into a cup and presented to Hua Qiu.
Longhu, Xiaoliang, you finally come to your senses. Grandma Yu was very happy. She begged Lord Hua Qiu to forgive her petty offense and drink the wine offered by the two men. Hua Qiu remained silent, and the two were extremely nervous, fearing that Hua Qiu would notice something amiss. But Hua Qiu quickly smiled faintly, stood up, took the wineglass, and drank it all in one gulp.
Huaguosher is truly magnanimous, we admire him greatly.
The two men offered their compliments and then toasted him twice more.
Huaqiu drank it all.
The wine is indeed quite good, he said casually. This wine contains some new poison, I wonder what effect it will have. These two have no real skills, but they certainly have a lot of tricks up their sleeves when it comes to poisoning. This wine is certainly good, it will send you to heaven very quickly after you drink it, Yu Longhu said with a sneer, his words carrying a deeper meaning.
Longhu, how dare you speak like that?
Old Mrs. Yu frowned deeply and immediately scolded him coldly.
Old woman, it's none of your business how I talk.
Yu Longhu looked at her coldly, without the slightest bit of politeness. Yu Old Merciu's eyes widened in anger. Brother, how can you speak to mother and brother Hua like that? Yu Chuping said with dissatisfaction, standing up. But he suddenly felt weak all over and slumped into the chair.
What's going on? Why do I have no strength at all?
Yu Chuping was shocked and puzzled. Because you've been poisoned by the most potent poison of my 10,000 poisons sect, the dissolving power powder.
Yu Longhu laughed.
What? In an instant, everyone except Huaqiu changed color. The reputation of the 10,000 poisons transformation powder is extremely widespread.
You put the dispelling energy powder in the food? Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi were furious and wanted to attack Yu Longhu, but they couldn't muster any internal energy at all.
Yu Longhu and his son sneered repeatedly, watching the men slump and unable to move.
The 10,000 poison sect are actually members of the 10,000 poison sect.
Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi's faces turned extremely ugly. That was a powerful evil sect within the Qi Dao Alliance, renowned for its sophisticated use of poison. During the two previous martial arts wars, the 10,000 poison sect caused great trouble for the Righteous Alliance, and many powerful martial artists were poisoned to death by them without anyone noticing. In particular, the sect's most potent poison, the dissolving power powder, is said to cripple even martial saints, making it a fearsome weapon. That kind of poison, once ingested, will gradually neutralize even the strongest cultivation, leaving one weaker than an ordinary person. The group was shocked to find themselves poisoned with such a rare and potent toxin.
Longhu, how could you do such a thing? Old Mrs. Yu scolded them angrily, her face full of heartache. When did you join the 10,000 poisons cult? How could you join an evil sect? She couldn't accept this fact.
We were originally members of the 10,000 poisons sect.
Yu Longhu sneered.
Old woman, do you really think I'm your useless eldest son? I've had enough of your Yu family all these years.
He said angrily.
Yu Longhu and Yu Liang sneered and reached up to pull off their faces, each tearing off a human skin mask.
Grandma, you stared wide-eyed at the two complete strangers. What have you done to Longhu and Xiaoyang?
She asked, shocked and furious. Your eldest son and grandson were killed by us 7 years ago. The man impersonating Yu Longhu said with a ferocious expression. For the sake of your Yu family sword master's cultivation techniques and martial arts, the two of us impersonated Yu Longhu and Yu Liang and infiltrated the Yu family for 7 years, but we have still failed to obtain them. I always thought it was because you, this old woman, couldn't even trust your own son, but instead favored a wild girl you picked up from outside, and even wanted to raise her as your heir. We had no choice but to poison you and trick her into going up the mountain, where she fell off a cliff. I never expected that she would survive and bring back a monster. I also never expected that your Yu family descendants did not obtain the swordmaster's techniques and skills and had to rely on outsiders to acquire them. The fake Yu Longhu's words filled old Madame Yu with despair. She never expected things to turn out this way and suffered a huge blow. You've been lying low for 7 years, you've really been patient.
Liao Tongyuan said.
We've only been undercover for 7 years. Some people have been undercover for over 10 years and still haven't given themselves away. To tell you the truth, my 10,000 poison sect set up an infiltration plan a long time ago, and now quite a few of our followers have infiltrated your righteous sects. As for their identities, you would never guess. We'll just have to wait for the big war to break out, then we'll be able to put our skills to use and dismantle your damn Righteous Alliance without any problem.
Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi were horrified.
This news is shocking and appalling. If If that girl hadn't brought back a monster, we might have continued to lie low, the fake Yulonghu said leisurely, looking at Hua Qiu with a sinister smile. You must be the peerless genius of the Martial Alliance who's been targeted by the Heavenly Hunt Order. I'm afraid even the higher-ups in the Tao Alliance don't know that your cultivation has already reached the Martial Saint level. You are 10 times more terrifying than that person from 60 years ago. Unfortunately, they fell into our hands. The fake Yulonghu looked at Hua Qiu with a mocking expression. What good is your cultivation level if you're still so high? You'll still have to be subdued by me. Seeing the other party's smugness and mocking expression, Hua Qiu also laughed. Because the so-called number 1 poison of the 10,000 poisons sect had absolutely no effect on him. 248, Chapter 248. How could he be alright? Everyone says that Sword Master is the number 1 sword cultivator in Xia Kingdom, and everyone covets his skills and techniques, including the 10,000 poisons sect. But it's hard for anyone to believe that a young man's swordsmanship has already surpassed that of a swordmaster and reached another level. The fake Yulonghu stared at Hua Qiu and laughed. And now, the true number 1 swordsman of the Xia Kingdom has also fallen into my hands. Whether you're the number 1 sword cultivator or the swordmaster, I want all your cultivation techniques and martial arts. Fake Yulonghu said coldly. If you know what's good for you, hand it over now, or you'll taste the new poison developed by the 10,000 poisons sect. When that poison takes effect, it's like being gnawed at by countless rats and ants, leaving one unable to live or die. To date, not a single test subject has been able to withstand it. You despicable scoundrel, may you die a horrible death. Liao Tonyuan and Dong Jiqi cursed him fiercely. The two were completely oblivious, and quite pleased with themselves. Normally, you are all high-ranking martial arts masters and national heroes, but now, you are all nothing more than prisoners. I hope you can clearly understand your situation and not make futile struggles. The fake Yulonghu sprinkled a handful of medicinal powder on the two scholars, who immediately felt an unbearable itch and their faces contorted as they tried to scratch. However, due to the effects of the dissolving powder, they didn't even have the strength to scratch their itch and were tormented terribly. Huaguosher, would you like to try this medicine powder? Fake Yulonghu looked at Hua Qiu and asked with a smile. Hua Qiu looked at him and the fake Yu Liang indifferently. Two clowns, their skills are mere child's play, not even good enough to be considered respectable, he said dismissively. The fake Yulonghu's face darkened. You bastard, do you still think you're that high and mighty national scholar? Fake Yu Liang hated Hua Qiu to the bone and was immediately enraged. You think you're so tough? You crippled one of my hands as soon as you arrived, huh? I'll cripple both of your hands right now. Fake Yu Liang said fiercely as he walked towards Hua Qiu. He grinned maliciously. Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently, still with the same look she gave him when he looked at an ant. Don't look at me like that. Fake Yu Liang was furious and was about to slap Hua Qiu across the face. Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened. Buzz. The fake Yu Liang's body trembled, and his outstretched hand suddenly stopped, unable to move any further. The fake Yu Liang was instantly terrified. His hand was stretched out in front of Hua Qiu, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it, as if it were frozen in the air. How could this happen? What did you do? Fake Yu Liang exclaimed in alarm. Wasn't Hua Qiu poisoned? Why does he still have the energy to spare? Not only was it a poison that could neutralize one's powers, but the wine they brought also contained many other kinds of poisons. Logically speaking, it would be unreasonable for Hua Qiu not to be lying on the ground groaning in pain at this moment. Creak. Under Hua Qiu's gaze, the immobile hand of the fake Yu Liang gradually began to twitch. The fake Yu Liang's eyes widened in terror. That wasn't moving on its own. Seeing that the twisting of his hand was abnormal and feeling pain, his face turned pale. No, don't, the fake Yu Liang cried out in a trembling voice. What's wrong with you? Fake Yulonghu looked at him in confusion. I don't know either, help me. Fake Yu Liang's voice was trembling with tears. Snap. No sooner had he finished speaking than his hand was suddenly twisted violently, breaking off completely and falling to the ground. This is a bloody scene. Ami Handa, fake Yu Liang screamed in pain and fear. This scene also startled the fake Yulonghu. He stared at Hua Qiu in horror, fully on guard. You must be poisoned, there's absolutely no way you weren't. The fake Yulonghu shouted, his voice filled with terror. Why can you still move? What kind of monster are you? He had never seen anyone like this before. The myriad poison's transformation elixir, a renowned and extraordinary poison. Even the most detached and transcendent martial saints in the Xia kingdom were extremely wary of it and dared not get involved in it in the slightest. He personally witnessed Hua Qiu drinking a lot of alcohol. That amount, even if a legendary martial arts master came, would have some effect. This was beyond his comprehension. Hua Guosher, are you really alright? Liao Tongyuan, Dong Jiqi, and the others also looked at Hua Qiu with surprise. How could mere mortal poison possibly have any effect on me? Hua Qiu said indifferently and arrogantly. The tiny amount of toxicity was completely devoured by his creative spiritual power as soon as it entered his body. Impossible, this is impossible. Fake Yulonghu exclaimed in disbelief. You're definitely just putting on a brave face, even the strongest martial saint couldn't be unharmed. Unless you're not human. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. I seem to be fine, Xia Ziwei said weakly, sitting silently to the side. Both imposters looked over in shock. Xia Ziwei showed absolutely no signs of poisoning and was perfectly healthy and lively. At that moment, the two began to question the meaning of life. Hua Qiu is at least at the level of a martial saint, which is at least not incomprehensible. But this girl isn't even a martial venerable. Nothing I do works on her. Is that really the infamous dissolving power powder of the 10,000 poison sect? Could it bet hat we used the wrong medicine? The fake Yulonghu murmured. However, apart from Hua Qiu and the other two, everyone else was infected, and the signs were obvious. Is this all the tricks your 10,000 poison sect has? Hua Qiu asked contemptuously. The fake Yulonghu and the fake Yu Liang faced each other in silence. They couldn't answer. Monster. What kind of monster is this person? Why is poison ineffective against him? I refuse to believe he's completely unharmed. The two exchanged a glance and suddenly attacked Hua Qiu simultaneously. They believed that Hua Qiu was all bark and no bite, putting on a show. Snort! Hua Qiu merely snorted coldly, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. The two of them froze, unable to move an inch. A terrifying aura suddenly descended, scaring them almost to death scattered. Bang, bang. The next moment, the two were pressed to the ground, unable to breathe, their faces turning a deep purplish red. He's actually really alright, the two were shocked. They were able to suppress them to the ground with just their breath, how could they be poisoned? He's still as terrifying as ever. Hua Guosher is alright, that's wonderful. The others were overjoyed to see this. Hua Guosher, can you cure our poison? Liao Tongyuan asked hopefully. It's nothing to worry about, Hua Qiu said indifferently. However, let me deal with that person first. He looked out at the eaves of the house. Who are you, you coward, show yourself. Hua Qiu shouted coldly. Ha ha ha, a wild laugh echoed from outside the living room. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the living room in an instant. He was draped in a black cloak, and his aura was filled with a putrid and decadent smell. Elder, save us. The two people on the ground cried out to the newcomer with difficulty. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poison Sect. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi's expressions immediately changed drastically. This person was infamous in the last martial arts battle. His threat, in some ways, even surpasses that of the martial saint of the evil sect. 249, Chapter 249. The 10,000 Poison Sect is courting death. Are you the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poison Sect? Hua Qiu stared at the newcomer with a suspicious look. Is the 10,000 Poison Sect really that pathetic, even a great martial venerable can become a Grand Elder? He looked down on it. Logically speaking, the Grand Elder of a major evil sect should at least be a martial king. Hee, not bad,
This elder's cultivation is indeed only at the great martial venerable level, the great elder of the 10,000 poison sect sneered. Huaguosher, we must not underestimate him. Liao Tongyuan said hurriedly. You may not know this, but the ranking within the 10,000 poison sect isn't based on cultivation level, but rather on the ability to use poison. This person is extremely skilled with poison. During the last martial arts war, he poisoned many of our high-level martial artists. Even a martial saint from a top martial arts family in the capital fell victim to his poison and has been barely surviving ever since. His threat is even more terrifying than that of a martial saint. Hearing Liao Tongyuan's evaluation of him, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect sneered. Is that so? Hua Qiu remained non-committal after hearing this, not taking him seriously. I love turning the contempt of righteous martial artists towards me into fear and dread. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect laughed. Hua Qiu looked around. Is this your way of using poison? He asked calmly. They're just a little bit better than these two on the ground. Let me see. Oh, a total of 13 kinds of poison were used. The moment Hua Qiu uttered those words, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect's expression changed drastically. His use of poison was among the best in the 10,000 Poisons sect. Even righteous and powerful figures, including martial saints, avoid him. He considered himself to be extremely skilled in using poison. Even before he entered from outside, he had already poisoned this place with many kinds of strange poisons. Most of it evaporates into the air, is colorless and odorless, and is difficult to detect. These are all poisons he has researched over the years, which are extremely difficult to neutralize, or even impossible to neutralize. It was precisely because of his absolute confidence that he showed up here. But he never expected that Hua Qiu could accurately tell him the amount of poison he used with just a glance. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect narrowed his eyes, his expression quite solemn. How did you figure that out? He asked. Is it difficult to distinguish these things that don't involve much technology? Hua Qiu asked. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect's expression darkened. This was the first time he had been so mocked. So what if you can distinguish them? Some of these poisons are beyond my ability to neutralize. I can only avoid them using special methods. Simply distinguishing them is useless, he sneered. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Qiu suddenly waved his hand, and a gentle breeze swept by, instantly dissipating the poison he had placed in the living room. The Grand Elder's expression froze. He was surprised and couldn't understand how Hua Qiu had done it. Even a force 12 gale shouldn't be able to disperse those strange poisons. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Show us, Hua Qiu said with great interest. The Grand Elder's face was grim. He suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of black gas at Hua Qiu. This black aura even severely corroded the air, making it extremely terrifying. But Hua Qiu only glanced at it, and the next moment the black mist was completely annihilated by an invisible force. The Grand Elder's expression changed again. He quickly retreated. With his series of movements, thick green smoke emanated from his body, threatening to envelop the entire Yu family living room. Corpse-transforming energy! Liao Tongyuan exclaimed in horror. Be careful, if you get contaminated by that poisonous gas, you'll be reduced to ashes in an instant. He shouted. However, Hua Qiu was fearless. He opened his mouth. Destroy! Buzz! Like black smoke, this thick green poisonous fog vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect completely lost his composure. He had used almost every trick in the book, but he couldn't do anything to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu is like a poison insulator. Seeing that even the Grand Elder was helpless, the two people lying on the ground were extremely shocked. This was the first time they had witnessed the Grand Elder fail. He's someone who can even handle a martial saint. What kind of monster are you? Even the Grand Elder was no longer calm. Hua Qiu seemed to be the natural nemesis of the 10,000 Poisons sect. He was immune to all poisons, leaving him helpless. Liao Tongyuan and the others were also amazed by what they saw. With Hua Qiu around,
maybe we won't have to fear the 10,000 Poison sect anymore.
The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect used various methods to poison Huaqiu with many different kinds of poisons. But it's either useless or it's dissipated by Huaqiu. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect is nothing special.
The 10,000 Poisons sect has truly disappointed me, Huaqiu said with a stern face. He originally wanted to see if the level of poison used by the 10,000 Poisons sect was comparable to that of the Poison sect in the cultivation world.
In the end, it turned out there was an insurmountable gap. The methods of using poison used by the 10,000 Poisons cult are too simplistic. Huaqiu's words filled the three members of the 10,000 Poisons sect with resentment.
But they found it hard to refute.
You're out of ideas?
Huaqiu said indifferently.
Then die.
As he uttered those words, a murderous intent filled his face.
Buzz. In an instant, the entire Yu family living room shook violently.
An incomparably terrifying pressure descended like the might of heaven, as if the Yu family compound could not withstand the pressure and was about to collapse. At this moment, the three members of the 10,000 Poisons sect truly witnessed just how terrifying Huaqiu was. Even the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect, who was at the Great Martial Venerable level, was instantly unable to move an inch and was forced to kneel down. The Grand Elder had never been so terrified. He finally realized that he had just been made a fool of like a clown. Huaqiu could kill him in the blink of an eye. Yu the Grand Elder struggled to raise his head, wanting to ask a question, but he couldn't utter a word. He wanted to know what level Huaqiu had reached. He had met the high-ranking members of the Qi Dao Alliance. Even the most powerful martial saint is not as terrifying as Huaqiu. Would the one Qi Dao Alliance dare to issue a heavenly kill order to arrest such a person? This is an attempt to destroy the entire and evil alliance? Huaqiu flicked his finger, and a tiny wisp of sword intent shot out. In less than a breath, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect died and collapsed. Liao Tanyuan and the others were filled with sighs. The Poison King of the 10,000 Poisons sect, who once poisoned the martial saint, is dead. Elder the fake Yu Longhu and the fake Yu Liang looked utterly desperate. Huaqiu looked at them, preparing to strike. Wait, the fake Yu Longhu shouted immediately, I have something to tell you. Huaqiu stopped and looked at him coldly. You may not know this, but the 10,000 Poisons cult's infiltration plan is being carried out all the time right now. There are already people infiltrating your family and relatives. They're just waiting for the 10,000 Poisons sect to give the order, and they can immediately launch an attack, using your family members to hold you hostage. Upon hearing this, Huaqiu's expression turned grim. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in the living room, while a raging storm raged outside, changing the very color of the sky and earth. That was the boundless killing intent of the immortal emperor surging forth from Huaqiu. Family is his Achilles heel. How dare the 10,000 Poisons sect touch this place? This strange phenomenon left everyone in the living room speechless with astonishment. Is this the truly terrifying power of Huaqiu's wrath? Tell me, who are they? Huaqiu asked coldly. Let us go, or he will never tell. The fake Yu Longhu threatened, mustering his courage. Huaqiu's gaze sharpened. Boom! The next moment, his body was completely destroyed, reduced to ashes. Huaqiu then looked at the fake Yu Liang. The fake Yu Liang trembled violently, utterly terrified. Tool talk. He uttered the name of the infiltrator in a trembling voice. Huaqiu nodded, and in an instant ended his life, leaving him with a complete corpse. Then, his expression turned extremely gloomy. The 10,000 Poisons sect dares to plot against my family. You're asking for death. 250, Chapter 250. No way to save it. Huaqiu easily cured everyone of the poison. Grandma Yu looked at the two imposter corpses on the ground, her expression filled with sorrow. What we learned today is devastating news for her. Her eldest son and grandson were actually killed by the 10,000 Poisons cult 7 years ago. Take the old lady away and take good care of her, Huaqiu said to Yu Chuping. He sensed that old Madame Yu had suffered a huge blow and was now in a very unstable state of mind under such circumstances. The risk of a martial artist going into qi deviation was very high.
Hua Qiu, will my godmother be alright? I have a bad feeling about this, Xia Ziwei said worriedly.
She's determined, she should be alright, Hua Qiu reassured her.
Actually, he couldn't say for sure.
Grandma Yu was old after all, and although he had forcibly elevated her to the martial venerable realm, her health hadn't improved much. He can restore and improve his physical strength with elixirs, but when it comes to emotions, even an immortal emperor is powerless.
Emotional trauma cannot be healed by medicine.
The matter of the 10,000 poison sect was thus concluded. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi rushed back to Qishan overnight to report to the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance.
One night passed. The next day, Hua Qiu found Xia Ziwei.
Tell me what other wishes or things you want to do, and I'll make them all come true, Hua Qiu said earnestly.
Xia Ziwei looked at him with a strange expression.
What's wrong? You're making it sound like I'm not going to live much longer, she joked.
Hua Qiu was speechless.
He learned that members of the 10,000 Poisons cult had infiltrated his family. Although there was no immediate danger, he still couldn't rest easy.
It's time to leave.
This also means that he needs to bring forward the time when Xia Ziwei's main personality is awakened. He didn't know how to explain it to Xia Ziwei now. For her, it was a disaster.
Brother Hua. Just as they were in a dilemma, Yu Chuping suddenly ran over in a panic.
Brother Hua, please go and see my mother quickly, she's dying.
Yu Chuping pleaded. Hua Qiu frowned.
The old lady was emotionally affected, but it shouldn't have reached that point.
Second brother, what happened to godmother? Xia Ziwei asked anxiously.
It's hard to explain in a short time, but in short, please get him treated as soon as possible, Brother Hua, or it will be too late. Seeing her panic, Hua Qiu didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to old Madame Yu's room. Inside the room, old Mrs. Yu lay on the bed, her face pale, her breath faint, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth.
Godmother!
Xia Ziwei exclaimed in surprise, and tried to run over. Hua Qiu stopped her and stepped forward to take the old lady's pulse. Upon this probing, his expression changed. Severely injured, with his heart meridian severed.
What's going on?
Hua Qiu looked surprised.
Grandma Yu's condition is extremely bad.
He was on the verge of death, clinging to life by the last breath. If she hadn't breathed her last, she would have already passed away.
Grandma, how could you do this?
Hua Qiu asked in surprise.
Suddenly, he sensed a lingering aura in the room that had not completely dissipated.
You forcibly cultivated the sword master's techniques. Hua Qiu exclaimed in surprise. Young friend Hua, I'm sorry I didn't heed your advice, old Mrs. Yu said weakly with a bitter smile. My father's greatest wish was for me to inherit his swordsmanship. Unfortunately, I lacked the talent, and no one in the Yu family met his requirements. In the end, he died in despair. Nothing is more important to me than inheriting his swordsmanship. Now that I've reached the martial venerable realm, I wanted to give it a try, but unexpectedly I still failed.
Hua Qiu remained silent for a moment. Grandma Yu is too stubborn.
Hua Qiu's assertion that no one in the entire Yu family was suitable to cultivate the sword sovereign's inheritance deeply affected her. She didn't want the tradition to be cut off, and Hua Qiu knew this, so she privately warned her many times not to force herself to cultivate it, otherwise the consequences would be severe. Because the sword master's cultivation method is very special and too rigid, it is extremely dangerous to force oneself to cultivate it if the conditions are not met. Yesterday, Grandma Yu was deeply affected in her unstable state of mind. She forcibly practiced the sword master's technique, which caused her to suffer a qi deviation and severe internal injuries. Moreover, Hua Qiu was certain that she had tried many times, each time injuring herself further, and that she was lucky to still have a breath left. If it weren't for the residual medicinal power of Hua Qiu's pill, she would have collapsed long ago.
Godmother, how could you be so foolish? Xia Ziwei cried, lying on the edge of the bed, deeply grieving. Can't I cultivate? I'll inherit your skills. Grandma Yu gave a bitter smile.
Ziwei, you are not of the Yu family bloodline after all.
Xia Ziwei was stunned. Longhu and Lianger are both dead, and Chuping has no children. If this continues, the Yu family line will truly be cut off. I thought that even if it meant going all in, I had to succeed in cultivating it and then pass it on to Chuping in a way that would be akin to self-destruction. Unfortunately, I failed. Grandma Yu coughed up another mouthful of blood, which made Xia Ziwei tense up in a panic. Mother, I'm sorry, I'm an unfilial son. I failed to leave any offspring for the Yu family. Yu Chuping cried out in self-reproach. He suffered from an illness in his early years that prevented him from having children. Chuping, it's not your fault, it's my fault. My father taught me so much, but I don't even have the ability to inherit his swordsmanship. Old Merciu's voice grew softer and softer. Hua Qiu frowned deeply. The depth of old Merciu's obsession made it difficult for him to judge her. Actually, for Xia Ziwei's sake, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to teach the Yu family a new swordsmanship that surpasses even the sword masters. He mentioned it once, but was rejected by Grandma Yu. In her eyes, the sword master's legacy is more than just a way of the sword. Inheriting the sword master's teachings is her mission as a member of the Yu family. Hua Qiu sighed. Ziwei, your godmother is leaving. Old Mrs. Yu shed tears. It's such a pity. I won't see you get married. I won't see you happy. Grandma Yu's life is about to end. She was filled with reluctance and couldn't let go of many things. Hua Qiu, please save my godmother. Xia Ziwei cried out. Ziwei, it's no use, her heart meridian is severed, even a god couldn't save her. Old Mrs. Yu laughed bitterly. Xia Ziwei cried even louder. Her emotions were so intense that she felt dizzy. Hua Qiu's expression changed drastically. When the secondary personality weakens, the primary personality begins to show signs of awakening. Seeing Xia Ziwei crying so hard she was about to faint, Hua Qiu couldn't bear it. He stepped forward and directly transferred the pure spiritual energy of creation within his body to old Madame Yu. This has some impact on him, and he usually wouldn't do this. The power of creation, seizing the creation of heaven and earth, exhausting all the creations of the world. After a while, the old lady's complexion gradually became rosy, and she regained her energy. Grandma Yu looked incredulous. Hua Qiu, you're amazing. Xia Ziwei's tear-streaked face lit up with surprise, and she couldn't help but praise him profusely. Don't be too happy yet, Hua Qiu said with a stern face. This can only keep the old lady safe for a few days. Grandma Yu's body could be said to have lost all life force. Even a celestial being couldn't save the situation. Even if Hua Qiu used his creative spiritual power, he could only sustain her life for a few days. If he were still a peak immortal emperor, recreating new life would be a piece of cake. However, at this moment, the second level of the creation technique does not yet grant that ability. Upon hearing Hua Qiu's words, Xia Ziwei's face darkened again. That's fine too. Old Mrs. Yu was quite relieved. A few more days would be good for me to fulfill my wish. She glanced at Xia Ziwei, then at Hua Qiu, and gave a meaningful smile. 251, Chapter 251. Hua Qiu, will you marry me? Grandma Yu looked at Xia Ziwei with affection. Ziwei, your godmother so wants to see you find your own happiness, she said with a smile, stroking Xia Ziwei's forehead. It seems you've found it now. She then looked at Hua Qiu. Young friend, Hua Qiu possesses extraordinary talent, the most dazzling genius in the history of our Xia kingdom, and also possesses extremely powerful strength. Most importantly, he's willing to pamper you and do anything for you. Hua Qiu's expression faltered slightly. Because of his inner unease, he did a lot for Xia Ziwei, sparing no effort. But to others, it takes on a different meaning. Everyone in the Yu family believed that Hua Qiu spoiled Xia Ziwei so much because he loved her, to the point that he would make a huge fuss over the slightest grievance she suffered. Grandma Yu was extremely satisfied with Hua Qiu. Young friend Hua Qiu, from now on, I entrust Ziwei to you. You must treat her well. Old Madame Yu said to Hua Qiu in a trembling voice. This child has a hard life, but she is also incredibly lucky because she met you. Hua Qiu's expression tightened slightly. He didn't know how to respond to old Madame Yu's expectations at this moment. Hua Qiu suddenly felt a sense of guilt.
Therefore, he remained silent and did not answer.
Grandma, you took it as tacit agreement.
Ziwei, my biggest regret is not being able to see you get married. Old Mercia's tears flowed down her cheeks.
Godmother, Xia Ziwei's expression was extremely complicated.
Good child, don't be too sad. Everyone is born, grows old, gets sick, and dies eventually. Your godmother can foresee your happy life in the future and the rise of the Yu family, and I am already content.
Xia Ziwei became even more sorrowful. Godmother, yes, you will definitely see me get married,
she suddenly said.
Grandma Yu was taken aback. Hua Qiu.
Xia Ziwei called out, her gaze fixed intently on Hua Qiu, a blush gradually spreading across her face.
Will you marry me?
She mustered her courage and asked. Hua Qiu's expression changed, and he stared blankly at Xia Ziwei. He never expected Xia Ziwei to say such a thing.
Was it because he didn't want to leave Grandma Yu with any regrets that he said that, or was it a genuine expression of his feelings?
Either way, it put Hua Qiu in a difficult position. He was unable to meet Xia Ziwei's expectations.
Young friend Hua Qiu, Ziwei has already said so, shouldn't you do something in return? Old Mrs. Yu looked over with a smile.
Brother Hua, it takes a lot of courage for a woman to say something like that, Yu Chuping said. Hua Qiu remained silent. Xia Ziwei stared at him intently, her face full of hope. She desperately wanted a response from Hua Qiu. At this moment, she felt uneasy. I'm sorry. Hua Qiu slowly uttered 3 words, then turned and walked out. Xia Ziwei was stunned, and the hope on her face vanished in an instant. Her bright eyes gradually dimmed, and tears welled up in them.
Hua Qiu didn't dare to look back. He knew that Xia Ziwei would definitely be very hurt. Hua Qiu sighed, her mind in turmoil.
Even the most powerful immortal emperor is filled with helplessness when it comes to matters of the heart.
Xia Ziwei is lively and adorable, it wouldn't be bad to have a wife like her.
But he can't marry her. The primary personality is his savior, he must awaken her. Hua Qiu returned to her room and sat there without saying a word. Quite some time passed like this.
Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in.
He was quite surprised to see who came in.
It was Xia Ziwei.
Xia Ziwei's eyes were a little red, clearly she had been crying, but she was still relatively calm. Hua Qiu was extremely embarrassed. If what I just said caused you any trouble, I apologize. I am sorry, it was just wishful thinking on my part, Xia Ziwei said, her head bowed.
It's nothing, Hua Qiu uttered dryly. I have something to ask of you, Xia Ziwei said.
What's up?
Marry me.
Hua Qiu was stunned again.
Why is she here again?
No, Hua Qiu refused decisively. After being rejected twice in a row, Xia Ziwei was clearly devastated and was on the verge of breaking down. If you don't want to marry me, why are you so good to me? Her voice was already trembling with tears. Hua Qiu was speechless.
Xia Ziwei wiped her eyes. Please, pretend to marry me, okay? My godmother is dying soon. I don't want her to leave with regrets. I want her to see me get married and see me happy. That way, she can leave in peace. You are recognized by the entire Yu family. If I marry you, my godmother can trust me completely. I beg you, even if it's just for show, play along with me until this charade is over, and send her on her way. Hua Qiu's expression was extremely complicated.
Hua Qiu, this play can only be performed with me, I'm begging you, please.
Xia Ziwei kept praying.
Hua Qiu looked helpless.
I'm kneeling down before you. Xia Ziwei knelt down directly in front of him.
Hua Qiu was surprised and quickly raised his hand to stop her from kneeling down. Xia Ziwei began to sob, her eyes growing redder and redder from crying. All right, I promise you, Hua Qiu sighed and said helplessly. Let's just consider this fulfilling another wish of hers. Get ready, we'll have our wedding ceremony tonight, she said, then turned and walked out. Watching her retreating figure, Hua Qiu's heart was filled with mixed emotions.
I don't know why things turned out this way.
Perhaps we shouldn't have accompanied her to Xinjiang in the first place. If we had just decisively awakened her primary personality, there wouldn't have been so many problems.
He wasn't that upset.
The Yu family was overjoyed to learn that Hua Qiu had agreed to the marriage. They immediately got to work, and in a short time, the Yu family home was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, filled with joy. A set of the groom's wedding attire was quickly delivered to Hua Qiu's room.
Getting married thousands of years ago, something that has never happened in years. Hua Qiu stared blankly at the wedding dress.
Even though it was all just an act, I still felt a bit choked up inside. The wedding was rushed, and the Yu family did not invite any guests.
Keep everything simple.
When Hua Qiu appeared, everyone was waiting for him.
Xia Ziwei was dressed as a bride, with a red veil covering her head.
For some reason, even amidst the festive atmosphere, Hua Qiu felt that her slender figure appeared somewhat lonely.
The newlyweds are getting married, please step forward.
Yu Chuping, acting as the officiant, called out loudly.
Grandma Yu sat in front, watching them with a smile. The two slowly walked forward. I bow to heaven and earth. Bowing to the parents twice. Husband and wife bow to each other. The process is very quick.
When the couple bowed to each other, Hua Qiu noticed that Xia Ziwei's body was trembling slightly. She seemed to be crying softly.
Hua Qiu could only sigh at this. He can only act, he can't cross the line.
The more hope you give her, the greater her disappointment will be in the end.
The two served tea to Grandma Yu, who beamed with joy. Hua Qiu, from now on, you must treat Ziwei well and not let her suffer any injustice, okay?
Hua Qiu nodded slightly. Yu Chuping helped the two up, a smile on his face, and shouted out 4 words. Send them to the bridal chamber.
252, Chapter 252. The immortal emperor loses his virginity.
Inside the bridal chamber,
an awkward atmosphere permeated the air.
Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei sat on the wedding bed without saying a word for a long time.
Sai, should I lift this veil or not? He asked in a low voice.
Let's go ahead and do it. If we're going to put on an act, we should at least go all the way, Xia Ziwei said softly. Hua Qiu nodded, slowly reached out, and lifted Xia Ziwei's red veil. Beneath the veil, her bridal makeup was revealed. Hua Qiu was momentarily lost in thought. She looks beautiful today. The beauty made Hua Qiu feel as if she had returned to the celestial realm, where she saw a bright, beautiful, and pure celestial maiden. Her face was shy and radiant, and the faint tear tracks on her cheeks made her look even more pitiful, making one feel tenderness and affection for her. You're very beautiful, Hua Qiu honestly complimented. Xia Ziwei blushed and pursed her red lips.
But some people don't like me, she said resentfully.
Hua Qiu's expression froze. There are some things that are hard to explain to you, he could only say. Just as Xia Ziwei was about to speak, a commotion suddenly came from outside.
Someone crept over furtively, trying to eavesdrop.
Hua Qiu knew who was coming without even needing to sense it. It's my second brother and godmother, Xia Ziwei said softly.
Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping hid outside the house, straining their ears.
The unusual quiet in the bridal chamber made the two of them look strange.
Why is the newlyweds' bridal chamber so quiet?
Old Mrs. Yu said deliberately in a loud voice so that the two people inside could hear her. The two newlyweds are probably just shy, but they'll be fine in a bit, Yu Chuping said, feigning concern. Inside the bridal chamber, the two exchanged a glance, feeling even more awkward.
How about I use some tricks to make a commotion and get away with it?
Hua Qiu said. Xia Ziwei's pretty face turned bright red, and she clenched her clothes tightly with her small hands. No matter how well you pretend, it's never as real as the truth. Her voice was barely audible.
Hua Qiu's expression was strange. Could Xia Ziwei be serious about this? Why isn't the new bride making a move yet? Is she asleep? The jeers came from outside again.
If you really can't keep up the act, just stop pretending, Hua Qiu said irritably. No sooner had she finished speaking than red lips pressed against hers.
Sweet and chewy. Hua Qiu's body was stiff. I almost didn't react for a moment. Xia Ziwei, we can't do this. After realizing what was happening, he quickly pushed Xia Ziwei away. You dislike me? Xia Ziwei looked aggrieved, her eyes darting around again. It's not like that, Hua Qiu frowned. We agreed beforehand that it was just acting, why did you take it seriously? Xia Ziwei looked at him with a complicated expression. Hua Qiu, is the one you love another Xia Ziwei? She suddenly asked. What? Hua Qiu was immediately shocked and looked at her in surprise. You're so good to me, but you're only using me as a substitute for her, aren't you? Hatred welled up in her eyes. Hua Qiu's expression froze. She actually knew about the existence of the primary personality. So, she knew all along. I know you really want her to wake up, don't you? Is it because you feel indebted that you're so good to me? Xia Ziwei questioned repeatedly. Hua Qiu fell silent. She saw right through it all, but kept pretending nothing was wrong. Was her happiness all an act? What exactly is it about me that I lack compared to her? Xia Ziwei asked angrily. You are no less than her, Hua Qiu said calmly. I don't love her either, it's only because she saved my life. Is that so? Xia Ziwei was slightly taken aback. A moment later, she suddenly broke into a bright smile. She felt relieved. Didn't you want her to wake up? As long as you play along with me to the end today, I promise you, I'll give my body back to her, Xia Ziwei said with a smile. Hua Qiu frowned slightly upon hearing this. Mother, shall we go in and take a look? The two people outside hadn't heard any movement for a while and were quite puzzled, so Yu Chuping suggested. Xia Ziwei got up and blew out the candles in the bridal chamber. Xia Ziwei, Hua Qiu looked at her in surprise. Don't call me Xia Ziwei, that's her name, she said. From now on, call me Yu Ziwei. She and I are not the same person. Hua Qiu was stunned. She suddenly pounced on Hua Qiu, knocking her down onto the wedding bed. In no time at all, Hua Qiu was gleaming. She shyly removed her gorgeous clothes, exuding captivating charm. Hua Qiu's eyes widened. Soon, the sounds of a man and a woman making love could be heard from inside the bridal chamber. Outside, the Yu family mother and son finally showed satisfied expressions and left with smiles on their faces. The sounds inside the bridal chamber continued until dawn. Hua Qiu silently watched Yu Ziwei get up and dress up. He quietly got dressed. To think that I, Hua Qiu, a mighty and powerful immortal emperor, have been forced into this position by a tyrant. He gave a bitter smile, his emotions still hard to calm. The bright red stain on the bedsheet was very conspicuous. Yu Ziwei told him to move aside and expressionlessly pulled away the bedsheet. Are you all right? Hua Qiu asked softly. I'm not some delicate young lady, Yu Ziwei rolled her eyes at him and said reproachfully. Hua Qiu thought about it and agreed. No matter what, she is a spirit and a martial artist with a 9th grade cultivation level. Neither of them felt tired after a whole night. Yu Ziwei went out. Her expression was so calm that Hua Qiu couldn't tell what she was thinking. Before long, Yu Ziwei returned carrying a wash basin and a hot towel. Husband, get up and wash up, she said to Hua Qiu with a smile. The word husband sent a shiver down Hua Qiu's spine. Even though he had cultivated for thousands of years, no woman had ever called him that. He stared blankly at Yu Ziwei. Having shed her girlish naivete, she now possesses the charm of a mature woman, making her even more alluring. What's wrong, my husband? She called out again. Hua Qiu's gaze darkened. We still need to go. Give your godmother is serving tea, so don't give yourself away, Yu Ziwei reminded her. Hua Qiu sighed. Is this play still going to continue? He could no longer maintain his original mindset. His relationship with Yu Ziwei is no longer the same. My wife, I understand, Hua Qiu said, looking up and smiling at her. Yu Ziwei's delicate body also trembled suddenly. That one word, my wife, brought tears to her eyes instantly. She turned away, wiping her eyes,
trying her best not to lose her composure.
Get up and wash up. She put down the wash basin and went out. Hua Qiu kept watching her back. A wave of bitterness welled up inside me.
Yu Ziwei, through countless lifetimes and thousands of years of cultivation, you have been my only wife, he said slowly.
He can no longer act. He has let it go. From this moment on, Yu Ziwei is his wife. Xia Ziwei, I'm sorry, Hua Qiu murmured again.
He will wake her up, but the plan may have to be postponed.
Because he didn't want to lose Yu Ziwei. We absolutely must come up with a perfect solution. 253, Chapter 253. How dare you call my wife a bastard?
After Hua Qiu finished washing up, she went with Yu Ziwei to pay their respects to old Madame Yu. In the past, he had never shown respect to anyone in the Yu family because his status did not require him to be respectful to anyone. Today, for the first time in the Yu family, he performed the etiquette of a junior by serving tea to old Madame Yu.
Well, Grandma Yu was moved to tears.
For someone like Hua Qiu to become her godson-in-law is a blessing she could never attain in several lifetimes.
Ziwei, when are you planning to have children? Grandma Yu asked with a smile. Yu Ziwei blushed.
Godmother, it's still early, why are you bringing this up so far, she said softly.
It's alright, no rush, you have a long life ahead of you, you have plenty of time to continue Hua Qiu's excellent bloodline.
They're young after all, full of energy. It's just that I, an old woman, suffered all night without a wink of sleep, said Mrs. Yu with a knowing look on her face. Her room was not far from their marital bedroom, and the commotion last night was quite loud.
Yu Ziwei's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple.
Hua Qiu also looked embarrassed.
Grandma Yu and Yu Chuping both burst into laughter.
Godmother, there's something I need to tell you, Yu Ziwei said, her expression turning serious.
You speak, Godmother is listening.
From today onwards, I have changed my surname to Yu, and my name is Yu Ziwei. You are my mother. I will pass on the sword master's techniques and carry them forward,
she said solemnly.
The Yu family mother and son were stunned, staring blankly at her.
Good child, have you thought it through?
I've wanted to do this for a long time, Yu Ziwei said.
Good Ziwei, you are my own daughter. Grandma Yu burst into tears, deeply moved.
Hua Qiu's expression was somewhat somber.
He could tell that old Mercia's health was failing.
As I said before, no one in the Yu family is suitable to inherit the sword master's techniques, Hua Qiu said.
I will personally overturn this conclusion.
The three looked at him in surprise. From now on, I will transform my second brother's physique, shaping him into a swordsman and enabling him to inherit the Yu family's sword master's techniques. I want the Yu family to produce another sword cultivator, not just a sword master, but a sword saint, the #1 sword saint in the mortal world. Hua Qiu's words left the three of them stunned and bewildered.
Husband, can you really do it?
Yu Ziwei looked at him in surprise. This isn't too difficult for me, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Even my second brother's infertility can be solved with a single pill.
If that's true, that would be wonderful. Old Mrs. Yu was overwhelmed with emotion. Our Yu family owes you so much.
We're all family, why speak like strangers? Hua Qiu said. With me here, the Yu family will surely become the #1 martial arts family in the Xia kingdom. This is my promise, Hua Qiu, I will keep my word. The three members of the Yu family were deeply moved. Next, the four of them enjoyed a meal together. Seeing Yu Ziwei and Grandma Yu laughing so happily, Hua Qiu sighed silently. He knew that happy times were always short-lived. After dinner, Hua Qiu and Yu Ziwei went for a walk in a small park not far from the Yu family's house.
Hua Qiu, thank you, Yu Ziwei said softly.
Thank you for accompanying me through this play even though I have to leave soon. I have no regrets, she smiled, a smile so pure and serene. Hua Qiu felt a pang of sadness in her heart.
Is she ready to disappear?
Yu Ziwei, I won't let you leave, Hua Qiu suddenly said, his tone domineering.
Yu Ziwei's body trembled.
I'm sure I'll find a way, just give me some time.
Then what about your savior? She asked.
Trust me, I definitely have a way to achieve the best of both worlds.
Hua Qiu said earnestly. I believe you. Yu Ziwei smiled at him, her eyes full of tenderness. Hua Qiu took her small hand in his gaze lowered. You are my wife, Hua Qiu. From now on, I will not let anyone hurt you. I want to give you the best of everything in the world, he said softly. This was the most nauseating thing he had ever said in thousands of years. Yu Ziwei stared at him blankly, her eyes suddenly becoming moist uncontrollably. His words made her heart flutter, filled with mixed emotions of sorrow and joy. She thought that Hua Qiu would never accept her. She has no regrets. At this moment, Yu Ziwei felt it was the happiest moment of her life. The two strolled hand in hand through the park. If it weren't for her family, Yu Ziwei would have loved to stay here forever. Upon returning to the Yu family home, Hua Qiu paused as soon as she stepped inside, her face darkening. What's wrong? Yu Ziwei turned to look at him. Hua Qiu hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Yu Ziwei's smile suddenly froze, as if she realized something, and she ran inside abruptly. A few minutes later, heart-wrenching cries came from Grandma Yu's room. Grandma Yu has passed away. Having fulfilled all her wishes, she had no regrets and departed peacefully. Hua Qiu sighed. Upon entering the room, one would see Yu Ziwei lying on the edge of the bed, crying uncontrollably. Hua Qiu felt very sorry for him, but didn't know how to comfort him. While crying, Xia Ziwei suddenly fainted in front of the bed. Hua Qiu was startled and quickly ran over to check. Upon examining this, Hua Qiu's heart tightened. Yu Ziwei's condition is very bad. Her emotions fluctuated violently, and her mind became unstable, which caused Xia Ziwei's consciousness, which was already showing signs of waking up, to become active again. Xia Ziwei's obsession is very strong. If this continues, she will soon truly awaken. At that time, Yu Ziwei will fall into a deep sleep once again. Hua Qiu quickly channeled his spiritual energy into her body to help stabilize her mind. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that her condition had improved. On that day, the Yu family quickly put away the festive decorations and began to prepare for the funeral of old Mrs. Yu. The shift from joy to sorrow is truly heartbreaking. Even though Hua Qiu was very worried and advised Yu Ziwei to sacrifice herself, health is of utmost importance, but she insisted on keeping vigil for old Mrs. Yu. There was nothing Hua Qiu could do but stay by her side, not daring to leave her side even for a moment. As night fell, the Yu family home was quiet and still. Yu Ziwei and Yu Chuping knelt before the coffin of old Madame Yu, silently burning paper money. Hua Qiu kept looking at Yu Ziwei, filled with worry. Her body was very weak. I'm so afraid she'll suddenly leave. Hua Qiu couldn't persuade her, so he could only silently protect her. They kept watch until late at night. The bright moon hangs high, illuminating the Yu family compound. At one point, Hua Qiu suddenly frowned. He looked into the courtyard with displeasure. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived. Before long, someone fell from the roof and stood in the Yu family's courtyard. He was a young man with a somewhat sinister air about him. This person is younger than Hua Qiu, and his cultivation has already reached the martial venerable realm. Such geniuses are rare in the secular world. After landing, the young man turned his gaze to Yu Ziwei, who was burning paper money in the hall. He gave a wicked smile. Xia Ziwei, you've really made this genius search for you, he said in a sinister tone. You little bastard, why don't you come over here and kneel down before me, and come back to your family to beg for forgiveness? The young man shouted. Yu Ziwei remained expressionless and ignored him. But Hua Qiu's face immediately darkened. Just today, he said he wouldn't let anyone hurt his wife. This man dared to call his wife a bastard. Damn it! 254, Chapter 254 The Pride of Heaven's Terror. Xia Ziwei, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Seeing that Yu Ziwei didn't even glance at him, the young man flew into a rage. Call! An aura of a martial lord erupted from him, instantly whipping up a gust of wind that extinguished the fire in the charcoal brazier before the altar, sending the ashes of paper money flying everywhere. Yu Ziwei's expression changed, and she panicked. Godmother, I am sorry,
she said, quickly protecting the charcoal brazier. She looked at the young man outside the hall, her expression cold and tinged with anger.
Xia Ziwei, you bastard, how dare you ignore me, who gave you the guts?
The young man was still furious, cursing contemptuously.
Hua Qiu was furious. Boom!
The air inside the Yu family compound suddenly jolted and became chaotic. The young man turned pale at the sight, yet he had no idea what had happened.
Hua Qiu's expression was cold, in his eyes, this person was already a dead man. Husband, Yu Ziwei called out to Hua Qiu. Help me kill this man, she whispered. Hua Qiu was deeply moved.
For the first time, Yu Ziwei, such a kind-hearted girl, harbored murderous thoughts towards someone.
I will. Hua Qiu nodded and turned to the young man. Ha ha ha, kill me?
The young man suddenly burst into laughter, his face full of disdain and mockery.
Xia Ziwei, you actually let this worldly brat kill me? Are you out of your mind?
I am one of the Xia family's prodigies, a powerful martial venerable. This kid couldn't even withstand a single move from me, so what makes you think you can order him to kill me? Yu Ziwei relit the paper money and refused to look at the young man again. My husband could kill you as easily as blowing a breath, she said softly.
What did you say?
The young man's expression turned ferocious. I'd like to see what kind of skills this so-called husband of yours really have. He looked at Hua Qiu with a gloomy expression, ready to crush Hua Qiu in front of Yu Ziwei. I am the pride of the Xia family. You are nothing but a common mortal. I can annihilate you with a single breath. He sneered and strode toward Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's face was full of murderous intent as he indifferently stretched out a hand and pressed it down on the young man.
Boom! In an instant, the Yu family courtyard shook violently.
It was as if an invisible giant mountain had crashed down from the sky, slamming hard onto the young man's back. In an instant, before the young man could even react, he was pressed heavily to the ground.
Puff!
The young man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. He looked up in horror and disbelief, not even understanding what was happening. What's going on? He was puzzled, having no idea what kind of attack he had suffered. He was startled when he saw Hua Qiu's outstretched hand. Could it be that he was behind it? The young man was startled. But he couldn't believe it. He simply stretched out a hand and pressed down in the air, and he collapsed. And he was seriously injured. This method of attack, this power, was something the young man, even as a prodigy of the Xia family, had never heard of or seen before.
Impossible, he's the same age as me, he can't possibly be stronger than me.
The young man's expression began to turn somewhat crazed. Even if a mere mortal boy cultivates for another 100 years, he couldn't possibly be stronger than me. He must have a powerful expert helping him.
Where is the master?
The young man looked around, trying to find another presence. You are nothing but an ant at the ordinary martial venerable realm, Hua Qiu said coldly. How dare you come here to seek your own death? The young man's eyes widened.
That person actually called ordinary martial venerables ants? How can he be even more arrogant than the prodigies of ancient martial arts families?
Hua Qiu quickly helped him solve this problem.
With a wave of his hand, Hua Qiu sent the young man flying uncontrollably to the front of old Madame Yu's coffin.
This power deeply shook the young man, a prodigy of the Xia family.
You should kowtow and apologize for disturbing the deceased,
Hua Qiu said coldly. He pressed his hand down.
Thump!
The young man immediately knelt heavily before the coffin of old Madame Yu and kowtowed 3 times, his forehead bleeding from the effort. All his struggles and resistance were in vain. I, the pride of the Xia family, am being forced to kneel before ordinary people. The young man was furious. However, just as he was about to curse, Hua Qiu gave him a single look, and he was rendered speechless. What the hell is this kid?
The young man couldn't help but feel terrified.
He was a peerless genius on the list of prodigies, yet he was completely controlled and powerless to resist.
In the mortal world, aren't even martial arts masters extremely rare?
You have committed an unforgivable crime by insulting my wife. Kneel before her 10 times.
Hua Qiu shouted coldly. So the young man kowtowed repeatedly to Yu Ziwei. His forehead was bruised and bloody from the impact. This made the young man feel extremely humiliated. Xia Ziwei was always regarded as a lowly and worthless person by the Xia family. He held a high position in the Xia family, but was forced to kneel before Xia Ziwei, which infuriated him. But he couldn't resist at all. After kowtowing 10 times, Hua Qiu waved his hand, and the young man's body floated up again, flying to Hua Qiu's side. Hua Qiu's face was filled with murderous intent. My wife is far more noble than you, this so-called martial venerable, and how dare you insult her? Hua Qiu said coldly. You deserve to die. He uttered coldly. In an instant, a powerful and terrifying aura enveloped the young man. The young man's eyes bulged out, his body trembled, and he was terrified. Who exactly is this person? His aura was more than 10 times more terrifying than that of the Xia family's martial saint. Stop! Just as Hua Qiu was about to make a move, a loud shout suddenly came from outside. Whoosh! A figure quickly appeared in the Yu family courtyard. That was an old man, at the great martial venerable realm. His face looked extremely pale. Second young master, I told you long ago not to underestimate worldly martial artists, but you wouldn't listen and insisted on you went ahead anyway, and now you've run into a brick wall, haven't you? The old man said with a stern face. Ugh, the young man looked anxious and tried to shout for help, but no sound came out. Young brother, it's not easy for you to cultivate to such a level in the mortal world. Ruin your bright future because of a moment of impulsiveness. The old man said to Hua Qiu. The Xia family, an ancient martial arts family, you should have heard of them at your level. They are not something that you mortal martial arts masters can afford to offend, he threatened. Have the Xia family? Hua Qiu looked disdainful upon hearing this. Ancient martial arts families are nothing but rubbish, he said contemptuously. You! The old man's mouth dropped open. It was the first time he had ever seen anyone dare to show such contempt for an ancient martial arts family. Even the leader of the martial alliance has to give face to the ancient martial arts families. How dare you, a young martial venerable, utter such arrogant words? The old man asked in a deep voice. Because, in my eyes, ancient martial arts families are nothing special, Hua Qiu said indifferently. As he spoke, he exerted a slight force with one hand. Snap! The young man's neck lolled to the side, and he died. Then, he threw the young man's body in front of the old man like a dead dog. The old man was completely stunned and couldn't come to his senses for a long time. How dare you, the old man muttered, filled with shock and anger. His expression turned extremely fierce. You deserve to die. Not only will you die, everyone here will die, you will face the wrath of a powerful ancient martial arts family. The old man went mad. He is the protector of this prodigy of the Xia family. The man is dead, and he will surely be severely punished by the Xia family. You'll be the first to die. Hua Qiu's gaze was cold and sharp, his killing intent undiminished. 255, Chapter 255. I'm determined to kill. The only way now is to kill you, seize my Xia family's martial arts techniques, and then take Xia Ziwei back to the Xia family for punishment. The old man spoke coldly, pushing the Xia family prodigy aside. You're just a minor great martial venerable, do you really think you're so powerful? Hua Qiu sneered and walked out of the morning hall. You actually don't even respect the great martial venerable? The old man thought Hua Qiu was extremely arrogant and ridiculous. Since that's the case, I'll show you the terror of a great martial venerable. The old man let out a loud shout, and his aura erupted like a tidal wave. A series of rumbling sounds echoed continuously in the Yu family's courtyard. High-level martial artists often use their aura to suppress their opponents before a battle. If we can suppress them, we can severely damage their confidence and easily win. Unfortunately, the old man didn't know that Hua Qiu's aura was not something that a mere great martial venerable could suppress. He stepped forward and continued walking, leaving the morning hall, not wanting to affect the emotionally unstable Yu Ziwei. How can you still be so relaxed? The old man stared in shock at Hua Qiu,
who moved with ease, utterly bewildered. His aura as a great martial venerable seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Because, the great martial venerable is really weak, Hua Qiu said calmly as he walked down the steps. These words made the old man's heart skip a beat. His face was grim, and he exerted all his remaining strength. For a moment, he seemed like a small, shining sun, radiating immense heat. Hua Qiu frowned. Quiet down, he exhaled. Call. The aura instantly transformed into a raging storm, sweeping towards the old man. In the blink of an eye, all the old man's imposing aura was extinguished, and the courtyard became quiet in an instant. This. The old man was utterly astonished. Hua Qiu's breath not only extinguished his imposing aura. He felt stiff all over and couldn't mobilize his internal energy. He couldn't help but feel horrified. In this mundane world, how could someone be so powerful at such an age? This is unreasonable. Tada! The old man staggered back several steps, his face turning pale. Who exactly are you? He asked in surprise. You are definitely not an ordinary martial artist. Could it be that you are a member of the immortal realm? A thought occurred to the old man, and he was immediately filled with terror. He had also read the books left behind by the Xia family patriarch and knew that there were still incredibly powerful beings in this world who were above all living beings. At this moment, he was absolutely certain that Hua Qiu was that kind of being, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be so terrifying at such a young age. That little bastard Xia Ziwei actually has a celestial being protecting her. The old man said, his voice trembling. Upon hearing the words bastard, Hua Qiu's face instantly contorted into a ferocious expression. Die! He roared angrily. Buzz! A violent fluctuation arose around the old man, and a powerful and terrifying pressure descended upon him. Puff! The old man immediately vomited blood, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices, turning his face bluish-purple. He was terrified and tried his best to escape. But when he tried to take a step, he realized he couldn't move. Spare me! The old man's body was squeezed out of shape, and he tried his best to say words of begging for mercy. Hua Qiu didn't give him a chance. Bang! With a cold snort, the old man exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The courtyard of the Yu family fell silent. Hua Qiu glanced inside the morning hall, made a hand seal, and burned the body of the Xia family prodigy. With a casual wave of his hand, he swept away the bloodstains and mess in the courtyard. Afterwards, he returned to the morning hall and stayed with Yu Ziwei. Hua Qiu, Yu Ziwei suddenly spoke up after a while. If one day I leave you too, will you be sad? She asked. What nonsense are you talking about? I'll always be with you, Hua Qiu said with a smile. If that day ever comes, I hope you won't be sad. It would be best if you forgot me and started over, Yu Ziwei whispered. Don't talk nonsense. Hua Qiu was a little angry. He frowned and connected with Yu Ziwei's spiritual energy and consciousness, discovering that her emotional state was very bad. Xia Ziwei's consciousness is becoming increasingly active. Hua Qiu felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Previously, he had tried to forcibly awaken Xia Ziwei's consciousness. But now that so much has happened and Yu Ziwei has become his wife, he has given up on that idea. But Yu Ziwei seems to have a different idea. Could it be that she actually wants to give up her body? Hua Qiu couldn't calm down. No matter which side has a problem, it's not something he wants to see. A moment later, there was movement outside again. You dare to come again? Hua Qiu stood up, his face showing displeasure. He walked into the courtyard, preparing to unleash another massacre. Whoosh! 2 figures landed in the courtyard. Hua Qiu raised his hand, intending to kill him. Damn it, Huaguosher, stop right now. The 2 people who fell down were terrified and turned pale. It turned out to be Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi. Hua Qiu stopped in time. Feeling agitated, he didn't use his divine sense to perceive things and almost injured the 2 of them. Why are you back? Hua Qiu asked. We came back to tell you some bad news, Liao Tongyuan said with a stern face.
Someone leaked your information and whereabouts to the evil martial artists. Is that so? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying.
According to our informants within the evil sects, the One Qi Alliance has formed an assassination team, preparing to infiltrate your side and assassinate you. The members of that assassination team are all quite powerful. I wonder if there are any old monsters at the martial saint level among them. If there are, it will be very troublesome. They might use any means necessary. The Martial Alliance takes this very seriously. Since the head of the alliance couldn't reach you, they quickly sent the two of us to inform you and warn you to be extra careful. As he listened, Hua Qiu suddenly revealed a cold smile, which was somewhat eerie. Perfect timing, I've been in a bad mood these past few days.
Good timing. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi looked at each other in bewilderment. Why does he seem a little excited?
The higher-ups of the Martial Alliance were extremely worried about him, fearing that something might happen to him.
Who leaked my information to the evil sect? Hua Qiu asked in a deep voice. The two looked embarrassed and couldn't answer. Hua Qiu understood immediately. That person must be of high status and very important to the righteous. Are you sure you don't want to answer? Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. How could this be? The two said. The Martial Alliance does want to keep this from you, but we cannot keep you in the dark no matter what. The one who informed on us was none other than Ding Wuwang, who came here a few days ago. He must have been holding a grudge and wanted revenge, so he made the wrong decision. Very good. Hua Qiu nodded, his killing intent palpable. It seems he was too lenient last time. Although it won't cause him much trouble. I'm determined to kill this King Ding Wu. No one can protect him. Hua Qiu said coldly. The two gave a wry smile. As for the assassination squad, ha! Hua Qiu's face revealed an ambiguous contempt. 256, Chapter 256. Hua Dong? The funeral for old Mrs. Yu was simple and was over in just a few days. These past few days, Hua Qiu had been leisurely waiting for the evil faction's assassination team to come knocking on his door, but they hadn't made a move for a long time. Seeing Yu Ziwei's spirits deteriorating day by day, Hua Qiu felt a pang of worry. After Mrs. Yu was buried, she became even more depressed and often felt disoriented, as if she might faint at any moment. Ziwei, come home with me. I'll take you to see my parents, Hua Qiu said to her. He wanted to take Yu Ziwei away from this heartbreaking place, and also let his parents see their daughter-in-law, as they had been urging Hua Qiu to find a girlfriend quite a bit. Go home. Yu Ziwei felt somewhat lost when she heard these words. She quickly nodded in agreement and finally felt a little pleased. Hua Qiu wanted to take her home to meet his parents, which was a recognition of her status and his acceptance of her as his wife. Before leaving, Hua Qiu refined a pill for Yu Chuping, which solved his infertility problem. As for physical transformation, now is not the time. And so, the two boarded the train bound for Beishan City. It's been more than 2 months since I left, and Hua Qiu wanted to go home to visit. Knowing that the 10,000 Poisons cult had infiltrated his family, he was extremely worried and longed to return home. I called my parents from the car to tell them I was almost home. To surprise them, he didn't mention Yu Ziwei. After I got off the bus, my mother sent me a new address. Previously, they lived in a remote suburb with very poor conditions. Now that Hua Qiu is a highly respected national hero, the authorities will naturally not allow his family to continue living in the countryside. His mother had told him about this. According to the idea of the Beishan Martial Arts Alliance branch leader, they wanted to build a large villa for their family, with all expenses covered by the Martial Arts Alliance. However, the two elders were afraid they wouldn't be used to living in a large villa and disagreed. The branch manager had no choice but to let them go to a housing development in Beishan specifically built for public employees to choose an apartment. That's where Hua Qiu is going now. The property is in a prime location and is said to have been built specifically for outstanding civil servants in Beishan district. Building A, Unit 1, Room 202, Hua Qiu quickly found her way home. He couldn't help but frown. In this neighborhood, the houses further inside are the better, but his house was on the very outer edge.
Hua Qiu was displeased and planned to question the Martial Alliance branch minister afterward.
Knock knock knock. Hua Qiu knocked on the door. Hua Qiu, what if your parents don't like me when they meet me? Yu Ziwei was so nervous that her body tensed up and she felt uneasy.
No, they'll definitely like you, Hua Qiu said with a smile, taking her hand. Yu Ziwei finally felt a little relieved. As the two were talking, the door suddenly opened. Xiao Qiu, you're back, Mother Zhanglan called out with a beaming smile. When she saw Hua Qiu holding the hand of a very beautiful girl, she was stunned. Hua Qiu was about to explain. Husband, come quick, our son brought a beautiful woman home. Zhanglan suddenly shouted in shock and ran inside. Hua Qiu looked embarrassed, not expecting her mother to react so strongly. He pulled Yu Ziwei into the house. The father, Hua Yue, quickly came out of the room, and the couple looked at the two of them in surprise. Dad, Mom, this is your daughter-in-law, her name is Yu Ziwei, Hua Qiu said. Dad, Mom, hello, Yu Ziwei called out softly. The couple were completely stunned. Only 2 months later, Hua Qiu actually brought home such a beautiful daughter-in-law. I tried to enlighten him, but I never expected him to have such an exaggerated enlightenment. After realizing what was happening, the two immediately surrounded Yu Ziwei, their faces full of smiles, showering her with concern and warmth, leaving Hua Qiu standing to the side. Yu Ziwei seemed somewhat at a loss, looking to Hua Qiu for help. Mom and Dad, don't scare them, Hua Qiu said with a smile. The two then laughed sheepishly and quickly apologized to Yu Ziwei. Yu Ziwei's eyes welled up with tears. She gained the approval of Hua Qiu's family. Next, they asked about Hua Qiu and the other person. They were very surprised and angry when they learned that the two had already gotten married. You unfilial son, how dare you get married outside without your parents' knowledge? What, are we too old to attend your wedding? The father berated him on the spot. No, that doesn't count, it has to be done again, and it has to be a big, lively celebration. How can my son's wedding be so ordinary? Zhang Lan refused to agree. Hua Qiu quickly admitted his mistake. The wedding must be held again, Hua Qiu said solemnly. He also disapproved of the Yu family's simple wedding. Moreover, at the time, the two were just acting, which made Hua Qiu uncomfortable. Ziwei, when the time comes, I will definitely give you a wedding that you will never forget, the grandest wedding ever. Hua Qiu said as if making a vow. I'll wait for you, Yu Ziwei looked at Hua Qiu with tenderness. But when she turned her face away, she looked very sad. Xiao Qiu, we never expected you to give us such a big surprise. We'll also give you a huge surprise. Zhang Lan said with a smile. What surprise? Hua Qiu asked, intrigued. She'll be back soon, just wait a little longer, Zhang Lan said mysteriously. Hua Qiu's smile vanished, and her heart skipped a beat. Shortly after, the sound of the lock being open came from the front door. Dad, Mom, I'm home. A pleasant voice rang out, and a simple and elegant girl walked in carrying a large bag of groceries. When Hua Qiu saw the girl's face clearly, his expression froze for a moment. He lowered his head, his expression indifferent. Anger rose within me, boiling over. Brother, you're back. The girl greeted Hua Qiu with a happy expression. Hua Qiu felt a tightness in her chest. Who else could this girl be but Hua Dong, the younger sister? But he knew all too well that Hua Dong had already been taken to a place that was difficult to find. Even though he used every means at his disposal, he still couldn't find the immortal realm. There is only one possibility for Hua Dong right now. She is an imposter from the 10,000 Poisons cult. 10,000 Poisons sect, how dare you be so audacious as to have someone impersonate my sister Hua Dong? Hua Qiu was furious, his killing intent palpable. Hua Dong is a sore spot for him, and one of the things he absolutely cannot touch. Xiao Qiu, how is it, is this surprise big enough? Zhang Lan asked with a smile. Big, it is indeed big enough. Hua Qiu said in a sinister tone, grinning with a chilling smile. When Zhao Huadong saw his expression, his demeanor changed slightly, and he became somewhat fearful. Why are you laughing so creepily, child? Aren't you happy that Xiaodong is coming home?
Zhang Lan said.
If Huadong really comes home, I'll definitely be happy, Hua Qiu said slowly. I'm afraid some things might be designed to pass for the real thing.
She will definitely not have a good ending.
Hua Qiu's eyes flashed with cold light as he stared directly at the fake Huadong.
Fake Huadong was startled, filled with doubt and surprise.
She felt that she had disguised herself perfectly, and no one in the Hua family could tell the difference between the real and the fake. The disguise techniques of the 10,000 poisons sector so advanced that even a martial saint would find it difficult to see through them.
But how could he see through Hua Qiu at a glance? 257, Chapter 257 Not enough to kill. The fake Huadong was panicked and looked uneasy.
She was completely baffled, wondering where she had slipped up and why she couldn't hold her own against Hua Qiu for even a minute.
Xiao Qiu, what are you saying?
Zhang Lan and Hua Yue both looked at Hua Qiu strangely.
Could it be that Xiaodong is a fake? She is clearly Xiaodong. What's wrong with you? Haven't you two siblings always had a good relationship? Hua Qiu's expression was gloomy.
Although he was seething with anger, he couldn't vent it at home.
You absolutely cannot kill anyone.
My parents can't accept it, especially since they're convinced that the fake Huadong is the real one.
Dad, Mom, how long has she been back? Hua Qiu asked.
Xiaodong has been back for almost a month. We wanted to surprise you, but we couldn't get in touch with you often, so we didn't tell you, Zhang Lan said.
Hua Qiu's expression grew even more somber. It lasted for a whole month. Fortunately, this fake Huadong didn't do anything during this month, otherwise wouldn't he have already succeeded?
Hua Qiu was both angry and terrified. He decided to immediately make protective amulets for his parents to deal with any danger.
Xiao Qiu, what's wrong with you? Zhang Lan asked with great concern.
Hua Qiu, your expression just now was so scary, Yu Ziwei said weakly. It's nothing, Hua Qiu quickly regained her composure.
I've been too busy lately and my emotions have been a bit unstable. I am sorry.
His parents were relieved and advised him to get more rest.
Only Yu Ziwei looked worried, concerned about Hua Qiu's condition. The fake Huadong also became apprehensive and filled with fear of Hua Qiu.
After all, this was a powerful expert at the martial venerable level, someone she couldn't handle. Hua Yue chatted with Hua Qiu, while Zhang Lan and the fake Huadong busied themselves in the kitchen. Hua Qiu looked at the happy smile on her mother's face, but felt heavy-hearted. It seems she gets along very well with the fake Huadong, and he really treats her like his own daughter. Your mother often suffers from anxiety and insomnia, which initially worried me a lot, but after Huadong came back, she became much more energetic. I don't know what kind of folk remedy Huadong used, but now your mother is in a good mood every day and is incredibly healthy, Hua Yue said with a sigh. She has taken very good care of us this past month. She has worked so hard.
Your mother had a high fever half a month ago, but I didn't dare tell you it was Huadong who stayed up for 2 days and 2 nights without sleep to take care of her and help her recover.
Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. The members of the 10,000 Poisons cult are really putting on a good show. No wonder they were able to remain hidden for so many years. Xiao Qiu, Xiaodong learned some medicinal cuisine. Let's have you try it today. It's delicious and incredibly effective. Zhang Lan said from the kitchen.
Medicinal cuisine? Hua Qiu was surprised and quickly got up and went over.
He was afraid that the fake Huadong would poison him. That was a pot of medicinal soup. Hua Qiu took a spoonful and his expression changed.
Not poisonous.
It was indeed a genuine medicinal meal, and quite good at it, almost on par with the chefs at the black market Immortal Cuisine restaurant.
No wonder my parents look much better.
Hua Qiu stared suspiciously at the fake Huadong.
What exactly is she trying to do? Would they really be that kind?
Fake Huadong was afraid of him and dared not look him in the eye.
How is it, isn't it delicious? Zhang Lan asked with a smile.
Not bad, Hua Qiu nodded. After that, Hua Qiu did nothing strange and acted as if everything was normal. After finishing his meal, Jia Huadong became restless and said he needed to go out for a while. After she left the house, Hua Qiu made up an excuse and also left home, secretly following her. The fake Huadong appeared very vigilant, constantly looking around, and initially deliberately wandering around aimlessly. She only felt relieved after confirming that no one was following her, and then walked in one direction. Hua Qiu's face was cold as she followed without making a sound. He concluded that the fake Hua Dong must have accomplices and planned to capture them all in one fell swoop. Soon, the fake Hua Dong entered a private estate. The manor appeared ordinary, but Hua Qiu had already sensed that many people were lurking in the shadows. Moreover, the manor was filled with filth, and the corrosive aura was undoubtedly that of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Fake Hua Dong hurriedly walked to the center of the manor and saw a gaunt old man dressed in a black robe. Why aren't you staying at the Hua family? What are you doing here? The gaunt old man frowned upon seeing her arrival, clearly displeased. I did not summon you, how dare you act on your own? He said angrily. Fake Hua Dong was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. Sir, I had no choice but to come here. She explained anxiously. Hua Qiu, he's back. I don't know why, but it seems like he saw right through my disguise. I've been exposed. What did you say? The gaunt old man was startled and stood up. Our 10,000 Poisons sect's disguise technique has never been detected before. How could Hua Qiu possibly see through it? Could it be that he is even more powerful than a martial saint? You useless piece of trash, it must be because you did a poor job and gave yourself away. The gaunt old man was furious and swung his fist hard at the fake Hua Dong. Boom! A burst of internal energy shot out, instantly sending her flying. Puff! Fake Hua Dong coughed up a mouthful of blood and got up, his face pale. Sir, it really isn't my fault, she said weakly. Shut up! The gaunt old man refused to listen to her explanation. Tongyu, don't forget, your sister is still in the hands of my 10,000 Poisons sect. How dare you be so careless in your work? Do you want her dead? Tongyu panicked immediately. Your Excellency, I was wrong. I will take full responsibility for all my sins. Please, do not harm my sister. She hurriedly kowtowed to the gaunt old man, pleading humbly. The gaunt old man looked on coldly. Remember, you are nothing but a dog of my 10,000 Poisons sect. If you're going to be a dog, you should be prepared to be one. Your subordinate understands. Tongyu replied softly, tears welling in her eyes. 10,000 Poisons sect, sir, what a grand display of power. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Who? The gaunt old man was startled and shouted angrily. Hua Qiu stepped out from a short distance behind Tongyu, a cold smile on her face. Who are you? How long have you been there? The gaunt old man demanded. Tongyu turned around and looked at Hua Qiu in surprise. She was completely unaware that Hua Qiu was following her. You sent someone to impersonate my sister, yet you don't know who I am? Hua Qiu said coldly. You're Hua Qiu? The gaunt old man narrowed his eyes. Tongyu, you piece of trash, you didn't even know you led the enemy to the secret stronghold of the 10,000 Poisons sect? He shouted. Tongyu had unspeakable suffering. She was being very careful, but she still couldn't detect it. However, it's good that you're here, the gaunt old man suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Such a young martial venerable must be a genius that the Martial Alliance values highly. Now that you've discovered the secrets of the 10,000 Poisons sect, your life can no longer be spared. Today, this is where you will die. As soon as the gaunt old man gave the signal, the members of the 10,000 Poisons cult who had been hiding there quickly appeared and surrounded the place. Tongyu sighed silently, feeling a pang of pity. Hua Qiu glanced around and grinned. Only 20-odd people. Too few, not enough to kill. 258, Chapter 258. He's much stronger than the intelligence report suggested. You think you can kill me with these worthless bastards? Hua Qiu's face was full of disdain, completely disregarding the members of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Master Hua, don't be too arrogant. Even a great martial venerable wouldn't dare to underestimate the people of our 10,000 Poisons sect. After all, no one is made of steel, so who wouldn't be afraid of the methods of my 10,000 Poisons sect? Hua Qiu sneered, still showing disdain.
Give him a piece of your mind. The gaunt old man snapped.
Understood. More than 20 people responded in unison. The next moment, they each displayed their unique abilities and launched an attack on Hua Qiu. Regardless of the method, without exception, they are all related to poison. In an instant, a dense barrage of poisonous powder, water, and gas rained down on Hua Qiu. It's beneath us. Hua Qiu shook his head and casually waved his hand. Call. In an instant, a gale arose and swept outwards with incredible speed, centered on Hua Qiu. Everything that was directed at Hua Qiu was thrown into chaos and ended up flying onto the members of the 10,000 Poison sect. Ah! In an instant, heart-wrenching screams rose and fell one after another as members of the 10,000 Poison sect collapsed in agony, howling and writhing. The poisons of the 10,000 Poisons cult are deadly. 70% of the people died on the spot, poisoned by their fellow disciples. The remaining 30% of those poisoned are milder or chronic and are still able to survive. But they were terrified and scrambled away from Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu remained indifferent. If he were to strike, who could escape? Suddenly, the raging wind became as sharp as a blade, howling and sweeping past, killing all the remaining 30% of the followers, leaving no survivors. This. The gaunt old man was horrified, his face filled with astonishment. This is the first time I've seen someone handle the methods of the 10,000 Poisons cult so calmly. Even a martial venerable should be flustered and confused. So powerful. Tong Yu was stunned. With just a wave of his hand, he broke the 10,000 Poison sect's technique and killed more than 20 people. Is the martial venerable really that powerful? In her mind, Hua Qiu was an exceptional genius who had reached the martial venerable realm at a young age and was highly valued by the martial alliance. That's why the 10,000 Poison sect sent her to impersonate Hua Qiu's sister. Because her disguise was so skillful that it was virtually flawless. Now she felt that Hua Qiu seemed much stronger than the intelligence reports suggested. Humph, I underestimated you. The gaunt old man said angrily. Next, I will personally take action and send you to meet the King of Hell. As he spoke, he prepared to unleash his full power. Hua Qiu showed signs of impatience. He was tired of killing martial venerables of such low cultivation levels. A thick black aura emanated from the gaunt old man, condensing and refusing to dissipate in front of him. Be careful, his poison gas is very potent, you mustn't get in contact with it. Tong Yu suddenly shouted, almost as if possessed. Hua Qiu's expression changed. Tong Yu, you're asking for death. The gaunt old man roared in anger, waving his hand at her and unleashing a burst of black energy. Tong Yu was horrified and retreated in fear. But her retreat was far slower than the speed at which the black energy bombarded her. She was about to perish from the poison gas. Destroy! Hua Qiu uttered a single word indifferently. Buzz. The air buzzed instantly, and an incomparably powerful force swept across the area, unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, all the black energy vanished without warning. Tong Yu's eyes widened. She knew how powerful the black energy of the 10,000 Poison sect's deacon was. Hua Qiu annihilated him so easily. My black poison gas. The gaunt old man was utterly shocked. He stared at Hua Qiu in disbelief. Die. Hua Qiu didn't even bother to look at him, uttering a single word indifferently. The next moment, the gaunt old man's body was split in two before Tong Yu's eyes. Boom! Tong Yu's mind went blank for a moment, as if she had been struck by lightning. So easily killed. So decisive. Truly effortless. Tong Yu stared blankly at Hua Qiu, unable to react for a long time. The deacon of the 10,000 Poison sect was a powerful being who instilled despair in her, and he constantly oppressed her. But when such a being was so easily annihilated by Hua Qiu right before her eyes, the shock was so overwhelming that it completely shook her soul. So strong. Extremely powerful. Incredibly strong. What kind of strength would allow someone to so easily annihilate a veteran martial venerable? She could hardly imagine it.
Hua Qiu walked up to Tong Yu with an indifferent expression. After regaining her senses, Tong Yu's face was full of bitterness. How could someone so powerful possibly escape? She knew that Hua Qiu had a good relationship with his sister, so how could he let her off the hook for disrespecting her identity? Tong Yu sighed and closed her eyes. She resigned herself to her fate. But there was too much resentment and sadness in my heart. My sister hasn't been rescued yet, and the blood feud hasn't been avenged. After waiting for a while, there was still no sound. Tong Yu opened her eyes in a daze and found that Hua Qiu was examining the corpses and had not come to kill her. Hua Qiu made a hand seal, and several large fireballs appeared around him, burning the surrounding corpses. The corpses of members of the 10,000 Poisons cult are all highly poisonous. If others were to collect them, many would likely die. In a matter of moments, the corpses vanished without a trace. Tong Yu was utterly astonished by this scene. How did he summon so many flames? Can a martial artist possess such power? This person is both powerful and mysterious. Why are you warning me to be careful? Hua Qiu asked expressionlessly. Tong Yu was taken aback. I just didn't want them to outlive their children, she said softly. They are really good people, so kind and gentle. It's hard to find such people in the world, just like my deceased father and mother. Tong Yu's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. The 10,000 Poisons sect used my sister's life to force me to impersonate Hua Dong at your house, and then made me put a slow-acting poison in their food, so that later control is used to force you to comply. Booty can't do it. They were really good to me. I got lost in those feelings, and treated them like my deceased parents. Tong Yu couldn't continue speaking and silently wiped away a tear. If you want to kill me, then kill me. But I hope you won't tell them the truth. They can't handle it, and it would be terrible if something happened. Xiao, I'm so sorry. I'll go down and wait for you. We sisters can only reunite in the underworld. Mom and Dad, I can't avenge our family. I am sorry. Tong Yu closed her eyes again, waiting to die. Hua Qiu frowned but did not make a move. The phone rang. It was my mother, Zhang Lan, calling. Xiao Qiu, where are you? Are you with Xiaodong? You have to keep an eye on her. I feel like something's wrong with her. Don't let anything happen to her. Mom, don't worry, I understand, Hua Qiu replied and hung up the phone. He glanced at Tong Yu. Get up, Hua Qiu said calmly. Keep being your Hua Dong. They need your presence right now. If you do well, I can help you save your sister, and even avenge your deep-seated hatred is not a problem. Tong Yu's body jolted violently. You re-telling the truth? But me sister is hard to save, my enemy is very powerful. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. In my eyes, the Xia Kingdom's martial artists have no concept of strength. At this moment, he stood proudly, full of vigor and high spirits. He spoke so casually, with such disdain. He exuded an aura of supreme strength. Awe-inspiring among the world's strongest, surpassing all living beings. Tong Yu was greatly shocked. 259, Chapter 259 Imperious and Domineering. After Hua Qiu and Tong Yu returned, they pretended that nothing had happened. Zhang Lan was relieved to see that Tong Yu was alright. What did you go out to do? Yu Ziwei asked Hua Qiu in a low voice. Is there something wrong with your sister? She asked quietly. I'll tell you later, it's not appropriate to explain now, Hua Qiu said. Yu Ziwei nodded obediently. Since that day, she has been extremely obedient to Hua Qiu, almost like a wife following her husband's lead. She would never ask Hua Qiu anything she didn't say. She unconditionally believed Hua Qiu's promises. When the time is right, I will tell you everything, Hua Qiu said softly, patting her head. Okay, she nodded with a smile. How are you? Are you comfortable staying at my place? Hua Qiu asked. This is a nice place. Yu Ziwei looked at the warm family with a smile. I felt a sense of family love I'd never experienced before. It was so wonderful. This will be your new home from now on. My parents are also your parents, Hua Qiu said earnestly. Don't worry, they will definitely treat you well. I believe. Yu Ziwei's eyes welled up with tears, and she nodded repeatedly.
Looking at her like this, Hua Qiu felt a mix of emotions. Regardless of the past, now that Yu Ziwei has become his wife, he will treat her wholeheartedly. Even if she is just a hidden personality within Xia Ziwei's body. Apart from the Yu family, she had never been cared for by anyone. But Hua Qiu wants to make her a happy woman from now on. Hua Qiu looked around. With parents alive and well, and a wife who is obedient, what a harmonious scene this is. If things continue like this, that is what he hopes for. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock came at the door. Mom, I'll go open it. Hua Qiu saw that her mother and sister were cleaning, so she got up and offered to go. Hua Qiu opened the door and found two women standing there. One was about the same age as Zhang Lan, while the other was very petite and only reached Hua Qiu's chest. The two were somewhat taken aback when they saw that it was Hua Qiu who opened the door. Who are you looking for? Hua Qiu asked. Oh, you must be Hua Qiu, the guy Aunt Zhang always talks about? The petite girl realized what she was talking about and said with a smile. Hello, my name is Huang Lin, and I live across the hall from you. My mom brought a lot of local specialties from the countryside. Aunt Zhang has always been very kind to me, so I wanted to give her some. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Lan rushed to the door, all smiles. Huang Lin, come in and sit down with your mother. Zhang Lan was very welcoming. No need, Aunt Zhang, my mom and I just brought you some local specialties. Huang Lin picked up a burlap sack next to her and handed it over. The sack contained quite a lot of things and was quite heavy, but despite her petite stature, she didn't find it too difficult to lift it. Oh dear, how could I accept this? Zhang Lan said with a smile. Aunt Zhang, please accept this. It's a small token of my mother's and my appreciation. Without waiting for a reply, Huang Lin carried the sack directly into the doorway. It's clear that she has a straightforward personality. Leaders, please accept this. We'll have to rely on you to take good care of my daughter in the future, Huang Lin's mother also advised. She was a country woman, used to being submissive to others, and here she addressed everyone as leader. Zhang Lan thanked them repeatedly and once again extended a warm invitation for the two to come in and sit down. But they refused. Hua Qiu, did you hear that? You'd better take good care of Huang Lin from now on, Zhang Lan said, winking at her. Hua Qiu understood. Although Building A is located on the outermost edge, the public employees who can be allocated housing here are considered elites. Huang Lin is a golden phoenix who finally flew out of the countryside. Hua Qiu thought she seemed like a nice person, not someone with any hidden agendas, so he nodded. Then I'll thank you in advance. Thank you for your care, brother Hua Qiu, Huang Lin said with a smile, not really bothered. She was unaware of Hua Qiu's identity. In her eyes, Hua Qiu's family lived across the hall from her, and Hua Qiu's job rank was similar to hers. She took the taking care of me as a joke. After exchanging a few polite words, Huang Lin and her mother returned to their apartment across the hall. This little Huang Lin is really capable. It's remarkable that a country girl can achieve so much at such a young age, Zhang Lan exclaimed. I was actually trying to set you two up, but who knew you'd bring a daughter-in-law home for mom instead, she joked with a laugh. What's wrong, is this daughter-in-law not as good as her? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Of course it's good, I'm so proud that you found such a beautiful and sensible wife. You must treat her well, okay? Hua Qiu nodded helplessly. He knew that his mother's nagging was bound to continue. Before I could even settle into my seat, there was another knock on the door. Hua Qiu opened the door. This time, however, standing at the door was a plump middle-aged woman. She had obviously knocked on the other door as well. Huang Lin and her daughter were already standing at the door. Huang Lin kept her head down and treated the woman with respect. What is it? Hua Qiu glanced at the man and asked. The woman glanced at Hua Qiu and frowned. Who are you? Tell Zhang Lan to come out, she said impatiently. Hua Qiu's expression immediately darkened. He was disgusted by the woman's arrogant and condescending attitude. Her bossy words made Hua Qiu even more unhappy. I'm asking you what you want. Hua Qiu's tone turned cold. The woman frowned deeply, staring at Hua Qiu, her face darkening. Upon seeing this, Huang Lin's expression changed. "Mrs. Wang, this is Aunt Zhang's son, Hua Qiu," she said quickly, stepping forward to push Hua Qiu back a little. "She's the wife of a high-ranking leader in Building D, don't offend her." Huang Lin whispered urgently. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Wang, Hua Qiu just got back and doesn't know you yet." Huang Lin apologized to the woman humbly. "Please don't take it to heart, I'll speak to him on your behalf later." "Humph, a lowly employee dares to talk to me so rudely, who gave him the guts?" The woman snorted coldly, clearly disliking Hua Qiu, but she didn't cause any more trouble. Hua Qiu's gaze was cold and sharp. Seeing his expression, Huang Lin felt a headache coming on and quickly shielded him behind her. "Mrs. Wang, what can I do for you, please speak," she said. "The community role model vote is in a few days. I don't need to tell you who to vote for, do I?" Mrs. Wang said with a stern face. "I know, of course I know, don't worry, we'll definitely cast all our votes for your husband." Huang Lin quickly replied. "That's more like it, remember that," Mrs. Wang said, turning and walking downstairs. As she left, she turned back and glared fiercely at Hua Qiu. Huang Lin breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away her sweat after seeing her go downstairs. "Brother Hua Qiu, Mrs. Wang's husband is a high-ranking official, we can't afford to offend him," Huang Lin said helplessly. "Aunt Zhang told me that you haven't been a civil servant for very long, so it seems you still have a lot to learn." Hua Qiu kept a straight face. "I don't care if her husband is a high-ranking leader or not, no matter how high his position is, he has no right to order me around," he said coldly. Huang Lin was so frightened that her face turned pale. "Keep your voice down, if Mrs. Wang hears you, you'll be in big trouble." Hua Qiu didn't take it to heart. "Tell me, who is Mrs. Wang's husband, which organization does he work for, I'll teach him a lesson." Huang Lin's mouth dropped open. From her perspective, she undoubtedly believed that Hua Qiu was exaggerating. He really dares to say that. "How did you become a civil servant?" Hua Qiu was about to ask more questions when her phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it, his gaze hardening. "Someone sent me 4 words. Hua Qiu, help." 260, Chapter 260. The Zhong family faces another trouble. The text message came from Zhong Xiling of the Zhong family. Hua Qiu hasn't contacted the Zhong family for a long time since she helped them resolve the bounty issue. Unexpectedly, shortly after returning to Beishan, he received a distress text message from Zhong Xiling. Zhong Xiling had helped him, so he naturally wouldn't stand idly by if the Zhong family was in danger. Without saying a word, Hua Qiu immediately went downstairs. "Brother Hua Qiu, you're not planning to cause trouble for Mrs. Wang, are you?" "No way." Huang Lin exclaimed in fright. "I don't have time to deal with that old fat woman right now. Please tell my mom and the others that I have to go out for a bit," Hua Qiu said. "Oh, okay," Huang Lin replied blankly. However, since Hua Qiu wasn't going to cause trouble, she was finally relieved. Aunt Zhang's son is not suited to be a civil servant. She shook her head as she watched Hua Qiu's retreating figure. Hua Qiu went downstairs and immediately called Zhong Xiling. "Mr. Hua, where are you now?" Zhong Xiling asked as soon as the call connected. "I'm going back to Beishan." "Has something happened to your Zhong family?" "Mr. Hua, the Zhong family is in deep trouble again. I have no other choice but to ask you for help," Zhong Xiling said anxiously and helplessly. "Don't worry, I won't ignore anything that happens to the Zhong family," Hua Qiu said. "But this time, it's extremely tricky," Zhong Xiling said in a heavy tone. "I'll be there soon, we'll talk when I get there." Hua Qiu hung up the phone immediately. With his current cultivation level, if he travels at full speed, it won't take him long to reach the Zhong family. However, just over 10 minutes later, he was already standing at the gate of the Zhong family's house. "Mr. Hua, you've arrived, please come in." The person at the door looked delighted and quickly ushered him in. When Hua Qiu entered the Zhong family's living room, he found that almost all of the Zhong family's key figures were there, and they all looked at a loss. "Mr. Hua is here!" someone shouted. "Mr. Hua!" In an instant, the entire Zhong family surrounded him, as if they had seen his savior.
Zhong Siling's expression changed when she saw Hua Qiu. "Mr. Hua, thank you for coming to help again."
Zhong Yuanshan, the head of the Zhong family, bowed gratefully to Hua Qiu.
"Enough with the small talk, tell me, what's happened to your Zhong family this time?"
Hua Qiu waved his hand and asked. "Actually, it's pretty much the same as last time," Zhong Yuanshan said embarrassedly.
Hua Qiu frowned. "Is someone offering a bounty on the heads of the Zhong family again?" Zhong Yuanshan nodded with a grim expression.
"I'm afraid the same person who issued the bounty this time is the same one as last time."
Hua Qiu's face darkened. He originally thought that killing so many high-level assassins for the Zhong family and dealing with the king-level assassin Tanlang would be enough to intimidate the Zhong family's enemies.
Unexpectedly, the other party still did not give up and even dared to issue a bounty. It seems that to nip the weeds in the bud, you must pull them out at the root. What, there are still assassins who dare to accept the bounty this time?
Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow.
They killed so many last time, aren't they afraid? Are you really looking for death? Ordinary assassins and high-level assassins certainly wouldn't dare to take the job, and even those king-level assassins who are ranked lower would have to think twice, Zhong Yuanshan said. After all, last time you killed so many top assassins, even the world's fourth-ranked greedy wolf was defeated by you. Only one person accepted the bounty this time, but he is no ordinary person. He is the world's #1 king-level assassin, Blood Madman.
#1 in the world? Hua Qiu pondered for a moment.
He was unaware of the international assassin community. However, Tanlang was ranked 4th in the world and was only a beginner-level martial grandmaster at the time, so he could easily suppress him. Even if Blood Frenzy is ranked #1 in the world, so what? Who cares what his ranking is, if he dares to come, he's courting death. Hua Qiu said coldly.
The Zhong family members looked at each other in bewilderment.
Mr. Hua, we all know that you are very powerful, Zhong Yuanshan said, but that Blood Madman is no ordinary person either, he's different from other king-level assassins.
What's the difference? How much more powerful can it be?
Hua Qiu said dismissively. Mr. Hua, it really is different, Zhong Siling said earnestly. According to the international assassin hierarchy, the king-level assassin is the highest rank, and also the most expensive and strongest assassin, but in fact, there is another type of assassin who surpasses all other assassins. Those assassins are revered as killing gods. They have basically stopped making moves and are the leaders of major international assassin organizations. There are 5 gods of slaughter in the world, each leading one of the 5 major assassin organizations. Their strength is unfathomable. Rumor has it that they can even easily hunt down supreme experts at the martial king level. As for Blood Madness, he is recognized as the strongest king-level assassin in the international assassin world. His strength has almost reached the level of a killing god. He is the successor to one of the 5 killing gods at most. He will become the new killing god in 5 years. Zhong Siling solemnly introduced the situation to Hua Qiu, causing the Zhong family members to be alarmed. Clearly, they were terrified of Blood Madness, the #1 assassin. Even now that Hua Qiu has arrived, they remain worried and do not feel that the situation has improved much. Because in the last battle against the Zhong family, although Hua Qiu made a name for himself by defeating the martial sect master Tanlang, his strength was far inferior to that of a martial king. Only a few months have passed, and they don't think Hua Qiu's strength can improve much in such a short time.
Mr. Hua, Blood Madness is indeed not to be underestimated,
Zhong Yuanshan said emphatically. We had no choice but to ask you to come back, and we are extremely sorry to have put you at such a great risk. If we are unable to stop the Blood Frenzy's slaughter, we hope that you can take Siling and Zhong Ao and escape for our lives. Even if we can preserve a little bloodline for the Zhong family, we will die without regret. Hua Qiu frowned deeply upon hearing this.
You have so little faith in me?
He said with a faint smile. The group of people were stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. To be honest, they really had no confidence in Hua Qiu. Mr. Hua, you are still young, and your talent surpasses that of Blood Madman. You've fallen far short, all you lack is cultivation time. We believe that when you reach his age, you will definitely be much stronger than him.
Hua Qiu smiled. Alright, you don't need to worry too much. He's just a blood frenzy, I'll take care of him, he can't hurt anyone in the Zhong family. The Zhong family was stunned. They were puzzled. Why is he still so calm and confident when facing a blood frenzy who was comparable to a god of death? Did he truly have a clear understanding of blood frenzy's terrifying strength? Even Zhong Xiling, who had always blindly trusted Hua Qiu, was starting to have doubts. Can he really solve this problem? Calling him back myself, wouldn't that have harmed him? Hua Qiu noticed the expressions on everyone's faces. So what if he's a mere blood madman, even if he's a martial saint? Hua Qiu said with disdain. Very well, this time, I will settle the Zhong family's matter once and for all, and wipe out all their enemies. 261, Chapter 261. It's over. It's over. By the way, has the black market become lively this time? Hua Qiu suddenly asked a question. The Zhong family was somewhat stunned, wondering how he could still be in the mood to pay attention to those things. It's certainly lively, much more lively than the last time, Zhong Yuanshan said with a wry smile. Blood Madman, ranked number 1 in the world, carries far more weight than Greedy Wolf. The black market forums are in an uproar, everyone's saying our Zhong family is doomed this time. Is that so? Hua Qiu smiled faintly, took out his phone and logged into the black market forum. Just as Zhong Yuanshan had said, it was extremely lively up there. Almost all the posts were about the Zhong family. The Zhong family will be wiped out this time, I'm telling you, even Jesus couldn't stop them. That's Blood Madman, the number 1 assassin, a being comparable to a god of death. Even if the Zhong family brings back that expert from last time, it won't help. Even that expert is in dire need of protection himself. If he dares to interfere, he'll definitely die a violent death. What a tragedy. The Zhong family is ultimately doomed. Who on earth wants to destroy the Zhong family? How could they be so powerful as to hire even the number 1 assassin, Blood Madman? Hua Qiu's smile deepened as he watched the posts scrolling wildly across the black market forum. This is the scene he likes to see. Why does Mr. Hua seem quite happy? The Zhong family members looked strange. They were all extremely anxious, and Hua Qiu's behavior was hard for them to understand. With all this commotion, why isn't anyone opening a sale? Hua Qiu frowned after flipping through the pages for a while. The Zhong family members were speechless, staring at him in astonishment. Could it be that he's planning to use the same trick again as last time? That's wishful thinking. Sigh, last time the black market officially opened, we lost too much money. This time they will definitely be more cautious, Zhong Yuanshan said with a wry smile. Besides, even if they knew you were intervening again, the black market would be full of people buying blood and winning big. Since the black market officials wouldn't make any money, they naturally wouldn't do a losing business. Hua Qiu was somewhat unhappy. Who wouldn't enjoy getting something for nothing? No one ever complains about having too much money. Since the black market officials aren't opening any betting, how about we do it ourselves? Hua Qiu said with a smile. What? The Zhong family members were all shocked. Spread the word that I'm going to stand up for the Zhong family. We'll set up the betting ourselves, and if they want to bet on Blood Crazy Win, let them bet, Hua Qiu said with a beaming smile. When the time comes, however much they bet, they'll lose it all. Hua Qiu's words stunned the entire Zhong family. Is he serious? This is insane. The prerequisite is that you have to be able to beat Blood Frenzy. How to win? By what means? Don't look at me like that, I'm not joking, Hua Qiu said seriously, noticing the expressions on everyone's faces. This project absolutely must be launched, we can't miss it. After this, your Zhong family's wealth will at least double, and you'll be able to expand beyond Beishan and become a top family in Jinhu province. Isn't that great? The Zhong family members all fell silent, speechless. They really thought Hua Qiu had gone mad. Mr. Hua, perhaps you should reconsider? Someone said hesitantly. No need to consider. Hua Qiu waved his hand dismissively. If you still believe in me and respect me, then do as I say, and you will definitely be pleasantly surprised. If you insist on not doing it, that's fine too. I'll do it myself. I'll just open a smaller bet. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. Sai Zhong Yuanshan sighed. Personal possessions are external things, you can't take them with you when you die. Since Mr. Hua insists, what's wrong with my Zhong family sticking up with you for this final showdown? You shall do as Mr. Hua says, he commanded. Although the Zhong family had doubts and were unwilling, they had no choice but to obey the order. Anyway, it was the same last time, so going crazy again this time won't hurt. It's much better than having your family wiped out and your wealth fall into the hands of others. After thinking about it, the Zhong family felt relieved. As a result, the news that the Zhong family's experts were once again participating in the battle spread quickly, causing a huge uproar in the black market. Meanwhile, the Zhong family's opening ceremony was also made public, with official black market certification. In an instant, the black market was violently detonated. This is insane. Are the experts in the Zhong family brainless? Do they think Shuequang is like Tan Lang? How could he possibly handle him? They're overestimating themselves. That's too arrogant. He dares to challenge the world's #1 assassin. What makes this Zhong family expert think he's so special? Has he never died before? I can't wait to see him get killed by blood frenzy. Is too arrogant. He thinks he's invincible just because he defeated Greed Wolf. We're a frog in a well. What, the Zhong family still dares to launch sales? How confident do they have? Have they gone mad? Damn it, we got tricked last time and the Zhong family made a fortune. This time they actually dared to open their own betting platform. I'll bet my entire fortune on it. I'll make them lose everything. Suppress them all. We must get revenge for what happened last time. This is blatant money grabbing. Anyone who doesn't place a bet is a complete idiot. In an instant, public sentiment was aroused, and those who placed bets went into a frenzy. This grand occasion even alarmed martial artists from other regions, who flocked to the Beishan Black Market Forum to place bets. Countless people were laughing, mocking the Zhong family's experts for overestimating their abilities and the Zhong family for their utter foolishness. Everyone believed that there would be no surprises this time, and that the Zhong family's experts had no chance of defeating the #1 assassin, Blood Madness. Zhong Jia and Hua Qiu smiled broadly once again as they looked at the number of people betting and the stakes on the forum. This time, we're really going to make a fortune. Although he wasn't very interested in worldly money, his family and friends needed it. Having a huge amount of money can actually accomplish a lot of things. He could use that money to acquire a large number of precious herbs and refine high-grade pills, which would be of great use to him and his relatives and friends. In contrast, the Zhong family members always looked worried and gloomy. Mr. Hua, what are your plans? How do we deal with the #1 assassin, Blood Madness? Zhong Yuanshan asked tentatively. They felt that Hua Qiu must have some plans for being so confident. I have no solution, Hua Qiu said calmly. A mere blood frenzy isn't worth my time. The Zhong family was stunned. You aren't you going to do anything? They asked in alarm. Then, who can deal with him? It's a minor issue, don't worry, Hua Qiu said. I plan to call Long Yuan back and let him deal with Shuequang with his current strength. Dealing with Shuequang should not be a problem. Upon hearing Hua Qiu's words, the entire Zhong family was stunned. At that moment, they felt dizzy and had an urge to vomit blood. Zhong Yuanshan's vision blurred, and he almost collapsed. Long Yuan. Isn't that the greedy wolf star? He's only a 4th-ranked king-level assassin. They may appear to be ranked similarly, but their actual abilities are worlds apart. Blood Madman alone can crush all the king-level assassins behind him. Should we send Greedy Wolf to deal with Blood Frenzy? How could we possibly win? It's all over. The Zhong family's heart sank to the bottom, their spirits utterly broken. 262, Chapter 262. Could he be the reincarnation of the martial ancestor? Hua Qiu gave the order, and Long Yuan quickly arrived at the Zhong family. When he learned that Hua Qiu was going to send him to fight against the world's #1 assassin, Long Yuan couldn't help but show his excitement. Blood Madness, international rumors say his strength is comparable to that of the assassin organization's leader, God of Slaughter. Fighting him will allow me to prove my strength. Thank you, Master, for giving me this opportunity. The Zhong family members looked strange. Why is even the greedy wolf star like this? As the former 4th-ranked assassin in the world, shouldn't he be well aware of Blood Madman's strength? How could he dare to resist?
The strong self-confidence of the master and servant was incomprehensible to the Zhong family. I see that your physical body has become much stronger these days, and you are about to break through to the next level. After I finish up some trivial matters, I will collect some materials to temper your body and help you break through, Hua Qiu said calmly.
The next realm after Martial Venerable is Martial Saint.
He hadn't heard of what came after the Martial Grandmaster level, but Long Yuan, under his tutelage, was already close to reaching that level. Perhaps, Long Yuan will be the first person in the history of Xia Kingdom's martial arts to reach the level of Martial Grandmaster in terms of physical strength.
Thank you, Master. Long Yuan quickly knelt on one knee, tears of gratitude streaming down his face.
In reality, he had been under Hua Qiu's tutelage for less than half a year. But the promotion he received was enough to leave everyone speechless. He once harbored a grand ambition, to slay the leader of the organization he once belonged to, the God of Slaughter. Before, it was a distant dream, but now it seems that it will be achieved soon. Hua Qiu then looked at the Zhong family members. His brow furrowed slightly. The strength of the Zhong family's martial artists is too poor. Hua Qiu shook his head and said. The Zhong family was speechless. The Zhong family is the most powerful martial arts family in Beishan City, with an extremely high status and the strongest strength. Only someone like Hua Qiu would look down on the Zhong family's strength. The Zhong family, it's time for you to get a raise, Hua Qiu said calmly. He scrutinized the Zhong family. Zhong Xiling, Zhong Yuanshan, come here. Hua Qiu pointed at the two of them. The grandfather and grandson walked up to him, puzzled. Hua Qiu flipped his wrist, and two pills appeared in his hand. One is silver, and the other is gold. The silver one was handed to Zhong Yuanshan, and the gold one was handed to Zhong Xiling. Take it immediately. Hua Qiu's tone was very forceful. The two dared not and would not disobey, and immediately took the poison. As soon as they swallowed it, their expressions changed. The next moment, the two sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to refine the elixir. The powerful energy released by the pill shocked them greatly. Hua Qiu made a move, injecting a wisp of creative spiritual power into Zhong Xiling's body, causing her to radiate a hazy, precious light. With Hua Qiu's current resources, improving the strength of ordinary martial artists is a piece of cake. As long as he has enough materials, he can refine pills at any time, and mass-producing martial venerables is no problem at all. The problem is that precious medicinal herbs are hard to find. The Zhong family members all gathered around curiously. Soon. Bang! Bang! Two loud explosions came from the two people on the ground, and they unleashed an aura far stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. In an instant, all the Zhong family members were dumbfounded, their expressions blank. This could be the aura of a martial venerable. Their eyes widened as they stared blankly at the intense internal energy emanating from the two men. Releasing internal energy outwards, what else could it be but a martial venerable? Mr. Hua has elevated both of them to the martial venerable realm. Just two little pills, my god, what kind of magic pills are those? There are actually such miraculous things in the world. Our Zhong family has produced two martial venerables. The entire Zhong family was in a state of shock and disbelief, unable to calm down for a long time. They looked at Hua Qiu with disbelief. He was actually able to do something so unbelievable. No one expected that Hua Qiu would suddenly give the Zhong family such a big surprise. Martial Venerable, I have actually reached the Martial Venerable realm. Zhong Yuanshan stood up from the ground, his face full of disbelief. Overwhelmed with emotion, his body trembled, and tears streamed down his face. Martial Venerable. A powerful realm that countless martial artists dream of. He had always thought that he would never reach the Martial Venerable realm before he was buried. 2VE become a Martial Venerable too? Zhong Xiling was the most shocked. Her pretty face froze, and she stood there like a wooden doll for a long time, unable to come back to her senses. Her grandfather was at least a 9th rank martial artist, but she was only a 6th rank.
Hua Qiu was actually able to help her reach the martial venerable realm? Zhong Siling's brain was about to shut down. When the Zhong family learned that Hua Qiu had become a martial venerable at such a young age, they were all extremely surprised. Reaching that level at that age is truly the mark of an unparalleled genius. Now, she has also joined this ranks. Currently, in the Xia Kingdom, there are only 2 or 3 people who have reached the martial venerable realm in their 20s. They are all cultivated by top martial arts families with countless efforts, and each one is dazzling. Our Zhong family has actually produced one. All of this was made possible thanks to Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua, such kindness is immeasurable. Please accept our Zhong family's bow. All the members of the Zhong family bowed down to Hua Qiu, filled with gratitude. Hua Qiu gestured for them to stand up. Zhong Yuanshan, although the pills you took have raised you to the martial venerable realm, your potential is already limited, and it will be difficult for you to make any further breakthroughs, Hua Qiu said. Zhong Siling, the pills you took are even more precious. Breaking through to the martial venerable realm is just a side effect. Its real purpose is to refine your body and lay a solid foundation for you, making your future cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Hua Qiu's words shocked everyone once again. Breaking through to the martial venerable realm was just a side effect? They really are the type to say something truly outrageous. Zhong Siling was so grateful that she didn't know what to say. Cultivate diligently, and within 10 years you will achieve the so-called transcendent martial saint, Hua Qiu said calmly. Martial saint. The Zhong family members' eyes widened. The Zhong family can actually produce a martial arts saint? Moreover, it will only take 10 years. They looked at Hua Qiu as if he were a god. Throughout the entire Xia Kingdom, throughout history, which legendary martial artist could possess such ability? The martial venerable can create anything he wants, and the martial saint can nurture anything he wants. Mr. Hua, just who are you? The Zhong family marveled at Hua Qiu's astonishing abilities. I even suspect that you are the reincarnation of the martial ancestor from 800 years ago, said a member of the Zhong family. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly, nodding in amazement. Your reaction is too extreme, Hua Qiu said calmly. The Zhong family's vision is still too limited. Now, the martial venerable is nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Hua Qiu pondered for a moment. The Zhong family already has a martial venerable. He glanced at Zhong Siling. He always repays a small kindness with great generosity. He decided to do one more thing. To create an unprecedented martial arts technique for the Zhong family. 263, Chapter 263. The bell rings, the divine realm reappears. Bring me your Zhong family's martial arts techniques, Hua Qiu said. Although they didn't know what he wanted, the Zhong family members handed over their family's inherited techniques without hesitation. Hua Qiu perused the Zhong family's martial arts manual and carefully studied it. Ordinary martial artists in the secular world generally cultivate human-level techniques. A powerful martial arts family with a Xian-level cultivation technique passed down through generations. Those reclusive ancient martial arts families, on the other hand, inherit earth-rank techniques. As for the heavenly rank, it is extremely rare, a treasure that even those who have transcended the martial saint realm cannot obtain. Hua Qiu's mind contains many cultivation techniques, all of which are of high quality, but none of them are suitable for martial artists to cultivate. Those with the talent for cultivating immortality are ultimately a minority. After careful consideration, Hua Qiu decided to create a set of martial arts techniques specifically for martial artists to practice. For families like the Zhong family and the Yu family, as well as other families or individuals he wants to help in the future, giving them a set of top-notch martial arts techniques would be most appropriate. Although Hua Qiu improved the Bai family martial arts school's techniques to the heavenly rank, it was someone else's inheritance, and he couldn't give it away to others. After reading the Zhong family's Xin-level cultivation technique and comparing it with other martial arts techniques he had seen before, Hua Qiu had gained many insights. Hua Qiu walked to the pond in the Zhong family's courtyard, put his hands behind his back, faced forward, and slowly closed his eyes. As a supreme immortal emperor, he will examine the martial arts cultivation methods of the Xia Kingdom's warriors from the perspective of a powerful immortal cultivator, and draw inferences from similar cases to gain a thorough understanding of the warriors' cultivation methods.
When he sees things clearly, he can create a martial arts technique. The moment Hua Qiu closed his eyes, the aura around him changed. There was a breeze blowing in the courtyard, but the area within a zhang, approximately 33 meters, around him was like a vacuum, devoid of any other matter. Mr. Hua, what is this? The Zhong family members looked puzzled. Don't disturb him, Zhong Yuanshan said quickly, his gaze sharpening. Mr. Hua, this is an epiphany, he exclaimed in surprise. In all my years, this is the first time I've ever seen someone enter such a rare state of enlightenment so easily. Mr. Hua truly lives up to his name. Upon hearing this, the Zhong family members dared not utter a sound and waited silently in place. Hua Qiu began to create martial arts techniques. Unbeknownst to him, his state of enlightenment triggered a fluctuation in the air, which quickly spread outwards. The capital city, the headquarters of the Martial Alliance. The leader of the Martial Alliance was busy processing various documents in his office, and was extremely stressed. Recently, evil martial artists have been appearing more frequently. They frequently cause trouble in remote areas or border regions, harassing the martial artists stationed by the Martial Alliance. It is inevitable that a large number of evil martial artists will emerge from seclusion. Buzz. At one point, a buzzing sound emanated from the device. The leader of the Martial Alliance froze in an instant. An expression of disbelief crossed his face. Did I hear that right? The leader of the Martial Alliance murmured absent-mindedly. Buzz. Another buzzing sound rang out, echoing throughout the entire Martial Alliance headquarters. It's true, it's the Martial Ancestor bell ringing, it really is ringing. The leader of the Martial Alliance jumped up from his chair in an instant, his expression becoming extremely excited. For hundreds of years it has finally started ringing again. At this moment, the leader of the Martial Alliance was moved to tears, unable to contain his excitement. He rushed out of the office as fast as he could and headed in one direction. Not only him, but at this moment, all the high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance were alarmed and headed towards one place. Everyone looked extremely excited. Soon, they arrived at an ancient building. In the center of the ancient building hangs a simple and ancient bronze bell. Buzz. The large bell was ringing incessantly, yet no one was actually striking it. The Martial Ancestor bell, after hundreds of years, you have finally rang again. The high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance looked at the ancient bell with tears in their eyes. The Bizhong is a priceless treasure of the Xia Kingdom. It is a martial arts legend from the Xia Kingdom 800 years ago, left behind by the Martial Ancestor, and has been kept under the guard of the Martial Alliance headquarters ever since. The Martial Ancestor's bell rings, and the Divine Realm appears. The Martial Alliance leader exclaimed excitedly. The Martial Ancestor bell is connected to the destiny of our Xia Kingdom and can sense any secular region within the Xia Kingdom. There's no mistake, there's absolutely no mistake. After hundreds of years, our Xia Kingdom has finally produced another martial arts legend who has reached the pinnacle. Buzz. The Martial Ancestor bell rang incessantly, striking 99 times before finally stopping. 99 shots, it's actually 99 shots. The Martial Alliance's high-ranking members were even more excited. Even 300 years ago, that person only made the Martial Ancestor bell ring 30 times, but this person actually made the Martial Ancestor bell ring to its maximum. This shows that his talent is comparable to that of the former Martial Ancestor. Is our Xia Kingdom finally about to rise? Heaven has eyes. For a time, the high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance went into a frenzy. After 300 years, the Xia Kingdom has produced another Divine Realm expert. This time, he is comparable to the Martial Ancestor and will never be easily erased by those so-called immortals again. The Martial Alliance leader said solemnly. Damn those pseudo-immortal sorcerers, they have been plundering the fortune of my Xia Kingdom, using the essence of mortal beings to nourish themselves for hundreds of years. We have had no choice but to swallow our anger. But all of this will change in the future. Because we have a peerless legend, he is the hope of our Xia Kingdom. The Martial Arts Alliance was in high spirits. Find this mythical figure as quickly as possible, present him with the Martial Ancestor's legacy, and try not to give the pseudo-immortals any time to react. The Martial Alliance leader waved his hand and gave the order.
Yes.
In the Zhong family, Hua Qiu opened her eyes, her expression showing surprise.
A treasure of destiny?
He uttered in confusion. He never expected that his creation of a martial arts technique from the perspective of a martial artist would somehow trigger a reaction from some kind of treasure.
As a celestial emperor, he was well informed and immediately thought of the treasures of destiny he had seen in some cultivation kingdoms.
Such a treasure is connected to the fate of a nation, and its significance is extremely important. Unexpectedly, a person with ordinary the Xia kingdom, whose main system is based on martial arts power, actually has such a thing. I underestimated this worldly way of thinking, Hua Qiu said with a slight smile. The treasure of Xia kingdom's destiny had no effect on him, so he didn't care about it.
Give me paper and pen. Hua Qiu shouted. The Zhong family quickly prepared everything.
Hua Qiu picked up his pen and quickly wrote down the martial arts technique he had created on the paper. The Zhong family watched from the sidelines, reading the words, and the more they read, the more alarmed they became. The profundity of this technique exceeded their comprehension. This the cultivation technique that Mr. Hua suddenly comprehended. This technique is of an extremely high grade, but unfortunately, I am not at a high enough level to define its level, Zhong Yuanshan said in shock. After a while, Hua Qiu put down his pen. This method will be passed down to your Zhong family, he said calmly. The Zhong family was shocked and somewhat incredulous. Thank you so much, Mr. Hua, they said, bowing deeply in gratitude once again. Let me ask you, what is your definition of martial arts techniques? It is heaven and earth, Xuanhuang above the heavenly rank. Are there any other ranks? Hua Qiu asked. Above the heavenly rank, there is indeed a unique level, Zhong Yuanshan replied. That is the divine level. Since the development of martial arts, only the cultivation method created by the martial ancestor has reached that level. The divine rank it was personally determined by the martial ancestor, and only his cultivation method can be called a divine rank cultivation method. As he was speaking, Zhong Yuanshan suddenly froze. Mr. Hua, could it be a martial art you created? Zhong Yuanshan's mouth dropped open. Could it be that he created a divine level cultivation technique? Is this really possible? That's something only the greatest martial artist of all time, the martial ancestor, could achieve. Hua Qiu smiled without saying anything more. Martial ancestor's techniques, divine rank. The cultivation techniques he created are at least at the divine level. 264, Chapter 264 Who do you think you are? After spending one night at the Zhong family's house, Hua Qiu summoned the Zhong family members the next day and asked them to follow him to the black market. Mr. Hua, you're taking us to the black market, is there some plan in mind? Zhong Yuanshan asked. Regarding the bounty on your Zhong family, last time it was Greedy Wolf, and this time it's Blood Madness. Even if Blood Madness is dealt with, there may be others next time, Hua Qiu said. Unless the problem can be fundamentally solved, it will never end. You are living in fear, and I am also tired of it. Zhong Yuanshan was taken aback. Then he was very surprised. Mr. Hua, you want to find out directly who posted the bounty, right? Not bad. Hua Qiu nodded. Upon hearing this, the Zhong family members looked at each other in bewilderment. But Mr. Hua, I'm afraid you'll have made a wasted trip. Zhong Yuanshan gave a wry smile. The black market only helps post bounties. It's impossible for them to reveal the information of the person posting the bounty. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't dare to post bounties on the black market. It's precisely because the black market authorities are extremely secretive that they have earned everyone's absolute trust. Is that so? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Then I'm going to make them tell me the information today. The Zhong family members were all speechless. Ahem, Mr. Hua, the black market holds an extremely special position. Even the Xia Kingdom Martial Alliance has always turned a blind eye to their existence and actions. The black market is a place that even the Martial Alliance cannot interfere with. The black market is spread across hundreds of countries around the world. No one knows who created it. All that is known is that the organization behind the black market is enormous. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the #1 organization in the world. Even the most powerful martial artist would not dare to offend the black market too much. Mr. Hua, although you are a national hero of our Xia Kingdom, if you really want to investigate those things, they may not even bother with you. I understand, Hua Qiu nodded, but her steps did not stop.
The Zhong family members looked at each other in silence.
They dared not object to Hua Qiu's decision and could only silently follow it. The group's entry into the Beishan black market immediately caused a commotion. After all, the Zhong family is now a hot topic on the Beishan black market forum, and everyone knows about them. The Zhong family was almost slaughtered by Xue Kuang, yet they still have the mind to stroll around the black market. I really don't know what they're thinking. The black market warriors found it hard to understand. You're really carefree. If I were a member of the Zhong family, I would be trembling with fear and busy searching for a way to save my life right now. I think they're just giving up. They know they can't escape Blood Madman's clutches, so they're adopting a live one day at a time attitude. Just wait, once Blood Madman kills them, we'll all make a killing. If they don't die, we'll lose money. Along the way, the black market warriors were talking amongst themselves, pointing and whispering.
Humph, these people will soon regret it.
The Zhong family members said indignantly. Now, they have full confidence in Hua Qiu. He can easily create 2 martial venerables and create top-notch cultivation techniques, so how could he not be able to deal with a blood madman?
Is that person walking at the very front the expert from the Zhong family?
Many people were also staring at Hua Qiu with unfriendly expressions. He was surrounded by the Zhong family, his identity was self-evident.
So young, yet so arrogant, daring to defy blood frenzy, he won't even know how he died.
He will soon pay the price for his overestimation.
The martial artists followed him, mocking and ridiculing him.
He was tricked last time, and it was said that a master from the Zhong family was behind it. Many martial artists are full of resentment towards him. They wanted to see what this group was up to by swaggering onto the black market. Hua Qiu ignored the gossip and led the Zhong family directly to the official business hall of the Beishan black market.
Upon entering the hall, black market personnel quickly came to greet us.
Welcome to the Zhong family and Huaguosher. May I ask what business you have to conduct?
The black market man said with a smile. It's normal for the black market, which controls intelligence worldwide, to know Hua Qiu's identity.
I have something to investigate, and I don't care how expensive it is, Hua Qiu said calmly.
Please speak, the black market man said with a smile.
I need to check the Zhong family's wanted poster, Hua Qiu said. The black market man froze, his smile vanishing.
What would you like to know?
His voice became somewhat low. I want to know the real identity of the person who posted this, Hua Qiu said. Upon hearing this, the black market business hall fell silent. The martial artists who accompanied him looked at Hua Qiu as if he were an idiot. Anyone who comes to the black market and knows a little about it knows that the black market would never leak the information of the person who posted it. No one dared to offend the black market officials in this matter.
This expert from the Zhong family is clearly here to cause trouble.
Huaguosher, I'm very sorry, but our black market would never leak information about the person who posted the bounty, the man said with a stern face. Not to mention his real identity, as long as he chooses to remain anonymous, even if it's just a pseudonym on the black market, we will not reveal a single thing about it.
What if I insist on investigating?
Hua Qiu said, his face darkening.
The black market operators paused again.
A moment later, he gave a meaningful smile.
Then you'll have to leave disappointed. Please allow me to reiterate.
The black market will never leak even a trace of the publisher's information, no matter who comes, not even if you are a national hero of Xia Kingdom. In the black market, no matter what level of martial artist you are or what your status is outside, when it comes to matters of principle, we treat everyone equally. This person spoke politely, but showed no respect for Hua Qiu.
The implication is also very clear. Hua Qiu's status as a national hero is completely useless here. The black market doesn't take him seriously.
In fact, the black market does have the confidence to do so. Even the Martial Alliance has to tolerate the black market, maintaining a live and let live attitude. The black market is so vast and powerful that it cannot be shaken by a single national hero.
People completely ignoring him, let's see how he saves face now.
The martial artists around him watched Hua Qiu with amusement and sneer. This was entirely Hua Qiu's own doing, bringing trouble upon himself.
Do you think you're some kind of national hero of Xia, able to act high and mighty wherever you go? The black market doesn't care who you are, you're far too arrogant. Now you've bitten off more than you can chew, haven't you? You're helpless now, aren't you?
They simply didn't believe that Hua Qiu would dare to turn against the black market authorities and cause trouble here. If that's the case, then his career as a national hero has come to an end. Regardless of how the black market reacts, the Martial Alliance headquarters will probably strip him of his title of national hero in order to quell the situation. Huaguosher, please recognize your own identity, the black market man said with a smile. If something goes wrong here, the consequences could be very serious. Although he was not a martial venerable, he was not at a disadvantage in the face of Hua Qiu and possessed sufficient confidence. It was the black market organization that gave him his strong confidence.
Hua Qiu's face darkened instantly. Who do you think you are? Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that?
His voice was icy, a direct rebuke. The people in the black market immediately changed their expressions. The martial artists were all stunned.
He actually dared to berate the people representing the black market authorities. He actually dared to disregard the black market organization. 265, Chapter 265 Hua Qiu's Wrath. The black market operators looked extremely grim.
Huaguosher, are you determined to cause trouble in the black market today?
He asked coldly. As a national hero of the Xia Kingdom, do you know the consequences of doing this, and can you bear the series of negative repercussions it will cause?
The black market personnel questioned directly.
If you really insist on causing trouble here, we won't let you get away with it. There are plenty of martial venerable level experts in the black market, he sneered.
Some black market people appeared behind this man, eyeing Hua Qiu menacingly. Go and invite old Zhou here, he said to the person behind him.
Immediately, someone ran out.
Huaguosher, have you ever heard of the name of old Zhou from the Beishan black market?
The black market man asked with a half smile.
Never heard of him, Hua Qiu said casually. Is he famous? Upon hearing this, the black market personnel looked extremely sarcastic. They don't even know who old Zhou is, yet they dare to cause trouble here. They really don't know their own limitations. Let alone him being just a newly promoted national scholar. Even a long-established national scholar of Xia Kingdom wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Elder Zhou. This expert from the Zhong family is young and arrogant. When Elder Zhou arrives, he'll probably be scared out of his wits. The surrounding martial artists scoffed and shook their heads.
Hua Qiu's expression darkened.
Mr. Hua, that old Zhou is a powerful figure who oversees the Beishan black market. He is a great martial venerable and has a formidable reputation, Zhong Yuanshan said in a low voice. So, he's just a grand martial venerable after all, Hua Qiu sneered.
I thought it was some kind of important character.
Just a grand martial venerable, Huaguosher really has high standards, not even putting a grand martial venerable in his eyes, the black market man sneered.
He doesn't even put the great martial venerable in his eyes, so what makes him so arrogant?
The surrounding martial artists all frowned, feeling that Hua Qiu was too arrogant. It was an incomprehensible arrogance, an utterly ridiculous arrogance. Alright, I don't have time to waste here with you, Hua Qiu said, showing his impatience.
Get out of the way, don't block my way.
He shouted angrily, preparing to investigate himself. The black market operators, however, refused to budge an inch.
I'm afraid I can't comply, he said coldly. Hua Qiu frowned. Boom!
He waved his hand casually with a cold expression. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy raged like a whirlwind. The black market man's expression changed drastically, and he was instantly blasted away, along with the other black market people behind him. The entire black market business hall was in chaos.
Those people were all seriously injured after landing.
The surrounding martial artists stared wide-eyed.
He actually dared to make a move, he's incredibly audacious.
In all these years, no national hero of Xia has ever dared to fight so recklessly in the black market. His audacity will surely be punished. Just wait, when old Zhou arrives, he won't be able to be so arrogant anymore. The black market man struggled to his feet, his face pale.
You'll regret this, you surnamed Hua. he shouted angrily. No one has ever dared to defy the black market authorities. You are the first, and you will be the last. Humph. Hua Qiu snorted coldly and waved his hand again. The man was blasted away again, and his injuries were even more severe. Even the Zhong family members behind Hua Qiu remained silent in fear. The black market is definitely not something to mess with. Even though Hua Qiu was a godlike figure in their eyes, he still couldn't fight against the behemoth that was the black market. Who dares to cause trouble in the black market? Suddenly, a sound came from outside, booming loudly. The fact that the sound alone could cause air vibrations demonstrates the depth of his skill. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the business hall like a flash of lightning. He was an old man with a powerful aura, exuding authority without being angry. Elder Zhou is here. A martial artist shouted. That kid's finished now. Old Zhou, that's the man who caused trouble in our black market and injured us. The black market staff immediately pointed at Hua Qiu and shouted. This person must not be let go. Upon hearing this, old Zhou looked at Hua Qiu with a stern face. So you're the newly appointed national hero of Beishan, you certainly have a fiery temper, he sneered, his expression cold and stern. Clearly, he knew Hua Qiu's intelligence. But even if you are a national hero of the Xia kingdom, so what? The black market is not a place where a mere newly promoted national hero can run rampant. Boom! As he spoke, the powerful aura of a great martial venerable erupted from his body, filling the entire black market business hall. This is the power of a great martial venerable. The inexperienced martial artists looked on with longing. If old Master Zhou gets angry, let's see how that kid can withstand it. They remained on the sidelines, since the pressure wasn't directed at them anyway. A mere martial venerable dares to use his aura to intimidate me? Hua Qiu's face turned cold, and his gaze sharpened. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from the blue, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from him. Its sound was like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting. Its force was like Mount Tai pressing down. The air in the black market's business hall was almost stagnant. Bang bang bang. Cracks have appeared on the massive load-bearing columns in the business hall, they are on the verge of collapse, unable to bear the weight. The surrounding glass shattered, as terrifying as a nuclear bomb exploding there. At this moment, the black market Grand Marshal Venerable's oppressive aura was annihilated without a doubt, and his entire being swayed precariously like a candle flickering in the wind. This. Old Zhou was dumbfounded, his expression stiff, and he was completely stunned. What a terrifying aura that was! Enveloped by this aura, he was terrified, as if his soul was about to be scattered. Fear. Absolutely terrifying. He had never seen such a terrifying aura before. What he found hard to accept was that this was the aura emanating from a newly promoted national scholar of the Xia kingdom. That person was only in his early 20s. How could he possess such an indescribably powerful aura? So scary. At this moment, all the martial artists who had looked down on and mocked Hua Qiu fell silent, their faces a deep sense of terror was evident on his face. Even if that aura wasn't directed at them, just the aftershocks were something they couldn't withstand. Bang! Some people couldn't bear it and were pressed down to the ground, unable to lift their heads. How could he be so terrifying? Everyone was incredulous. Some people turned pale, as if their souls were about to fly away. The black market workers were dumbfounded, speechless, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The intelligence from the black market is wrong. Is he really just a newly promoted national hero? Even the great Martial Venerable was easily suppressed by it. His strength is at least at the Martial King level. If someone is truly a national hero of that caliber from the Xia kingdom, the black market wouldn't want to offend them too much and would treat them with great courtesy. So, Mr. Hua is this strong? The Zhong family looked at Hua Qiu with the same astonishment. No wonder he was so confident. Such an astonishing rate of growth is truly remarkable. Zhong Yuanshan exclaimed in amazement. I still remember that just a few months ago, Hua Qiu's strength was far from being this terrifying. Everyone was shocked and horrified. But what they didn't know was that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Hua Qiu's true strength. 266, Chapter 266 The Helmsman's Order. Didn't this guy surnamed Hua just become a national hero a few months ago? How come he's so ridiculously strong? Zhou, the black market marshal venerable, stared at Hua Qiu in shock, unable to understand it at all. Could he be the peerless genius of the martial alliance who was wanted by the evil sect with a top-tier kill order? He suddenly felt a chill. The peerless genius who forced the evil sect to issue a kill order back then was only at the great martial venerable realm at this age. This Hua Qiu was several times more amazing than him. While old Zhou was still lost in thought, Hua Qiu looked at him coldly. The Grand Marshal Venerable of the black market is nothing special, I think, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Old Zhou's face turned ashen, and he was speechless. His sheer presence was enough to overwhelm him, the difference in their strength was simply too great. Having been suppressed to this extent by a young martial artist, he had no face to refute. These words, however, evoked a different feeling in the ears of the others. He remained arrogant and disregarded everything. But this time, no one dared to say anything. Because of his strength and talent, he truly deserves to be the most outstanding person in the area. Even if you are stronger than me, it's still unreasonable for you to cause trouble in the black market. Old Zhou said stubbornly. Even the leader of the martial alliance wouldn't act like you in the black market, at the very least, he would observe proper etiquette. Heh, Hua Qiu sneered. The leader of the martial alliance is the leader of the martial alliance, and I am me, he said indifferently. Today, I will disregard all etiquette and act accordingly right here. What can you do about it? He was so arrogant, he didn't care about anything, he did whatever he wanted, and he was extremely domineering. Old Zhou was furious, but he could only glare helplessly. At this moment, no one here can control Hua Qiu. If he truly had no scruples, he could indeed act with impunity. The surrounding martial artists sighed in dismay. The black market has a special status. Never before have any martial artists from the Xia kingdom dared to trample on the head of the black market like this, leaving the people of the black market angry but unable to speak out. He can be considered the number one. Hua Guosher, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Old Zhou said coldly. Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently, revealing disdain. He raised his hand and pressed down. Boom! In an instant, the pressure increased again, and the momentum became even stronger. Old Zhou's expression changed drastically. Bang! He couldn't even react, the immense pressure shattered his internal energy, causing him to slam hard to the ground. The floorboards were shattered, and half of old Zhou's body was embedded in the soil, leaving him covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled. This powerful martial artist in the black market couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried, feeling utterly humiliated. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He overwhelmed a great martial venerable with just his aura. Just how strong is he? Hua Guosher, are you trying to declare war on the black market? The black market worker asked with difficulty, holding his breath. Everyone was stunned. Declaring war on the black market. That's extremely frightening. Even the entire martial alliance dared not utter those two words to the black market. If it really rises to that level, the meaning will be completely different. Even the speaker of the Xia kingdom wouldn't dare to break ties with our black market. Hua Guosher, do you really think you can shake the underground king of Xia kingdom? The black market man said again. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's anger flared up. This is the Xia kingdom. Don't be fooled by the fact that the people in the black market have yellow skin and black hair, they are not of the Xia kingdom race. What gives them the right to be so arrogant and domineering on the land of Xia? Do they really think they can dominate the underworld of Xia kingdom? The black market, is it that impressive? Hua Qiu said indifferently. That's impressive. The man said coldly, without any fear. Hua Qiu's expression turned icy. That person wasn't even a martial venerable. How dare you talk to him like that? Who gave him the courage? Court death.
A hint of killing intent flashed in Hua Qiu's eyes. He reached out and slapped the air directly. Bang! The force of that palm strike caused the air to become turbulent. That person was only an 8th-rank martial artist. There was no way he could withstand Hua Qiu's power. With a single palm strike, Hua Qiu slammed him into the ground from a distance, flattening him completely. It's clear that even on his deathbed, he didn't believe Hua Qiu would actually dare to kill him. The entire black market business hall immediately fell silent. He actually dared to kill someone from the black market government in the black market. The martial artist's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a huge shock to everyone. If the black market headquarters were to become enraged and start a war with the Xia Kingdom, even the martial alliance might not be able to handle it. Then he will be a sinner. The Zhong family was completely terrified. Hua Qiu's audacity still exceeded their expectations. Even a martial saint would have to think twice about this. At the very least, he wouldn't openly kill someone from the black market. You, how dare you kill someone here? Old Zhou said in a sinister voice, lying on the ground. Fine, I'll kill him then, so what? Hua Qiu said nonchalantly. Do you know what this will cause? Old Zhou's voice was deep. I merely killed a fool who dared to defy his superiors. What could that possibly cause? Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Insubordination? Old Zhou was immediately taken aback. Hua Qiu flipped his wrist, and a token appeared in his palm. This was something Lin Tianzhou, the leader of the black market's northern branch, gave him during his time in Qishan. It had been gathering dust in his storage space ever since. Do you recognize this? Hua Qiu waved the token in his hand. Old Zhou glanced at it, and his body suddenly trembled. The leader's order? He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What, the leader's order? Everyone looked astonished upon hearing this. Throughout the entire Xia Kingdom, every city has a black market. There are more than 30 black markets, each managed by a local official. Above that is the branch headquarters. The Xia Kingdom has 5 black market branches, each headed by a different regional leader. It can be said that, apart from the main headquarters in the capital, the branch headquarters is the largest. The branch leader holds an extremely high position. Unexpectedly, Hua Qiu actually produced a helmsman's token. How could you have this, but you're not a branch leader of my black market at all? Old Zhou exclaimed incredulously. I know the leader of the northern branch, he gave me this, Hua Qiu said. Old Zhou was stunned. Branch leaders will not easily give away their branch leader tokens to others. Unless it's an extremely close relationship. Helmsman's order. Regardless of who has it, as long as it's not stolen or robbed, holding this token is like having the helmsman himself present. Not to mention them, even the big boss of the Beishan black market would have to grovel before Hua Qiu if he were here. Is there a problem with me killing someone who has defied my authority? Hua Qiu sneered. No problem, Old Zhou said hurriedly, looking flustered. Is this your attitude after seeing the leader's order? Hua Qiu said coldly. He withdrew his intimidating aura, allowing the people in the black market to act. Old Zhou got up, his expression very complicated. After hesitating for a few seconds, he swallowed his pride and bowed to Hua Qiu. Your subordinate greets the commander. He said respectfully, bowing deeply. Your subordinate pays respects to the commander. The black market officials around them also knelt down and shouted respectfully. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. Hua Qiu had transformed himself from a public enemy of the black market into an incomparably prestigious figure within it. You should know that even if a martial saint who has transcended the physical realm were to come to the black market, they wouldn't be treated with such respect. This young national hero is truly incredible. How did he get the helmsman's order? That thing has a very special function and significance. Hua Qiu scanned the people kneeling before him in the black market, his gaze filled with coldness. They were kneeling and paying homage only to the token in his hand. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. When I have the time, I'll make sure this so-called black market organization gets completely kicked out of Xia country. Hua Qiu's face flashed with a fierce look. If you refuse to leave, then destroy you. 267, Chapter 267. Only the dead are not a threat. Get up. Hua Qiu said it casually. Thank you for your command, master. The man from the black market shouted as he stood up from the ground. The body of the black market manager was immediately taken care of. No one dared to hold Hua Qiu accountable for the murder. Because he held the leader's order, it was as if the leader himself was present. If he killed someone who had defied his authority, no one would dare to say anything. Now, I need to investigate who posted the bounty on the Zhong family's property. Is that alright? Hua Qiu asked Old Zhou. Ahem. Old Zhou quickly coughed lightly and gave Hua Qiu a wink. Envoy, I'm truly sorry, but keeping the bounty seeker's information confidential is the responsibility and obligation of the black market. Even internal staff are not allowed to spread it indiscriminately, Old Zhou said loudly. Hua Qiu nodded. He understood what Elder Zhou meant. Alright everyone, we are going to be repairing the service hall. We will be temporarily closed to the public today. Please move to another location, Elder Zhou said to the martial artists. The black market had issued an order to leave, and no one could force them to stay. The martial artists left one after another, but kept looking back as they went, trying to remember what Hua Qiu looked like. They thought to themselves that they must never provoke such a person again next time they encountered him. This person is domineering and powerful, and has no scruples. Now, the battle against the Zhong family might be a bit uncertain, the martial artists discussed. Hua Qiu's ability to easily suppress the black market martial venerable demonstrates his profound cultivation. However, blood madness, the world's #1 assassin and the closest to a god of death, is not to be underestimated. He can easily hunt down a martial king. This battle has generated a sense of anticipation among everyone. After everyone had left, Old Zhou welcomed Hua Qiu and the Zhong family into the black market reception area. Go and bring me the information on the Zhong family's bounty, he ordered his men. Soon, several documents appeared in front of Hua Qiu. Your Excellency, the information is all here, Old Zhou said with a smile. Now, he was all smiles and flattery towards Hua Qiu, as if none of the previous unpleasantness had ever happened to him. With Hua Qiu's strength and status, and the authority of the helmsman, he will become a top figure at the height of his power in time, and is worth currying favor with. Hua Qiu casually flipped through the documents on the table, his brows furrowing slightly. The person who posted the bounty is anonymous. His expression turned slightly somber. Don't be fooled by the few documents here, they're basically useless. Sir, if someone posts a bounty on the black market and intentionally conceals information, the black market generally won't interfere. Old Zhou looked troubled. Isn't the black market supposed to have all the world's intelligence? Hua Qiu sneered. If there had been any contact, how could we not find any information? He simply didn't believe it. The mere act of issuing a bounty, which is then notarized by the black market, involves the flow of funds. With the capabilities of the black market, they can definitely find it through accounts or similar means. I need all the information, not a single detail can be missed. Hua Qiu said coldly. Envoy, it's not that I don't want to help you, but some information can only be accessed by the person in charge, Old Zhou said. What, is my authority insufficient? Hua Qiu threw the leader's token onto the table. If you have any problems, find Lin Tianjiao, the leader of the northern branch. He'll take responsibility. Old Zhou's expression changed. This person actually addressed the northern branch leader by his given name. Their relationship is intriguing. I'll go investigate right away. Old Zhou stopped making excuses and immediately went to do it himself. The Zhong family stared in disbelief. The mighty black market martial master is unbelievably humble. Mr. Hua, may I ask, what is your relationship with the leader of the black market's northern branch? Zhong Yuanshan asked cautiously. What kind of relationship? We don't have much of a relationship, Hua Qiu said indifferently. The Lin family owes me a considerable favor. The Zhong family members looked strange. What exactly happened that would make a guild leader owe Hua Qiu a favor and be willing to give him the guild leader's token?
Hua Qiu didn't reveal the Lin family's land, afraid of frightening them.
After all, just mentioning the martial saint was enough to frighten them. He had killed a celestial being there. Mr. Hua, this commander's order is of great significance.
Zhong Yuanshan added, it can grant you unimaginable power, and the benefits are countless.
Hua Qiu picked up the leader's token, glanced at it, and didn't seem to care much. But judging from everyone's reactions, he knew that this thing was extremely unusual in the secular world. Lin Tianjiao, a person whose martial arts have been crippled, has managed to climb to the position of branch leader in the black market organization. He is indeed quite capable. Hua Qiu had to admit that he had underestimated him. Soon, old Zhou returned with a pile of documents.
Your Excellency, this matter is very unusual, he said solemnly.
I didn't expect the information about the person who posted the bounty to be so heavily encrypted that I couldn't open it at all. Old Zhou had his men place a computer in front of Hua Qiu. It was the interface for the black market's internal intelligence system.
If you insist on making the inquiry, please use the key of the helmsman's order.
At his prompting, Hua Qiu unscrewed the bottom of the helmsman's token and inserted it into the computer. A moment later, the hidden information appeared before Hua Qiu's eyes. Old Zhou dared not look at this encrypted information and quickly turned his face away. So that's how it is, Hua Qiu said calmly.
Where is the person in charge of your Beishan black market?
Hua Qiu asked, his expression cold. The magistrate is away on business and has not yet returned, Old Zhou replied.
Hua Qiu nodded and exited the interface.
If your leader returns, have him come to the Zhong family to see me, Hua Qiu said. Old Zhou readily agreed.
Hua Qiu stood up and left with the Zhong family.
Outside the black market, Zhong Yuanshan, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask a question.
Mr. Hua, have you found out? Found it. Who wants to destroy my Zhong family?
Hua Qiu smiled slightly. The person who posted the bounty is the head of the Beishan black market.
What?
The Zhong family members were shocked upon hearing this. They never imagined that the one who would destroy the Zhong family would be a black market boss.
No wonder they were able to hire the world's #1 assassin.
The head of the Beishan black market, for why would they want to destroy the Zhong family? We don't think we've ever offended him. The Zhong family members were all confused and bewildered.
Won't we know the answer when that person in charge returns?
Hua Qiu said with a faint smile.
Mr. Hua, what are you planning to do?
The Zhong family all looked at him. To be honest, they were terrified of getting involved with a black market boss. We can only let Hua Qiu make the decision. Hua Qiu possesses the leader's token. If he could persuade the person in charge to reconcile with the Zhong family, it should be possible. I've said before that we need to solve the problem at its root, Hua Qiu said.
Since he wanted the Zhong family destroyed, let's make sure he can never issue a bounty again. Mr. Hua, what do you mean? The Zhong family didn't quite understand.
Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. Only the dead are truly no threat. All the Zhong family members were shocked and stared at Hua Qiu in disbelief. He actually wanted to kill a black market manager. Even if he were the real leader of a black market branch, the consequences of doing such a thing would be severe. Because he is in charge, he is already a core senior executive.
Mr. Hua, you absolutely mustn't. Zhong Yuanshan's face turned pale. This is a true declaration of war against black market organizations. Even the Martial Alliance wouldn't dare to do that.
There's no one I can't kill if I want to, Hua Qiu said indifferently.
268, Chapter 268 The #1 under heaven. Beishan City Donghu Hotel.
At the dinner table, the Zhong family was still discussing the previous black market incident, marveling at Hua Qiu's actions. Hua Qiu was too lazy to listen to their flattery and went to the restroom. As he came out of the restroom, he almost bumped into a petite girl.
Upon closer inspection, it was someone I knew. Huang Lin? Hua Qiu called out. It was the female civil servant who lived across the street from him. Brother Hua Qiu, it's you. Huang Lin looked up and smiled. Are you here to eat? Hua Qiu nodded. Huang Lin was somewhat surprised. The Donghu Hotel is a well-known high-end hotel in Beishan City.
Logically speaking, public servants like them shouldn't be able to afford such things.
Hua Qiu doesn't seem to have any official business to attend to.
What a coincidence, I'm also here with my boss to entertain major investment clients. As she spoke, Huang Lin glanced down. Oh, they're here. I have to go now. We'll talk later. Huang Lin hurriedly ran down to greet them. Hua Qiu glanced down and saw that two fat, greasy middle-aged men had entered, followed by several bodyguards.
Huang Lin greeted the two respectfully. Huang Lin's boss introduced her to a major client with a meaningful gesture.
The major client patted Huang Lin on the shoulder with a smile, looking very satisfied.
Hua Qiu frowned slightly.
Even public servants can't escape the unspoken rules of the workplace. After thinking about it, he ignored it and went back to the private room. A moment later, Long Yuan arrived.
Master, what are your orders for me? He asked.
I have no instructions, I just invited you to have a meal, Hua Qiu said calmly. Cultivation requires a balance of relaxation and practice. Blindly burying yourself in intensive training is not the best approach.
He gave Long Yuan some pointers, and Long Yuan then spent all his time cultivating at the Zhong family's residence without stopping for a moment.
Long Yuan sat down in response.
When you accepted the bounty last time, did you contact the person who issued it? Hua Qiu asked.
I haven't had any contact with them. Long Yuan shook his head.
But that person was probably no ordinary person.
I didn't pay attention to the North Mountain black market. That bounty was personally put on me by the leader of the assassin organization, God of Slaughter.
Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this.
The person in charge of the Beishan black market is actually quite capable.
The Zhong family was shocked to hear this.
Even now, they still can't figure out what they did to offend that high-ranking official.
I recalled everything, but I couldn't remember ever having any interaction with him.
It's alright, I've already asked the northern branch leader to investigate, Hua Qiu said. The Zhong family members looked surprised.
He could easily order around the northern branch leader of the black market. Perhaps Mr. Hua didn't realize how extraordinary that was. Even the leader of the Martial Alliance doesn't have that kind of face. Beep. Just then, Hua Qiu's phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it.
That's quite fast, he said with a faint smile.
We found out who's in charge of the Beishan black market. The people present immediately perked up their ears.
The head of the Beishan black market is named Gongsun Bo. He was once a core disciple of the Xia Kingdom's divine physician lineage. Later, for unknown reasons, he left the sect and went overseas to join the black market organization. After years of hard work, he made great contributions and was assigned to the Beishan black market as its head. Hua Qiu calmly read out the information.
What, the lineage of divine healers?
Upon hearing this, everyone showed a look of shock.
Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow.
He had heard the term divine doctor lineage more than once. What kind of organization is this lineage of divine healers? Tell me about it, Hua Qiu said. The lineage of divine healers is an extremely ancient and mysterious sect in the Xia Kingdom. Zhong Yuanshan said slowly. This sect is renowned for its miraculous and superb medical skills, claiming that there is no disease in the world that it cannot cure. It is highly respected by doctors around the world and is regarded as the pinnacle of medical practice.
But in reality, this sect is far more complex than that.
The lineage of the divine physician is also an extremely powerful martial arts sect. This sect produced a martial arts legend.
Hua Qiu's gaze narrowed slightly.
In his estimation, the legendary martial arts master in the martial arts world might have strength approaching that of a cultivator at the core formation stage. To be honest, it is truly remarkable for an ordinary martial artist to reach that level. In the Xia Kingdom, there are many martial arts sects, both righteous and evil, and they are divided into different levels according to their strength, but the Divine Healer sect is unique. Without a doubt, the Divine Physician sect is the #1 sect in the Xia Kingdom. This is a fact recognized by both righteous and evil factions. Even though the martial artists of the Divine Healers sect rarely appear in the world or make a movie, it doesn't stop everyone from elevating them to such a high level.
Hua Qiu understood. From this perspective, the Divine Physician sect must be a transcendent sect, revered and admired by the world.
Mr. Hua, it is said that the Supreme Elder of the Divine Physician sect is a half-step mythical being, the most legendary figure in the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. Zhong Yuanshan said in a low voice.
He is currently recognized as the number one in the world.
Oh, is that so?
Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Half a myth, number one in the world. Hua Qiu couldn't help but feel a little curious. How strong is this so-called number one in the world? Compared to him, who is better or worse? If I have the chance, I might go and take a look.
I never imagined that the person in charge of the Beishan black market would be a core disciple of the divine doctor lineage. Zhong Yuanshan's face was extremely grim. The Zhong family members also looked worried. The number one sect in the world, the number one martial artist in the world who is half a myth. These titles are like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating them. Could it be that the black market is related to the lineage of the divine healer?
Long Yuan asked with a grim face.
The Zhong family felt even more somber upon hearing this. Both the black market and the divine doctor sect are powerful forces that they absolutely cannot afford to offend. What merit or ability does my Zhong family possess to have caused a core disciple of the divine physician sect to harbor thoughts of annihilating the entire family? Zhong Yuanshan's face was filled with bitterness.
What's there to worry about?
Hua Qiu said indifferently. I'll take care of everything now that I've taken charge of the Zhong family's affairs. I'll see it through to the end. We will remember Mr. Hua's kindness for the rest of our lives.
Zhong Yuanshan said, bowing with his hands clasped.
But they were still filled with worry.
After all, that's the best in the world.
No matter how extraordinary Hua Qiu is, his abilities are still limited. Perhaps, only when he grows into a legendary martial arts master can the Zhong family truly be saved from crisis.
But could the Zhong family survive until then? It's tough. Seeing the Zhong family's reaction, Hua Qiu didn't say anything more.
He will prove everything with his abilities. Suddenly, Hua Qiu frowned. As a cultivator, his hearing was already far superior to that of ordinary people. At that moment, a discordant sound came to my ears. His divine sense spread out and he quickly saw the situation inside another private room. The girl next door, a civil servant, was being pushed into the arms of a greasy, obese middle-aged man by her boss.
Huang Lin looked panicked and struggled helplessly.
He. The obese middle-aged man grinned lewdly and reached out to hug Huang Lin's chest.
Hua Qiuting stood up abruptly.
Since his mother specifically instructed him to take good care of Huang Lin, he took charge of this matter today. 269, Chapter 269. With me here, no one can touch you.
Mr. Hua, what's wrong?
Seeing Hua Qiu stand up, the Zhong family members asked her questions. You guys eat first, Hua Qiu said, and walked out of the private room. In the next private room, Huang Lin, looking panicked, pushed the greasy middle-aged man away.
Mr. Zhang, please don't do this.
She cried out in fear, taking a step back. Seeing this, the greasy-looking Mr. Zhang revealed a displeased expression. Director Liu, your subordinates are a bit tactless. General Manager Zhang looked at Huang Lin's immediate supervisor with a stern face. Mr. Zhang, Huang Lin has only been in this position for a short time and hasn't seen much of the world. Please bear with her, Director Liu said, bowing and scraping. Then, his expression darkened, and he turned to Huang Lin.
Huang Lin, how dare you? You actually pushed General Manager Zhang. Do you not want to work here anymore?
Director Liu shouted angrily. Huang Lin froze, and a look of grievance gradually appeared on her face. She was a girl from the countryside who studied hard for more than 10 years, finally graduated from a prestigious university, and passed the civil service exam with great difficulty. Because of her excellence, she started from a higher point than many others. Her dream was to make something of herself, to give her poor mother a better life, and to make her proud. She thought that as long as she could read people's expressions and work diligently, she would surely rise to prominence in the future. Unexpectedly, she also encountered the usual unspoken rules of the workplace. At this moment, Huang Lin appeared aggrieved and helpless. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. Faced with her boss's accusations, she could only lower her head in humiliation and apologize to that disgusting Mr. Zhang.
Humph, ungrateful. Mr. Zhang remained unmoved, his face still sullen. Huang Lin, don't you know how much Mr. Zhang's investment project will help our company? Director Liu asked coldly. If the entire unit's performance falls short of targets because of you, and the higher-ups investigate, can you bear the consequences?
Huang Lin was speechless, extremely nervous. Alright, you're an adult now. There are some things I don't need to explain too clearly, you should understand them yourself, Director Liu said with a smile. Think it over carefully. If you can handle Mr. Zhang well, I guarantee you'll get a promotion next month. If you don't handle the hospitality well, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself.
Huang Lin's face turned extremely pale.
She understood what Director Liu meant. If she doesn't compromise today, she might not even be able to continue working as a civil servant. But this was achieved through her arduous efforts.
For a moment, Huang Lin was torn between her inner turmoil and her spirits were low.
Young lady, one should know when to yield to circumstances. Mr. Zhang walked towards Huang Lin with a smile, extending his hand. As those large hands drew closer and closer, Huang Lin trembled, tears welling up in her eyes.
Do we really have to compromise?
Thinking of her poor mother, who had suffered from illness and hardship throughout her life, she sighed, a resigned expression on her face, and closed her eyes. That's more like it. Mr. Zhang laughed and was about to pull her into his arms with a smug look on his face.
Boom!
Suddenly, a loud bang came from the doorway of the private room. The door was kicked down, sending splinters flying everywhere.
The people in the private room were shocked and quickly looked over.
Mr. Zhang also stopped what he was doing, his face full of anger. Who are you? Are you looking for death?
Someone shouted coldly. Huang Lin opened her eyes and looked towards the doorway.
Upon seeing the person who arrived, she trembled and showed a look of surprise. Brother Huaqiu, she called softly, her pretty face blank. She never expected that it would be Huaqiu who came. That boy next door who, in her eyes, was unsuitable to be a civil servant. How dare you? Who are you? Who gave you the audacity? Director Liu stared coldly at Huaqiu, pointing at him and shouting angrily. Huaqiu sneered and looked at the pitiful Huang Lin. You fat pig, stay away from her, Huaqiu said indifferently, staring at General Manager Zhang. What did you say? General Manager Zhang roared in anger, his gaze turning icy. I don't care who you are, if you dare to cause trouble here, you must pay the price.
He sneered. Give him a lesson.
Mr. Zhang shouted to the bodyguards in the private room.
Yes. After responding, several bodyguards fiercely rushed towards Huaqiu. Huang Lin looked anxious upon seeing this. How could Huaqiu's small frame withstand the ravages of those tall and burly bodyguards?
You dare touch my master, you're asking for death. A voice suddenly rang out from behind Huaqiu, and a figure darted out. It was Long Yuan who had followed them. Seeing that Huaqiu's expression was off, he knew that something must have happened.
Bang bang bang. When Long Yuan makes a move, it's almost invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people.
I only saw a few blurs before my eyes, and then all of Mr. Zhang's bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, completely silent, their fate unknown. General Manager Zhang and Director Liu were shocked and looked at Long Yuan in fear.
Huang Lin's face was somewhat blank.
This was the first time she had ever seen a powerful martial artist make a move, and she was completely stunned.
How can there be such an amazing person? What did he just call Huaqiu? Owner? Did she mishear? You bastards, do you know who's here? Director Liu roared in anger after realizing what was happening.
Although he was afraid, he believed that revealing his identity would scare the other party.
I don't care who you are. Huaqiu walked into the private room with an icy expression. Since she calls me brother, then I must protect her. You dare to make a move on her, you've got some nerve.
Hua Qiu's anger seemed to cause the temperature in the entire private room to plummet, and the air to rumble and hum. Brother Hua Qiu, Huang Lin stared blankly at Hua Qiu. When she was in danger, a man stood up for her without fear, which made her heart tremble.
Huang Lin, don't be afraid with me here today, no one will dare to touch you.
Hua Qiu said with a faint smile.
Huang Lin was completely mesmerized. The boy next door who usually seems harmless and reckless can be surprisingly cool when he gets angry. But can he handle these two people? Huang Lin quickly became worried again.
Hua Qiu was just a public employee with a similar position to hers. How could he possibly afford to offend these two?
Haha, young man, you've got guts, Director Lu said with a sinister smile, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Do you know this man is the CEO of Beishan state-owned enterprise, Beizhou Group? He said loudly, pointing at CEO Zhang.
He believed that with Mr. Zhang's status, he could definitely intimidate the two of them. However, Hua Qiu didn't take it seriously at all.
What kind of damn boss? I've never even heard of him. Hua Qiu's face showed disgust. All I know is that if he tries to touch someone he shouldn't, he's asking for death.
Hua Qiu glanced at Long Yuan indifferently.
Whoosh! Long Yuan swayed.
Suddenly, Mr. Zhang, whose face was cold and gloomy, felt a blur before his eyes, and the next moment his throat was gripped. Long Yuan grabbed his neck and easily lifted the obese man in front of Hua Qiu.
Stop!
Director Lu's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he hurriedly stepped forward to try to stop them.
Roll!
Long Yuan kicked him, sending him flying. Director Lu lay on the ground, his face turning bluish-purple, unable to breathe for a long time.
Let me go. Mr. Zhang was being held by Long Yuan, struggling to breathe, kicking his legs, and making difficult sounds. How dare the CEO of a state-owned enterprise be so arrogant?
Hua Qiu looked at the two of them coldly.
Then do you know what my status is? 270, Chapter 270. Arrogance and pleading can be separated in an instant. Who are you?
Director Lu, who was lying on the ground, finally caught his breath and stared at Hua Qiu, asking a question.
I'm warning you, I'm the director of the investment promotion office in Beishan, and General Manager Zhang is a high-ranking official in a state-owned enterprise. If you dare to lay a hand on someone, that's against the law. Can you bear the responsibility for that crime? No matter who you are, don't even think about escaping the law. If you know what's good for you, release Mr. Zhang right now, otherwise, you'll be in deep trouble.
Yeah? Seeing that Director Lu still had the strength to threaten him, Hua Qiu sneered.
He glanced at the fat pig, Boss Zhang, who was about to suffocate. Huang Lin, did this fat pig touch you anywhere?
Hua Qiu asked, looking at Huang Lin.
No, Huang Lin said softly.
Hua Qiu arrived just in time, the other side hadn't succeeded yet.
Brother Hua Qiu, how about we release President Zhang? She pleaded weakly.
My mother raised me all by herself with great difficulty, and I don't want to lose my job and make her worry. Huang Lin's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke, and she lowered her head. She felt she had let Hua Qiu down. Hua Qiu was willing to stand up for her, but she wanted to submit to power and make Hua Qiu compromise.
Release? How can we release it?
Hua Qiu shook his head.
This fat pig is so audacious, I won't let him get away with this.
Hua Qiu's eyes were full of coldness.
As for your job, don't worry with me here, no one will dare to fire you.
Huang Lin stared blankly at Hua Qiu. She was hesitant to believe Hua Qiu's words. Hua Qiu's family lived across the hall from hers, and their positions and ranks should be similar to hers. The truly prestigious vocational colleges all live in high-end, fully furnished apartments at the very back of residential complexes.
Heh, what a boastful statement. Director Lu said with a mocking expression.
Who do you think you are? You think no one dares to fire her just because you say so? What gives you the right to make such arrogant claims?
Humph, after today's commotion, she can forget about working here anymore. When I get back, I'll immediately submit a report and get her fired.
Upon hearing this, Huang Lin's expression darkened.
Heartbreaking, bitter.
You're quite the big shot. Hua Qiu's expression grew even colder.
Who gave you the audacity to speak to my master like that?
Long Yuan roared, throwing General Manager Zhang aside and kicking Director Liu again.
Director Liu was terrified. "Don't rush!" Hua Qiu grabbed Long Yuan.
If they hadn't stopped him, that kick would have sent Director Liu to his grave. "I'd like to see how he gets rid of Huang Lin," Hua Qiu sneered.
"Mr. Hua, what happened?"
A voice rang out at the door. Seeing that Hua Qiu had been gone for a long time and that it was very noisy next door, the Zhong family members came over out of concern. Upon seeing the scene inside the private room, the Zhong family members' faces darkened. It turns out that someone had offended Hua Qiu.
"How dare you? Zhong Elder Zhong."
Director Liu's expression changed immediately upon seeing the Zhong family members, and he was filled with fear upon seeing Zhong Yuanshan. Today, the Zhong family is at the height of its power in Beishan City, and is the most prominent family in the city. A public servant like him seemed insignificant in the face of the Zhong family.
"Greetings, Grandpa Zhong."
Even the usually listless Mr. Zhang forced himself to get up and hurriedly bowed to Zhong Yuanshan.
He was just the CEO of a state-owned enterprise. The Zhong family is practically the heavens of Beishan City.
The Zhong family Huang Lin was also surprised. She had long heard of the Zhong family's status and knew that they were the most prestigious family in Beishan City.
"What kind of trouble are you guys causing?" Zhong Yuanshan asked angrily, his face grim.
Director Liu and General Manager Zhang were both startled. "Mr. Zhong, it's not that we want to cause trouble at the Zhong family's restaurant. It's that kid he rushed in and started hitting people without saying a word. We are victims too." The two pointed at Hua Qiu and accused him, hoping that the Zhong family would hold Hua Qiu accountable. "This person is lawless, assaulted a high-ranking official, and shows no respect for the Zhong family. Elder Zhong, this person should be severely punished,"
Director Liu said, fanning the flames.
"What did you say?"
Zhong Yuanshan's eyebrows furrowed. You deserve to die." Zhong Yuanshan roared in fury.
The two were completely stunned. "Mr. Hua, I'm so sorry to have allowed such scum into the restaurant. It has offended you. Our Zhong family is filled with remorse." Zhong Yuanshan bowed repeatedly to Hua Qiu, feeling extremely guilty. "Mr. Hua, we are so sorry to have bothered you." The Zhong family members were terrified and apologized profusely.
Director Liu and General Manager Zhang were completely dumbfounded.
Huang Lin was so startled that her mouth opened wide, and she quickly covered her mouth in fear of making a sound. Her emotions were in turmoil.
The most prestigious family in Beishan.
They were so incredibly respectful to Hua Qiu.
How is that possible?
Hua Qiu,
isn't she a public employee similar to her?
A low-level elite would never be treated like this by the most prestigious family.
Could it be that I guessed wrong?
It has nothing to do with your Zhong family, Hua Qiu waved his hand and said.
The incident happened in the Zhong family's territory, so we are to blame.
The Zhong family members, however, found it hard to let go of their grievances. To the Zhong family, Hua Qiu holds a higher status than their ancestors.
How can we let him be offended here? You two dare to provoke Mr. Hua. Do you have a death wish?
Zhong Yuanshan pointed angrily at General Manager Zhang and Director Liu, his body trembling with rage.
He was truly furious. I wish I could kill those two right now. Elder Zhang Yono, I wouldn't dare. The two were terrified. They were terrified. How could the person who supports Huang Lin be so terrifying? Even the Zhong family treats him this way. Why? If he's truly remarkable, Huang Lin shouldn't be in this position.
The two were terrified and extremely frightened.
How could they dare to show even the slightest bit of bravado?
Elder Zhong, we were wrong, the two cried out in terror. He actually knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing.
Huang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Are these the same arrogant people from just now?
That was her direct superior, yet he was so frightened that he turned pale and kowtowed repeatedly. The other is the CEO of a state-owned enterprise who used coercion and enticement against her. He was once high and mighty, but now he is extremely humble and keeps begging for mercy in order to save his life.
Mr. Hua, tell me, what should we do to appease your anger? Zhong Yuanshan asked Hua Qiu.
Just say the word, even if it costs them their lives, our Zhong family will handle it perfectly. Upon hearing this, the two men on the ground were nearly scared to death, and they cowed out even more vigorously, begging for mercy incessantly.
Hua Qiu glanced at Huang Lin.
She was somewhat frightened. Hua Qiu looked down at the two terrified people again.
Didn't you say you wanted Huang Lin to get out of here? Hua Qiu asked Director Liu.
Director Liu was horrified and turned pale.
I'm talking nonsense, I'm lying, I'm fired, I'm the one who should be fired, I'll go back and write my resignation letter right away. Please spare my life.
Remember what you said, Hua Qiu said coldly.
Director Liu nodded frantically.
Hua Qiu then looked at General Manager Zhang. A lustful, fat pig. Cripple his hand, he said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yuan moved.
Ah! A pig-like scream rang out, and Mr. Zhang immediately fainted. Throw it out.
With a single sentence from Hua Qiu, both General Manager Zhang and Director Liu were thrown out of the private room.
This is the second floor, you'll be crippled if you don't die. Huang Lin's face showed shock, fear, and above all, astonishment.
The young man who lived across the hall from her. There are extremely powerful people who worship him as their master. They were treated with the utmost respect by the most prestigious family, as if they were worshipping a god. He was so close, yet so incredibly far away. What exactly is his identity?
271, Chapter 271. They're the ones who deserve to die. Brother Hua Qiu, what's your relationship with the Zhong family?
After the incident at the hotel, Hua Qiu went back with Huang Lin, who asked curiously. She had too many doubts in her heart. The Zhong family treated Hua Qiu with utmost respect, and she could hardly imagine how Hua Qiu had earned their respect. I owed Miss Zhong a favor before, and I did some things for the Zhong family. The Zhong family was very grateful, so that's all, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile.
Huang Lin's expression turned strange upon hearing this.
The Zhong family is the most prominent family in Beishan City.
What extraordinary things must Hua Qiu have done for them to earn such utmost respect? Huang Lin felt that it was definitely not that simple.
But she was afraid of asking too many questions and annoying Hua Qiu, so she didn't dare to ask any more and could only bury her curiosity in her heart. When the two returned to the residential area, it was already getting dark. As soon as I entered the residential area, I saw that the small square at the entrance was full of people, seemingly holding some kind of election activity. Oh no, I almost forgot, the community is selecting community role models tonight. Huang Lin slapped her forehead upon seeing this. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu immediately thought of the arrogant and domineering fat old woman who had been standing in front of her house before. At the time, she arrogantly ordered the two men to vote for her husband, a high-ranking official who lived at the very back of the neighborhood, during the election. Why is this neighborhood always organizing all sorts of ridiculous activities? Is it even meaningful?
Hua Qiu glanced at it and frowned.
The Residents' Association had specifically notified everyone that each household had to send someone to participate in the election, which was to be conducted by name. Brother Hua Qiu, keep your voice down, Huang Lin quickly said. As you know, this community is inhabited by special groups of people, and some leaders like to engage in formalism. After the community role models are selected, reporters will be coming to interview us. We can't say anything carelessly, otherwise we'll offend some people and lose our jobs as public servants. Sigh. Huang Lin shook her head helplessly.
Hua Qiu disliked it even more.
Brother Hua Qiu, let's go over there, the election is about to start. Huang Lin pulled Hua Qiu towards the crowd.
Huang Lin, why are you so late?
As soon as they walked over, someone glared at them.
It was that high and mighty Mrs. Wang.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wang, work was quite busy today, but we came back as soon as we finished work, Huang Lin said apologetically.
Mrs. Wang gave a soft snort, clearly displeased. We can't afford to mess up during the vote, she warned.
Okay,
we'll definitely vote for Hu Shucheng, Huang Lin agreed repeatedly. Only then did Mrs. Wang feel relieved enough to instruct the others.
Hua Qiu remained indifferent, a cold smile playing on his lips.
The position of Shucheng is indeed a very high-ranking one in Beishan City.
Aside from the top big shots, the highest level is the secretary, who also wields considerable power.
But does a mere clerk think he can act arrogantly and domineeringly towards him? He wouldn't even give a second glance to the top officials in the capital. He refused to vote for that person.
That one is Hu Shucheng, Huang Lin said to Hua Qiu, pointing to a high-ranking official on the stage. I heard that Hu Shucheng is a distant relative of the Hu family, a once prominent family in Beishan. It's a pity that the Hu family fell from power, otherwise, with their support, he might be in an even higher position now. Actually, this event is just for show, almost everyone will vote for him. Brother Hua Qiu, even if a few people don't vote, it won't make much difference with Hu Shucheng's status. Even the Zhong family wouldn't easily offend him, since he is very likely to rise to the top ranks in Beishan City in the next few years. Such activities are nothing more than hype up his reputation and pave the way for his promotion. Seeing Hua Qiu's expression, Huang Lin was afraid that Hua Qiu would do something reckless, so she subtly reminded him. Little did she know, Hua Qiu's gaze darkened when she mentioned the Hu family. Young Master Hu, Zhou Yuan's former lover. The Hu family was destroyed by his words and ceased to exist. However, no one connected to the Hu family was implicated. Hua Qiu was even more displeased upon hearing that the clerk was a distant relative of the Hu family. Soon, the ballots were distributed, and the election officially began. Brother Hua Qiu, this is a real-name election, we have to take it seriously, Huang Lin said again, still worried. Hua Qiu didn't say anything, but quickly wrote 2 words on the ballot and then wrote his name in the voters section on the back. Once the ballots are handed in, the person on the stage begins to read them aloud while the votes are counted. Hu Mingde, 1 vote. Hu Mingde, 1 vote. Unsurprisingly, since Mrs. Wang had given prior notice, whether out of flattery or fear of offending her, everyone voted for Hu Shucheng. Mrs. Wang's chubby face jiggled with a smile, clearly very pleased. On stage, Hu Shucheng smiled broadly, pretending to be humble every time he read out a vote. He would bow to the audience and say things like thank you for your support. The host picked up another ticket. The host stared at the names on the ballot, paused for a moment, and his expression became extremely strange. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue reading. Huang Lin, 1 vote. When the host shouted it out, everyone was stunned. Who is Huang Lin? Many family members of public officials looked puzzled. Well, it seems to be a young female civil servant who lives in Building A, someone said uncertainly. Goodness, someone from Building A dares to run for election, that takes real courage, they actually dare to compete with Hu Shucheng. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss the matter. Hu Shucheng's face on the stage was slightly stiff. On the other side, Mrs. Wang's fat face suddenly turned gloomy, and her gaze became chilling. She originally intended to create the spectacle of a unanimous vote to generate media hype. A single vote may not change anything, but it thwarted her plans. How could someone choose me? Huang Lin was almost dumbfounded when she heard her name called. She was terrified and extremely nervous. Especially when she saw Mrs. Wang's murderous gaze fixed on her, she was even more panicked. She was just a low-level civil servant, how could she possibly offend a big shot like Shucheng? Who exactly chose me? Huang Lin asked tremblingly. It's me, Hua Qiu beside her admitted directly. Brother Hua Qiu, you, Huang Lin stared wide-eyed, not understanding why Hua Qiu would do that. What kind of person is that Shucheng, does he even deserve to be a community model? Hua Qiu said with displeasure. Only a public servant like you, who perseveres and works diligently, is qualified to be a community role model. Huang Lin's face turned pale with fright at his words. He actually dared to say in public what kind of nobody a clerk was. Sure enough, upon hearing Hua Qiu's words, the people around him looked over in surprise. Brother Hua Qiu, stop talking. Huang Lin quickly stopped her. We should leave quickly. Huang Lin was extremely panicked and grabbed Hua Qiu to leave. But suddenly 3 people in uniform walked over and blocked their way. Huang Lin was even more terrified, and her face turned pale. She turned around and saw Mrs. Wang staring at them with a cold smile. Clearly, she already knew who had cast the vote.
Mrs. Wang had a look on her face that said, "You'll see. This is it, we're doomed." Huang Lin's face was bitter. With the Zhong family protecting Hua Qiu, she should be fine. But she was just a girl from the countryside, with no connections whatsoever. "We're not doomed," Hua Qiu said calmly. "They're the ones who deserve to die." He looked coldly at the stage. 272, Chapter 272, Calling for Help, right? I now announce that the winner of the highest number of votes in this community model election is Hu Mingde. The host loudly announced the final result. Hu Shuchang is truly the one everyone hopes for. A false and enthusiastic round of applause erupted from the audience. Hu Shuchang bowed and thanked him with a big smile. Mrs. Wang was finally about to make her move. She looked at Hua Qiu and the other person who were blocked. "Arrest those two people who are disrupting the election." Mrs. Wang shouted coldly. 3 more people in uniforms walked over and surrounded the two of them from both sides. Huang Lin was so anxious that she broke out in a cold sweat. "Just surrender obediently, it'll be better for everyone." The men carried out the arrest with menacing expressions, even pulling out electric batons and handcuffs, treating Hua Qiu and the other person like criminals. "A few ordinary mortals dare to act tough in front of me?" Hua Qiu said coldly. "Get out of here," he uttered coldly. Buzz. The group heard a buzzing sound in their ears. He then lost consciousness. 6 uniformed men fell straight down. Huang Lin stood there, stunned. Hua Qiu didn't even touch those 6 people before they collapsed. How did this happen? How did he do it? "Huh, you dare to resist?" Mrs. Wang was surprised that Hua Qiu could take down 6 people, but she quickly revealed a cold smile. "This is resisting arrest, which is a much bigger crime. Why aren't you taking action yet?" She was calling out to the remaining uniformed personnel maintaining order at the edge of the stage. "Hands behind your head, crouch down." The men surrounded them, shouting. Huang Lin dared not disobey and squatted down with her hands covering her head. But Hua Qiu pulled her down again. "These people are not qualified to make us submit," Hua Qiu said coldly. "Mrs. Wang, Hu Shucheng, you two are quite the big shot." Hua Qiu looked at the couple with a mocking smile. "So, not voting for you means you're causing trouble. Why not just take the Community Role Model Award home? Why bother with this whole event?" Mrs. Wang and Hu Shucheng looked extremely grim. With media reporters present, Hua Qiu's words had a negative impact. "Humph, you cast your vote for a lowly public servant who has no right to be elected. What else is that but causing trouble?" Mrs. Wang said in a deep voice. "Electing community role models, do we still need to consider qualifications?" Hua Qiu's face showed even more sarcasm. Mrs. Wang realized she had said the wrong thing and became furious. "Stop filming," she yelled at the reporters and cameramen. They wisely turned off the camera equipment. "You two mere public servants dare to act so recklessly here. Have you thought about the consequences?" Hu Shucheng asked with a stern face, his imposing manner radiating authority. "Have you thought about what the consequences might be?" Hua Qiu asked in return. Hu Shucheng's face grew even more gloomy. "Outrageous, how dare you speak so arrogantly!" Mrs. Wang exclaimed angrily. "Where does a lowly civil servant get the audacity to say such a thing? Do you want to quit your job? And you, Huang Lin, you also want to go back to your rural hometown to farm, don't you?" Huang Lin's petite body trembled slightly. She pursed her lips, unable to speak. Things had come to this point, and it seemed she had no choice but to accept her fate. "You fat slut, stop trying to intimidate me," Hua Qiu said coldly, her eyes flashing. Mrs. Wang was so angry at being called a fat old woman that her entire body of fat trembled. His face contorted in a ferocious expression. "Listen up, all of you," Hua Qiu said indifferently. "Since I live in this community, I cannot tolerate your fake showmanship. What kind of bullshit community model? I don't acknowledge it." Upon hearing Hua Qiu's words, Mrs. Wang's expression was full of sarcasm. The people around Hua Qiu stared at him as if he were a fool. Who do you think you are? You think you can just deny it and say it doesn't count? Ha, you think too highly of yourself. This is the result of a unanimous election. Your objections are completely useless.
Exactly, we all unanimously recommend Hu Shucheng as the community model because he truly deserves it. Where did you come from? Who gave you the right to object?
Someone immediately chimed in, criticizing Hua Qiu.
You're utterly unreasonable. Are we all blind, and you're the only one with sharp eyes? What right do you have to object?
Hu Shucheng is the popular choice, and you think you can just dismiss it with a single word? Dream on. Do your words carry any weight? Don't you have any self-awareness at all?
With someone taking the lead, more and more people started criticizing Hua Qiu. They all wanted to curry favor with Hu Shucheng, so they naturally worked very hard. Although some people were dissatisfied, they did not dare to speak out in support of Hua Qiu at this moment, and could only sigh and shake their heads. After glancing at the so-called outrageous public sentiment, Hua Qiu's face was filled with coldness, and his anger rose. These are the public officials of the Xia Kingdom. Public servants of the people.
Ha, how ridiculous. Huang Lin was filled with sorrow. Thesis reality.
Seeing Hua Qiu become the target of public criticism, Mrs. Wang revealed a smug smile. A lowly civil servant dares to go against us, he's really overestimating himself. She decided to teach Hua Qiu and Huang Lin a painful lesson.
You lot, stop standing there and arrest them. She yelled at the uniformed officers surrounding the two.
Upon hearing this, the men activated their stun guns and prepared to forcibly subdue Hua Qiu.
Roll.
Hua Qiu, seething with anger, uttered a single word.
Boom.
The same scene repeated itself. The people surrounding him fell straight down, completely unaware of how they fell. This scene stunned everyone, and the room fell silent for a moment.
What exactly did that kid do?
Mrs. Wang and Hu Shucheng exchanged a glance, both puzzled. Some people in the underworld use crooked and unorthodox methods, and this person must have learned some of them. Hu Shucheng, after all, was a high-ranking official and knew a lot. Don't panic, I'll order the special forces to come and handle this immediately. This guy can't cause much trouble.
Wang Tai continued to sneer.
Brother Hua Qiu, after I go to prison, can you help me take care of my mother?
Huang Lin suddenly asked.
She gave a wry smile and decided to take the blame.
What nonsense are you talking about? Hua Qiu frowned.
Don't worry, only good things await you, nothing bad. He looked around and saw the true colors of everyone.
He could easily defeat or even kill everyone. But it's meaningless.
Didn't you say that I'm not qualified to judge or make decisions, and that my words carry no weight?
Fine, I'll have someone come and ask you today, whether your version or mine is more effective. Hua Qiu took out his phone and made a call. Oh ho, you're even calling people? Mrs. Wang sneered upon seeing this.
Alright, I'd like to see what kind of remarkable people you can summon from a mere grassroots position. Let me broaden my horizons.
Hu Shucheng also raised an eyebrow.
How can a low-level civil servant be so fearless? Could he possibly have some kind of powerful background? But soon, Hu Shucheng dismissed the thought in his mind.
If she really had connections, she wouldn't be a low-level employee, she'd be living in Building A. Let him shout.
It just so happens that it will take time for the special department personnel to arrive. Those around Hua Qiu who had criticized him looked on with amusement.
We'll have to see. What kind of people could he possibly summon? 273, Chapter 273. The weight of a phone call. Time passed quickly, nearly half an hour. Hey, you big shot, where's the person you called? They're nowhere to be seen. Mrs. Wang's face showed even more sarcasm, and she began to laugh mockingly.
Hu Shucheng glanced at his watch and gave a cold laugh. The special department personnel he had called for were almost there.
Hua Qiu frowned deeply. No one has come yet, which makes him unhappy. Sizzle.
Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out. Everyone looked outside in confusion. A car sped over like a rocket, its wheels smoking. It was obvious that it had sped along at an extremely high speed, and the car was almost totaled. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that it was a private car used by a high-ranking civil servant. Sizzle. The car braked hard in front of the square, leaving a charred trail on the ground.
Isn't that the chief secretary's official car?
Hu Shucheng looked at the license plate number and showed a look of surprise.
Xu Chengjiang is his immediate superior, one of the top leaders in Beishan City.
Why would the chief secretary come here?
Everyone was quite surprised when they found out. Wasn't the chief secretary on official business in a county? How come he suddenly appeared here? Could it be that the magistrate flew all the way back from the county? Someone exclaimed. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment.
That county is a good 100 kilometers away from here.
Can it get there in half an hour?
Judging from the state of that luxury car, it seems quite possible. The official car of the Secretary General finally came to a stop, and the door opened.
Bang!
A person rushed out from inside. Ugh! The man immediately collapsed to the ground and vomited, his face looking extremely pale.
Everyone was stunned.
The head of the Beishan city bureaucracy was in such a sorry state. The car was going too fast, and it made him throw up.
Is it really necessary to rush like this? It's not like it's an extremely urgent matter.
Chief Secretary, are you all right? Hu Shucheng quickly stepped off the stage and ran over. The others quickly followed and helped the secretary up.
The magistrate waved his hands repeatedly, looking anxious, but for a moment he couldn't even speak. No one understood what had happened. Wah!
Just as they were in a flurry of activity, another similar car sped by and drifted to a stop at the edge of the square. A person got off the car, stumbling and dizzy, unable to walk steadily. Both vehicles came speeding towards each other, their wheels emitting smoke.
Chairman Nyo! Someone exclaimed.
This is also a high-ranking figure in Beishan City, whose status is even higher than that of the chief secretary, because he is in charge of a special department.
Chairman Nyo, what happened to you?
People were extremely surprised. This mysterious and powerful figure, who was always incredibly dignified, was the first person I had ever seen stagger like this.
Immediately, people went to greet and fawn over them. Wah! Then another vehicle sped by, honking its horn all the way.
This time, two vehicles arrived at once.
Upon seeing the license plate number, everyone was startled. Am I seeing things? That looks like the top leader, the second in command. Everyone was shocked.
Two of the most prestigious figures in the Beishan City public service sector have joined forces.
They rarely appear together. What's going on today? Someone asked, looking bewildered. Why are so many important people coming to our neighborhood? What happened? Everyone was incredulous. Hu Shucheng, could it be that you summoned him? Someone asked. It wasn't me. How could I possibly have that much influence?
Hu Shucheng said in surprise. Although there are only a few people in the head sequence, he couldn't persuade any of them to join. He is still far behind these people. He simply made a phone call to a special department under Chairman Nyo. Logically speaking, it's impossible to alarm so many important figures at the same time.
Mrs. Wang was somewhat stunned.
The head sequence is almost complete, which has a huge impact.
Things didn't go as planned.
The top 5 figures in Beishan City are only one short of being complete, someone murmured. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the words had barely left his mouth when a violent gust of wind blew up from above. Everyone looked up and saw that a helicopter had landed. They quickly cleared a large area for the helicopter to land. This time, the person who got off the helicopter was someone Hua Qiu recognized. Wu Pingqing, the head of the Beishan City Martial Arts Alliance branch, landed with a look of fear on his face.
Minister Wu, he's here too.
It's all here, it's really all here now.
Everyone exclaimed in astonishment.
Many people don't know exactly what Wu Pingqing's Martial Alliance branch is, but they all understand his special status. Although he rarely concerns himself with matters in Beishan City. But he alone can keep the other 4 in check. What exactly happened?
why could it alarm all the head sequences at the same time? They were completely baffled. Hu Shuchang, who was supposed to be the main character, was completely unable to remain calm. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he didn't dare to think in that direction. Wu Pingqing was a martial artist with excellent physical fitness, and since he was traveling in a helicopter, he experienced no discomfort whatsoever. As soon as he landed, he immediately began searching for a figure. "Get out of my way, all of you!" Wu Pingqing shouted angrily at the people who had surrounded him. "Make way!" The other four, who had recovered somewhat, also looked grim and ordered everyone to make way. The crowd retreated to the sides, trembling with fear. They finally spotted Hua Qiu at the back of the crowd. In an instant, the group was filled with fear and hurriedly ran towards Hua Qiu. Everyone looked astonished upon seeing this. No way. Hu Shucheng's expression changed drastically. Could they be the people that kid called? Hu Shucheng's heart was in his throat. Seeing the five top figures rushing over, Huang Lin's face turned even paler with fright, thinking they were there to interrogate her. Unexpectedly. Thump! Wu Pingqing was the first to rush to the front. He immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed to Hua Qiu. "I am late, please forgive me," he shouted. Knock knock knock. The four people behind them stumbled over and also bowed down. "We are late, please forgive us," the four men cried out in alarm. Boom! At that moment, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in the sky, resounding in everyone's minds. The community's public employees and their families were stunned. Hu Shucheng felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand up. Mrs. Wang, who was usually so arrogant, opened her mouth wide and stared in utter shock. The scene was completely silent. Huang Lin felt her petite body completely stiffen, and she stood blankly next to Hua Qiu. She stared in disbelief at the five people kneeling before Hua Qiu, her mind reeling. They are the true gods of Beishan City. Unlike the wealthy Zhong family, they are the real big shots, controlling the discourse and lifeline of Beishan City, and are the masters of Beishan City. Such a person. This kind of person. They actually wanted to kneel and worship Hua Qiu. He actually asked Hua Qiu for forgiveness. Why did Hua Qiu make them act this way? All of Huang Lin's previous panic was not as intense as the shock she felt at this moment. She felt a tremendous shock deep within her soul. He stared blankly at Hua Qiu once again. Is he really the young civil servant who lives across the hall from me? How could this be? Hu Shucheng's body went limp, and he saw stars. Mrs. Wang's lips trembled as she looked at Hua Qiu in horror. Is this the person he summoned? 274, Chapter 274. Are you eligible now? Why are you all so late? Hua Qiu looked down at the five people and asked unhappily. He called Wu Pingqing and asked him to bring several influential people from Beishan to the community within 20 minutes. The surrounding area has been quite turbulent lately, and we were all away on official business when we received your order. We rushed back immediately. This is the fastest we could go, one of them explained, forcing a smile. Not peaceful? Hua Qiu frowned slightly. This must be another act of mischief by evil elements. Get up, all of you, Hua Qiu said, not pursuing the matter further. Seeing that four of the five looked unwell and were physically uncomfortable, Hua Qiu casually released a burst of spiritual energy, and in an instant, the discomfort of those four disappeared. The four looked on in surprise. I wonder what brings you here so urgently? Wu Pingqing asked, bowing respectfully. To be honest, it's not a big deal. Hua Qiu gave a cold smile and looked at Hu Shucheng and his group. Hu Shucheng and the others were already terrified. When Hua Qiu looked over, they all trembled involuntarily. Hua Qiu made a single phone call, summoning 5 people who held the highest positions of power in Beishan City, and each of them treated him with utmost respect. This is enough to demonstrate how noble his status was. It's likely that only the top figures in the capital could command such treatment from these 5 people. While remaining silent in fear, these people simply couldn't understand it. You're someone who commands Beishan, so why do you have to live in Building A, the outermost building?
That's clearly where low-level public officials live. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so disdainful and arrogant towards Hua Qiu. Hu Shucheng and the others had very mixed feelings. I never imagined that such an important figure was hiding in our community. The public servants and their families, who had previously remained on the sidelines, were also filled with surprise. He's so young, I really can't imagine what kind of identity could give him such great influence. Who do you think he is? At the same time, everyone was extremely curious. But no one could have guessed it. Now, Hu Shucheng has really bitten off more than he can chew. Some people gloated. Wu Pingqing glanced at the expressions of Hu Shucheng and the others, and immediately guessed something. Has some ignorant person offended you again? He asked in a low voice. Hua Qiu sneered and stared at Hu Shucheng and the others. It's nothing really. I called you here to ask if my words carry any weight here, if I'm qualified enough. The 5 people looked at each other in bewilderment. If even your words don't carry enough weight and don't count, then no one in the entire Beishan is qualified, one person said, head bowed. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Hu Shucheng, Mrs. Wang, you two are very important people, did you hear me clearly? Hua Qiu asked with a smile. Hu Shucheng shuddered, lowered his head as low as he could, and didn't dare to look at Hua Qiu. I heard you clearly. I heard you clearly, he replied repeatedly. Mrs. Wang was so frightened that she was speechless. The attitude of those 5 people towards Hua Qiu alone was enough to terrify her. Now I'm saying that Hu Shucheng's status as a community model doesn't count, do you still disagree? Hua Qiu looked at those who had criticized him. Those people turned pale and were terrified. I wouldn't dare object, whatever you say goes. Hu Shucheng, I heard you're about to be promoted, you're riding high, right? Hua Qiu asked, looking at Hu Shucheng again. Hu Shucheng's face was extremely ugly. I see you still lack a lot. How about this, go do more manual labor, experience the hardships of the working class, and then think about promotion later, Hua Qiu said. Well, what do you mean? Hu Shucheng was a little confused. What do you mean, how dare you ask what I mean? His superior, the chief secretary, roared angrily. You've offended this man, and you still want a promotion? Keep dreaming, the fact that he didn't order your execution is already showing you mercy. From now on, you can live here. Hu Shucheng finally understood. 2 men walked over and tried to handcuff him. No, you can't do this. Hu Shucheng exclaimed anxiously. Even if I did make a mistake and offended someone I shouldn't have, I am still a senior public official. If they want to punish me, they must follow the proper procedures. Besides, I don't deserve to be punished like this. That's right, what crime is so serious, you want to handcuff someone right away? It's neither morally nor legally right. Mrs. Wang also ran over and screamed. Wu Pingqing's face revealed a mocking smile. Hu Mingde, you blind bastard. He started cursing. You dare say something like that? Let me tell you, according to Article 18 of the 10 Deadly Sins section of the Great Xia Code, there is no problem in executing you on the spot. If it weren't for this merciful person, you wouldn't just be sent to a labor camp, you wouldn't even have survived. What? Hu Shucheng was stunned for a moment. Those present were also shocked. The punishment for the 10 deadly sins in the Code of Law is extremely harsh. Hu Shucheng's mere offense against that young man was enough to be listed as one of the 10 deadly sins. Everyone finally realized what level that person belonged to. A vital national asset. Xia Kingdom Head Sequence. At that moment, everyone was utterly shocked. It's unbelievable that Beishan City could produce someone like this, and at such a young age. So was that kind of being. Huang Lin stared blankly at Hua Qiu. They look about the same age, and they live across the hall from each other. But he had already reached the highest level in the Xia Kingdom. Who could not be awestruck? How is this possible? Hu Shucheng collapsed as if he had lost his soul. At that moment, he was filled with regret. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered with this fake show. To actually offend such an important person. People. Not only is there no hope of promotion, but his career is also ruined. Have mercy, please, have mercy, we promise it will never happen again. Mrs. Wan pleaded frantically, her face falling. She even considered begging Hua Qiu for mercy. Hua Qiu remained indifferent, ignoring her completely. This person is guilty as well, take him away as well. The clerk coldly ordered. Mrs. Wan's face changed drastically, and she frantically tried to escape, but was quickly knocked unconscious by an electric shock, foaming at the mouth. Those people over there are also disgracing public officials, Hua Qiu pointed to the group that had criticized him earlier. Those with official position should be dismissed and investigated, those without position should be expelled. Living in the same neighborhood as these kinds of people is disgusting. The chief clerk nodded and immediately ordered his men to take action. That group of people were in utter despair, crying and pleading, but it was no use. Huang Lin, Hua Qiu called out. Ah, too I'm here. Huang Lin, who was in a daze, quickly responded. What did you call me before? Hua brother Hua Qiu? Huang Lin called out hesitantly. Did you hear that? Hua Qiu looked at the 5 people. The 5 of them immediately understood. Young lady, which unit are you from? The chief secretary asked kindly. The investment promotion department, Huang Lin replied nervously. Keep up the good work, you seem to have a bright future. I heard that a director in the investment promotion department resigned. I think you're quite good. Could you do me the honor of taking that position? Huang Lin's mouth dropped open. The head of the department was so polite to her, and he immediately offered to promote her to a higher rank within the unit. Based on her seniority, she would probably need to work for decades to have that possibility. Huang Lin didn't know what to say. If you do an excellent job, becoming the head of the investment promotion department within 2 years shouldn't be a problem, the secretary said with a smile. Huang Lin almost lost her mind. That was a height she never dared to even dream of. Just because of one sentence from Hua Qiu. Don't worry, little girl, from now on, the 5 of us will take good care of you. You are our future successor, Wu Pingqing said with a smile. Huang Lin had absolutely no idea what to say. Brother Hua Qiu, she looked at Hua Qiu, appearing flattered. Don't worry about it, just do your job well. Hua Qiu patted her on the shoulder. I'm just giving you a platform. If you have the ability, your future will be bright. If you don't, you can only stay at the grassroots level, Hua Qiu said with a smile. He gave Huang Lin the opportunity. How things turn out depends on her own actions. If she lacked the ability, Hua Qiu would never allow these people to force her to rise in rank. Thank you, I will definitely work hard, I will never let you down. Huang Lin said solemnly. Hua Qiu nodded. Bite. My phone suddenly rang in my pocket. He took it out and glanced at it, his expression slightly somber. Blood frenzy, you finally arrived. He said coldly. 275, Chapter 275. The number 1 assassin, not qualified? Hua Qiu rushed to the Zhong family's house. This is what Blood Madman sent. He looked at the blood-red darts in the hands of the Zhong family members and found it somewhat amusing. These top international assassins all seem quite confident. Before each kill, they send a token to the victim, letting them know, I'm coming to kill you. 3 hours after Blood Madman's darts are delivered, he will appear, and wherever he goes, no target will survive. Zhong Yuanshan said solemnly. Hua Qiu glanced at the sky. It's already 9 p.m., and in 3 hours it will be midnight. Grandpa, quite a few martial artists have already arrived, Zhong Xiling reported as she entered. As soon as Blood Madness's darts were delivered to the Zhong family, the news spread, and a post on the black market immediately caused a great stir. This is a battle between top-tier experts, which already attracts a lot of attention. In addition, many people have placed bets on winning big, so naturally many people want to come and watch the battle. Hua Qiu also sensed that there were many martial artists outside the Zhong family compound. All who come are guests, open the door and invite them in to watch the game, Zhong Yuanshan said. Now they have full confidence in Hua Qiu and no longer fear Xuequang. When the Zhong family's gate opened, the martial artists outside were all stunned. Many people couldn't believe it when they heard that the Zhong family had invited them to come in and watch the game. To be honest, the Zhong family's magnanimity truly makes them worthy of the title of the #1 martial arts family in Beishan. Many martial artists sighed and flocked to the Zhong family. Soon, the Zhong family compound was filled with people. Half an hour later, the walls and eaves of the Zhong family compound were also full of martial artists. Outside, many martial artists were unable to squeeze in. Too many people come here because of its reputation. Someone started a live forum broadcast, and the number of viewers overwhelmed the live stream, almost causing the server to crash. The blood frenzy is about to arrive, yet the Zhong family remains so calm? Some martial artists were puzzled by the Zhong family's reaction. Do they really trust that expert from the Zhong family that much? The martial artists looked toward the entrance to the Zhong family's living room. There, Hua Qiu lay back in a chair, slowly savoring her fine tea. Without a doubt, the Zhong family's experts are very strong. Even the Grand Marshal Venerable of the Black Market is no match for him, but Xuequang is no ordinary king-level assassin either. He was close to the leader of an assassin organization, the God of Slaughter, whom even a martial king could easily eliminate. Many martial artists speculated that the Zhong family expert was at the martial king realm. He is too young, yet his martial king realm is already incredibly terrifying. Xuequang, known as the king of martial arts killer. They couldn't understand Hua Qiu's nonchalant attitude. This person is either arrogant or just pretending to be calm, someone said. Based on Hua Qiu's previous behavior, they unanimously believed that Hua Qiu was the former. After all, with such cultivation at such a young age, who wouldn't be arrogant? Blood madness will teach him a lesson. He has the black market hegemon's token, which might save his life, but the Zhong family will be destroyed. Hua Qiu ignored the discussions among the martial artists around him. Before long, Zhou, the great martial venerable of the black market, also arrived with a group of people. Envoy, we have come to cheer you on. Old Zhou said with a smile. Is that so? Hua Qiu asked with a half-smile. Not long ago, he received a message from Lin Tianjia that the person in charge of the Beishan black market was on his way back to Beishan and had issued an order for the people in the black market to monitor Hua Qiu. Of course, we will definitely support the envoy. Old Zhou said earnestly. Hua Qiu didn't say anything, telling them to find somewhere to stay on their own. A long time has passed. Wah! Suddenly, a streak of crimson light ripped through the sky, and a figure appeared in the heavens. In an instant, the crowd stirred. Blood Madness, the #1 assassin, has arrived. Blood Frenzy's entrance was very flamboyant. He fell from the sky, bathed in brilliant red light. Hua Qiu frowned. The #1 assassin also likes to show off? Thump! Blood Frenzy landed steadily in the center of the Zhong family courtyard, and in an instant, the entire Zhong family seemed to be shaken. To Hua Qiu's surprise, Xuequang was extremely handsome, with striking red hair. The powerful aura surrounding the courtyard caused gusts of wind to whistle through the air, creating a terrifyingly oppressive atmosphere. Many of the martial artists standing on the courtyard walls and eaves were directly knocked down by the force of the aura, ending up with bruises and swelling on their faces. Those who were closer in the courtyard also staggered and lost their balance in an instant. Awu! Behind Xuequang, crimson aura condensed into a ferocious beast, which let out a tremendous roar. At this moment, almost all the martial artists' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly covered their ears tightly. As soon as Xuequang appeared, his aura was overwhelming, intimidating almost everyone. Even the Zhong family, who were originally full of confidence in Hua Qiu, were shocked and felt a little flustered and fearful. Blood Madness of the God-slaying group has come to claim my life. Blood Madness grinned and roared, his voice shaking the surrounding area. The sound carried the power of sound waves, causing chaos in the Zhong family compound. Retreat, retreat quickly. The onlookers all paled and retreated in terror. This is the number one assassin, Blood Madman. His aura alone is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Too strong, absolutely too strong. This is a true top-tier expert. The king of martial arts assassin, he truly lives up to his name. The martial artists were shocked and disgusted excitedly. All eyes were fixed on Blood Frenzy, filled with awe. Blood Madman enjoyed the gaze, a smile playing on his lips.
How long do you think the Zhong family's experts can hold out? Someone asked bluntly.
I think it would be quite good if he could hold out for even a few minutes. After all, that's Blood Madman, who's known as the Martial King Killer. No one believed that Hua Qiu could be a match for Xuequang.
Blood Madman's powerful aura upon his entrance alone had already captivated everyone.
In contrast, Hua Qiu lay lazily in the chair, not even bothering to lift her eyelids, looking listless.
It's hard not to doubt whether he can withstand Blood Frenzy's attack.
The number one assassin, Blood Madness, my Zhong family has been waiting for you for a long time, Zhong Yuanshan said, cupping his hands in greeting to Blood Madness. Blood Madness revealed a strange expression. Of all the people I've killed so far, your Zhong family is the most magnanimous. A small martial arts family like yours can remain so calm in the face of me. You're quite something, Xuequang said indifferently.
As a reward, I can grant you a complete corpse.
The Zhong family members' faces darkened. Blood Madness, you haven't even made a move yet, and the outcome is still uncertain. You might not be able to destroy my Zhong family. A member of the Zhong family said angrily. I don't even put the top martial arts families in the Xia kingdom in my eyes, so what's so difficult about destroying the mere Zhong family?
Xuequang was extremely arrogant, his face showing disdain.
I heard that your Zhong family has hired a young expert to help them's quite skilled, and I'm very interested in him. Let's call him out.
That one is a master from the Zhong family.
A martial artist interjected, pointing to Hua Qiu lying at the door.
Xuequang looked over and couldn't help but frown.
In his view, Hua Qiu was nothing special. However, as the number one assassin, he naturally wouldn't consider Hua Qiu to be weak. To be able to defeat a great martial venerable at such a young age, you can be considered a peerless genius of the Xia kingdom, Xuequang said, looking at Hua Qiu. I don't know where you get the courage to stand up for the Zhong family. Haven't you heard of my name, Blood Madman? I've never stifled a genius like you before, and I can't help but feel a little excited. Blood Madman revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently. The world's number one assassin doesn't seem so impressive after all, Hua Qiu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xuequang narrowed his eyes, and the expressions of the other martial artists changed. He even dared to mock Blood Frenzy.
Do they really not know how terrifying Blood Frenzy is? Interesting, Blood Maniac laughed.
Make your move and let me see what you're capable of. He said this, his smile vanished, and an intense killing intent instantly emanated from him. The surroundings immediately fell silent, and the martial artists were terrified. You're not good enough for me to make a move, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. 276, Chapter 276. A mere greedy wolf. The entire room fell silent. Even Xuequang, who was used to seeing all kinds of powerful people, was not calm at this moment. He never expected this kid to be so arrogant. How dare he say such a thing? Is he trying to provoke us?
The martial artists looked at each other in bewilderment.
How dare they say that even the number one assassin, Blood Madman, isn't worthy of his attention?
He thinks he's some kind of transcendent martial saint.
The martial artists who were already displeased with Hua Qiu became even more hostile. I admit he's a peerless genius, but he's far too arrogant. Does he think he's the best in the world? His words are so reckless and arrogant. Blood Frenzy, hurry up and make your move. Teach this arrogant guy a lesson. He won't be able to eat or sleep until you see him thwarted. Blood Madman's handsome face darkened, becoming extremely ugly.
You're saying I'm not worthy of your help, ha? Interesting. I wonder if you can still speak like this when you become a corpse.
Blood Madman's expression turned icy, his killing intent fully awakened. Originally, Hua Qiu possessed the black market leader's token, which made him somewhat wary. But now, enraged, he no longer cared.
Blood Frenzy took a step forward. Boom! The air itself seemed to be roaring. The intense killing intent was suffocating to those who were even a little close. Retreat immediately. Zhong Yuanshan gave a low shout and led the Zhong family members to retreat. Every assassin carries at least a hint of bloodlust in their aura.
Blood Madman's bloodthirsty aura wasn't as strong as Long Yuan's, but it was condensed enough, indicating that he had killed almost all the powerful individuals. Shuequang approached Hua Qiu, and with each step he took, the pressure on Hua Qiu increased.
But he quickly frowned.
Hua Qiu remained lying there without any change in expression, as if his pressure had had no effect whatsoever.
Snort!
Blood Madman snorted coldly and swung his hand in a slash. Immediately, a blood-red, malevolent aura appeared and slashed towards Hua Qiu.
Hua Qiu didn't even blink as he leisurely sipped his tea. Shuequang's brows furrowed even deeper. I've never seen such an arrogant person. He really won't hide or let go. Bang! Bang!
Just as the blood-red light was about to strike Hua Qiu, a figure appeared like lightning and took the hit head-on.
It was a figure as if cast in steel.
Long Yuan stood shirtless, his muscles gleaming with a bronze sheen, blocking Hua Qiu's path as immovable as a mountain.
Who is this person? He actually withstood Blood Frenzy's attack head-on. The martial artists were taken aback. After seeing Long Yuan's appearance clearly, Shuequang's expression also changed. Although he wasn't wearing a wolf head mask, Blood Mad recognized him at a glance from his figure and aura. Greedy wolf, it's you!
Blood Madman was very surprised.
Although they weren't from the same assassin organization and didn't have much interaction, he knew Tanlang.
They also knew the level of Tanlong's strength. He was shocked that Tanlang would appear here, and even more shocked that Tanlang had actually taken his attack with his own body and was unharmed. In the past, this move would have instantly killed Tanlang. Among the king-level assassins, Blood Madness's strength is unmatched, even all the others combined cannot defeat him.
What, that person is Tanlang?
The martial artists were astonished upon hearing Shuequang's words.
Greedy wolf, wasn't he defeated by the Zhong family's experts and then disappeared? I heard he betrayed the assassin organization and was wanted by their killers. How come he's here now? Why would he help the Zhong family's expert? What exactly is going on?
The same question also existed in Blood Frenzy's mind.
Greedy wolf, what is the purpose of your actions? Blood Madness stared coldly at Dragon Abyss. You dare to stop me, you're asking for death. He didn't take Tanlang seriously.
He can look down on all king-level assassins simply because he is a being close to the god of death.
Master, you weren't affected, were you?
Long Yuan ignored Shuequang and turned to Hua Qiu, bowing respectfully as he asked.
Fortunately, there was almost some dust in the tea, Hua Qiu said casually. Master, I haven't done well enough. I haven't been able to control my power freely. I am sorry. Long Yuan lowered his head.
Just practice more in the future, Hua Qiu waved his hand. The conversation between the master and servant left the martial artists speechless. Even the arrogant Blood Frenzy was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. The world's fourth-ranked king-level assassin, Greed Wolf, actually serves that person as his master. As everyone knows, every king-level assassin is a proud and arrogant person. Even the leader of the assassin organization, the God of Slaughter, might not be able to truly subjugate them. Their relationship is merely one of subordination. Those who had come into contact with Tanlang were even more incredulous. Tanlang can be considered the most stubborn and arrogant among the king-level assassins. It is said that he once dared to defy even the God of Slaughter of his organization and was almost killed. How could such a top assassin willingly submit to a young genius from the Xia kingdom? Blood Madness couldn't understand it. He scrutinized the young man on the recliner once more, but couldn't see anything about him that could subdue Tanlang. Blood Madness, you dare to attack my master, you're courting death.
Long Yuan said to Blood Madness with murderous intent. Everyone was taken aback again. Is Tanlang alright?
With such a huge gap in strength between him and Shuequang, how dare he challenge Shuequang? Blood Madness himself was stunned for a moment.
Then, his expression turned gloomy.
This world is truly incomprehensible. Blood Madman shook his head, his gaze icy. A kid who hasn't even grown his first hair can be treated like a master by a king-level assassin. A weakling like the fourth brother dares to provoke me. It's chaos, this world is truly in chaos. Then I will set everything right. After saying that, his bloodlust, rage, and murderous aura erupted, and the red light on his body reached a dazzling and eye-catching level. The martial artists in the distance even felt a burning sensation, filled with a dangerous aura. Enraged, Blood Frenzy finally decided to make a real move and unleash a massacre. Hua Qiu remained calm in response. Long Yuan revealed Sun Tzu looked excited. Master, you have been teaching me for months, but you are still not satisfied with my progress. Today, I want to show you the results of my hard work and training, so that I won't disappoint you. Long Yuan roared, and his body shimmered with a mystical light. His physical strength has improved again in the past few days, which has boosted his fighting spirit. You dare to be my enemy after only a few months of friendship, you overestimate yourself. Blood Madness said with disdain, and with a whoosh, he transformed into a streak of bloodlight, flying forward with the force of thunder. Long Yuan was unfazed and went straight to meet him. He thinks he can rival Blood Frenzy after only a few months of training? Is Greedy Wolf out of his mind? Is his master out of his mind? Someone questioned and mocked. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom! The two collided, creating a deafening roar. The terrifying aftershocks of energy spread out, causing everyone to turn pale and hastily retreat. The Zhong family's courtyard wall collapsed, and the artificial hill and vegetation were destroyed. Those who had raised doubts stared in shock at the scene. Greedy Wolf was completely unharmed. Blood Frenzy, however, looked slightly disheveled. He actually managed to catch it. The martial artists gaped in astonishment. What happened to the supposed difference in strength? Was it the expected instant sellout? Blood Madman's expression shifted, revealing an expression of disbelief. Is it possible to elevate the Greedy Wolf trait to this level in just a few months of instruction? How is that possible? Hua Qiu smiled slightly as she reclined on the chair. This is just the beginning. 277, Chapter 277 Blood Frenzy, Death. Boom! Undeterred, Xuequan clashed with Long Yuan once again. The roar resumed, and the turmoil remained intense. The clash once again shook Xuequan's mind, causing his blood and qi to surge. His expression grew increasingly astonished. Greedy Wolf remained calm and composed, easily deflecting his attack. Blood Frenzy could no longer remain calm. He was the world's #1 assassin, whose strength surpassed that of all king-level assassins, and he never once took Tan Lang seriously. However, only a few months later, Tan Lang was already able to easily deal with his attacks. Such a terrifying rate of improvement surprised Blood Frenzy. Greedy Wolf, what happened to you? How did you become so much stronger? Blood roared. As I have said, I have been able to make such progress because of my master's guidance, Long Yuan replied calmly. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Blood Madman's veins bulged, and his face looked extremely ferocious. He couldn't accept this fact. How could he possibly accept that a young genius from the Xia Kingdom had managed to make Tan Lang a match for him, who was close to the god of slaughter, in just a few months? Is all his years of fighting and cultivation really less than that kid's guidance of Tan Lang for a few months? I refuse to believe it. You must have used some kind of secret technique that consumes a lot of energy. Let's see how long you can last. Blood Madman said viciously. After I finish you off, I'll kill your so-called master too. Wishful thinking. Long Yuan shouted coldly, taking the initiative to attack, swinging his iron fists and smashing them forcefully at Xuequan. Boom! Bang! Every punch Long Yuan threw was as loud as thunder, and the power it contained was extremely terrifying. The arrogance of the top assassin made Blood Madman unwilling to dodge, choosing instead to confront him head-on. After a few moves, his blood and qi were churning, his arms were numb, and his body felt weak. So he began to be relentlessly pushed back by Long Yuan's attacks. After a few more moves, Blood Frenzy could only defend passively, struggling to withstand Dragon Abyss's bombardment. Really, is Blood Frenzy just acting?
The martial artists stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. He was actually forced to retreat repeatedly by the greedy wolf, looking quite disheveled. He's known as the King Wu's assassin. With such strength, how could they be in such a predicament? I still remember that a few months ago, during the battle at the Zhong family, Tanlong's strength was only at the level of a veteran martial venerable. How long has it been? Many people looked at the young man on the recliner with surprise and doubt. If what Tanlang said is true, and he elevated Tanlang to this level in just a few months, how can his abilities be described? This is utterly unbelievable. Even his servant, Greedy Wolf, possesses strength comparable to Blood Frenzy, so how strong must he be? Hatsan possibly be comparable to a transcendent martial saint, can he? Someone had this thought, looking horrified, but quickly dismissed it. Blood Frenzy was being suppressed and beaten, which made him feel extremely frustrated and filled him with rage. After a roar, he unleashed his full power, instantly creating gusts of wind and flying sand and stones. Greedy Wolf, die. He no longer confronted Tanlang head-on, because close-quarters combat was indeed Wuzong's forte. Blood Madman's blood-red light shone even brighter, and his blood-red inner energy formed the shape of a blood dragon, enveloping his body as it roared toward Greedy Wolf. That kind of power made even martial artists who were far away tremble from the bottom of their hearts. His move seemed capable of destroying the entire Zhong family. Blood Frenzy has gone berserk, can Greed Wolf withstand this? The martial artists all looked at Greed Wolf. Long Yuan, that's enough, there's no point in continuing, Hua Qiu said calmly from the recliner. He sent Long Yuan into battle to hone his skills. However, it seems that with Blood Frenzy's strength, it hasn't served as much of a training exercise. Master, I understand, Long Yuan nodded. The next moment, his whole body was enveloped in a magical light, and he pushed his magical body to its limit without any intention of dodging. He threw a punch straight at the blood dragon. You're courting death. Blood Madman sneered, increasing his speed once more. Boom! It was as if two missiles had collided, triggering a cataclysmic change. The entire Zhong family compound was destroyed by the aftershocks of the force. Fortunately, the spectators had retreated far away early on, otherwise, the aftershocks alone could have killed many people. This level of combat is truly terrifying. The martial artists looked at the mangled courtyard in the center with lingering fear. It was still very chaotic there, and the situation was unclear. Who will win and who will lose? They craned their necks. At the doorway, Hua Qiu stood up from the recliner, a bored expression on her face, and walked into the house. Mr. Hua, aren't you going to watch it anymore? The Zhong family asked cautiously. The outcome is already decided, there's nothing more to see, Hua Qiu said calmly. The Zhong family was stunned. Hua Qiu had just walked in. Call. A gust of wind swept through the center of the Zhong family compound, dispersing the smoke and dust. A figure leaped out from inside. He was shirtless, his muscles gleaming in the moonlight. It's the Greedy Wolf. The martial artists exclaimed. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that he was also carrying someone in his hand. Needless to say, it was the number one assassin, Blood Madman. Instantly, all around fell silent. Blood Madness, known as the king of martial arts assassin, was covered in blood, barely breathing, and was being held by 1 foot by Greedy Wolf, utterly powerless to resist. Blood Frenzy, he actually lost. Everyone was stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. No one expected that the Greedy Wolf star would be this powerful. They couldn't help but look towards the recliner, only to find that the young man was already gone. It seems this was an outcome he had anticipated. He hasn't even made a move yet, and Blood Frenzy has already been defeated, the martial artists' voices trembled. In the second battle of the Zhong family, Tanlang fought on behalf of the Zhong family's experts, and Shuequan was defeated. The martial artist, who was live-streaming, excitedly told people on the Black Market Forum. The Black Market Forum was in an uproar. Blood Frenzy, defeated just like that? They couldn't believe it. The Zhong family's experts haven't even made a move yet, and they only sent out Tan Lang, and he's already taken care of him? Isn't Blood Madman known as the Martial King Killer? Isn't he invincible and powerful? How could he have lost?
The martial artists found it hard to accept. Soon, the black market forum was filled with cries of despair. They all placed bets and won big, some even going bankrupt and betting everything on it. We've been completely fooled, we've fallen for another trick by the Zhong family's experts, they're so damn cunning. I've lost a fortune, I've even lost my underwear, what am I going to do now? Inside the Zhong family courtyard, Long Yuan, carrying the bloodthirsty claw that looked like a dead dog, searched for Hua Qiu's figure. Master, what should we do with this blood frenzy? He asked loudly. You used to be an assassin, do I have to teach you this kind of thing? Hua Qiu's indifferent voice came from the room. Long Yuan chuckled, and the next moment he slapped Shui Kuang on the forehead with his palm. One palm strike and he's dead. Everyone was stunned. Blood Madman, the #1 assassin, is dead just like that? That's someone who's practically a god of death. For a moment, the martial artists were filled with sighs of dismay. Today's battle will surely shake the entire martial arts world. That young man and his entourage will be the center of attention. Master, how did I do? Long Yuan asked with a grin, as if seeking praise. Your performance was mediocre, don't get carried away. Hua Qiu's displeased voice rang out. Upon hearing this, all the martial artists froze. Greedy Wolf, completely suppressing his own health, attacked relentlessly and easily killed him. Is this what you call ordinary? You must be kidding. Just how high were that person's demands? Please calm down, Master, Long Yuan knows he was wrong. Long Yuan hurriedly knelt on the ground in fear and said to the people inside the house. The martial artists were at a loss for words. Such a powerful and terrifying wolf was actually so humble before that person. What exactly is he asking for? The martial artists couldn't understand it. Hua Qiu came out of the house and glanced at Long Yuan indifferently. Get up and come with me to the black market, he said. You all come with me, he then looked at the Zhong family. Lin Tianjiao sent word that the head of the Beishan black market has returned to Beishan. The Zhong family members immediately tensed up. 278, Chapter 278 Even more arrogant than Hua Qiu. With Shui Kuang still reeling from his death, Hua Qiu was about to lead the Zhong family and Long Yuan straight to the black market. Out of curiosity, many people followed. It was past midnight. But the black market remains open even at night, brightly lit. When Hua Qiu and his group arrived at the black market, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Many people had just watched the live broadcast of the Zhong family's battle on the forum and were kicking themselves for it when they saw Hua Qiu arrive with the Zhong family. They all glared at him angrily. Did they rush to collect their winnings right after winning against Blood Frenzy? Can't they even wait a moment? The people in the black market were very displeased. Hua Qiu didn't even glance at them, nor did he go to the business hall instead. He headed straight for the residence of the black market's top executives. Soon, someone came towards them. It was none other than Elder Zhou, the Grand Martial Master of the black market, and several black market managers. Just now at the Zhong family, Shui Kuang was defeated and left in a panic, but now he has reappeared. Your Excellency, you were coming, why didn't you give me a heads up? I could have had someone make arrangements. He walked over with a smile and bowed to Hua Qiu. I suppose you've come here for the gambling money. Actually, you didn't need to make this trip, just say the word, and the black market will transfer the gambling money to your account as soon as possible. Hua Qiu looked coldly at old Zhou. By any measure, he seems to be there to stall for time. Enough nonsense, where is your leader? Tell him to come and get me. Hua Qiu said indifferently. Are you the person in charge? Old Zhou pretended to be unaware of the situation. Didn't I tell you, the master has gone on a long journey and hasn't returned yet. When he comes back, I will immediately report to him and have him come to pay his respects to you in person. Hua Qiu frowned. He knew that the person in charge of the Beishan black market had returned to the black market and was currently in the high-rise residential area. Trying to play tricks on me, huh? Hua Qiu sneered, his eyes filled with coldness. Your Excellency is too kind, how could I dare? Even if I had 10 lives, I would not dare to deceive your Excellency. My lord, he has indeed not returned yet. Hua Qiu's face darkened. He couldn't be bothered with this black market martial arts master anymore. Get out of here, he uttered coldly. Your Excellency, please don't get angry, why don't you have some tea first, and I'll contact the person in charge for you right away, old Zhou said with a smile. Hua Qiu's face turned icy cold. Boom! With a loud bang, old Zhou was sent flying. Long Yuan clapped his hands, looking disdainful. A mere marshal venerable dares to grumble in front of the master, I think you're tired of living. Old Zhou was injured and lay on the ground, his face looking very pale. Hua Qiu continued walking forward, completely ignoring him. My lord, I urge you to think twice before you act. Old Zhou shouted in a deep voice. The head of the Beishan black market is no ordinary head, even if you possess the leader's token, you can't do anything to him. I humbly advise you to let this matter rest. Hua Qiu didn't respond at all, treating him like he wasn't there, and quickly walked past. Old Zhou's face turned pale and then red, and he was helped up by his subordinates. This Hua Qiu is lawless and thinks he can just bully everyone in the black market just because he has a leader's token. He endured the pain and ordered his men to carry him and continue following. The riots caused by Hua Qiu alarmed many people in the black market. Hearing that he seemed to want to cause trouble for the person in charge of the Beishan black market, many people followed him with the intention of watching the show. One is a messenger who possesses the black market leader's token, and the other is the ruler of the North Mountain black market. Both are very important figures. What kind of sparks will they create? Before long, Hua Qiu and his group arrived at the residential area of the upper floors of the Beishan black market. A long line of people had already followed behind them. Hua Qiu glanced at the silence and desolation ahead. Head of the Beishan black market, you have 3 minutes to appear before me. Hua Qiu said calmly. With the enhancement of spiritual power, his voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the area. Otherwise, I'll dismantle your Beishan black market. Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. He wasn't joking. The people around him were taken aback. How many people in the Xia kingdom would dare to boast about dismantling a black market? Even a Marshal Singh couldn't do something like that. But this patriot surnamed Hua is an outlier, always unscrupulous, and he might actually do such a thing. The Zhong family members stood behind Hua Qiu, feeling somewhat insecure. That person in charge of the Beishan black market is a core disciple of the divine healer lineage. Time passed by, and more people gathered. Old Zhou also arrived here. This time, he dared not stop Hua Qiu. My lord, I hope you will take care of yourself. There are always people more powerful than you, and there are some people in this world that you cannot afford to offend. He warned meaningfully. Hua Qiu frowned and shifted her gaze over. Old Zhou was so frightened that he trembled and quickly retreated into the crowd. 2 minutes later, a person finally appeared in front of them. He was a middle-aged man wearing a long robe, with his hair in a bun, dressed in a style slightly reminiscent of ancient times. My lord, I couldn't stop them. Old Zhou hurriedly bowed to the man and said. The person in charge of the Beishan black market nodded. Hua Qiu, why be so aggressive? The black market manager looked at Hua Qiu with a faint smile and said. Unlike the other people in the Beishan black market, he showed absolutely no respect for Hua Qiu, speaking in an extremely indifferent tone. Even though Hua Qiu possesses the black market leader's token, which should theoretically place him one level higher than him. Am I being aggressive? Hua Qiu sneered, sizing up the person in charge of the Beishan black market. The Zhong family has no grudge against you, yet you have twice issued bounties to exterminate the Zhong family. How would you describe that? Hua Qiu asked. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. The one who wanted to destroy the Zhong family was actually the head of the Beishan black market. What was his motive? He was high and mighty, and logically he shouldn't be dealing with someone from Beishan City. What kind of connection should these martial arts families have? It seems you already know. The manager of the Beishan black market smiled faintly, showing no surprise. My lord,
What did my Zhong family do to offend you? Why are you trying to exterminate my entire family? Zhong Yuanshan asked angrily.
The Zhong family members also glared at him, demanding an explanation. The Zhong family has not offended me, the manager of the Beishan black market said calmly.
Then why did you do this?
The Zhong family pressed. The person in charge of the Beishan black market had a smile on his face.
I can destroy the Zhong family if I want to. Why ask so many questions?
His words enraged everyone in the Zhong family. The younger ones, in particular, were itching to take action against him, but were held back by their elders.
What a convenient way to destroy things whenever you want, Hua Qiu laughed.
The way the person in charge of the Beishan black market spoke was somewhat similar to his. They were all so arrogant, so contemptuous of everything. However, his arrogance stems from the fact that his existence transcends the boundaries of this world by countless times.
And what gives this person the right to be so arrogant? When two incredibly arrogant people meet, only one can survive. 279, Chapter 279. The Zhong family, you can't control them. The Zhong family, I've followed their instructions.
Hua Qiu said, word by word.
Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me?
His gaze was icy, and his face began to fill with murderous intent. However, the person in charge of the Beishan black market didn't take it seriously.
Hua Qiu, a man of great talent, I know you are remarkable, he said calmly. To have achieved so much at such a young age, to be honest, even I have never seen a more amazing genius than you. However, you are still very young and have not yet grown to the point where you can be invincible. Know that what is too strong is easily broken.
The manager of the Beishan black market said meaningfully. Hua Qiu's face was already full of impatience.
Head of the Beishan black market, I'm asking you one last time, and this is your last chance. What is your reason for wanting to destroy the Zhong family?
The person in charge of the Beishan black market frowned.
What will you do if I don't answer? He chuckled. I'll kill you, Hua Qiu uttered indifferently. Everyone was shocked.
A black market executive, belonging to the high-ranking members of the black market organization. Although Hua Qiu has the leader's order, he is not a member of the black market. If he really dares to kill a leader, things will become complicated. If the capital's black market headquarters were to investigate, even the Martial Alliance might not be able to protect him.
Kill me?
The manager of the Beishan black market laughed upon hearing this.
He was laughing at Hua Qiu's arrogance and ignorance. Do you think that just because you possess a black market leader's token, you can do whatever you want in the entire black market?
Although I don't know why the Northern Branch Master would give you the Branch Master's token, I must say that his actions were extremely foolish. I have reported to headquarters and revoked your captain's order. You are not worthy of possessing that thing. The tone of the person in charge of the Beishan black market began to turn cold. The martial artists were in an uproar. The person in charge of the Beishan black market was surprisingly tough. His identity seems to be more than just a simple matter.
My lord, you may not know, but the position of the person in charge of our Beishan black market is exceptionally high, old Zhou said loudly with a sinister smile. If he wants, he can become the leader of any branch at any time. He can't be driven around by a mere branch leader's order, let alone be detrimental to him. If you think this isn't enough to make you stop, then I'll tell you another secret. Old Zhou looked around with an arrogant expression.
Our head of the Beishan black market is a core disciple of the divine physician lineage. His words were powerful and resounding, leaving everyone stunned. The lineage of divine healers is an extremely special term in the Xia kingdom. The divine physician sect is an incomparably transcendent and powerful force, truly the #1 sect in the world. Almost every martial artist has heard the legend of the divine doctor sect's martial arts myth many times. The divine healer sect still has a half-step mythical figure who is now revered as the #1 in the world, and is a true supreme being. Who would have thought that the person in charge of the Beishan black market would have such a powerful background? The people around were all talking about it, and they were all very surprised. In addition to his position as the person in charge, he was also a core disciple of the divine healer sect. Even those who transcend martial arts would be terrified. People looked at Hua Qiu.
This person is reckless and unscrupulous. But would he still dare to act violently when facing such an extraordinary person? Shouldn't they have chickened out by now? My lord, I advised you long ago to let this go, but you insisted on making a scene. What can you do but humiliate yourself? Old Joe said, shaking his head with a hint of sarcasm. Hua Qiu's gaze darkened. They talked so much and wasted so much time. But that person still didn't answer the question. If you don't want to answer, then don't answer. Hua Qiu, a man of noble character, how about I give you a chance too? The manager of the Beishan black market said with a half-smile. Considering your talent, you can leave the Zhong family alone. I won't hold it against you, and will pretend these unpleasant things never happened. Upon hearing this, the Zhong family became very nervous. Hua Qiu frowned as she looked at Long Yuan. Master, please give your orders. Long Yuan immediately bowed and said. Go, cripple that guy from the Divine Doctor sect, Hua Qiu said calmly. The moment the words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Upon hearing that he was in charge of the Beishan black market, he was completely unconcerned. Are they going to cripple him? How could he be so audacious? Are you really not afraid of the black market organizations and the Miracle Doctor group at all? Old Joe's face stiffened. He just couldn't understand how Hua Qiu dared to cause trouble. So you really are fearless, huh? The manager of the Beishan black market chuckled. Should I say you're fearless, or just ungrateful? He shook his head, sighing at Hua Qiu's stubbornness and foolishness. Master, please wait a moment. Long Yuan didn't care about anything else. He did whatever Hua Qiu asked him to do. So he walked toward the head of the Beishan black market with a murderous aura. Stop! Old Joe quickly led his men to block Long Yuan's path. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a whooshing sound, 3 more people suddenly appeared in front of the person in charge of the Beishan black market. Judging from their aura, all 3 are at the martial venerable level. Get out of here, all of you! With a furious roar, Long Yuan charged forward like a runaway train. Those people tried their best to stop him. Boom! The dragon roared past, directly knocking several martial venerables off balance. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the person in charge of the Beishan black market. A reckless bull, the manager of the Beishan black market chuckled and pushed out with his palm. That palm strike contained a peculiar, gentle force, which instantly neutralized Long Yuan's momentum and swept him to the other side. Long Yuan staggered a few steps before regaining his footing a short distance away. At this moment, Hua Qiu's gaze narrowed slightly. There's something fishy about that palm strike from the head of the Beishan black market. Hua Qiu discovered some techniques used by cultivators inside. Although it's very rudimentary, it's at least somewhat relevant. The Divine Physician sect, the #1 sect in the Xia kingdom. Unexpectedly, they have already come into contact with some rudimentary methods of cultivating immortality. Another Bian, Long Yuan's power was neutralized, which greatly angered him. Long Yuan once again charged towards the leader of the Beishan black market, his body glowing brightly. His strength is astonishing. Even the head of the Beishan black market from the Divine Doctor sect couldn't help but show a strange expression. It's astonishing that someone could cultivate their physical body to such a level, he exclaimed. However, it's useless to me, he said confidently. He once again used that peculiar soft force to neutralize Long Yuan's momentum. Long Yuan seemed to have hit cotton, his strength was useless, and he appeared reckless and incompetent. Give up, you can't touch me. The manager of the Beishan black market smiled faintly. He looked at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, if your only reliance is this reckless body cultivator, then you might as well go back and cool off. You really can't, and can't afford to, manage the Zhong family's affairs. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. He took a step forward. Buzz. With each step, the air became turbulent and buzzing. With each step taken, the entire area trembled violently. In an instant, the expression on the face of the person in charge of the Beishan black market froze. 280, Chapter 280. Top Martial Saint. The aura emanating from Hua Qiu was much stronger than that from Long Yuan. Moreover, its aura was heavy and contained a mysterious power that was difficult to detect. Others may not feel it as deeply, they just think Hua Qiu is very powerful. However, the perceptive manager of the Beishan black market immediately changed his expression, becoming serious. He sensed immense danger from the aura emanating from Hua Qiu.
Long Yuan, step back, Hua Qiu called out.
Yes, master, Long Yuan replied, obediently stepping aside. Is the Zhong family's expert finally going to make a move? The people around were taken aback. His strength is a mystery. His last move, which easily suppressed the great martial venerable, led people to speculate that he possessed the power of a martial king. Yet his servants could easily kill the top assassin, blood madness, making it difficult for others to fathom Hua Qiu's true strength. Even Tanlang couldn't do anything to the head of the Beishan black market, so it would be quite a spectacle if Tanlong's master took action.
Hua Qiu stepped forward, remaining silent and indifferent.
However, this put immense psychological pressure on those ahead.
Envoy, I warn you again, think twice before you act. Old Zhou and the three black market martial venerables blocked their way again, speaking in a sinister tone.
Roll. Hua Qiu simply uttered a single word. Boom.
As soon as the word was uttered, the wind and clouds in front of them changed instantly, and a deafening roar was heard.
A terrifying wave spread through the air. The four people in front paled and quickly used all their internal energy to defend themselves. The next moment. Boom!
A halo of energy rippled around the four people, resembling a blooming lotus flower.
Puff!
Without any pause, the protective internal energy of the four martial venerables shattered in an instant, and all four coughed up blood, their bodies flying uncontrollably. They were terrified, their fear mixed with astonishment. How could uttering a single word have such terrifying power? Bang bang bang! The four people were already more than 10 meters away when they fell from the sky. After that, they never got up again, and it was unknown whether they were dead or unconscious. The manager of the Beishan black market looked grim, involuntarily tensing his body and channeling his inner energy to bring himself to peak condition.
Hua Qiu's strength far exceeded his expectations.
4 martial venerables were sent flying by a single word, that's outrageous.
The onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief.
In the eyes of ordinary people, a martial venerable is already very powerful, and a great martial venerable is even more powerful. However, the 4 of them joined forces, but Hua Qiu sent them flying with a single word, their fates unknown.
How big is the gap in strength?
As expected of the master of the greedy wolf. At this moment, everyone had this thought in their minds and felt a sense of awe towards Hua Qiu. This young man is unfathomable. After sending the 4 martial venerables flying, Hua Qiu continued walking towards the head of the North Mountain black market. The black market manager had a gloomy expression. The closer Hua Qiu got, the more dangerous he felt. So this time, he decided to strike first. After a beautiful opening move, a loud dragon roar emanated from the black market manager. Golden light emanated from behind him, condensing into the shape of a dragon. Exactly 4 golden dragons, no more, no less, lifelike, radiating immense power. In an instant, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and a desire to worship them arose within them. This is the ultimate technique of the Divine Healer sect, the Supreme Dragon Qi.
Someone exclaimed loudly.
The Supreme Dragon Qi of the Divine Healer sect is incredibly powerful, a divine skill of the heavenly rank, only core disciples and above of the Divine Healer sect are qualified to be taught it. The Supreme Dragon Qi has a limit of 9, even that half-step mythical one can only unleash 8 Dragon Qi. It is already extremely difficult for the North Mountain Master to unleash 4. The power of his move is beyond description, even the most skilled members of the Zhong family could be annihilated in an instant. The Supreme Dragon Aura was unleashed, stunning the entire audience while the martial artists were in awe. Many felt that the outcome was already decided.
Let's see if you can withstand my Supreme Dragon Qi.
The black market manager sneered, pushing his hands horizontally, and 4 golden dragons roared and crashed towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent, as calm as a still well.
These few little snakes dare to call themselves dragons?
He sneered, full of disdain. Seeing that the 4 dragon energies were almost upon him, Hua Qiu impatiently swung his hand back. This swing carried a hint of the immortal emperor's sword intent. Wah! The 4 golden dragons, which had come charging in with great power, suddenly fell silent and let out a mournful cry after seemingly touching something in midair. Pop! Soon, the 4 golden dragons shattered and vanished without a trace. What? The manager of the Beishan black market was utterly shocked, his expression completely frozen. The onlookers gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief. He broke the heavenly rank ultimate technique of the divine healer sect? The 4 dragon-shaped supreme dragon energies were actually broken so easily. How did he do that? That's a heaven rank ultimate technique. The martial artists were dumbfounded and couldn't recover for a long time. In the martial arts world, being able to unleash a Xian rank martial skill is already extremely powerful. Earth rank martial arts techniques are generally only possessed by those who have transcended the level of martial saint. The supreme dragon chi of the divine healer sect is at the heavenly rank. Its power should rightfully crush almost all martial arts techniques of the time. But the young man broke it with just a wave of his hand. What kind of trick is that? Could it be that the move he used was also a heaven rank ultimate technique? After the initial shock, the manager of the Beishan black market turned pale. Only he understood that Hua Qiu had not used any martial arts techniques, because there was no internal energy fluctuation at all. His special skill was broken so easily, there's only one explanation. The opponent's realm and strength far surpassed his. The head of the Beishan black market was trembling with shock, staring at Hua Qiu in disbelief. This person has definitely reached a level beyond that of a martial saint. It's impossible for someone to be a transcendent martial saint at such a young age. He must be an old monster who has reversed his aging process. The head of the Beishan black market's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he prepared to flee road. Our divine physician sect's movement techniques and martial arts are unparalleled in the world. Even if he is a martial saint who has transcended the martial arts realm, he cannot stop me. After I escape, I will report to the sect. Even if he is a martial saint, he will not have a good end if he offends our sect. Having made up his mind, the person in charge of the Beishan black market turned and ran. However, as soon as he took the first step, his expression changed drastically. The surrounding air was almost stagnant, and he felt as if he were being pressed down by 1,000 pounds of weight, unable to even take a single step. At that moment, his mind was racing. Field. He stared in disbelief, completely stunned. That's a magical power that only top-tier martial saints can unleash. Throughout the entire Xia kingdom, such beings are extremely rare, and he knows every single one of them. Who exactly is this person? Hua Qiu strolled leisurely to the side of the person in charge of the Beishan black market. Trying to escape right under my nose, even hundreds more years of cultivation wouldn't be enough, he said calmly. Senior, let's talk this out. There's no need to make things so tense, the manager of the Beishan black market quickly said, changing his attitude. Since you have reached such a level, you must know the true strength of my divine physician sect. There is no need to make enemies of the divine physician sect because of the Zhong family. Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. As for what you want to inquire about, that involves important secrets of our sect, and I really cannot tell you. Please understand. If you are willing to back down and abandon the Zhong family, I will definitely report to the sect leader afterwards, and our sect will owe you a favor. Senior, how about that? Hua Qiu laughed upon hearing this. Even in this situation, he still dares to threaten Hua Qiu, demanding that she give up the Zhong family. Where does their confidence and assurance come from? Just because of a miracle doctor scandal? The divine doctor sect, how Hua Qiu sneered. What kind of bullshit #1 sect in the world is this? It's nothing but a fart in my eyes, he said disdainfully. The head of the Beishan black market was shocked and furious. How dare anyone in this world despise the divine physician sect? You are arrogant, he said angrily. Boom! He was met with a palm strike from Hua Qiu. Before he could finish speaking, the manager of the Beishan black market was killed. There was a deathly silence all around. Everyone in the Zhong family looked at Hua Qiu in horror. He actually killed a core disciple of the Divine Healer sect. How dare he? Is he really not afraid of the black market organizations and the Miracle Doctor group? Hua Qiu calmly used a special method to collect the soul of the black market manager, and no one could tell. As for what those people are worried about, he had absolutely no fear whatsoever. 281, Chapter 281 The God-Making Plan. After killing the head of the Beishan black market, Hua Qiu did not stay in the black market and returned directly to the Zhong family. No one in the Beishan black market could stop him anymore. After he left, the entire black market was in an uproar. The identity of the person in charge of the Beishan black market is simply too special. The Zhong family's expert killed him without any scruples, which was destined to trigger a huge storm. A black market organization that even the Martial Alliance must treat with respect, and the Divine Healer sect, the #1 sect in the world, both are the most powerful and colossal entities in the world. No one believed that the Zhong family expert possessed the ability to contend with the two major powers. On the way back, Hua Qiu didn't say anything. The Zhong family members tried to speak several times, but each time they hesitated and stopped. You don't need to worry, I'll take care of it if anything happens, Hua Qiu said, knowing their concerns. Now that things have come to this, how can my Zhong family stand idly by? Mr. Hua, rest assured, whether you live or die, my Zhong family will always follow you. Zhong Yuanshan said with a look of grim determination. Hua Qiu gave a faint smile. He disregarded all worldly power, those people had no ability to kill him. Nowadays, only those people from the ethereal immortal realm can make Hua Qiu take things seriously. Upon returning to the Zhong family, Hua Qiu immediately released the soul of the person in charge of the Beishan black market in a quiet place. Generally speaking, a mortal soul cannot exist for long in the turbid atmosphere of the mortal world, but Hua Qiu protected his soul with his spiritual power, which is why it did not dissipate. Yui, what's going on? The man in charge of the black market was clearly still confused and terrified. You have taken my soul. He was extremely shocked and could not believe that Hua Qiu possessed such an ability. Who exactly are you? What do you want to do to me? Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent. Nothing much, I just wanted to know why you've tried to wipe out the Zhong family time and time again, he said calmly, casually setting up a few protective barriers around him to prevent any disturbance. I'm already in this state, do you think I'd still tell you? Dream on. The black market manager roared. You don't need to tell me. Hua Qiu's expression turned cold as she reached out and forcefully sucked into his soul. The soul was quickly drawn into his palm. Before they could even feel fear, Hua Qiu had already used the soul-searching technique. In an instant, the memories of the black market manager flashed before his eyes like a fleeting glimpse. This person has a wealth of experiences and memories. Even Hua Qiu took quite a while to read through all of his memories. For him, his observations about the black market and overseas were somewhat useful. But when Hua Qiu read about the reasons behind the Zhong family's affairs, he couldn't help but frown. He understood the situation. Unfortunately, the person in charge of this black market was merely acting under orders and was not the instigator. Their knowledge was limited. By the time he finished searching the soul, the black market manager's soul had become quite ethereal, damaged to some extent, and extremely weak. What did you do to me? The black market manager asked weakly. Hua Qiu wore a cold smile. I never imagined that the Divine Healer sect, the #1 sect in the world, would commit such heinous acts. You are unworthy of being called the #1 sect in the world, he said coldly. The black market's leader, a spirit, was greatly alarmed. How much do you know? How do you know? I know as much as you know, Hua Qiu said. What kind of God-making plan is this? How could your Divine Healer sect possibly come up with something like this? The Divine Healer sect is so evil. How is it any different from other evil sects, or even worse? The black market operator was terrified. He didn't understand how Hua Qiu knew everything. Hua Qiu's face was filled with murderous intent. Through the memories of the black market manager, he has learned the purpose of the Divine Doctor sect. A scheme dubbed the God-Making Project. The Divine Physician sect once produced martial arts legends,
which established their unparalleled prestige as a sect.
The Divine Physician sect has enjoyed a glorious history for hundreds of years, passing down its traditions and maintaining a superior and incomparably brilliant status. But now, the Divine Doctor sect is showing signs of decline. That half-step legend of the Divine Healer sect is about to reach the end of his life, and no one in the Divine Healer sect can reach his level again. The cultivation level of his disciples is also much lower than it was in its glorious past. The leaders of the Divine Doctor sect were unwilling to decline, so they devised a so-called God-making plan. The ancient texts passed down by the Divine Physician sect record a miraculous technique that utilizes the power of heaven and earth. That is to find 81 places of profounding energy, use the lives of living people to nourish them, making the yin energy and evil aura of the place dense, and then use special methods to condense a spiritual pearl containing yin energy and evil power. Once enough Yin Sha spirit pearls are collected, the experts of the Divine Healer sect can use that Yin Sha power to cultivate and break through to become martial arts legends. According to the memories of the person in charge of the Beishan black market, Hua Qiu saw that the Shini sect had already completed more than half of the 81 Xianyin sites selected by them. In other words, half of the lives in the Xianyin land have already been wiped out by the Divine Physician sect. The Divine Physician sect has committed countless atrocities. Although Hua Qiu has killed many people, he doesn't kill indiscriminately without reason. He won't make a move unless you provoke him. On the surface, the Divine Doctor sect is a prestigious and righteous sect, the most revered and worshipped sect in the world, but it shows no mercy when it comes to killing innocent people. The Zhong family was targeted precisely because their ancestral home was hidden with mysterious yin energy. Ha, the Divine Doctor sect, how laughable! Hua Qiu's contempt deepened. This evil cultivation method is similar to the techniques used by some demonic cultivators in the cultivation world. However, the Divine Healer sect's methods were quite rudimentary, merely aimed at breaking through a so-called martial arts myth realm. This method has huge drawbacks. Even if it does create a martial arts legend, 8 or 9 out of 10 will be a bloodthirsty monster. It is impossible for someone who is not extremely mentally resolute to maintain their sense of self. Now that you know about the Divine Healer sect's plan, there is only one path before you, death. The black market manager's soul form said, sounding fierce but actually weak. Even after all this, you still dare to act arrogantly? Threatening me? Hua Qiu sneered. I'm not a good person either. What your Divine Healer sect does is your business, I have no interest in it. But I will definitely protect the Zhong family. If the Divine Physician sect really intends to target the Zhong family, there is only one path facing them, annihilation of the sect. Hua Qiu's tone stunned the black market's leader's soul. He couldn't believe that there were such arrogant people in the world. Who dares to claim they will destroy the Divine Healer sect? This has never happened in hundreds of years. How arrogant, do you think you're a martial arts legend? The black market manager sneered. Martial arts legends are nothing more than that. Hua Qiu remained non-committal. Bang! He was too lazy to say anything more to this person and simply crushed his soul. He walked out of the room. It was already daylight outside. The Zhong family members stood guard outside, filled with worry. I already know the purpose of the Divine Doctor sect. You don't need to be afraid with me here. Even the Divine Doctor sect won't be able to touch a single member of the Zhong family. Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Thank you, Mr. Hua. The Zhong family members bowed down to him. Hua Qiu knew that merely talking wouldn't dispel their worries, so he didn't say anything more. He will put his promise into practice. That's all for now, I'm going back, Hua Qiu said, and walked out of the Zhong family's house. I had just stepped out of the Zhong family's gate when I received a call from my mother. Xiao Qiu, where are you? Zhang Lan's tone was urgent. Your wife has fainted, she looks really bad, come back right away. Hua Qiu's expression changed instantly. Yu Zaiwai, something's happened. 282, Chapter 282. I give you the world. Hua Qiu rushed to the hospital. When he arrived, his mother was already extremely anxious. Xiao Qiu, you finally arrived. Zhang Lan felt relieved to see him. How is Ziwei? Hua Qiu rushed to the bedside.
Yu Ziwei's face was pale as she lay on the hospital bed receiving in 4 drip and was in a coma.
My sister-in-law has been asking me to teach her how to cook these past few days. She said she'll cook delicious meals for you herself once she learns, Tongyu said softly. But today, while she was in the kitchen, she suddenly collapsed on the floor. We rushed her to the hospital, but the doctor couldn't find anything wrong with her. He just said she was too tired and exhausted and needed to rest more. Hua Qiu sat by the hospital bed, picked up Yu Ziwei's small hand wrapped in several bandages, and looked at her with heartache. The hospital couldn't find anything, but he already had some guesses on his way there. Hua Qiu placed his hand on Yu Ziwei's forehead and used his divine sense to perceive her spiritual world. After sensing it, his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Xia Ziwei's consciousness was almost about to awaken. It was very active, and she had a strong obsession, which caused Yu Ziwei to suddenly fall into a coma. After all, Xia Ziwei is the dominant personality, while Yu Ziwei's consciousness is weaker. When it really came down to a battle for her body, Yu Ziwei would absolutely lose. Hua Qiu sighed, her heart heavy. In the past, he wanted to wake Xia Ziwei up, and even considered erasing Yu Ziwei's consciousness. However, now that Yu Ziwei is his wife, he is caught in a dilemma. One of them is my savior. One is a pitiful lover, miserable and wretched, who is completely devoted to him. Xiao Chou, how are you? Is Ziwei alright? Zhang Lan asked cautiously. She likes this daughter-in-law very much and hopes she will be well. Mom, it's nothing, just like the doctor said. She was exhausted. She'll be fine after some rest, Hua Qiu said to Zhang Lan with a forced smile. That's good. Zhang Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then you stay with her. I'll go buy some food so she won't wake up hungry, Zhang Lan said with a smile as she went out. Tongyu looked at Hua Qiu with a complicated expression. The intelligent woman naturally realized that Hua Qiu was just trying to comfort Zhang Lan. Brother, everything will be alright, she said earnestly, then walked out, leaving the two of them alone. Hua Qiu sat by the hospital bed, holding Yu Ziwei's hand the whole time. Seeing Yu Ziwei's weak state, he felt extremely distressed. With a determined heart, Hua Qiu activated his spiritual power and divine sense, beginning to forcibly intervene in the spiritual world of this body. He temporarily suppressed Xia Ziwei's restless mind. Yu Ziwei slowly woke up. The first thing I saw was Hua Qiu with a smile on her face. My husband, she murmured, her expression shifting, full of tenderness. Just call me by my name from now on, Hua Qiu said with a smile. That archaic way of calling it is a bit strange. Hua Qiu, Yu Ziwei called out in a trembling voice. Suddenly, she straightened up and threw herself into Hua Qiu's arms. Hua Qiu hugged her tightly and gently patted her back. After a long while, Yu Ziwei finally released Hua Qiu and lay back down on the hospital bed. The time I spent with you has been the happiest time of my life, she said with a smile so poignant and beautiful. Hua Qiu felt a pang of sadness. The tone was no different from giving one's last words. He regretted not spending more time with her after returning to Beishan. Then you may continue to be happy. I want to give you even more happiness, Hua Qiu said. Yu Ziwei smiled, then shook her head. She's about to wake up, she said softly. You just made a move, didn't you? Hua Qiu froze. After a moment, he nodded. You won't be allowed to do that next time, Yu Ziwei said, enunciating each word with utmost seriousness. No way. Hua Qiu immediately objected. You are my wife, do you intend to abandon me? How could I possibly abandon you? Yu Ziwei's eyes suddenly reddened, and tears welled up uncontrollably. You are the love of my life, my husband, and I wish I could stay with you until the end of time. But I can't. You know, she should be the rightful owner of this body. Her obsession is no weaker than mine, and the person she loves is still suffering. Most importantly, she is your savior. I cannot accept it, nor can I forgive myself if I make you do something ungrateful for my sake. Hua Qiu was stunned. He didn't know Yu Ziwei would think that way. Why should she still think about herself? She should be more worried about herself. Hua Qiu, you are a pillar of strength in my heart. Promise me you won't let me down, okay? Yu Ziwei pleaded. Hua Qiu remained silent and did not speak. a difficult choice. Actually, he had a way, but he needed to suppress Xia Ziwei's consciousness for a period of time. But if I said it out loud, Yu Ziwei would definitely not agree. Moreover, it ultimately fails to address the root cause. I have no regrets even if I die now, having been able to marry you in this life, Yu Ziwei said with a smile, touching Huaqiu's face. What's wrong? Don't be so down. I hope you can see me off with a smile, so I can leave in peace. As she spoke, she herself began to cry. Ziwei, don't cry, I have a way, I have a way. Huaqiu said hurriedly. I can separate the two of you and make you both independent individuals. Huaqiu suddenly remembered a secret technique he had long forgotten and hurriedly said. Is what you're saying true? Yu Ziwei stared blankly, hardly daring to believe it. Absolutely. Huaqiu nodded emphatically. However, you will need to wait a while. I'll wait. Wait, I can wait. Yu Ziwei said quickly, her face full of hope. For you, it's worth waiting however long it takes. Huaqiu nodded. I will recreate a physical body for you. In this mortal world, it's hard to find one like those materials, but I will search for them at all costs. If I can't find it in the mortal world, I'll search in the hidden places. If I can't find it on the entire planet Earth, then I'll search the entire starfield. Even if I have to traverse all the heavens and myriad worlds, I will gather it in the shortest possible time. Before that, I will protect your consciousness with my divine sense. When Xia Ziwei awakens, you will sleep in her body. Once I have created a perfect physical body for you, I can separate your consciousness and import it into the body. That way, you will no longer be controlled by her. You will be yourself, Yu Ziwei, my wife. Yu Ziwei looked at Huaqiu, tears streaming down her face. She thought she would disappear. Hearing that Huaqiu had a solution made her extremely excited. Although it sounds complicated and incredible. But she believed in Huaqiu without reservation, thinking that Huaqiu could definitely do it. Yu Ziwei threw herself into Huaqiu's arms again, sobbing softly. Huaqiu comforted her, her gaze firm. The materials needed to create a perfect physical body are extremely rare, even in the world of cultivation. But for Yu Ziwei, he was willing to do anything. Even if it turns the world upside down. We'd do anything to save them. 283, Chapter 283 Poisoning. Huaqiu decided to spend the rest of her days with Yu Ziwei. After all, it would take time to gather the materials needed to create her physical body, and Huaqiu couldn't predict when it would be completed. If she falls into a deep sleep again, the two will be separated. Huaqiu used his spiritual power to nourish Yu Ziwei's body, and she quickly recovered. Hospitals aren't good places, there's nothing to stay in. Let's get discharged, Huaqiu said with a smile. Whatever you say. Yu Ziwei smiled brightly. At this moment, Tongyu knocked on the door and came in. Her face looked rather pale, as if she was suppressing her anxiety. Brother, can you come out for a second? I have something I want to tell you, she said softly. Wait for me. Huaqiu smoothed Yu Ziwei's hair, stood up, and left the ward with Tongyu. What is it? Speak, Huaqiu said calmly. Ever since he destroyed the 10,000 poison sect stronghold in Beishan City, Tongyu has been obediently playing the role of her younger sister, Huadong. Her ability to impersonate was outstanding, and Huaqiu's parents never noticed anything amiss during this time. They enjoyed a harmonious and happy family life. However, Huaqiu couldn't treat Tongyu the same way she treated Huadong, and her attitude was rather cold. This often made Tongyu feel unnatural and somewhat apprehensive in his presence. I received a message from the 10,000 poison sect, Tongyu said hesitantly, her face tense. Oh? Huaqiu raised an eyebrow. Has the 10,000 poisons cult finally reacted? Logically speaking, it's impossible for them to remain indifferent when a stronghold is destroyed, especially one with martial artists at the martial venerable level. What did they say? Tongyu hesitated. They ordered me to poison the two elders, then take them out and hand them over to the 10,000 poison sect. They said they would use this to threaten you, force you to go to the 10,000 poison sect to die, and also want you to hand over your martial arts techniques and skills. It said that someone from the righteous sects provided intelligence to the 10,000 poison sect, saying that your rapid cultivation is because you possess heaven-rank cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, as well as the swordmaster's inheritance.
Hua Qiu's expression turned icy after hearing this.
It was that King Dingwu who betrayed his intelligence again. Although he didn't care how much the evil faction knew, such behavior aroused his murderous intent.
King Dingwu, I will kill you,
Hua Qiu said coldly. His murderous aura terrified Tongyu, leaving her speechless.
How did you reply to them?
Hua Qiu asked. I refused, Tongyu said softly, her tone filled with helplessness and sadness. My aunt and uncle are so good to me, I just can't bring myself to hurt them, she said, tears streaming down her face.
Hua Qiu looked at Tongyu. You've been threatened, haven't you? Tongyu nodded.
They warned me that if I didn't do as they said, they would turn my sister into a poison puppet. Tongyu couldn't continue, and covered her mouth, crying softly. She went through a difficult decision, feeling extremely worried about her sister, and was on the verge of emotional collapse. Don't cry, Hua Qiu couldn't bear it any longer, so he patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, I will take care of your sister's matter and will never let the 10,000 poison sect succeed. Yu Ziwei is in bad shape right now, so he can't leave, but he can send Long Yuan to rescue her. With Long Yuan's current strength, he is fully capable of rivaling a martial saint who has transcended the martial arts realm. The 10,000 poison sect cannot do anything to him.
Thank you,
Tongyu said, her eyes welling up with tears. But she was still very worried. My sister is imprisoned in the territory of the 10,000 poison sect. Rescuing her is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Even if you fail, I will always be grateful to you, she said with tears in her eyes. Don't talk about failure in front of me, because there is no such thing as failure, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile.
Pack up, so that Ziwei doesn't notice anything amiss.
Tongyu nodded, wiped away her tears, and quickly returned to normal.
The two then entered the ward. Xiao Qiu, is Ziwei awake? Mother Zhang Lan walked in right after.
Mom, I'm fine now. I am sorry for making you worry, Yu Ziwei said with a smile.
What are you saying? Why are you being so polite with me?
Zhang Lan feigned displeasure.
I'm so happy you're alright. Are you hungry? I bought you some fruit and porridge, would you like some?
Yu Ziwei nodded obediently. Zhang Lan handed the white porridge to Hua Qiu so that he could feed Yu Ziwei, while she picked up an apple and peeled it. Hua Qiu glanced at the white porridge in her hand, and her gaze immediately sharpened. Seeing that Hua Qiu's expression was off, Tongyu immediately became alert. She leaned closer to sniff it, then stirred the porridge with her spoon, and her expression changed. One of the 10 great poisons of the 10,000 poison sect, the death-taking powder, she whispered to Hua Qiu. If you are poisoned by this, your life force will be rapidly devoured within 5 days, you will be nothing but skin and bones. If there is no antidote, you will surely die within 7 days.
Hua Qiu's face immediately darkened.
Tongyu picked up an apple, looked at it, and nodded to Hua Qiu. The fruit was also poisoned.
They actually dared to poison his family. The 10,000 poisons cult, how dare they?
Mom, don't peel the apple anymore, Ziwei doesn't want to eat it, Hua Qiu called out. As he spoke, he poured the box of white porridge in his hand directly into his mouth. You silly child, it's not like I bought this for you. If you want to eat it, go buy it yourself, Zhang Lan said unhappily.
Tonyu's heart tightened at the sight.
The poison of the 10,000 poison sect is something that normal martial artists would avoid at all costs, yet he dared to drink it directly. But then he thought back to the last time at the stronghold. So many members of the 10,000 poison sect used poison on him and it had no effect whatsoever. As expected, Hua Qiu had no reaction after drinking it. Tongyu was relieved. At the same time, she was amazed by Hua Qiu's physique. For so many years, the 10,000 poison sect has been infamous, and no martial artist has ever dared to ignore their poisons. Mom, where did you buy this fruit and porridge? Who sold it to you? Hua Qiu asked. At once I bought them at a snack shop near the hospital entrance. The owner was quite nice and gave me a few extra apples, Zhang Lan said with a smile.
Mom, what does that person look like? Tongyu asked quickly.
What did he look like? Ma, tall, thin man, about my age, with a scar on his face.
Tonyu's expression froze.
The fifth elder of the 10,000 Poison sect, with a martial venerable rank 4 cultivation, is the elder brother of the deacon you killed last time, she whispered to Hua Qiu.
Hua Qiu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Whoosh!
Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out, the ward window was smashed, and something was thrown in.
Hua Qiu easily caught it. Who is this? How could they throw something and smash the hospital window? Zhang Lan was shocked and quickly ran to the window to check.
Hua Qiu opened her hand, revealing a crumpled piece of paper.
I opened it, and there were a few words written on it.
You have been poisoned. If you want to live, you must obey my orders. Hua Qiu sneered, and with a flick of his hand, the paper ball vanished without a trace. He stood up from the bedside, bringing a chill with him.
I'm going out for a bit.
284, Chapter 284 The Speed of Killing. Hua Qiu walked out of the hospital and headed towards a certain place. He didn't need the so-called fifth elder of the 10,000 Poison sect to guide him, he had already found the other party's hiding place by relying on his senses.
I'll go with you. Tong Yu followed her out.
Hua Qiu ignored her and walked straight ahead. The 10,000 Poison sect ranks its members based on their ability to use poison. The fact that the fifth elder is ranked fifth among the elders means that his poison skills and abilities should not be underestimated. His cultivation level is also very high, he is already at the peak of the fourth rank of Martial Venerable, just one step away from becoming a great Martial Venerable. You must not be careless. As they walked, Tong Yu gave Hua Qiu some instructions. But Hua Qiu didn't listen at all, and even if she did, she didn't take it seriously. After passing several buildings, the number of people gradually decreased. Until they arrived at a special location within the hospital. Hua Qiu looked up at the sign above the door and smiled coldly.
The morgue, this is a really good location.
Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and went inside. Inside the morgue stood a tall, thin old man. He had a long scar on his face, which made him look very fierce.
Hua Guosher, you've arrived quite quickly.
The fifth elder of the 10,000 Poison sect sized up Hua Qiu and revealed a cold smile. I thought the Martial Alliance's peerless geniuses were something extraordinary, but it turns out they're nothing more than cowards who are afraid of death. Don't worry, the death-inducing powder won't take effect so quickly. You still have 7 days to live. However, without the antidote, you will only face death in 7 days. Hua Qiu stared coldly at the fifth elder of the 10,000 Poison sect, his killing intent filling the morgue. The temperature here was already low, and it became even colder now. The other party didn't notice and assumed that the hospital's air conditioning was set too low.
Fifth elder, how is my sister now? You didn't do anything to her, did you?
Tong Yu stared at the fifth elder and asked anxiously. The fifth elder's face darkened.
Humph, you traitor, you still dare to question this elder?
How dare you disobey this elder's orders? You're asking for trouble. It seems your identity has been exposed. You are now of no use. This elder will send you to your death today. As for your sister, she has good potential. If she is made into a poison human, she should be able to play a good role. As he spoke, the fifth elder sneered, and his laughter echoed in the morgue, which was very eerie and chilling. You have no humanity, you're all beasts.
Tong Yu shouted angrily. Insolence!
The fifth elder was furious upon hearing this and waved his hand, sending a burst of energy towards Tong Yu from a distance.
Tong Yu was terrified.
Hua Qiu casually flicked his wrist, and the force of the fifth elder's attack was instantly blasted away. This made the fifth elder narrow his eyes.
You still dare to make a move? Do you think the poison isn't taking effect fast enough?
He sneered. The informant said you were difficult to deal with and warned us to be careful, but now it seems you're not so tough after all. I was afraid you would become suspicious, so I planned to poison your family to blackmail you. I didn't expect you, you naive fool, to drink the poison directly, which saved me a lot of trouble. Hua Guosher, if you want the antidote, you'd better hand over all the heaven-rank cultivation techniques and martial arts, and the Swordmaster's inheritance too, I want them all. The fifth elder threatened Hua Qiu. Do not attempt to resist. As one of the 10 most deadly poisons of the 10,000 Poison sect, no one but the 10,000 Poison sect has an antidote. The fifth elder was confident of victory and was very pleased with himself. Originally, the 10,000 Poisons sect had made several preparations to deal with Hua Qiu. But now that he has taken it on his own, he is naturally very proud. Hua Qiu glanced at the fifth elder, then turned to look at Tong Yu. "Go and see which morgue is empty, and pull it out," he said calmly.
"What?" Tong Yu was completely bewildered and didn't understand Hua Qiu's meaning for a moment. The fifth elder was also taken aback.
"What else could it be used for? A morgue cabinet is obviously for storing corpses," Hua Qiu said irritably. "I happened to be in the morgue, which was perfect for dealing with corpses."
Tong Yu looked on in astonishment. After the fifth elder understood, his expression instantly turned gloomy. "Kid, aren't you being a little too arrogant?" he said angrily. "Even if you weren't poisoned, let alone if you were poisoned by this elder, you still wouldn't be a match for me. You want to kill me, you're dreaming." Hua Qiu didn't even bother to respond to him.
"Go find it," Hua Qiu gestured to Tong Yu. Tong Yu moved with a blank expression, her movements stiff. She had no idea how Hua Qiu could be so confident. "You have to be careful," she added worriedly.
Hua Qiu then looked at the fifth elder. "Are you sure you want to fight me?"
The fifth elder was still somewhat incredulous, not understanding where Hua Qiu got his confidence from. Hua Qiu walked towards him indifferently without saying a word. Although his face remained calm, his killing intent was almost tangible.
His family is his Achilles heel. Who understands? Who dies?
The fifth elder finally realized that Hua Qiu was not just pretending.
Overestimating yourself.
He snorted coldly and immediately swung his hand forcefully, throwing a handful of dust at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu neither dodged nor avoided it when the highly toxic dust flew to his side. It suddenly seemed to have encountered something extremely hot, and was instantly evaporated. The fifth elder's pupils suddenly contracted. His expression turned serious, and with a sway of his body, he transformed into a humanoid black mist and headed towards Hua Qiujuan. The black mist carried a strong corrosive odor, and wherever it passed, even the floor was corroded and hollowed out. As the black mist rolled in, Hua Qiu neither dodged nor avoided it, but reached out and grabbed it directly. When his hand touched the black mist rapidly dissipated, revealing the figure of the fifth elder. The fifth elder looked horrified and incredulous. Because Hua Qiu's hand was tightly gripping his neck. His poisonous mist couldn't harm Hua Qiu in the slightest. Hua Qiu grabbed his neck with surprising ease. The fifth elder stared wide-eyed and struggled desperately. What can be done? He pushed his internal energy to its limit, but he still couldn't break free from Hua Qiu's grasp. The fifth elder was terrified. He is about to become a great martial venerable and his ability to use poison is extremely strong, so why can't he do anything to this person? Only then did the fifth elder begin to regret his actions. He was too confident and underestimated his opponent. He never expected this young man to be so terrifying. "Aren't you really afraid of the poison taking effect? Release me now!" the fifth elder roared. "I'll send you two brothers to the underworld to reunite," Hua Qiu said indifferently. The fifth elder's body jolted violently. "You destroyed the Beishan stronghold?" he asked, his face filled with shock. Hua Qiu did not answer, but with a slight increase in force, he snapped the fifth elder's throat. The fifth elder died with his eyes wide open, his face filled with shock and anger. "Have you found an empty cabinet?" Hua Qiu asked, looking at Tong Yu beside her. Found it. Tong Yu opened an empty morgue cabinet and looked up to answer. She looked up and froze on the spot. Hua Qiu carried over the fifth elder's body, threw it into the body cabinet with a bang, and then closed the cabinet. Tong Yu was completely dumbfounded. That's the fifth elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect. She found a cabinet, less than a minute later, and Hua Qiu killed the person. Is it really that fast? She was initially worried that Hua Qiu wouldn't be a match for the fifth elder, but the fifth elder was instantly killed. Tong Yu's heart was in turmoil, and she was unable to calm down. She had only one question in her mind. Just how strong is Hua Qiu? Hua Qiu walked out of the morgue and stood at the door. Let's go,
aren't you cold?" he called out. Oh, Tong Yu seemed to wake from a dream and followed them out in a daze. "Tell me, where is the headquarters of the 10,000 Poisons sect?" Hua Qiu suddenly asked. "Why are you asking this in Puqing County, Beishan City?" "Not far." Hua Qiu nodded. "Get ready, we're leaving tomorrow." "Where to?" "Destroy the 10,000 Poisons cult." 285, Chapter 285. Why the need for long-term planning? The 10,000 Poisons sect will definitely be destroyed by Hua Qiu. Originally, he didn't plan to take action now, because the most important thing for him at this moment was to spend time with Yu Ziwei. But he could no longer tolerate the repeated provocations from the 10,000 Poisons sect. The fact that they dared to poison his family enraged the 10,000 Poisons sect. "Ziwei, didn't you say you wanted me to accompany you to see all the landscapes of Xia Kingdom?" Perfect timing. The sunrise at Daogui Mountain in Puqing County, Beishan City is renowned far and wide. Let's go see it. Hua Qiu didn't tell Yu Ziwei about the 10,000 Poisons sect, afraid that she would worry. Perfect timing. I can wipe out the 10,000 Poisons cult and then travel around with my wife, killing two birds with one stone. I'm fine with anywhere as long as I'm with you, Yu Ziwei readily agreed. And so, after saying goodbye to her family, Hua Qiu set off the next day with Yu Ziwei and Tong Yu to Puqing County in Beishan. He has already instructed Long Yuan to take care of his parents and the Zhong family, so there shouldn't be any problems here. Puqing County is located on the western border of Beishan City and is somewhat remote. According to Tong Yu, after the last major battle in the martial arts world, the 10,000 Poisons sect had been lying low in Puqing County, secretly recuperating and developing its strength. Now, they are powerful enough that they can respond immediately to any order from the Qi Dao Alliance, launching a large-scale invasion in the western part of Beishan and quickly penetrating the heart of the Central Plains. After a 2-hour high-speed train ride, Hua Qiu and his two companions arrived in Puqing County. "Brother, should we go directly to the headquarters of the 10,000 Poisons cult, or go to their stronghold in Puqing County first?" Tong Yu asked Hua Qiu in a low voice. Hua Qiu thought for a moment. Which one is closer? Naturally, the strongholds within the city are closer. From near to far, leave no one behind, Hua Qiu said calmly. Tong Yu looked surprised. Does he really intend to wipe out the entire 10,000 Poisons sect? Even though Tong Yu kept persuading Hua Qiu along the way, telling him that the 10,000 Poisons sect was powerful and that even surpassing the martial saint level wouldn't be enough to destroy the sect, and hoping he would give up the idea of destroying the sect and just help her rescue her sister. But Hua Qiu was determined to destroy the sect. Tong Yu, feeling uneasy, led Hua Qiu to the urban area of Puqing County, where they arrived at a large mansion. On the surface, this is a wealthy family's residence in Puqing County, but in reality, it's a stronghold of the 10,000 Poisons sect in the city. It's a den of iniquity and far more dangerous than the stronghold in Beishan City. Tong Yu said warily. Hua Qiu closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment. There were indeed many martial artists hiding inside, and the stench was extremely strong. Ziwei, why don't you go to the hotel first? Hua Qiu wanted to get Yu Ziwei out of the way. Because Yu Ziwei never liked him killing too many people, fearing that it would affect his mentality, turn him into a bloodthirsty person, and cause him to lose his mind. Anyway, Yu Ziwei has a life-saving magic weapon that he personally refined, so there's nothing to worry about. Don't let me smell blood when you come back, Yu Ziwei said unhappily, picking up her suitcase and leaving. Hua Qiu felt somewhat embarrassed. After Yu Ziwei left, his expression changed, and he became menacing. Just as he was about to charge in, two people suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Hua Guosher, the branch manager requests that you come to speak with us. Someone said in a low voice. Hua Qiu frowned. These two looked familiar. They seemed to be martial artists who often followed Wu Pingqing, the branch manager of the Beishan Martial Arts Alliance. After looking at the mansion, he nodded. The two immediately led Hua Qiu and Tong Yu into a house next to the mansion. Upon arriving, they found a dozen or so branch warriors hidden inside the house, along with sophisticated machinery, monitoring the mansion. Hua Guosher, what brings you here? Wu Pingqing greeted him, bowed, and then asked respectfully. And why are you here? Hua Qiu asked in return.
Huaguosher, after a long period of investigation by the Beishan branch, we discovered that this place is a stronghold of the evil sect, the 10,000 Poisons sect, and we have been sending people to monitor it, Wu Pingqing replied. The 10,000 Poisons cult has been very active lately, and we suspect they are planning something big. Most of the branch's warriors have been transferred to Puqing County. We are on high alert and ready to respond.
Hua Qiu looked slightly taken aback. So, you went to the civil servants' residential area from here last time?
Not bad, Wu Pingqing said with a smile.
You called so urgently that I rushed off from here, but I was still late.
Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. So, it was my timing that was inappropriate last time. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were doing something important here. It was my fault.
Hua Qiu will not bow down to anyone.
However, he felt that he had abused his power in this matter and expressed his apology. Not at all. Your honor and disgrace are equally important. You have done nothing wrong.
Wu Pingqing quickly said, feeling extremely apprehensive. Hua Qiu pondered for a moment.
Wu Pingqing, you have done a lot for me these past few months. Serving Huaguosher is my duty. Wu Pingqing said solemnly. Hua Qiu waved his hand. Beishan is my hometown, and it holds great significance for me. As the branch leader of the Beishan Martial Arts Alliance, you should have some prestige.
Coincidentally, I have one last pill left.
Hua Qiu took out a red pill and handed it to Wu Pingqing.
Wu Pingqing took it without understanding why.
He had no idea how amazing this thing was.
Eat it, I'll help you refine it, Hua Qiu said.
Wu Pingqing took a sniff and smelled a delicate fragrance.
After hesitating for a moment, he put the pill into his mouth. Boom!
As soon as the pill entered his stomach, his body trembled violently, and a powerful burst of energy erupted from his body, almost destroying all the machines in the room. The martial artists inside the room all stopped and looked at Wu Pingqing in astonishment. Wu Pingqing was shocked and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating his internal energy to refine the enormous power within his body. Hua Qiu personally intervened, using his spiritual power to help him refine and stabilize the medicinal effects.
Just over 10 minutes later.
Buzz. Buzz. Wu Pingqing exuded the aura of a martial venerable.
The warriors from the branch couldn't help but widen their eyes. Tanyua's mouth was slightly open, her face filled with disbelief.
For them, the idea that a small pill could create a powerful martial arts master was incredibly amazing.
2VE become a martial venerable.
Wu Pingqing couldn't believe it himself. However, the active and powerful energy within his body, coupled with the layer of internal energy surrounding his body, told everyone that a martial venerable had been born.
Huaguosher, what kind of medicine is that? It's amazing.
Wu Pingqing looked at Hua Qiu in shock. The branch warriors were utterly shocked. For them, becoming a martial venerable is as difficult as ascending to heaven, and is incomparably lofty. Hua Qiu was actually transformed by just one pill.
What an absurd story. Tanyu's emotions were in turmoil.
She found that the more she got to know Hua Qiu, the more unsettled she became. This man is simply not an ordinary person. Perhaps his statement about destroying the 10,000 Poisons sect wasn't unfounded. Tanyu's mindset changed.
Huaguosher, thank you so much.
Wu Pingqing almost cried, looking at Hua Qiu as if he were his second parents. Calm down, don't make a fuss, Hua Qiu said. I came here to destroy the 10,000 Poisons sect. I heard there is a stronghold here, so I plan to start from here. As soon as he finished speaking, all the martial artists were stunned.
Destroy the 10,000 Poisons cult?
Something even the Martial Alliance headquarters struggled to achieve.
Why is he so confident?
Huaguosher, you mustn't. Wu Pingqing was startled. Leaving aside how powerful the 10,000 Poisons sect is, the stronghold alone harbors immense terror. We've been monitoring them for so long, but we haven't dared to make any rash moves. Headquarters has also repeatedly instructed us not to take any action, saying they'll send a group of powerful figures led by a Grand Martial Venerable.
Huaguosher, how about we wait for the headquarters experts to arrive before we make our move?
This matter should be carefully considered, we must not act impulsively.
Hua Qiu frowned. Brother, he's right, you can't be reckless, Tong Yu advised. Is this place really that terrifying? Hua Qiu frowned even more deeply.
Truly terrifying, the infamous reputation of the 10,000 Poison sect is well deserved.
Wu Pingqing said. Really, I'll go out and take a quick look.
After saying that, he walked straight out. Don't worry, Hua Guosher will be back soon after he discovers the danger inside, Wu Pingqing said to everyone with a smile. The words had barely left his mouth.
Boom!
A deafening sound rang out, shaking the entire room.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Everyone was in a flurry of activity.
Something terrible has happened. Hua Guosher actually flattened the front yard of that mansion with a single palm strike.
Someone outside exclaimed in shock. What? Everyone in the room was stunned for a moment. 286, Chapter 286 Detoxification in an instant.
Wu Pingqing and the others rushed out of the house. As soon as they came out, many people were speechless upon seeing the grand mansion in front of them. The front yard, gate, and walls of that mansion had been razed to the ground. On the ground was a huge handprint. What incredible destructive power!
Hua Qiu used only one palm strike, yet it possessed such terrifying power?
If Hua Qiu hadn't been standing right in front of them, they would have thought it was a rubble created by a missile. Oops! After the initial surprise, Wu Pingqing's expression suddenly changed. Such a commotion would naturally alert everyone at the 10,000 Poison sect stronghold. They originally planned to take a long-term approach and launch an attack only after all the Martial Alliance experts had arrived. Now it seems that war is the only option. Wu Pingqing had just broken through to become a Martial Venerable, and should have been in high spirits, but he couldn't help but look worried.
Because he had absolutely no confidence. The people from the 10,000 Poison sect are coming out. Someone shouted, pointing inside. Many martial artists emerged from the backyard of the mansion. The leaders were older and had a calm demeanor, they didn't seem like good people. They were quite surprised to see that the front yard had been turned into ruins. Who are you? How dare you destroy a private residence? Is there no law left?
An old man shouted at the crowd. Another old man reached out to stop him from continuing. Wu Pingqing, the branch leader of the Beishan Martial Alliance, I thought you were a smart man, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless.
The man sneered.
Your experts from the capital headquarters haven't even arrived yet, and you dare to order an attack. I really don't know where you get your confidence from.
The warriors in the branch were all taken aback. Wu Pingqing's face was extremely ugly.
So you knew all along that we were spying on you from the outside, and you were also aware of our plan. The man looked like the leader of this stronghold. Your martial artists from the Beishan branch have been here for so many days, and there are quite a few of them. Do you really think you can disguise yourselves flawlessly? There are spies from my 10,000 Poison sect in the North Mountain branch. I, the elder, have long been aware of all your secret plots. Wu Pingqing and the other martial artists in the branch looked increasingly grim. You are waiting, but aren't we, the 10,000 Poison sect, also waiting? In just a few days, my 10,000 Poison sect will launch a massive invasion. At that time, with the strength of Beishan, no one will be able to stop us. And you people will die here before the Martial Alliance headquarters experts arrive. Wu Pingqing and the others were horrified. Unexpectedly, they had been tricked by the 10,000 Poison sect and were so close to death. If Hua Qiu hadn't arrived and disrupted their plans, they might have remained completely unaware until their deaths. Your 10,000 Poison sect is indeed powerful, your infiltration is virtually ubiquitous, Wu Pingqing said coldly. Unfortunately, despite all your careful planning, you overlooked one person.
Is that so?
The elder of the 10,000 Poison sect revealed a confident smile.
You mean him, right?
He looked at Hua Qiu standing in front of him. The Martial Alliance's unparalleled genius, the young and virtuous Hua Qiu. Wu Pingqing was shocked.
Could it be that even Hua Qiu was part of the 10,000 Poison sect scheme?
You're right, I really didn't know he would come here. Logically speaking, he should already be under the control of the fifth elder of my sect, ready to be executed. It seems there's been a problem with the fifth elder, but so what, even if he arrives here unharmed, he's still doomed. The elder of the 10,000 poison sect's confidence aroused Wu Pingqing's vigilance. Huaguosher, this place seems to be very unusual. It must be hiding some amazing methods of the 10,000 poison sect. We must not go in rashly, he quickly said to Hua Qiu. Upon hearing this, the elder of the 10,000 poison sect frowned slightly. What, is this all the Martial Alliance's peerless genius dares to do? He doesn't even dare to step into my 10,000 poison sect's stronghold? He began to provoke him. Huaguosher, this is a provocation tactic, you can't fall for it, Wu Pingqing shouted. Hua Qiu glanced indifferently at the elder of the 10,000 poison sect. Don't worry, today I will not only enter your stronghold, but also flatten this place, he replied coldly. Ha, you really have guts, then come in, I want to see what makes you think you can raze this place to the ground. He was full of sarcasm and disdain. Huaguosher, please calm down, Wu Pingqing continued to plead. Hua Qiu remained calm, strode into the ruins of the front yard, and headed towards the members of the 10,000 poison sect in the backyard. Foolish. The elder of the 10,000 poison sect sneered repeatedly, thinking that the Martial Alliance's peerless genius was nothing special. Just like that peerless genius 60 years ago, he was arrogant and looked down on everyone, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Give him a good welcome. The elder of the 10,000 poison sect waved his hand. Kill them. The disciples of the 10,000 poison sect behind him shouted and charged towards Hua Qiu. We can't worry about anything else, everyone follow me, we absolutely cannot let Huaguosher get hurt. In his anxiety, Wu Pingqing had no choice but to lead the branch warriors into the fray. The elder of the 10,000 poison sect revealed a sinister smile, slowly took out a flute, and put it to his lips to play a tune. Ouch! My stomach hurts so much. In an instant, the warriors of the branch, their faces contorted in pain, clutched their stomachs and collapsed to the ground, rolling around in agony. Even Wu Pingqing felt the same way, as if his intestines were about to burst and his body was churning inside, making him completely unable to muster any energy. What did you do? Wu Pingqing roared. It's nothing, we just had an undercover agent put poisonous insects in your food a few days ago, the elder of the 10,000 poison sect said in a sinister tone. If I continue to play this tune, you will all die with your intestines ruptured. Wu Pingqing and the others were extremely shocked and furious. Hua Qiu was about to enter the backyard, but now he had to stop. He glanced back and saw that all the warriors in the branch were exhausted. Hua Qiu frowned, clearly displeased. He couldn't just sit idly by and watch Wu Pingqing and the others die in front of him. So he turned back. Tongyu, can you cure their goo worm poison? Hua Qiu asked the person behind her. Tongyu quickly walked over and checked on Wu Pingqing's condition. It can be cured, but it will take several days to kill the goo worms with medicine, Tongyu said. I'm afraid they won't last that long right now, if the other side plays a flute, they might die here. Hearing Tongyu's words, the branch's martial artists felt even more hopeless and disheartened. Huaguosher, you should leave now, don't worry about us, Wu Pingqing shouted. Please report to headquarters immediately after you leave, informing the higher-ups of the 10,000 poisons cult's conspiracy. Fine, I'll cure you of this goo poison, Hua Qiu said somewhat displeased. Oomph, what arrogance! The elder of the 10,000 poisons sect sneered. Although the goo worm poison of my 10,000 poisons sect is not a particularly rare or deadly poison, it is not so easy to cure. Besides, there are so many people here, how long would it take you to solve them all one by one? And I, with just one more whistle, will have them die before your eyes. Let's see if you can save them faster, or if I can kill them faster. Ha ha ha! The elder of the 10,000 poisons sect laughed loudly, his voice filled with contempt for Hua Qiu. If I wanted to save him, why go through all that trouble? It would only take a moment, Hua Qiu said calmly. In a short while, what a joke! The members of the 10,000 poisons sect all laughed mockingly. Without further ado, Hua Qiu unleashed his power of creation, enveloping everyone in the North Mountain branch. A moment later, Wu Pingqing stood up energetically, looking completely incredulous. Immediately afterwards, the other martial artists also stood up one after another.
What? This is impossible.
The faces of the members of the 10,000 Poisons sect froze.
287, Chapter 287. Nothing can be invaded.
Under the incredulous gazes of the Wandu sect members, all the warriors of the Beishan branch stood up within minutes.
This is simply impossible. The elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect was stunned.
The members of the 10,000 Poisons sect were all stunned.
They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing.
So many people have been poisoned by the goo worms, even if an antidote were needed, it wouldn't be a quick fix. But that person just waved his hand, and soon after, all the poisoned people stood up.
It's like acting. I don't believe it.
The elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect had a gloomy face. He immediately put the flute in his hand to his lips and began to play it with all his might. However, even though he talked until his lips were sore, the people on the other side did not react at all.
Without a doubt, the goo worms in their bodies have been completely eliminated. What exactly did you do? How did you cure them of the poison?
The elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect stared intently at Hua Qiu, almost going mad.
Hua Qiu's expression was also not good.
Using his spiritual power to detoxify the warriors of the North Mountain branch was truly a waste of his talent, squandering some of his spiritual power.
Naturally, he was quite unhappy.
Hua Guoshi, you are truly amazing. Wu Pingqing and the others looked at Hua Qiu with astonishment. In the two previous martial arts wars, the 10,000 Poisons sect caused great headaches for righteous martial artists, accounting for 40% of the casualties.
With Hua Qiu around, wouldn't the Wandu sect's extraordinary poisons be rendered ineffective?
Be careful not to get poisoned again, or I'll have to go through the trouble of treating you, Hua Qiu said in a deep voice. Everyone froze upon hearing this, feeling extremely embarrassed. I think you should just stay outside and keep watch, Hua Qiu said, worried that they might hold them back. Wu Pingqing and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Once I've killed all the members of the 10,000 Poison sect here, you can just collect their corpses, Hua Qiu said, walking back towards the backyard. The members of the 10,000 Poison sect were furious. You think you can wipe out this stronghold all by yourself? You're dreaming. The elder of the 10,000 Poison sect roared, waving his hand to order his disciples to attack. Numerous members of the 10,000 Poison sect attacked Hua Qiu, creating chaos and confusion. Various filthy poisons were rained down on Hua Qiu as if they were free, making Wu Pingqing and the others tremble with fear.
Branch manager, are we really just going to stand here and watch?
A subordinate asked worriedly. Let's listen to Hua Guoshi, Wu Pingqing said helplessly.
If all else fails, they'll try again.
Ahead, Hua Qiu's killing intent was palpable. As he passed a broken ornamental tree, he casually waved his hand. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of leaves floated up and stopped in front of Hua Qiu.
With a thought.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
The leaves shot out like arrows, their speed leaving afterimages. Where can the members of the 10,000 Poisons cult hide? Ah!
One scream after another rang out as members of the 10,000 Poisons sect were struck by leaves and fell to the ground. With just one volley of leaves, all 40-odd members of the 10,000 Poisons sect were riddled with arrows, leaving no survivors. The elder of the 10,000 Poisons cult's eyes widened in horror, and he could not hide the shock on his face.
Injuring someone with a flying leaf is something any martial arts master can do.
But the ability of Hua Qiu to send out hundreds of flying leaves with a wave of his hand, and with such immense power, is unheard of.
Which martial master could have such an ability? This is definitely a weapon that can wipe out an entire enemy team. Hua Guoshi's strength is so formidable.
The martial artists of the Beishan branch were stunned, and gradually revealed their admiration.
Hua Guoshi is mighty. Someone couldn't help but shout. This shout caused many people to join in, creating a deafening roar.
It's just casually killing some ants, Hua Qiu said, not taking it seriously at all. Even if he killed hundreds or thousands of such martial artists, he would not be affected at all. Seeing Hua Qiuqiao walking towards them, the elder of the 10,000 poison sect looked solemn.
He started playing the flute again.
The flute's sound was deep and melodious. Soon, rustling sounds came from all over the mansion.
Holy crap, where did all these poisonous insects come from?
The branch's warriors were horrified.
Countless venomous creatures crawled over from all around.
Most of them are venomous snakes, colorful, with bright red tongues sticking out, which is quite frightening.
Enjoy yourselves.
The elder of the 10,000 poison sect sneered, grabbed his flute, and plunged into the backyard, disappearing from sight.
Damn it, what a vicious trick, how are we supposed to chase them? We're all too busy protecting ourselves.
The branch warriors were furious. They huddled together, struggling to resist the poisonous attack.
Brother, let me help you.
Tongyu rushed to Hua Qiu, took out a bottle, and sprinkled the powder around her. The powder kept the poisonous creatures at bay, causing them to hover around it. As the toxins accumulated, Tongyu's face turned pale, and she struggled to cope.
You think you can trap me with these things?
Hua Qiu's expression was icy. He strode forward and walked out of the circle of drug users.
Brother! Tongyu exclaimed in surprise.
Hua Qiu remained completely calm. Buzz. As he took a step, the space around him immediately emitted a loud buzzing sound. At that moment, a clear, crisp sound of a sword rang out, resonating in everyone's heart. Tongyu stared blankly at Hua Qiu, her mouth agape. The martial artists from the North Mountain branch stared at Hua Qiu in disbelief.
What kind of scene did they see?
Hua Qiu, he is walking forward.
And all the tangible things around him were rapidly being annihilated. That's right, it's complete annihilation.
Whether it was the poisonous creatures that rushed at them or the debris from the collapsed buildings, they were all instantly annihilated. Within a radius of 10 feet around Hua Qiu, nothing can harm him. He was like a god with destructive power, shattering everything in his path and reducing it to nothingness.
Is this still a martial venerable?
Wu Pingqing was shocked and murmured.
Could such destructive power be wielded by a mere mortal?
In the courtyard of the mansion, the poisonous creatures frantically pounced on Hua Qiu, but unsurprisingly, they fell upon him, vanished into thin air in a detached gaze. In just a short while, countless poisonous creatures around him had been annihilated. Later on, even the poisonous creatures felt fear. They finally trembled and stopped moving forward. Suddenly, the surviving toxins receded like a tide, disappearing completely in an instant. Hua Qiu continued walking without stopping, slowly entering the backyard.
Tongyu snapped out of her daze and quickly followed. What are you looking at me for? Follow me. Wu Pingqing coughed and said.
In truth, he was also finding it difficult to calm down. The methods of the 10,000 poison sect were all child's play in front of that person, and nothing worked. If it weren't for Hua Qiu, they would all be dead here today. In the backyard, Hua Qiu found the elder of the 10,000 poison sect, who was struggling to open the stone door of a dungeon. He was startled when he saw Hua Qiu appear. How did you get here so quickly? He asked, quite surprised. Even the strongest experts at the martial venerable level would find such a poison array troublesome.
It's good that you've come.
The elder of the 10,000 poison sect sneered and pushed open the thick stone door. From the dungeon behind the stone gate came a terrifying roar.
Could it be?
Tongyu's expression changed drastically in an instant. She was terrified.
288, Chapter 288, Burning Heaven and Destroying Earth.
The elder of the 10,000 poison sect blew his flute again.
Knock, knock, knock.
Muffled thuds came from the dungeon behind him, accompanied by bursts of roars.
It was as if many terrifying beasts were imprisoned inside. Wah!
With a roar, a figure leaped out of the dungeon. Hua Qiu's gaze narrowed slightly. It was a person, but it didn't seem like a person. The man was dressed in rags, his skin was purplish black, and he looked like a wild beast, baring his teeth and claws, full of ferocity. His entire body was covered in poison, even his breath was toxic.
Poison puppet.
Tongyu exclaimed in shock, her face pale.
What, poison puppets?
Wu Pingqing walked in with his warriors, and his expression changed drastically upon hearing those two words. He looked at the poisonous man with extreme apprehension.
It really is a poison puppet. He quickly ordered the branch warriors to retreat and keep a distance from the poison man. Huaguosher, this is the most formidable weapon of the 10,000 Poison sect.
Wu Pingqing said to Hua Qiu. The 10,000 Poison sect doesn't know how they created these poisonous figures, they call them poison puppets.
This thing is truly a jinx.
The poison puppet is covered in poison, even a tiny bit of it is enough to kill any martial artist on the spot. What's even more terrifying is that this poison puppet is fearless and feels no pain. It will attack relentlessly and frantically. In the last great war in the martial arts world, the 10,000 Poison sect summoned 5 poison puppets, which killed over 100 of our righteous sect's high-level martial artists. Even several martial venerables have perished at the hands of the poison puppet.
No one is afraid of this thing. Hua Qiu didn't react much after hearing this.
He looked at Tongyu, whose face was pale and filled with terror. The members of the 10,000 Poisons cult threatened to turn her sister into a poison puppet, no wonder she was in so much pain.
Wah!
Another roar came from the dungeon.
Could there be more than one poison puppet here? Wu Pingqing became alarmed.
No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 figures sprang out of the dungeon.
Three poison puppets. Wu Pingqing's body went limp, and he almost couldn't stand up. The entire branch's warriors were thrown into panic. The power of the poison puppets is simply too great.
During the last martial arts war, the 10,000 Poison sect only used 5 weapons, yet it still caused heavy casualties among the righteous martial artists.
Right now, there are 3 bodies right in front of me. Heh, scared now, huh?
The elder of the 10,000 Poison sect sneered repeatedly, full of confidence. More than 10 years have passed since then, and the art of refining poison puppets in my 10,000 Poison sect has reached perfection. The number of poison puppets has long since multiplied several times over. If the Third World War breaks out, it will surely cause the righteous faction to suffer heavy losses and be utterly defeated. Today, we'll use your blood to refine these 3 poison puppets. Hua Qiu carefully examined the 3 poison puppets and couldn't help but show a strange expression. Their physical bodies are extremely sturdy, comparable to those of a martial arts master at the martial grandmaster level. In addition, due to its body being covered in deadly poison, its fearlessness in the face of death, and its lack of pain, even King Wu was helpless against it. Under King Wu, there was no chance of escape, only death awaited them. In the cultivation world, there are also evil sects similar to the 10,000 Poisons sect, whose methods of creating puppets are remarkably similar.
3 poison puppets, even a martial saint would avoid them. Wu Pingqing's face was extremely ugly. Huaguosher, this time we really have to run away.
If you want to run, run yourself, Hua Qiu glared at him.
Whether you run or not, you're all doomed.
The elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect laughed loudly, then began to play his flute.
In an instant, the 3 poison puppets went berserk, roaring as they pounced on the group. My God!
The branch's warriors were so frightened that they scattered in all directions. Only Hua Qiu remained unfazed, advancing instead of retreating.
Awu!
The poison puppet at the forefront lunged fiercely at Hua Qiu, corroding even the air itself.
Roll!
Hua Qiu suddenly waved his hand.
With a loud bang, the powerful force sent the poison puppet flying backward.
As this poison puppet flew backward, it even collided with 2 other poison puppets, sending them flying as well.
Bang!
3 poison puppets crashed into the dungeon, shattering it.
This immense power greatly shocked the elders of the 10,000 Poison sect.
He knew the power of the poison puppets well. Hua Qiu's ability to blast 3 of them away at once was enough to prove that his power was terrifying. Even King Wu didn't possess such power. What a peerless genius of the martial alliance, no wonder the One Qi Dao alliance went so far as to issue a heavenly order of pursuit.
The elder of the 10,000 Poison sect said, squinting his eyes. But unfortunately, you've run into the poison puppet of my 10,000 Poison sect.
No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 poison puppets rushed out of the dungeon and pounced on Hua Qiu once again. No matter how many times you knock them down, no matter how badly you injure them, it's all in vain. And you will soon be exhausted and deplete your inner strength at that time, you will only have death as your only option. The elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect coldly shouted. Really, it has no effect at all? Hua Qiu frowned. Of course. The elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect replied confidently. Is that so? Hua Qiu smiled coldly. He leaped into the air. At this moment, he stood in the air, radiating golden light. I have a method that can burn the heavens and destroy the earth. When my law is unleashed, all things vanish. Heaven burning technique, annihilate. As Hua Qiu pointed a finger in the air, his body emitted an extremely dazzling light, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. At this moment, he was like the ruler of heaven and earth, wielding the power to destroy everything. In just a breath, the place was filled with scorching heat, and flames rose from the air. Everyone instantly broke out in a cold sweat and their mouths became dry. What kind of secret technique is this? The elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect was extremely shocked. He had never heard of any martial skill that could have such a wide-ranging impact on the weather and atmosphere. Even a heaven-rank martial skill could not possibly do that. Tug. Suddenly, pure white flames rose from the 3 poison puppets that were running wildly, stunning everyone. Awu. The poison puppet, which was supposed to be fearless and painless, actually let out a heart-wrenching wail. Bang bang bang. The 3 poison puppets quickly collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of ashes in the white flames. This Wu Pingqing and the others stared wide-eyed, their eyeballs almost popping out. Tanya's body trembled slightly, and she even rubbed her eyes a few times, still unable to believe it. The 3 poison puppets, the most treasured artifacts of the 10,000 Poisons sect, were instantly burned to ashes. Aren't they immune to even special flames that reach thousands of degrees? What exactly is Hua Qiu's divine fire? How could it be so terrifying? Bang! The elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale. He was extremely frightened and his mind was racing. Those 3 poison puppets haven't even touched Hua Qiu yet. It was destroyed just like that? The poison puppet sect of the 10,000 Poisons cult has never suffered such a severe blow. When he looked up in alarm, he found a person already standing in front of him. Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect cried out in pain, desperately slapping at the white flames on his body. But the flames burned ever brighter. Only then did he realize how terrifying the flames were. It's as if even the soul can be burned to ashes. In just half a minute, the elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect was also reduced to ashes. Hua Qiu's murderous intent remained undiminished. Next up, the headquarters of the 10,000 Poisons cult. 289, Chapter 289 I will crush the 10,000 Poisons cult. In a mountain within Puqing County lies the headquarters of the 10,000 Poisons cult. Bang! Inside the council hall, the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect had a livid face. He slammed his palm hard on the table, instantly shattering the wooden table into pieces. Is that Martial Arts Alliance's peerless genius, Hua Qiu, really that formidable? He completely wiped out 2 of my 10,000 Poisons sect strongholds. All 4 elders died at his hands. Even the Grand Elder, who was extremely skilled in using poison, could not escape. Just what is Hua Qiu's strength? Didn't the One Qi Alliance say that he was only a great martial venerable? A young martial venerable can kill so many people from my 10,000 Poisons sect? Bullshit. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect flew into a rage, and the other high-ranking members remained silent, too terrified to utter a sound. Gentlemen, don't you have anything to say? He looked toward one side of the council hall, where several powerful martial artists were sitting. Master, please calm down. The leader, who had a goatee and sharp eyes, spoke to reassure the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect. The heavenly kill order was issued by an elder of the Tao Alliance before his death, and our understanding of the Martial Alliance's peerless geniuses is only superficial. Even the spies planted within the Martial Alliance don't know his true information, which means that this person has even kept things from the Martial Alliance. I am afraid that even the leader of the Martial Alliance may not know much more than we do. Judging from the strength he has shown so far, he has already far surpassed that prodigy from 60 years ago. If this person is not eliminated, he will surely become a major threat to our alliance in the future. We have come here today to help the 10,000 Poison sect annihilate this fiend and completely eradicate future troubles. If we succeed, your 10,000 Poison sect will be credited with the greatest contribution. The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect looks a bit better now. That brat is incredibly arrogant, daring to boast about wiping out my 10,000 Poison sect. If he really dares to come, and doesn't even reach the third of the 13 halls of my 10,000 Poison sect, I'll tear him to pieces. The 13 halls of the 10,000 Poison sect are all more terrifying than the last. No matter how extraordinary a peerless genius is, they can never surpass the 3 halls above them. A member of the One Chi Alliance laughed. That's for sure, the leader of the 10,000 Poison sect said proudly. Report. Just then, a member of the 10,000 Poison sect came to report. Reporting to the sect leader, Hua Qiu is heading straight for our sect and is almost at the foot of the mountain. Everyone was immediately taken aback. You actually dare to come? You're courting death. I want to see just how extraordinary this so-called peerless genius of the Martial Alliance really is, and how he plans to destroy my 10,000 Poison sect. The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect swept out of the council hall, followed by the sect's high-ranking members and the assassination squad of the One Chi Alliance. At the foot of the 10,000 Poison sect mountain, Hua Qiu, Tong Yu, and Wu Pingqing arrived. To prevent the people from the Beishan branch from causing trouble, Hua Qiu directly ordered them not to follow. Wu Pingqing also shamelessly followed along. He tried his best to persuade Hua Qiu, but to no avail. He could only report to headquarters and then followed Hua Qiu to the headquarters of the 10,000 Poison sect, ready to die for his cause. Ahead is the 10,000 Poison sect. Tong Yu pointed ahead, her expression extremely solemn. Her younger sister is within the 10,000 Poison sect and is about to be refined into a poison puppet. She was well aware of the powerful foundation and strength of the 10,000 Poison sect. Even though she had recently witnessed Hua Qiu's extraordinary power and was greatly shocked, she still lacked confidence and was full of worries. The 10,000 Poison sect is a behemoth in the evil alliance. In terms of sheer threat, the 10,000 Poison sect could even be considered the #1 evil sect. Is that the legendary 13 halls of the 10,000 Poison sect? Wu Pingqing looked up and stared intently. Not bad. Tong Yu's expression tightened. The 13 halls of the 10,000 Poison sect are arranged from lowest to highest, each more dangerous than the last. It is said in the martial arts world that even a martial saint himself could not pass through beyond the 5th hall. In the last great war in the martial arts world, the Martial Alliance suffered heavy losses after joining forces to attack the 5th hall, and had no strength left to go forward. I heard that the Martial Alliance even lost a transcendent martial saint within the 10,000 Poison sect. This matter is true, Wu Pingqing replied in a low voice. Although that martial saint's lifespan was nearing its end and his strength had declined, and he had also been poisoned by the 10,000 Poison sect's rare poison, his demise here was still a fact, and a disgrace to the Martial Alliance. The two looked at Hua Qiu. Tong Yu sees Hua Qiu as her lifeline, but she is also afraid that he will perish here, and her heart is filled with struggle. Wu Pingqing wanted to persuade him again. But Hua Qiu only glanced at what was in front of her before calmly taking a step forward. It was as if what the two people had just said had no effect on him whatsoever. Before long, Hua Qiu was already standing at the entrance of the 10,000 Poison sect's mountain gate. Not far from the mountain gate is a grand hall, the first of the 13 halls of the 10,000 Poison sect. On the stone steps in front of the 13th hall, the leader of the 10,000 Poison sect and a group of high-ranking members stood, looking down at Hua Qiu and his two companions in the distance. Master, when shall we make our move? Someone asked. Why bother? Why even bother? The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect frowned, clearly displeased. Isn't the Martial Alliance's peerless genius so confident in destroying my 10,000 Poison sect? Then let him come and see which hall he can reach. Everyone in the Dao Alliance, just watch closely. This person will die a miserable death in the lower 5 halls. You don't even need to lift a finger.
That would be perfect, the Dao Alliance assassination team laughed. Everyone looked down and saw that Hua Qiu and the other two were already standing at the sect entrance. Only 2 low-level martial artists guarded the entrance, showing that the 10,000 Poisons sect was extremely confident and never worried about anyone breaking into the mountain gate. Hua Qiu, a national hero, welcome to our country, the two men greeted the three of them with smiles. Our leaders specifically instructed that if you arrive, you may enter freely without any obstruction. However, how far you go depends on your abilities, they said with a forced smile, their words carrying a deeper meaning. Hua Qiu remained expressionless. He stepped into the 10,000 Poisons sect. Wu Pingqing and Tong Yu had no time to hesitate and could only quickly follow. The three quickly entered the first of the 13 halls. This is... Wu Pingqing stared blankly ahead. The first hall inside, there was nothing but a huge pool. The pool was filled with a dark green liquid that emitted a pungent, fishy odor. Just a few sniffs of it made one feel dizzy. There is no doubt that the liquid in the pool is highly toxic. Wu Pingqing tore a piece of cloth from his body and threw it into the pool to test it. Laugh. The fabric was immediately corroded as soon as it was dropped in, and in the blink of an eye, nothing was left. How do we get across? Wu Pingqing asked in horror. Outside the 13 halls, the members of the 10,000 Poisons sect watched the situation inside the first hall through a screen. The Martial Alliance's unparalleled genius, you wouldn't be stumped in the first hall, would you? The high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons sect sneered, their voices full of sarcasm. They all wanted to see how Hua Qiu would respond. Inside the first hall, Hua Qiu remained expressionless as she reached out and grabbed Wu Pingqing and Tong Yu with both hands, one on each side. Then, he took a step forward. His feet were enveloped in spiritual energy, allowing him to walk through the poisonous pool as if on flat ground. The highly toxic liquid did not cause him any harm. Even if it gets contaminated, it won't damage Hua Qiu's body, but it will corrode his clothes. The Martial Alliance's unparalleled genius does indeed possess some skill, the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect, whose gaze was slightly narrowed, said with displeasure. It didn't take long for Hua Qiu to reach the other side and lead the two out of the first hall. He looked up. Is your sister in one of these halls? He asked Tong Yu. The creation of the poison puppet takes place in the highest 13th hall, Tong Yu whispered. Okay, Hua Qiu nodded. I will raise the 13 halls of the 10,000 Poisons sect to the ground. 290, Chapter 290 Surrender. The second of the 13 courts is a den of poisons, filled with poisonous creatures. Wu Pingqing got goosebumps all over his body. Hua Qiu didn't care and used the same trick as before. The immortal emperor released his sword intent, which swirled around him, and he led the two forward. Countless ferocious venomous creatures rushed forward, but all of them vanished into thin air a few feet away from them. Moving forward, without any obstacles. At the mountaintop, the members of the evil sect stared blankly. They had no doubt that Hua Qiu could pass through the second hall. But the power that Hua Qiu displayed stunned them. Sword intent, this is the power of sword intent. The leader of the One Qi Alliance assassination team said in a deep voice. He has indeed received the Sword Master's inheritance and has already mastered it to perfection given time. His swordsmanship will surely surpass that of the Sword Master. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect had a somewhat gloomy expression. So what if you've received the Sword Master's true teachings? Even if the Sword Master himself were alive today, he wouldn't be able to get past the 5 halls. Soon, Hua Qiu and the other two passed through the second hall. Nearly 70% of the poisonous creatures inside the second hall were wiped out, even without Hua Qiu taking any action. This caused the high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons sect to twitch with heartache, but they did not show it in front of the Dao Alliance members. The third hall was filled with poisonous smoke and riddled with traps that could fire endless poison darts and arrows. Everyone thought that this place could at least hold off Hua Qiu for a while. However, Hua Qiu simply waved his hand, and the poisonous smoke that had lingered in the third hall for so long instantly dissipated, revealing clarity. What? A gust of wind can dissipate the poisonous smoke of the third hall. The high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons sect were all shocked and lost their composure. Even Even a tornado couldn't disperse that special toxic smoke. They didn't understand how Hua Qiu had done it. Hua Qiu waved his hand again, and in an instant, a series of booming sounds echoed in the third hall. Before those mechanisms could be triggered, they all collapsed. In the third hall, they had an easier time than in the first two halls. The leaders of the 10,000 Poisons cult turned pale. Because Hua Qiu not only destroyed the things in the third hall, but after walking out, he turned around and struck down with a palm. The powerful force caused the third hall to collapse and quickly become a ruin. This is the first time in all these years that someone has destroyed the main hall of the 10,000 Poisons sect. The fifth hall will be his end. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect roared, his anger surging. In the fourth hall, Hua Qiu still led the two through easily. In the same way, he slapped the main hall to pieces, turning it into ruins. The expressions of the high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons cult grew increasingly grim. Hua Guosher, the fifth hall is just ahead. Be careful, Wu Pingqing said solemnly. Tong Yu's face was also filled with tension. When the Martial Alliance attacked, they were stopped at the fifth hall, suffering extremely heavy losses. Hua Qiu remained calm and composed as he stepped directly into the fifth hall. The fifth hall was very spacious and contained no poisonous substances. When Wu Pingqing and Tong Yu first came in, they were a little skeptical and wary. But they soon understood why it was so empty. 6 figures appeared in the center of the fifth hall, lined up in a row, blocking the way. 6 poison puppets. Tong Yu's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wu Pingqing's face immediately fell. No wonder the Martial Alliance's higher-ups suffered heavy losses here. It turns out that the fifth hall was guarded by poison puppets. Back then, the 10,000 Poisons sect only produced 5 poison puppets, yet it caused the Martial Alliance to lose many experts, and even a transcendent martial saint perished. Now, there are 6 bodies here. How are we supposed to get through this? Wu Pingqing completely lost his fighting spirit. Master Zhang, the 10,000 Poisons sect really has a grand scheme. The members of the Dao Alliance assassination team on the mountaintop couldn't help but show surprise. They never expected that the 10,000 Poisons sect would place 6 poison puppets in the fifth hall. Although these 6 are not as powerful as the 5 from back then, they are not far off. I refuse to believe that they cannot kill Hua Qiu. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect said with a sneer. It seems we really don't need to take action, the assassination team member sighed. Inside the fifth hall, Hua Qiu frowned slightly. Brother, if it doesn't work out, it's not too late to back down now, Tong Yu said dejectedly. Hua Qiu shook his head. I thought this so-called fifth hall was something special, but it turns out it's still nothing special. The 10,000 Poisons sect has truly disappointed me, he said with disdain. Tong Yu and Wu Pingqing stared at him in shock, speechless. Is he serious? How dare they look down on the renowned Fifth Palace? There are 6 poison puppets ahead. They wanted to say something, but Hua Qiu had already walked forward. Wah! The poison puppets went berserk and fiercely pounced on Hua Qiu. The 2 people behind them watched in terror. You beast, how dare you be so insolent before me? Hua Qiu shouted, his eyes cold and sharp. Buzz. This time, he did not use the heaven-burning technique, but instead released the terrifying divine sense of an immortal emperor. These poison puppets were almost completely devoid of their minds. Although their physical bodies were forged into extremely hard forms, their consciousness was extremely fragile. As soon as Hua Qiu released his divine sense, which belonged to the immortal emperor, it immediately exerted a tremendous suppression on the soul level of the poison puppets. Before his divine sense, the poison puppet's consciousness was less than an ant, and could only tremble. In an instant, the 6 crazed poison puppets quieted down, their entire bodies trembling. Wu Pingqing and Tong Yu were stunned. The people on the mountaintop were also stunned. There is actually someone in this world who can intimidate the poison puppet. How could that be? However, what happened next left them speechless and their minds reeling. The 6 poison puppets trembled and slowly knelt down before Hua Qiu. They prostrated themselves on the ground, kneeling before Hua Qiu, like sheep encountering a tiger, filled with awe and trembling from the depths of their souls. At this moment, everyone was astonished. Unbelievable, absolutely incredible. Everyone was utterly shocked. What is going on? The high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons sect were dumbfounded and incredulous. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect looked extremely grim. The Dao Alliance assassination team was shaken. This scene was even more shocking than Hua Qiu defeating the 6 poison puppets. He actually managed to make a ferocious, mindless being like the poison puppet submit to him. This is an unprecedented wonder. Inside the hall, even after Hua Qiu led the 2 past the poison puppets and reached the opposite exit, the poison puppets remained kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Boom! After leaving, Hua Qiu swung his hand back and struck again. The fifth hall collapsed with a deafening roar, burying the 6 poison puppets along with it. You bastard! The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect was furious and smashed the stone lion next to him. Each poison puppet was extremely expensive to create, and including those from the Puqing County stronghold, a total of 9 had been destroyed by Hua Qiu. The losses were devastating. What's even more unacceptable is that the person is still completely unharmed and acts as if nothing happened. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect has repeatedly asserted in front of everyone that Hua Qiu will perish in the lower 5 halls. Now, he has lost all face. Master, should we let him continue his adventures? Someone asked. So what if he broke the record? There are still the 8th palace to come, he's doomed. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect felt he had lost face and still didn't want to take action. But soon, he regretted his decision. 291, Chapter 291 No one will leave alive. Boom! The 6th hall collapsed amidst a roar, becoming ruins. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect had a face that was as black as could be. In fact, the 6th hall was not as dangerous as the 5th hall, but the fact that Hua Qiu lived so easily made it hard for the people of the 10,000 Poisons sect to accept. 7th palace, let's see how he gets through this. Boom! The 7th hall collapsed, leaving only ruins. Humph, the 8th court, I don't believe he can survive. Boom! The 8th hall was as fragile as paper, it vanished in the blink of an eye. The 9th hall is extremely dangerous, it contains the ultimate killing move of my 10,000 Poisons sect. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect had gone mad, his expression extremely ferocious. But soon, a loud bang was heard, and the 9th hall was easily destroyed by Hua Qiu. The leader and high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons cult were completely stiff, their eyelids twitching wildly. Looking around, the once renowned 13 halls of the 10,000 Poisons sect, starting from the 10th hall, had all been reduced to ruins. These grand halls were built by successive leaders of the 10,000 Poisons sect and their followers. They are the foundation of the 10,000 Poisons sect and are of extraordinary significance. But now almost all of them have been destroyed by Hua Qiu. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect was heartbroken and his anger reached its peak. He finally felt regret, he shouldn't have stood by and watched Hua Qiu storm the palace. However, before he could give the order, Hua Qiu and the other 2 had already entered the 10th hall. I hope he dies in the 10th hall. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect said in a prayer-like manner. But a few minutes later, when he saw Hua Qiu leading the 2 of them out of the exit of the 10th hall, his face turned green. His eyes widened when he saw Hua Qiu raise his hand again. Stop! The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect roared. But it was no use, Hua Qiu completely ignored him. Boom! The 10th hall collapsed with a crash, never to regain its former splendor. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect roared like a wild beast, his eyes wide with rage. Damn it, you bastards! The high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons sect were also furious, cursing incessantly. The members of the One Qi Alliance assassination team looked at each other in bewilderment. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this? Why couldn't the 13 halls of the 10,000 Poisons sect, so renowned as they were, stop the footsteps of that peerless genius? Back then, when the Martial Alliance launched a massive attack, Mingming had only reached the 5th hall. He was just one person, with 2 burdens to carry on, how could he possibly move forward easily?
Before the 11th hall, Hua Qiu glanced at the crowd on the mountaintop and sneered. Wu Pingqing and Tong Yu's minds were in a constant state of confusion. They simply followed Hua Qiu's steps mechanically. They were stunned into silence, feeling that the 13 halls of the 10,000 Poisons sect were completely unable to stop Hua Qiu's advance. Walk! Hua Qiu uttered a single word and was about to lead the two into the 11th hall. He meant what he said and was determined to crush the 13 halls of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Stop, don't go any further. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect couldn't help but shout loudly and leaped down. The higher-ups of the 10,000 Poisons cult also followed him. They were all anxious and dared not let Hua Qiu enter the 11th hall again. Of the 13 palaces, only 3 remain. You despicable martial arts genius, you deserve to die. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect rushed to Hua Qiu's front at top speed, his killing intent boiling. The high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons cult followed closely behind, each one filled with rage and murderous intent. Damn it, if you destroy the next 3 halls, how can I face my ancestors, how can I explain this to them? The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect cursed, abandoning all semblance of composure. Brother, the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect is extremely powerful, an 8th-rank martial king, not to be underestimated. Tong Yu whispered from behind Hua Qiu. And those high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons sect are not only highly skilled in using poison, but also quite powerful if they all attack at once. You'll be at a great disadvantage. Alanites best to avoid direct confrontation for now and seek opportunities to defeat them one by one. Hua Guosher, although I have only just entered the martial venerable realm, I am not afraid of fighting. I would have no regrets even if I died to fight alongside you today. Wu Pingqing laughed loudly. Hua Qiu waved his hand dismissively. You two step back. Wu Pingqing was taken aback. Listen to my brother, don't hold him back. Tong Yu understood and quickly pulled Wu Pingqing away. Wu Pingqing was very unwilling, but he dared not disobey Hua Qiu's orders. At the mountaintop, the assassination squad of the Qi Dao Alliance remained inactive. Leader, should we go and help the 10,000 Poisons cult? Someone asked. The leader shook his head solemnly. That Hua Qiu was able to break into 10 of the 10,000 Poisons sect's main halls in succession, so his strength must have reached an unbelievable level. He is not so easy to deal with. Let the people of the 10,000 Poisons sect test their strength first, then we'll decide how to eliminate them. The powerful members of the 10,000 Poisons sect surrounded Hua Qiu and were preparing to attack. You brat, I was careless for a moment and you destroyed 10 of my sect's main halls. You will pay for it with your life. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect shouted coldly and swung his hand down. Boom! The high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons sect erupted instantly, their auras merging into one, like a majestic heavenly might enveloping Hua Qiu. At the same time, someone launched a powerful attack, using a deadly move to strike Hua Qiu. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect leaped high into the air and slammed a palm down on Hua Qiu's crown. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted as several powerful figures made their moves, causing a tremendous commotion. Hua Guosher. Wu Pingqing was extremely nervous, staring intently at Hua Qiu with great concern. Tong Yu wasn't much better off. Even now, they still don't know Hua Qiu's true strength, nor can they determine whether he can withstand it. Hua Qiu was surrounded and looked up at the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Then he gave a cold laugh. My body jolted violently. Boom! The winds of change are blowing, and the world is turning upside down. Centered on Hua Qiu, a huge aura suddenly exploded out. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions rang out, and the connected aura of the 10,000 Poisons sect's higher-ups collapsed instantly. At this moment, everyone was shocked. When Hua Qiu unleashed his aura, they realized what true divine might was. Puff! Cough! In an instant, the high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons sect all coughed up blood, and their formation was thrown into chaos. Puff! Even the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect, who was at the 8th rank martial king level, could not withstand the terrifying power. He spat out a mouthful of blood in mid-air and fell from the sky. With just one burst of power, all the powerful members of the 10,000 Poisons sect were severely injured. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect stared at Hua Qiu in utter shock, without even wiping away the bloodstains. Tong Yu and Wu Pingqing stood there, stunned, forgetting to breathe. So powerful. The members of the Qi Dao Alliance assassination team on the mountaintop were so shocked that they could hardly remain calm. With just one move, he broke through the encirclement of the 10,000 Poison sect's experts, injuring even the sect leader. What level of strength is this? It's more than just surpassing the martial arts prodigy of 60 years ago by one level. There's absolutely no comparison. Hua Qiu coldly surveyed the crowd, his killing intent palpable. Today, not a single member of the evil faction will leave here alive. 292, Chapter 292 The Fear of the Evil Sect's Powerful Figures. What is the cultivation level of this Hua Qiu? The members of the Dao Alliance assassination team on the mountaintop were filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Hua Qiu's displayed strength far exceeded their expectations. This boy has grown up and is extremely powerful. If we let him continue to develop, sooner or later, there will be no one in the world who can rival him. The assassination team leader said solemnly. Before the 11th hall, the high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons sect were filled with terror. Fellow members of the Dao Alliance, why aren't you making a move? The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect roared at those above. Master Zhang, we are coming to your aid. The assassination squad leader replied, leading his members as they rushed down from the mountaintop. The wounded high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poisons sect got up, retreated, and rejoined the Dao Alliance assassination team. They all looked solemn, as if facing a formidable enemy, confronting Hua Qiu. I never imagined that Hua Guoshu could reach such a level. Wu Pingqing stared blankly ahead. Hua Qiu alone, standing still, was enough to restrain many high-ranking experts of the evil sect from making any rash moves. Are you the so-called Dao Alliance assassination team? Hua Qiu glanced at the Dao Alliance members and asked calmly. Not bad, the assassination squad leader replied, his face grim. Originally, we were just the vanguard sent by the Dao Alliance to test you. We wanted to see just how amazing you, the peerless genius of the Martial Alliance, really were. If we could eliminate you, we would eliminate you. If we couldn't eliminate you, we would at least find out how deep you were so that headquarters could respond. At first, we were puzzled when we discovered that you weren't being secretly protected by any powerful figures from the Martial Alliance headquarters. Now, I finally understand. So, you've already grown into a dragon. The Martial Alliance headquarters isn't worried about your safety at all. This time, the Dao Alliance has completely miscalculated. I even suspect that the righteous Martial King who sold your information to us was a bait, deliberately luring us into a trap. He wanted to use this to harm the Dao Alliance's higher-ups. Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent. King Dingwu didn't really harm them. However, he did not know just how strong Hua Qiu was, and thought he could use the Dao Alliance to kill Hua Qiu. Although we know you are very strong, we still want to give it a try. If we can kill you, that would be the best outcome, said the leader of the assassination team. He waved his hand, and the assassination team members beside him began their operation. These powerful individuals coordinated perfectly, forming a formation that enveloped Hua Qiu. Master Zhang! The assassination squad leader shouted. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect understood immediately and ordered the sect's higher-ups to follow and provide cover. This time, they decided to work together, with everyone going all out to try and kill Hua Qiu. No one should hold back, this man is not to be underestimated. The assassination squad leader even shouted. Master Zhang, the two of us will attack his upper and lower body from the left and right, preventing him from covering both ends, and he will surely be injured in one place. The leader whispered. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect nodded. The two then moved to hold the line behind the crowd, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Hua Qiu amidst the chaos. Boom! The combined power of so many powerful individuals seemed to darken the sky, and the ground rumbled. They're absolutely insane! Wu Pingqing exclaimed angrily, unable to tolerate the evil faction's bullying tactics. Hua Qiu, however, did not take it to heart. Sometimes, having more people doesn't necessarily help, he said calmly. With a flick of his wrist, a red sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Seeing the numerous powerful evil cultivators descending upon him, he calmly raised his sword and then slashed it down in front of him. Clang! In that instant, a dazzling sword light flashed, tearing through the air and slashing down with unstoppable force. The entire area before the 11th palace was ablaze with red sword light, flashing in everyone's eyes. The moment the sword was unleashed, a continuous buzzing sound arose, its crescendo seemingly possessing a magical power that nearly threw the evil sex experts into a frenzy. As the sword light descended, an incomparably sharp aura approached, and the expressions of all the powerful figures changed drastically in an instant. That sword strike was too fast, too powerful. There was absolutely no room for reaction. The leader of the strongest assassination squad and the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect were filled with alarm and horror. Change formation, defend. The leader of the assassination squad hurriedly shouted. He realized the sword strike was extremely terrifying, and immediately ordered the assassination team to change formation and defend with all their might. Buzz. The assassination team members reacted swiftly, instantly changing formation and unifying their internal energy to assume a defensive posture. A massive shield of internal energy condensed before them, shimmering with radiant light. The shield had barely formed when the red sword light struck it. Everyone believed that even if they couldn't withstand it, they could at least reduce 70 or 80% of the sword's power, and they could endure the rest, even if they were a little disheveled. However, splash! Almost without any pause, the massive light shield shattered in the blink of an eye, turning into countless fragments. What? The powerful figures from the evil faction were shocked and terrified. With so many people working together, they couldn't even block one of that person's swords? In their terror, their instinct was to flee for their lives. But the sword light, which hadn't worn down much, had already slashed down. Boom! Ah! Beneath the unstoppable sword light lay the shattering of flesh. The first few members of the assassination team were killed instantly, their bodies left behind in pieces. That wasn't all. The few high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poison sect who were providing cover behind them watched in horror as the sword light slashed down from above, with no way to dodge it. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, the scene was extremely gruesome. Boom! A deep trench was carved into the stone steps in front of the 11th hall. Only a few powerful members of the evil faction, along with the leaders of the assassination squads who were far away and immediately dodged, and the leader of the 10,000 Poison sect, managed to survive. The two leaders stared blankly at the horrific scene before them, their expressions almost frozen in disbelief. Assassination. The group members, together with high-ranking members of the 10,000 Poison sect, attempted to kill Hua Qiu. But I never expected it to end like this. They didn't even have a chance to make a move. Hua Qiu simply unleashed a single sword strike, instantly killing 70% of the experts here. The assassination squad leader turned pale, his heart pounding violently. He still seriously underestimated Hua Qiu's strength. How could they possibly be wiped out? They should be more worried about their own lives and safety. Huadwusher, you're amazing, well done. Wu Pingqing was incredibly excited and his blood was boiling. Such a glorious record, even the fiercest martial arts war back then, did not cause such great losses to the 10,000 Poison sect. He felt that he had witnessed history firsthand, the birth of a myth. Is this his confidence, so really can destroy the 10,000 Poison sect? Tong Yu murmured, numb with shock. She looked up at the 13th hall atop the mountain, her eyes filled with hope. You will all die. Hua Qiu glanced at the remaining powerful figures, then drew his sword and stepped forward. The surviving powerful members of the evil faction involuntarily retreated, their expressions filled with panic. They were afraid, terrified. The difference in strength between the two sides was enormous, and neither side had any intention of fighting anymore. Retreat into the hall. My 10,000 Poison sect still has 3 halls left, at least we can stop him, said the leader of the 10,000 Poison sect, leading the way in a frantic retreat. They ran faster than each other, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Wu Pingqing was stunned. When had these so-called evil powerful figures ever been so afraid of death?
You think you can escape and live? Wishful thinking.
Hua Qiu sneered, drawing his sword and climbing the steps.
I will raze the palace to the ground, I will slaughter all the people here. 293, Chapter 293 The 10,000 Poisons Cult's Last Trump Card. At this moment, the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect could no longer care about the remaining 3 halls. He led the remaining few people into the 13th hall as if they were fleeing for their lives, and everyone was panting heavily. Upon entering the 13th hall and seeing that no one was behind them, the group relaxed somewhat. Monster, he's a fucking monster.
Someone cursed, his face dark with fear.
How can such a being exist in this world? Did it start cultivating from the womb? This is absolutely outrageous.
The members of the evil faction were still deeply shocked and unable to calm down. Hua Qiu is only in his early 20s, yet his cultivation and strength are already so terrifying. I reckon he may have already reached the level of transcending the martial saint. The assassination team leader said with a grim face. Upon hearing this, the men turned pale.
What else could this be but a monster?
At this age, reaching the martial venerable realm is considered exceptional genius, and reaching the great martial venerable realm is extremely rare, occurring only once every few centuries, enough to alarm the One Qi Alliance and prompt them to issue a heavenly kill order. But that Hua Qiu has actually approached the level of a martial saint. Damn it, even the legendary martial arts masters weren't this terrifying at this age.
Someone else said angrily.
Several people were deeply shaken. They looked at each other and fell silent. It's clear that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, if that person continues to grow, a martial arts legend will once again emerge in the martial arts world.
At that time, the entire evil alliance will be dismantled, and the evil martial artists will have little chance of survival. Master Zhang, does the 10,000 Poison sect still have trump cards up its sleeve? At this point, are you still going to keep them hidden?
The assassination squad leader said in a deep voice. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect looked grim. I certainly have trump cards, but I won't use them unless absolutely necessary. Isn't this a last resort? If we don't use our trump cards now, the entire 10,000 Poisons sect will be wiped out. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a gloomy expression. If Hua Qiu continues to press his advantage and chases us all the way to the 13th hall, we will fight to the death to ensure he never returns. The leader of the assassination squad nodded.
Boom!
Suddenly, a roaring sound came from my ears. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect froze for a moment. The 11th hall was destroyed so quickly? He found it hard to accept. The last 3 halls represent the deepest foundation of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Even a martial saint would risk death if he broke in, yet they couldn't stop that person for even a moment. A few minutes later, the booming sound rang out again. The 12th hall is gone too. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect's face was as black as could be. Before long, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the 13th hall. Hua Qiu led Wu Pingqing and Tong Yuan, looking at the survivors with murderous intent. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons cult was furious. You brat surnamed Hua, you've gone too far. He pointed at Hua Qiu and began to curse angrily. These halls were painstakingly built by our ancestors of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Now you have destroyed them, leaving only one. Are you still going to be so aggressive? Do you really think my 10,000 Poisons sect is made of clay? Do you really want to push things to the point of mutual destruction? Enough with the nonsense, Hua Qiu said impatiently. I told you, you all have to die. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect was furious, but he forcibly suppressed his anger and stopped cursing. Hua Qiu, let me tell you, my 10,000 Poisons sect also has powerful trump cards, but I don't want to use them unless it's a special situation. If you keep pressing me, no one will benefit. I advise you to leave now, or you'll regret it. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect wanted to scare Hua Qiu away in order to preserve the sect. But Hua Qiu ignored him and continued walking with his sword. You're just asking for death. He gritted his teeth, took out a flute, and started playing a tune. Knock knock.
Knock knock. Slow footsteps echoed inside the hall.
The group looked toward the sound. In the darkness of the main hall, a figure slowly appeared in everyone's sight. That was a poison puppet. A poison puppet whose movements are somewhat stiff and mechanical.
You think you can stop me with just a poison puppet? Hua Qiu scoffed.
Haha, this is no ordinary poison puppet, the leader of the 10,000 Poison sect sneered. The assassination squad leader stared intently at the poison puppet with a grave expression. Wu Pingqing also frowned and looked at it, feeling that it seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, both of them were violently shaken. A poison puppet at the martial saint level. The two exclaimed in surprise.
What, that's a martial saint level poison puppet?
Tanya stared at the figure in shock, her delicate body trembling slightly. Who would have thought that the guardian of the 13th hall was actually a poison puppet at the level of a martial saint?
That's right, it's a martial saint level poison puppet.
The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect sneered repeatedly. This poison puppet was crafted from the body of the righteous martial saint who perished in the 10,000 Poison sect during the Great War, and it serves as the 10,000 Poison sect's greatest trump card.
Tis also my last trump card.
The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect gradually contorted his expression, staring fiercely at Hua Qiu. I didn't want to use this unless it was a matter of life and death for the 10,000 Poison sect, but you insisted on pushing us to the brink. Fine, then let's fight to the death. This poison puppet can only be used once, and it will be destroyed after that, but you, the peerless genius of the Martial Alliance, will have to stay here forever.
Don't worry, after you die, I will personally refine you into the best poison puppet. Although it can't compare to the Martial Saint's poison puppet, it won't be bad either.
The leader of the assassination squad looked wistful. So this is the 10,000 Poison sect's trump card. It's really unexpected. It seems that the Martial Alliance's peerless genius is going to die young. What a pity, he said, feigning regret. They thought Hua Qiu would be afraid. But they were disappointed. Hua Qiu's expression remained unchanged. He merely glanced at the Martial Saint poison puppet and raised an eyebrow slightly.
How come he's not even afraid of the Martial Saint poison puppet?
The group was puzzled. Although the Martial Saint poison puppet cannot truly unleash the strength of a martial saint in life, its physical strength and fearless nature are even greater than those of a transcendent martial saint. Danger, Hua Qiu, can you handle this? The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect asked, his expression mocking.
So what if he's a martial saint? It's not like I haven't killed him before, Hua Qiu said softly. Some of them didn't quite hear it. Just as he was about to ask, Hua Qiu made another move and walked over in this direction. Court death.
The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect gave a cold shout and hurriedly began to play his flute.
The imposing martial saint poison puppet raised its head, its eyes glowing red. Boom!
The moment the martial saint poison puppet moved, a burst of energy exploded, creating a tremendous roar. It hurtled toward Hua Qiu like a cannonball, seemingly possessing the power to destroy everything.
Tong Yu and Wu Pingqing, who were behind them, were both on tenterhooks. Clang!
Hua Qiu remained calm and drew his sword to strike.
A dazzling sword light reappeared, as if space itself had been cleaved open.
The martial saint poison puppet doesn't dodge at all, it simply takes the hit head-on.
Bang!
The sword light struck the martial saint poison puppet, instantly blasting it far away.
That's impossible.
The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect sneer froze on his face.
294, Chapter 294. How dare you threaten an emperor?
A martial saint-level poison puppet was actually slashed away by Hua Qiu with a single sword strike. The eyes of the people present were wide open, their faces filled with disbelief.
His swordsmanship is that strong?
The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect looked even more ferocious, almost going mad. It's the sword in his hand that's powerful. The assassination team leader noticed that the red sword in Hua Qiu's hand was no ordinary object.
What kind of sword is that? The group was immediately captivated after just one glance. Boom!
The martial saint poison puppet, which had been slashed away by Hua Qiu, leaped up from the ground. A deep, bloody gash appeared on his body, oozing highly poisonous blood, a horrifying sight. But extremely quickly, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon returned to its original state. Seeing this, the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect finally breathed a sigh of relief. So what if you possess a divine sword? So what if you can injure the Martial Saint Poison Puppet? No matter what kind of injury, the Martial Saint Poison Puppet can heal itself and feels no pain. You can hurt it countless times, but it only needs to hurt you once, and you will die on the spot. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect burst into laughter. The few surviving members of the evil faction also regained their hope. This Martial Saint Poison Puppet is indeed quite well crafted, Hua Qiu rarely said. Although it is a heretical and evil sect, the fact that the 10,000 Poisons sect can refine the body of a martial saint to withstand the blows of a spiritual treasure-level sword is quite remarkable from the perspective of mortals. However, it's only not bad. Do you even need to tell me? The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect said with a mocking expression. Keep chopping, I'll see when you get tired of chopping, that's when you'll die. Hua Qiu gave a cold smile. A mere Martial Saint Poison Puppet is no match for a single sword strike, he said calmly, raising the sword in his hand. How arrogant, that sword strike just now didn't seem to have any real effect, the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect sneered. Hua Qiu remained silent. Only then did he truly infuse the sword in his hand with the spiritual power of creation. And, some immortal emperor's sword intent. Buzz. The red sword in his hand trembled, shimmering with spiritual light. The sound of swords rang out, echoing throughout the 13 palaces. Wah! The Martial Saint Poison Puppet roared, seemingly realizing something, and became restless. Boom! The Martial Saint Poison Puppet, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, crashed into Hua Qiu with the force of a thunderbolt. The powerful aura caused gusts of wind to sweep through, making it difficult for those inside the hall to open their eyes. Hua Qiu's gaze was cold and sharp, and he unleashed a sword strike just as before. It's no use. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect coldly shouted. Buzz. His response was the hum of sword intent and the dazzling, magnificent crimson sword light. Its brilliance shines forth, dazzling to the extreme. This sword light, like a rainbow, pierced through the Martial Saint Poison Puppet. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect stared intently at the Martial Saint Poison Puppet, his confident expression gradually turning into horror. What did he see? The powerful Martial Saint Poison Puppet, capable of rapidly healing any injury. That last trump card of the 10,000 Poisons sect began to annihilate in that sword light. The Martial Saint Poison Puppet's physical body turned to ashes and dissipated in the sword light. Wah! The roar of the Martial Saint Poison Puppet was sharp and mournful, almost shattering everyone's eardrums. He struggled desperately, but was completely obliterated in the sword light in a very short time. The sword light dissipated, and silence fell over the hall. Some people opened their mouths wide, their expressions stiff. Some people were dumbfounded and couldn't utter a sound. Some people were so terrified that their faces turned ashen, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The Martial Saint Poison Puppet was destroyed by Hua Qiu with a single sword strike. It vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind. Hua Qiu, however, remained completely unharmed. The evil martial artists nearly collapsed on the spot. That's a poison puppet at the level of a martial saint. The danger is even greater than that of a transcendent martial saint. Even they couldn't do anything to that person? What kind of being is he even human? What, your Martial Saint Poison Puppet of the 10,000 Poison sect can still heal itself like this? Hua Qiu asked the leader of the 10,000 Poison sect. The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect trembled, his face ashen. He never imagined that even using the 10,000 Poison sect's last trump card would be completely ineffective. Is the 10,000 Poisons called destined to perish today? Hua Guosher must be a martial saint who has transcended the martial arts realm. Wu Pingqing said excitedly, his face flushed. He knew that the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom was about to be turned upside down. Martial Saint Tongyu murmured, her expression blank. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Because Hua Qiu had made a promise to her. She knew that her revenge was within reach. The powerful members of the evil faction were filled with despair.
Hua Qiu turned to look at Tongyu. "Are you sure your sister is in this hall?" he asked.
Tongyu nodded frantically, tears streaming down her face. She was so excited that she couldn't contain herself when she was about to rescue her sister.
Hua Qiu nodded and closed his eyes to perceive with his divine sense.
The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect, who was opposite them, was taken aback when he heard their conversation, then his eyes immediately lit up. Without hesitation, he immediately sprinted towards a corner of the main hall at top speed.
Hua Qiu glanced at it and frowned.
A moment later, the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect reappeared. This time, however, he was holding a thin little girl in his arms and had one hand around her neck. Tongyu glanced at the little girl, and her expression suddenly changed drastically.
"Xiao Ye!"
she cried out in anguish, filled with panic. "Hua Qiu, you want to help that traitor of the 10,000 Poisons sect rescue her sister, right?" The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect said with a cold smile, keeping a certain distance from Hua Qiu. "Now, her younger sister is in my hands. If you dare to make a move, I will strangle this little girl immediately," he threatened Hua Qiu. "Sister," the little girl called out weakly, looking at Tongyu. Tongyu's heart was breaking, and she collapsed to the ground.
"Master, please don't hurt Xiaoya, I beg you,"
she pleaded repeatedly, crying uncontrollably. The dignified leader of a religion, despicable.
Wu Pingqing cursed angrily.
What's with all this talk about being despicable? We're an evil sect, not some righteous gentleman." The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect didn't care at all, on the contrary, he was somewhat smug.
"Master Zhang, well done."
The assassination team leader and the others quickly walked behind the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect. To be honest, with Hua Qiu being so powerful, they were almost in despair, thinking they could only offer their necks to be slaughtered. However, now that they have hostages, they have a chance to escape.
"Don't come any closer. If you dare to move, I'll strangle her right now,"
the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect shouted at Hua Qiu, while simultaneously pulling Tongyu back. Now that things have come to this, he decided to abandon the 10,000 Poisons sect and escape first.
One's own life is of utmost importance.
"Brother, please, save Xiaoya, please," Tongyu cried out to Hua Qiu in despair. At this moment, she still embodies the image of Hua Dong. Although it wasn't the person in question, Hua Qiu couldn't help but feel a tightness in her chest.
Anger arose uncontrollably and burned fiercely.
Looking at the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect and others, his killing intent was more intense than ever before.
How dare they threaten him with a little girl?
Those who threatened him,
they're all dead.
295, Chapter 295 Flying Sword Kills. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect and others, holding Tongyu's sister hostage, retreated step by step.
"Hua Qiu, no matter how powerful you are definitely not as fast as me in killing this girl. I warn you, if you dare to catch up, I will strangle her to death immediately,"
the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect said fiercely. "After we escape, we will immediately return to the headquarters of the Qi Dao Alliance and inform them of the situation. The Martial Alliance's peerless genius has become a formidable force, and we must mobilize all Martial Saint-level experts to encircle and annihilate him," the assassination team leader said in a low voice.
"Master Zhang, why don't you come with us?"
The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect nodded. "You're all making plans far too early," Hua Qiu said coldly, staring at the group. "I said, all the evil people here must die." The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect had a gloomy expression.
"What, you want to hit her again? Don't you want her to live?"
He tightened his grip, and Tongyu's breathing became difficult, her face turning pale.
"Xiao Ye!"
Tongyu cried out anxiously, looking at Hua Qiu pleadingly. She wanted to ask Hua Qiu not to provoke those people. "Hua Qiu, do you really not care whether this girl lives or dies?" The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect sneered as he backed away.
He wanted to observe Hua Qiu's reaction to determine how important the hostage was to Hua Qiu.
If Hua Qiu cared a lot, he felt he could even use hostages to coerce Hua Qiu into surrendering, such as crippling himself and letting others do as they pleased. I will save the people, but I will still kill you all. Hua Qiu said calmly. He the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect revealed a mocking smile, about to say a few sarcastic words to Hua Qiu. Boom! Suddenly, Hua Qiu's figure vanished from the spot, and the air roared violently. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect and others changed color instantly. In an instant, Hua Qiu disappeared from their sight, they couldn't find him anywhere. Instinctively, the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect, in his astonishment, immediately tried to kill the girl in his hand. But when he squeezed hard, he found that he squeezed nothing at all, and there was no sound of his throat bone being broken. The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect looked at his hand in surprise, his pupils shrinking sharply. His hands were empty, the little girl was nowhere to be seen. Where did they go? The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect was stunned. The assassination team leader and his men glanced at it and were greatly shocked. Sometime during the day, the little girl was taken away. But the time was so short, not even enough to blink. Don't be afraid. A soothing voice came from not far away. The group looked over immediately, dumbfounded. Hua Qiu was seen holding Tan Yu's younger sister, gently comforting her. At this moment, no one could remain calm. This place is almost entirely populated by experts at the martial venerable level. No one could observe Hua Qiu's movements with the naked eye. Under such circumstances, to snatch a living person away from an 8th rank martial venerable, while still some distance away, is something even a transcendent martial saint would find far beyond their capabilities. Monster, what else could it be but a monster? Some people had a complete mental breakdown, looking at Hua Qiu as if he were a devil. Hua Qiu's speed was so fast that not only the evil sect experts, but even Tong Yu and Wu Pingqing didn't have time to react. She was still in a daze when Hua Qiu brought Tong Yu's younger sister to her. Sister, the little girl called softly. Xiao yeah. Tong Yu snapped out of her daze, hugged her younger sister tightly, and burst into tears. Brother, thank you so much. She sobbed, thanking Hua Qiu again and again. Since I promised, I will keep my word, Hua Qiu said with a slight nod. Tong Yu was extremely grateful. Conversely, the powerful figures of the evil faction were gripped by fear. With their only hostage gone, Hua Qiu was determined to kill them all, leaving no survivors. Hua Qiu looked over with a murderous expression, causing the others to turn pale. Everyone run for your lives. The assassination squad leader shouted in a low voice without turning his head. He was extremely decisive and darted out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Everyone else was stunned for a moment. They quickly realized what was happening and scattered in all directions. None of them were stupid, each of them had a different escape route, intended to distract Hua Qiu and prevent him from hunting down everyone at the same time. In this way, most people would have a chance to escape. Damn it, we can't let these heinous bastards escape. Wu Pingqing's face was grim, and he was about to give chase. There's no need to pursue them, Hua Qiu said calmly. He calmly tossed the red sword in his hand into the air. Whoosh! The next moment, the red sword shot out suddenly. On the mountaintop of the 10,000 Poison sect, the sect leader and the assassination squad leader met up while fleeing. Master Zhang, quickly take me to the escape passage. The assassination squad leader said anxiously. While the others scurried around like headless flies, he followed closely behind the leader of the 10,000 Poison sect. Because he knew that the 10,000 Poison sect had built a secret escape route when it was founded. The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect nodded and led him in a rush in one direction. As they fled, they kept looking back, only relaxing slightly when they saw that Hua Qiu was not chasing them. He must have gone after someone else. Let's leave quickly, to the Dao Alliance headquarters. The assassination squad leader was impatient. The only way to kill this kind of person is to ask the martial saints of the Dao Alliance to join forces. The leader of the 10,000 Poison sect acted swiftly, quickly opening the secret door of the escape passage. The two were overjoyed, believing that escape was possible. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out, sending chills down their spines.
They turned around in alarm, only to see a flash of red light. Bang bang.
At the entrance to the secret passage, 2 headless corpses lay on the ground. In the end, they still failed to take that path of escape.
Huaguosher, are you really going to ignore those powerful evil sects?
Inside the 13th hall, Wu Pingqing was puzzled by Huaqiu's actions in stopping him and asked.
Whoosh!
With a whooshing sound, the red sword flew back. Wu Pingqing turned his head to look, and in an instant they were speechless with astonishment. 2 bloodied human heads were impaled on the sword. Who else could it be but the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect and a high-ranking member of the One Qi Alliance?
This. Wu Pingqing's head exploded with a loud bang.
Those 2 must have run quite a distance by now. A flying sword to take ahead, he stared blankly at the red sword floating in the air.
If I remember correctly, that was the legendary sword immortal technique, right? Is this something that an ordinary martial artist can do?
This ability was beyond Wu Pingqing's understanding of martial artists. Huaqiu flicked his finger and burned 2 heads, then waved his hand, sending the red sword flying again. A moment later, it flew back with even more heads. 3 times in a row, the several powerful evil sect members who had just escaped were all killed remotely, with none surviving. Wu Pingqing was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Huaqiu's power was so great that even he felt terrified.
With methods like that, killing anyone would be a piece of cake.
Huaqiu saw it all but offered no explanation.
While using flying swords to kill is convenient, it's not an easy task either.
These people were targets of low skill level in his eyes, and their escape distance was limited. If you're trying to kill cultivators or something similar, this trick won't be so effective.
Big brother, save my friend's Ton Yu's sister suddenly cried out weakly. Huaqiu frowned. He and Wu Pingqing walked into the side hall next door.
Upon seeing the scene before them, the 2 men froze in their tracks.
Wu Pingqing's eyes turned red, and he was extremely angry.
This place is full of children under the age of 10, who have been tortured beyond recognition by the 10,000 Poisons cult.
Some children are missing limbs, some are covered in sores and are barely recognizable as human. Some children have become like walking corpses, devoid of life.
I had heard long ago that the 10,000 Poisons sect had kidnapped some young children and was raising them for experiments in order to create living poison puppets, but I thought it was just a rumor. I never imagined they would be so utterly depraved.
Wu Pingqing said angrily.
Huaqiu frowned. Even though he was used to all sorts of things, he felt uncomfortable.
Kill them all, everyone from the 10,000 Poisons sect should be killed. Wu Pingqing roared.
Huaguosher, what are your plans?
Huaqiu's gaze was cold and sharp. Let the entire 10,000 Poisons sect be reduced to ashes. 296, Chapter 296 Arson destroys a cult. Huaqiu instructed Ton Yu and Wu Pingqing to rescue the children imprisoned by the 10,000 Poisons sect. Go down the mountain. Huaqiu said calmly.
Instead of wasting time destroying the 10,000 Poisons sect's buildings, he personally led these people down the mountain. At this time, the members of the 10,000 Poisons sect only knew that Huaqiu had broken through the 13 halls of the 10,000 Poisons sect and destroyed many buildings, but they did not know that all the evil sect's powerful members had died at Huaqiu's hands.
Not a single member attempted to flee.
Many believers gathered in front of the temple gate, discussing the matter animatedly, their faces grim. Since its establishment, the 13 halls of the 10,000 Poisons sect have only managed to reach the 5th hall, even during the last martial arts world war when numerous martial arts alliance warriors stormed their mountain gates, ultimately suffering heavy losses and retreating. Now, this martial arts genius has passed all 13 halls, naturally astonishing everyone.
Don't worry, everyone, look, the 13th hall is still perfectly fine, isn't it? Someone shouted. I heard from an elder that the 13th hall is guarded by a poison puppet at the level of a martial saint. Even if that genius of the martial alliance passes through the first 12 halls, he will definitely perish in the last hall. Could he be even more powerful than a martial saint? Anyone would know that's impossible. That's right, listen, there's no movement up there anymore. It seems that the martial alliance genius is already dead inside the 13 halls.
Do you think a mere martial alliance genius can crush our 10,000 poison sect? If the martial alliance could truly cultivate someone this powerful, we wouldn't have lost even a martial saint in the first place. The members of the 10,000 poisons cult were having a heated discussion when suddenly someone saw a group of figures walking down from above.
Isn't that the living poison puppet from the 13th palace?
The person who discovered it said, looking completely bewildered.
The followers looked up and their expressions immediately turned strange.
When they saw Hua Qiu and the other two behind them, their expressions changed drastically.
What happened? How is that martial arts genius still alive? They couldn't believe it. Could it be that even a martial saint-level poison puppet couldn't kill him, and how did those living poison puppets get out? Why didn't the sect leader and elders stop them?
The members of the 10,000 poisons cult were completely baffled. As Hua Qiu and his group drew closer and closer.
Should we stop them? Someone asked in a low voice. The group looked at each other in bewilderment.
This is someone who fought his way up to the 13th hall of the 10,000 poisons sect. Even a poison puppet at the martial saint level couldn't kill him.
Can they stop them?
The followers had different thoughts, and for a moment no one dared to take action, all filled with apprehension. Thus, when Hua Qiu and his group of children descended to the mountain gate, no one dared to stop them. They even instinctively made way for each other. Wu Pingqing and Tong Yu led the children through quickly and walked out of the Wandu sect's mountain gate.
Hua Qiu walked at the very back.
No one dared to meet his gaze. The members of the 10,000 poisons sect on both sides of the road all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Seeing that they were about to leave, someone finally couldn't hold back anymore.
Stop! A mid-level follower stepped forward and coldly rebuked Hua Qiu.
Hua Qiu didn't even turn his head. He swung his hand back and struck.
Whoosh! The speaker was instantly split in two, and blood spurted out. The members of the 10,000 poisons cult were immediately terrified, their faces turning pale and their bodies trembling.
So no one dared to speak up to stop them, everyone kept their mouths shut. After leaving the Wandu sect's mountain gate, Hua Qiu stopped and used his red sword to draw a sword mark in front of the sect's gate. Just like at the Yu family sword Dao tournament last time, he created a sword intent field, blocking the exit of the 10,000 poisons sect's mountain gate. The members of the 10,000 poisons cult looked completely bewildered, unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. Next, Hua Qiu took out some spirit stones and began to arrange them into a formation in front of the 10,000 poisons sect's mountain gate.
Hua Guosher, what are you doing? Wu Pingqing was completely bewildered.
Tong Yu was also very puzzled. They believed that the most urgent task was to send the children away as soon as possible before considering eradicating the 10,000 poisons cult.
Hua Qiu didn't say anything and quickly set up the formation. He then sat cross-legged in the formation, his hands moving to manipulate the spiritual energy within. What kind of trick is this? The members of the 10,000 poisons sect looked on in astonishment.
Call. Suddenly, a burst of fire shot up from in front of Hua Qiu and soared into the sky. The sky above the 10,000 poisons sect was filled with ever-changing winds and clouds, which were even dyed red, as if a sea of fire was burning in the sky. At this moment, everyone was shocked. No one had ever heard of Hua Qiu's ability to trigger such a celestial upheaval. Hua Qiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes, and flames flickered in them.
Small fireball, attack!
Hua Qiu let out a cold shout and pressed down hard with his hand.
Boom!
The flames above the 10,000 poisons sect grew even brighter, and something broke through the clouds. When the smoke and mist cleared, everyone could see what it was. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A huge ball of fire appeared like a meteorite and crashed down on the headquarters of the 10,000 poisons sect. What the hell is this thing? The members of the 10,000 poisons sect were terrified, almost paralyzed with fear.
Is there anyone who can summon meteor-like heavenly fire?
They looked up, their expressions blank. The firelight illuminated everyone's faces. Wu Pingqing and Tong Yu stared blankly as the huge ball of fire descended from the sky. Even from a great distance, the intense heat made the air feel scorching hot. Wu Pingqing looked at Hua Qiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his throat dry.
This is fucking. Is this called a small fireball? You call that thing, which is the size of a volleyball court, a little fireball. It's more like a meteorite fire. Run now.
The members of the 10,000 Poisons cult were awakened by a burning sensation and were filled with panic. They fled in terror, desperately trying to escape this catastrophic disaster. Needless to say, many people immediately wanted to flee towards the mountain gate. But as soon as he took a step, he touched what show that sword mark remained. Ah! A pitiful howl rang out, and the person caught in the sword intent was instantly reduced to a skeleton. The members of the 10,000 Poisons sect were horrified, finally understanding why Huaqiu had drawn that line there. Unable to get out, they had no choice but to flee up the mountain. After all, although that fireball was huge, it was still far from being able to engulf the entire 10,000 Poisons sect. Boom! Soon, a fireball the size of a meteorite struck the headquarters of the 10,000 Poisons cult, causing the ground to tremble. Those who were slow to escape were crushed to death on the spot, but many others managed to reach the top and escape unharmed. Having survived the ordeal, they were thankful they had run fast. Just when they thought they had escaped disaster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fireball suddenly exploded, and endless flames spread violently in all directions like a flood. At this moment, the faces of the 10,000 Poisons sect members changed completely. The fire spread extremely quickly, and in a short time, the 10,000 Poisons sect was engulfed in flames. The members of the 10,000 Poisons sect were in dire straits, and could only desperately try to resist by using their internal energy. But something shocking happened. That was no ordinary flame. The martial artist's internal energy was completely unable to resist and was directly absorbed. The screams echoed throughout the entire 10,000 Poisons sect. The sound was so mournful that even Wu Pingqing and Tong Yu were frightened. To think that's how a sect was destroyed, Wu Pingqing said in a daze. Huaguosher, you wouldn't happen to be a deity descended to earth, would you? Could this be some kind of magic? He said leisurely. Actually, this fire isn't that scary. Any martial artist with a strong cultivation level wouldn't be burned to death. It's just a rudimentary spell that looks frightening, Huaqiu said with a faint smile. Wu Pingqing and Tong Yu looked at each other in bewilderment. Isn't this scary? The 10,000 Poisons sect is almost burned to the ground. The stronger martial artist he mentioned must be at least at the martial venerable level. Huaqiu wasn't very happy. Because he used a lot of spirit stones he had on him, he really went all out. If the 10,000 Poisons sect weren't so pervasive with toxic substances that other methods wouldn't be effective, he wouldn't have resorted to such a method. A great religion, how could it perish in such a way? Wu Pingqing sighed deeply. Stop lamenting, quickly notify the branch office to put out the fire, Huaqiu said in a deep voice. Wu Pingqing's expression froze. After setting the fire, Huaqiu calmly left. Now, he can finally spend quality time with his wife traveling and enjoying nature. 297, Chapter 297. I'm definitely going to trap him. The sunrise at Yunding Mountain in Puqing County is famous far and wide. As evening fell, Huaqiu and Yu Ziwei arrived at the foot of Yunding Mountain. Many people went up the mountain, and the stone steps leading up the mountain were very long. Honey, let me carry you up. Huaqiu looked at the high stone steps and smiled as she spoke to Yu Ziwei. What, do you think I can't even walk? Yu Ziwei laughed. Can I carry you on my back? Without saying a word, Huaqiu picked up Yu Ziwei and started walking up the mountain. The people climbing the mountain stared at the two of them in astonishment. Yunding Mountain is very high, and the stone steps are steep. Even a young person with good physical strength would be out of breath and have a sore back after climbing up the whole way. But Huaqiu, carrying someone on her back, climbed the steps without batting an eye, as if strolling leisurely, without any pressure. With so many people staring at her, Yu Ziwei felt a little uncomfortable. Why don't you put me down and walk yourself? I can manage, she said, clinging to Huaqiu's back. That won't do. How can I let my wife get tired? Huaqiu insisted. Yu Ziwei felt a sweet warmth in her heart as she nestled comfortably on Huaqiu's back, basking in his comfort. On the summit of Yunding Mountain,
there is a Taoist temple with a considerable reputation.
The owner of the Taoist temple is very good at making money. He funded the development of many viewing platforms on the mountaintop and also provides various services. Despite the high prices, tourists have continued to flock to see the sunrise over the years. At this moment, the abbot of the Taoist temple stood on a high place, looking down at the considerable number of tourists climbing the mountain below, and couldn't help but smile on his fat face.
I'm going to make a fortune today.
He clapped his hands and laughed. Suddenly, the fat abbot's gaze sharpened. He saw a person walking briskly up the mountain path, climbing as if on flat ground.
That person was carrying another person on their back.
The fat abbot stared at that person for a long time.
This person is a master,
he said in a low voice. Get ready, follow me to greet our guests, the plump abbot instructed the young Taoist. Just as Hua Qiu carried Yu Ziwei to the top of the mountain, a plump Taoist priest greeted them with a smile. Honorable guests, I have failed to greet you properly, please forgive me. The fat Taoist priest cupped his hands to the two of them and said with a smile.
Hua Qiu frowned slightly.
He didn't know this Taoist priest, and the priest's overtures only made him want to ignore him. I am the abbot of Yunqing Temple on this mountaintop, and I have come here to welcome you too, the plump abbot said hastily upon seeing Hua Qiu's displeasure.
May I ask you too, what brings you here? He asked.
Master, we've come to see the sunrise, Yu Ziwei said with a smile. Oh, to watch the sunrise, the plump abbot smiled slightly. He sized up Yu Ziwei, raising an eyebrow. This female benefactor seems somewhat unsettled. Could she be experiencing some mental problems? The plump abbot asked. Hua Qiu's expression changed drastically. This fat Taoist priest could actually see through Yu Ziwei's condition. He couldn't help but look at this person with new respect. There are probably very few people in the mundane world who can see these things at a glance. Taoist priest, since you can see this, do you perhaps have a solution? Hua Qiu asked. How dare you treat our abbot with such disrespect? The young Taoist priest beside him was furious and immediately rebuked him. Do you know what position and status our abbot has? The abbot is famous for hundreds of miles around, known as a semi-immortal, and is worshipped by the people at the foot of the mountain. Our abbot is highly skilled, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, and can even predict the past and future. He can subdue demons and cure all diseases. These are all empty titles, it's everyone's way of flattering me, the plump abbot said with a faint smile, exuding a truly otherworldly air. Young friend, I can tell at a glance that this female benefactor is not in good spirits. She must have suffered some mental strain. We cannot be careless about this and must take it seriously. Hua Qiu looked at him calmly, waiting for him to continue. Master, you have a compassionate heart, why not save this female benefactor? The young Taoist said. It is the duty of those who cultivate the Tao to help the world and save people, the fat abbot said, waving his hand. I have a pill here. After taking it, you can restore your energy and be full of vigor even if you are exhausted. As he spoke, the fat abbot took out a pill. Hua Qiu was initially somewhat interested, but after glancing at the pills, his face darkened. That wasn't some kind of miraculous elixir, it was just an ordinary little pill. It may have some nourishing effects on the body, but that's all. This pill was refined by me using many precious medicinal herbs. It is extremely valuable. I see that you two are like-minded people, so I will give it to you if you were so inclined. You can donate a little money for incense. Incense money, how much? Hua Qiu asked. It's not much, just give me 88,000 as a token of my appreciation, the plump abbot said with a kind smile. Hua Qiu's face darkened further. This useless little pill, and this old man dares to ask for 88,000. Although that money meant little to him, he was unwilling to be ripped off. Benefactors, please don't think I'm selling medicine. This pill was made using countless precious medicinal herbs, and its value is immeasurable. The fat abbot quickly said. If it weren't for our connection with you two and my eagerness to save your lives, I would never have been willing to give it up. Hua Qiu gave a cold smile as he looked at the fat abbot. Get out. He slowly uttered a single word. The fat abbot's expression froze. How dare you speak to a half-immortal like that? the young Taoist priest rebuked again. Hua Qiu's expression darkened as he glanced at the young Taoist. Bang! A sudden sonic boom erupted in front of the Taoist boy, blasting him several meters away. This scene startled the fat abbot. The young Taoist boy got up from the ground and looked at Hua Qiu in great surprise, not daring to say anything more. Hua Qiu had already realized that the two were martial artists, so he didn't pretend to be an ordinary person. However, he didn't do anything serious, he merely taught the young Taoist a lesson. But it was enough to shock the two of them. A single outburst of anger can send people flying through the air. How could this be considered a mere illusion, a common strongman? Ahem, fellow Taoist, I apologize for any offense, the plump abbot quickly apologized. Hua Qiu waved his hand. Stop giving me that nonsense. I just wanted to bring my wife to see the sunrise and didn't want to cause any more trouble. Do you have a guest room? Prepare one? Of course, the portly abbot said with a smile. Prepare a fine guest room for the two of you, he instructed the young Taoist. The young Taoist priest quickly agreed. Fellow Taoist, the best rooms are 8,008 per night, the fat abbot chuckled. Hua Qiu's expression froze. They still dare to treat him like a fat sheep to be slaughtered? Fellow Taoist, these are clearly priced, you can go and see for yourself if you don't believe me, the fat abbot quickly explained. A profiteer. Hua Qiu sneered. He had never seen a Taoist priest reach such a level in either the cultivation world or the immortal realm. Hua Qiu didn't care about the 8,000. And the observation decks are also divided into different levels, the fat abbot said with a smile, rubbing his hands together. Hua Qiu was impatient. We'll use the best of everything, money isn't an issue. The portly abbot beamed and nodded repeatedly. Even after seeing the two off, he was still overjoyed. Master, that person is not to be trifled with, the young Taoist said timidly from the side. What do you mean by easy to mess with or uneasy to mess with? The fat abbot's face darkened. This guy looks like he's loaded, just watch how I, the abbot, make a fortune off them. The young Taoist was speechless for a moment. Aren't you afraid people will turn against you? Rest assured, I have my own solutions, otherwise, how could I live up to the title of a demigod? I'm determined to screw this person over. 298, Chapter 298. Let's all leave our lives here. 8,000 for a deluxe room, it's not that great. Hua Qiu and Yu Ziwei arrived at the guest room prepared by the Taoist temple, and Hua Qiu was very displeased. Within a Taoist temple, those who have renounced worldly life should be indifferent to fame and fortune, but that fat abbot was a complete money grubber, eager to pluck every feather from a passing goose. Never mind, we're only staying one night anyway, Yu Ziwei said with a smile, trying to reassure him. Given Hua Qiu's temper, she was afraid that Hua Qiu might demolish the Taoist temple on the mountain if she was dissatisfied. This little courtyard is quite nice, it's quiet and the air is fresh, Yu Ziwei said, opening the window and looking at the flowers and plants in the yard. Hua Qiu glanced at it, a slight look of surprise on his face. He could tell at a glance that some of the flowers and plants planted in the courtyard were not ordinary flowers and plants. Those are all medicinal herbs, and they are all in good condition. The best ones are even quite old, probably several decades old. He also noticed that the cultivation of those herbs was very particular, and they were planted separately according to their different medicinal properties and habits, so that they would not conflict with each other during the growth process. The aroma of brewing medicinal herbs still wafted from the Taoist temple not far away. I underestimated that Taoist priest, perhaps he really does have some skills, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. Since Yu Ziwei was quite satisfied with the courtyard, Hua Qiu didn't press the matter further and didn't pursue the matter with the fat abbot. During this time, the fat abbot sent his disciples in several times to sell expensive items, such as amulets, which annoyed Hua Qiu. She kicked the disciples out again, and finally the place was quiet. As night fell, Hua Qiu and Yu Ziwei nestled together on the swing in the courtyard, talking softly. The two were filled with warmth, seemingly having endless things to say, yet also feeling that saying anything would be superfluous. Time seemed to stand still, and all that could be heard was the sound of each other's heartbeats. Unfortunately, this heartwarming moment did not last long. Bang! Suddenly, a person rushed in, lost his balance, and fell right in front of the two of them. He was a boy who looked about 16 or 17 years old, with bright eyes and white teeth, but he was covered in dirt and was lying on the ground, grimacing, clearly having fallen hard. Hua Qiu only needed one glance to tell that this person was actually a girl disguised as a boy. Hua Qiu disliked this spoilsport very much. "Young man, are you alright?" Yu Ziwei was taken aback and quickly tried to help her up. "I'm fine." The girl quickly got up on her own, rubbing her bottom and looking around. "It's a woman," Hua Qiu whispered to Yu Ziwei. Yu Ziwei looked surprised. After careful observation, she also noticed something amiss, and her expression turned strange. "What era are we living in? There are still people doing this kind of thing, women dressing up as men." "This woman is probably being chased," Hua Qiu said calmly. He noticed that the girl had injuries, but they were only minor. Hua Qiu sensed with his divine sense and discovered that several murderous-looking martial artists were searching around at the foot of the mountain, presumably looking for the girl. Hua Qiu has never liked meddling in other people's business. "This is not a place you can just barge into," Hua Qiu said in a deep voice. "I'm sorry," the girl said softly, her face full of apology. "Brother and sister, I came up the mountain to find the immortal Taoist priest. Could you tell me where he is?" she asked. Seeing that the girl was quite polite, Hua Qiu didn't hold it against her. He pointed to the main hall of the Taoist temple not far away. "Thank you," the girl said, and hurriedly walked out. However, they had just reached the door. Bang! A flash of cold light appeared at the doorway, and a large knife came crashing down from above, aimed directly at the girl's face. The girl was shocked, her face turning pale with fright. However, she reacted quickly, frantically backing away to avoid the knife, but she still couldn't keep her balance and was about to fall down again. Yu Ziwei stepped forward and supported the girl to prevent her from falling. A masked warrior suddenly appeared at the door, wielding a large knife in both hands. His murderous intent was intense. Seeing the girl being helped up, he didn't hesitate to swing his knife again, even including Yu Ziwei, intending to kill both of them indiscriminately with one strike. Before Yu Ziwei could make a move, Hua Qiu's face was already as cold as ice. Court death. His gaze sharpened. Boom! A powerful burst of energy erupted instantly, hurtling towards the masked warrior at a speed 10 times faster than his sword swing. The masked warrior was shocked and had no time to react before being struck by the force of the attack. Bang! He was sent flying backwards, out of the courtyard gate, and lay motionless on the ground. Upon seeing this, the girl whom Yu Ziwei was supporting immediately showed a look of shock and turned to look at Hua Qiu. So strong, she murmured. She knew that those who were hunting her down were all highly skilled. But the young man simply uttered a cold shout, and the casual burst of his aura sent the assassin flying, his fate unknown. He's so young, yet so powerful. Little sister, are you alright? Yu Ziwei asked the girl with a smile. I'm fine, thank you, brother and sister, the girl said, still shaken. How could a martial artist like you, a young girl, be chasing after you? Yu Ziwei frowned and asked. The girl's expression darkened. Seeing that she seemed to have something difficult to say, Yu Ziwei smiled. What's your name? Where are you from? Your accent doesn't sound like you're from Jinhu province. Sister, my name is Tang Weiwei, and I come from Jiangnan, the girl replied softly. Whoosh! A sound came from the courtyard gate, and several figures quickly appeared. Like the warrior on the ground, they were also carrying weapons and wearing masks. Upon seeing their companion lying on the ground, the group's expressions changed slightly, and they immediately went to check on him. He's not breathing's dead. There were no wounds on his body, so how did he die? Who could kill him so quickly? The group looked surprised. The man who appeared to be the leader frowned as he examined the situation. He died from a broken heart meridian, and there were no signs of fists or feet on his body. It is highly likely that he was attacked from a distance. There are very few martial artists in the martial arts world who can achieve this level of skill. The man was startled by these words. No need to guess, I killed him, Hua Qiu said calmly from inside the courtyard. The group looked at Hua Qiu with solemn expressions. Tang Weiwei, you will eventually die.
The leader stared at Tang Weiwei and said coldly. If they weren't so wary of Hua Qiu, they would have already made their move. Tang Weiwei looked fearful and shrank behind Yu Ziwei. Yu Ziwei was kind-hearted and protected her without hesitation. Friends, I advise you to mind your own business. The assassin leader said coldly, looking at the two men. I don't care if you're trying to kill someone or what, it's none of my business, Hua Qiu said calmly. Tang Weiwei trembled upon hearing this, feeling a sense of despair. Thank you very much, the leader was delighted. But before he could finish speaking, Hua Qiu interrupted him. But you deserve to die for disturbing my wife. The assassins looked grim. Tang Weiwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Friend, even if you are highly skilled, you can't control everything. The leader said coldly. If you let us take that man away, I will not pursue the matter of you killing him. We will leave this place immediately with our men, how about it? He said, pointing to the corpse on the ground. Pursue? Hua Qiu smiled coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. A few insignificant beings, how dare they pursue this matter? Joke. Not only him, but you all have to stay here too. 299, Chapter 299. The Tang family of Jiangnan, 1000 machine wood. Hua Qiu's words caused the masked martial artist's expressions to change. Your tone is far too arrogant. I'm not afraid to tell you, we come from the Misty Rain Pavilion. Do you really want to oppose the Misty Rain Pavilion? I advise you not to bring trouble upon yourself, lest you regret it too late. The leader brought up the name of the Misty Rain Pavilion in an attempt to intimidate Hua Qiu. But Hua Qiu had never heard of Yen Yu Tower. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. He had no interest in wasting his breath on these ants, and instead reached out and picked a few leaves from the flowers and plants in the yard. In front of Yu Ziwei, he didn't want to make things too bloody, so he didn't kill the people in a grand and dramatic way. Upon seeing Hua Qiu make a move, the group immediately became alert and assumed a defensive posture. But they didn't know what Hua Qiu was doing picking flowers and leaves. Could it be that they intend to use a few leaves as weapons? Are you kidding me? Only the leader looked solemn. He knew that some powerful individuals, upon reaching the pinnacle of their abilities, could unleash tremendous destructive power even from seemingly insignificant objects. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hua Qiu casually tossed the leaf in his hand, and it shot out in an instant, heading straight for the group. Its speed and power were so great that it drew a white streak in the air, as if even the air itself was being blasted apart. Upon seeing this, the assassin's pupils constricted sharply. There wasn't even time to react. Call out. The masked assassin standing at the front had his throat pierced instantly and died on the spot. Then came the second and the third. The leader at the very back was terrified and quickly grabbed one of his companions in front of him to shield him. He used his companions to block him, thinking he could survive. Call out. A leaf pierced through the hole in the forehead of the person he was holding, but did not stop. Well. The leader let out a muffled groan, and a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. He stared at Hua Qiu in disbelief, his eyes wide. You are woo-woo. Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed. All the masked killers were dead in just a few seconds. Tang Weiwei stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape, at the corpses on the ground at the courtyard gate. These are all masters from the Misty Rain Pavilion. Along the way, she went to great lengths to evade these assassins, enduring immense hardship. These terrifying killers were wiped out in an instant by that person with just a few leaves? It took Tang Weiwei a while to calm down from the shock. She knew she had definitely encountered an exceptional master. Thank you so much, brother and sister, for saving my life. Tang Weiwei bowed deeply to the two of them and said. As she spoke, she even tried to bow down to the two of them. Yu Ziwei quickly helped her up. Little sister, why are you being chased by these people? Yu Ziwei asked with concern. I don't know either, Tang Weiwei said softly. My godmother is seriously ill and on the verge of death. Many famous doctors have been invited, but none of them can cure her. I heard that there is a Taoist master on Yunding Mountain who is omniscient and omnipotent and can even save people who are about to die, so I came all the way from Jiangnan province,
hoping to ask the Taoist master to help me save my godmother in Jiangnan. But for some reason, these assassins started chasing me halfway through the journey. If my godmother hadn't taught me movement techniques and martial arts, I would have died at their hands long ago. Upon hearing this, Yu Ziwei's expression changed. You said you traveled a long way to see the fortune teller in order to save your godmother? She asked. Tang Weiwei nodded. I was once an orphan. If it weren't for my godmother taking me in, I might have starved to death on the streets long ago. She has been incredibly kind to me, and I must save her. For my godmother, I would endure any hardship, even risk my life, without hesitation. Seeing Tang Weiwei's tearful eyes, Yu Ziwei couldn't help but be moved. This girl's experience is so similar to hers. They were all taken in by their godmother, and they did everything they could to get her medical treatment. If she hadn't met Hua Qiu, she doesn't know what she would be like now. The Yu family was probably wiped out long ago. But this girl wasn't as lucky as her. She didn't have any benefactors to help her. If Hua Qiu hadn't intervened, she would have died on this mountain. Hua Qiu. Yu Ziwei looked at Hua Qiu, her eyes glistening with tears, hesitant to speak. Hua Qiu knew that she had felt sorry for Tang Weiwei and wanted to help her herself, but she was a little embarrassed to ask, afraid that Hua Qiu would be unhappy. Hua Qiu looked helpless and nodded. Yu Ziwei then smiled. Brother and sister, thank you for saving me, but I don't have time to waste. I need to find Master Banxian as soon as possible and repay you both properly when I have the chance in the future, Tang Weiwei said sincerely, and then hurriedly walked out. Hey, wait a minute. Yu Ziwei was about to call out to her. Who wants to see this abbot? A voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. The portly abbot appeared with his young apprentice. They stopped at the gate and crouched down to examine the bodies of the assassins. They'll all be killed in one move. The fat abbot's expression changed, and he glanced at Hua Qiu in the courtyard with a solemn look. Clean up these corpses as soon as possible, he instructed the young Taoist. The young Taoist boy accepted the order and left. Hua Qiu looked at the fat abbot with a half-smile. In fact, the fat abbot had already noticed the assassins coming up the mountain and had been hiding outside the courtyard, observing the situation. Only after all the assassins were dead and Tang Weiwei called out did he finally appear. Hua Qiu knew all of this. Master, could you be the legendary demigod? Tang Weiwei asked the plump abbot with a face full of anticipation. Indeed, this humble Taoist is indeed him, the plump abbot said with a smile, putting his hands behind his back and feigning a profound demeanor as he walked into the courtyard. Great, I've finally met you. Tang Weiwei was overjoyed and ran over in a few steps. Immortal Master, please, go to Jiangnan and save my godmother. She knelt down at the feet of the fat abbot and pleaded. Well. The fat abbot straightened out. He looked troubled, his beard drooping. Master Banxian, I'm willing to pay any price as long as you're willing to go. Tang Weiwei said anxiously. I'll give you any amount of money you want, please, save my godmother. Upon hearing this, the fat abbot's expression changed. But he still frowned slightly, coughed lightly, and wanted Tang Weiwei to take the initiative to give him a number that would satisfy him. If you feel this is not enough, I am willing to offer you a divine object. Tang Weiwei said, taking out a small piece of wood about the thickness of a finger from her person. This is 1,000 machine wood. The fat abbot's expression suddenly changed, and he lost his composure. You are from the Tang family of Jiangnan. Hua Qiu was initially very calm. But when Tang Weiwei took out that small wooden branch, his gaze immediately froze. It was simply because Tang Weiwei had offered him something he desperately needed. He promised to create a physical body for Yu Ziwei, completely separating her from Xia Ziwei into two independent individuals. Creating a physical body requires many precious materials, of which 8 are the most important. Hua Qiu actually felt that the chances of finding these 8 things on Earth were slim. But now, he has seen one of them. In the cultivation world, he is known as Lei Chuanmu. That is, the 1,000 machine wood in Tang Weiwei's possession. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in other people's business. But now they've changed their minds.
I must obtain the complete form of the 1,000 machine wood. 300, Chapter 300 He is a god of medicine. It was obvious that the fat abbot was very interested in the 1,000 machine wood in Tang Weiwei's hands. Is this the legendary 1,000 machine wood of the Tang family? He picked up the branch and examined it excitedly. That's right, this is the famous 1,000 machine wood of the Tang family. It is a very magical medicinal material when used in medicine. It can enhance the efficacy of the finished product by more than 10 times. Tang Weiwei said solemnly. It really is 1,000 machine wood. The fat abbot exclaimed with delight after observing it for a while. Although Hua Qiu wanted the 1,000 machine wood, he remained silent for the time being. He didn't want just a small piece of wood, he wanted the core of the wood. After the fat abbot calmed down, he frowned slightly. The Tang family of Jiangnan is famous for its hidden weapons and is also skilled in medicine making. They also have the 1,000 machine wood. What kind of difficult disease could make the Tang family travel thousands of miles to come here and ask me for help? Half immortal, what you said is all correct, but my godmother's illness is too terrible. The Tang family's medicine can't cure it. We've invited many famous doctors from Xia Kingdom, but they can't even tell what the illness is, Tang Weiwei said. You are known as an omnipotent demigod, and healing the sick and saving lives is a piece of cake for you. I believe you must have a way to save my godmother, right? Tang Weiwei said with anticipation. That's true. The fat abbot, flattered, beamed and held the 1,000 machine wood with obvious delight. Tell me about your godmother's illness, he said casually. Tang Weiwei looked sad. I don't know what disease my godmother has contracted, but she has become bloodthirsty. She can go without food or water, but she needs to drink blood every day to survive. If she doesn't drink blood for a day, her whole body feels like it's being bitten by thousands of ants, and she will become extremely weak the next day, struggling on the verge of death. My godmother is terrified of turning into a bloodthirsty monster and has tried to commit suicide many times, but we have always managed to dissuade her. However, lately, even drinking blood has made it difficult for her to stay calm, and she often falls into a frenzy. Immortal, please save her. Seeing her like this breaks my heart. I wish I were the one who's sick. Tang Weiwei recounted her story with tears streaming down her face. The fat abbot had been smiling, but after listening to her story, his expression suddenly darkened. After she finished speaking, the fat abbot's face was already very gloomy. I can't cure your godmother's illness, he said in a deep voice. With that, he reluctantly put the 1,000 machine wood back into Tang Weiwei's hand. Tang Weiwei was stunned. A half immortal, you are a half immortal, even you can't cure me? She was somewhat desperate. While I cannot cure it completely, I can alleviate it, the fat abbot said. However, there are some people I don't want to provoke, as they are quite troublesome. Tang Weiwei was stunned. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. Even someone as greedy as the fat abbot hesitated. Who exactly is this person that he is so wary of? Could it be that my godmother is really beyond saving? Tang Weiwei cried, heartbroken. Yu Ziwei couldn't bear to watch any longer. It was as if she were seeing her former self. She tugged at Hua Qiu's sleeve, making a pleading, coquettish gesture for the first time. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Stop crying, he shouted at Tang Weiwei. That Taoist priest can't save your godmother, but I can. Tang Weiwei stopped crying and looked at him with tears streaming down her face. The fat abbot also looked over in surprise. Can you really save my godmother? Tang Weiwei asked, sobbing, with disbelief. She really couldn't believe that Hua Qiu could solve something that even a demigod couldn't. If I say I can save them, then I can, Hua Qiu said. Young man, do you really understand what kind of illness that is? Are you sure you know the cause? The fat abbot asked, frowning. What kind of illness it is doesn't matter as long as they haven't died yet. I can save them, Hua Qiu replied calmly. The fat abbot's expression changed drastically. Hua Qiu's tone is really too arrogant. Even the most skilled healer in the world wouldn't dare say such a thing. Young brother, perhaps you really do have a way, but this matter is not as simple as you think, the fat abbot said again. Even though I am known as a half-immortal, I dare not get involved. You should think it over more.
This time, he was genuinely giving a well-intentioned warning. Hua Qiu naturally didn't take it to heart. Big brother, if you can really save my godmother, I will repay your kindness even if I have to do anything for you. Tang Weiwei said hastily, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. "'Twill be your maid, I'll serve you however you want." The little maid shouted in desperation. Hua Qiu was taken aback. The resentful glances directed at him made him break out in a cold sweat. How dare this little girl talk like that? Didn't you see the tigress right next to you? There's no need to be a maid, Hua Qiu waved her hand and said. However, the reward I want is not as simple as that small piece of 1,000 machine wood in your hand. I'll do anything as long as you can cure me. Tang Weiwei shouted hurriedly. Hua Qiu nodded. I used to have a kind of elixir that could cure all diseases, but I've used it all up and can't refine it for the time being because of a lack of ingredients, he said calmly. I'll first refine a low-grade pill for you, take it back and have the patient take it. It should keep him healthy for a month or two. When I have some free time, I'll go to Jiangnan to completely cure him. After speaking, Hua Qiu looked at the precious medicinal herbs planted in the courtyard. Master, may I borrow your medicinal herbs? He said. What do you mean, young man? The fat abbot immediately became wary. Hua Qiu smiled without saying a word, and waved one hand toward the planted herbs. Immediately, several medicinal herbs sprang up from the ground and flew towards Hua Qiu. Holy crap! The fat abbot immediately uttered a phrase about national essence, then launched into a tirade of profanity. Hua Qiu had taken away his most precious medicinal herbs, how could he not feel heartbroken? The fat abbot immediately became angry and wanted to turn hostile. Even though Hua Qiu was incredibly powerful, he didn't care anymore. But what happened next made his eyes widen in disbelief. Several medicinal herbs were seen floating in Hua Qiu. His palm began to spin rapidly under the control of Hua Qiu's spiritual power. In an instant, the impurities of the herbs were removed, leaving only the essence. The fat abbot trembled slightly, staring at Hua Qiu in utter shock. Watching the essence of the herbs rapidly and perfectly fuse in Hua Qiu's palm, gradually forming a round pill, his breathing became rapid. Once the elixir is finished, it emits a delicate fragrance that is refreshing and soothing. Take this pill, your godmother will be perfectly fine within 2 months. Hua Qiu said. Tang Weiwei stared blankly at the pill with a look of suspicion. Does this really work? She muttered. Take it, it will definitely be useful. The fat abbot suddenly said. Even if the most skilled physician of the divine physician lineage were to personally come here, he still couldn't refine such a divine pill, he said slowly. Tang Weiwei was visibly shaken, and only then did she believe a great deal. Then I'll head back now, please go to Jiangnan to rescue them as soon as possible, elder brother. She bowed to Hua Qiu and hurriedly descended the mountain. The fat abbot's expression was complex, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. He cupped his hands in a respectful gesture to Hua Qiu, then walked out without saying a word. Hua Qiu found it somewhat strange. This old miser actually stopped pursuing the matter of the herbs with him. Outside the courtyard, the fat abbot's emotions were in turmoil, and his expression fluctuated. He can conjure medicine into pills, he is the legendary god of medicine. Who would have thought that a medical genius could emerge in this day and age? He gazed into the distance, then suddenly burst into laughter, a laughter bordering on maniacal. 301, Chapter 301. Could it be that an immortal ascended to heaven? It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was still dark. The mountain top is already bustling with activity. The mountain top was packed with tourists who came to watch the sunrise. Many people slept in sleeping bags on the mountain overnight, while others climbed up from the foot of the mountain in the middle of the night, eagerly waiting for the sun to rise from the horizon. Those like Hua Qiu, who paid a considerable amount of money, were able to go to a special observation deck at a higher elevation, where it was less crowded and offered a better view. Hua Qiu led Yu Ziwei through the crowd to a viewing platform a little higher up. Although there weren't many people on the viewing platform, there were still about 10 people crammed in, which made Hua Qiu frown deeply. He just wanted to spend some time alone with Yu Ziwei, quietly enjoying the beautiful scenery. Fellow Taoist, are you still dissatisfied? The portly abbot suddenly appeared, smiling as he approached. If there's a better place, lead the way. Money is no object, Hua Qiu said unhappily. That unscrupulous businessman will be taught a lesson sooner or later. There is indeed a best viewpoint on Yunning Mountain, the portly abbot said with a smile. That's the highest point in the area, offering a panoramic view of the entire Hentaying Highlands, and the sunrise there is absolutely spectacular. However, the place is extremely dangerous, and the difficulty of climbing to the top is extraordinary. If you can get up there, I will not charge you a single penny. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu stared at the fat abbot with a mixture of belief and doubt. People who are obsessed with money usually don't have good intentions once they stop talking about it. The fat abbot tried his best to make his smile appear kind. Lead the way, Hua Qiu said calmly. He didn't believe that a mere Taoist priest could outsmart him. The portly abbot revealed a look of delight and led Hua Qiu and Yu Ziwei forward. The place they were walking on was undeveloped, an extremely steep mountain path, almost on a cliff face. But none of the three were ordinary people, they walked as if on flat ground. A small mountain peak appeared ahead, standing alone atop the cloud peak. That solitary peak was slender and tall, more than 10 meters high, like an antenna growing out of the mountaintop. Hua Qiu looked up and was surprised to find that the summit was a platform with a small pavilion on it. Upon closer inspection, his expression changed. The small mountain was straight and smooth, making it virtually impossible to climb. Someone actually built a pavilion on it. Even using a helicopter to transport materials is difficult to operate. Can we even get up there? Yu Ziwei looked up at the summit, her brows furrowed slightly. Even if a highly skilled martial artist uses their lightness skill, it would be difficult to climb such a smooth surface without any leverage. Even if the number one martial artist in the Xia Kingdom's martial arts world, known for his lightness skill, came, it wouldn't be so easy for him to get up there, Yu Ziwei said, stunned. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. It's more than just not simple. He saw through the secret of that mountain peak. A powerful aura permeated the summit, so powerful that even a martial saint, let alone a martial venerable in the eyes of the world, would be unable to break through the barriers and reach the top. He looked at the fat abbot. I knew he wasn't that kind-hearted. Is she trying to use herself to break through the aura above? It seems that my skill in condensing pills yesterday has given him quite a bit of thought. Fellow Taoist, what do you think? The plump abbot asked Hua Qiu with anticipation. For ordinary martial artists, it's basically pointless to go, even a martial saint wouldn't be of any use, Hua Qiu said calmly. Upon hearing this, the fat abbot's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Hua Qiu could see through the clues at a glance. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. The fat abbot thought to himself. Fellow Taoist, if you come up here to enjoy the view, the experience will be extraordinary. However, whether you can get up there depends on your ability, the fat abbot said with a smile. But I must warn you first, if you don't have absolute confidence, it's best not to try it. What if you fall from there? Hua Qiu smiled calmly. It would be quite difficult for ordinary martial artists, but I am not one, he said, before suddenly picking Yu Ziwei up in his arms. Yu Ziwei was startled. Fellow Taoist, are you perhaps going to carry her up the mountain like this? The fat abbot also had a strange expression. Hua Qiu nodded. The fat abbot frowned deeply. Please don't do that, I suggest you try it once first. If something unexpected happens, you might be able to protect yourself, but this young lady would be in danger. Try it first and then make a decision. No need. Hua Qiu remained non-committal. Then, he lifted Yu Ziwei into the air. Without needing any leverage or support, he held Yu Ziwei in his arms, soaring upwards as if ascending to heaven. Below, the fat abbot's eyes were wide open and his mouth was agape. Where in the world can you find such lightness skill? This isn't climbing, this is clearly flying. For a moment, the fat abbot's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. He was known as a demigod. But now, he feels that the person above him is the real immortal. As Hua Qiu and his companions soared into the air, they were about to reach the summit.
What kind of martial arts realm is this? Could it be that he has already reached the legendary realm of transcending the mortal and entering the divine? But how is that possible? Ignoring the fat abbot's shock, Hua Qiu smiled. Honey, are you cold? Hua Qiu asked gently, enveloping Yu Ziwei with her spiritual power to prevent the mountain wind from reaching her. Yu Ziwei's pretty face showed slight surprise. How could she not know that she was being carried away by the wind? Hua Qiu, are you an immortal? She asked, stunned. I am not just an immortal, but the supreme emperor among immortals, and you are my celestial queen. Hua Qiu said. Yu Ziwei was stunned. A moment later, she buried her head in Hua Qiu's arms and hugged him even tighter. No matter what you are, I will always follow you, she said softly. Buzz. Just as the two were about to reach the summit, a buzzing sound suddenly emanated from the peak. A surge of energy, carrying immense pressure, crashed down. Below, the fat abbot looked up, not daring to blink. His expression was extremely tense. Can they break through the obstacles? He murmured to himself. How could a mere wisp of residual energy possibly stop me? In the air, Hua Qiu smiled disdainfully. He didn't even make any movement, he simply enveloped Yu Ziwei with his spiritual power and continued to ascend into the sky, completely ignoring the oppressive aura that was pressing down on him. Boom! Hua Qiu's momentum did not falter at an instant. He broke through the barrier of energy and landed steadily on the mountaintop with Yu Ziwei in his arms. That aura also dissipated completely. From that time on, it ceased to exist on that mountain. They've gone up. They really went up. The fat abbot below suddenly became very excited, and his body trembled. After waiting for so many years, someone has finally made it up. For a moment, the fat abbot couldn't help but burst into tears. Master, may you rest in peace. In this world, finally someone has been able to enter the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The portly abbot gazed at the summit, his expression resolute. That thing, in this world, only he can do it. 302, Chapter 302. Yu Ziwei is gone. It's clear that no one has been to the summit for a long time. Hua Qiu casually made a hand seal, blowing away the smoke and dust in the pavilion. Something gleamed on the stone table inside the pavilion. The two walked over and took a look, and found that it was an exquisite white jade thumb ring. This ring doesn't look like an ordinary object. Who left it here? Yu Ziwei asked curiously. Hua Qiu picked it up, glanced at it, and then lost interest. It was just a white jade thumb ring. Although it was of excellent quality, he wasn't particularly excited about it. Take him down and ask that fat Taoist priest later, Hua Qiu said casually. Yu Ziwei nodded. The sun will be rising soon. On the horizon, the rising sun painted a patch of clouds red, its rays bright and clear. Hua Qiu and Yu Ziwei sat in the pavilion, facing the rising sun. Yu Ziwei nestled in Hua Qiu's arms. Neither of them spoke, and they watched quietly as the sun rose in the east. As the golden light spread, the sky gradually brightened, spreading little by little until the light finally bathed the earth. Life was revitalized, the whole world was filled with vitality, and the chirping of birds could be heard. When the first rays of the rising sun warmly shone on Yu Ziwei, she suddenly burst into tears. Wife? What's wrong? Hua Qiu panicked. I'm fine, I just felt so happy that I couldn't help but cry. Yu Ziwei wiped away her tears and smiled at Hua Qiu. There was a time when I was filled with despair for the world, and my life was shrouded in darkness. Hua Qiu, you pulled me out of the darkness, you gave me hope, you gave me a love that seemed unattainable. It's so good to have met you in this life. Having you is the greatest happiness of my life. Hua Qiu's expression was complicated. With a heavy heart, he looked at Yu Ziwei with tenderness and affection, holding her even tighter, as if afraid that if he let go, he would lose her forever. Hua Qiu had already sensed something, and felt a pang of melancholy. Yu Ziwei, listen to me. If you're satisfied with these things, then your definition of happiness is far too low, he said, enunciating each word clearly. Not enough, this is far from enough. From now on, I will take you to the ends of the earth, and you will be with me wherever we go. No matter how many years pass, I want you to always be by my side. Yu Ziwei was in tears and unable to speak. She just kept nodding. The two snuggled together, holding each other very tightly. You can feel the other person's warmth, their breath, and their heartbeat. A long time passed. The sun had already risen completely, and a warm atmosphere enveloped the entire Yunding mountain. Hua Qiu. I need to leave for a while. At one point, Yu Ziwei said softly. Hua Qiu's body trembled. If you're feeling tired, then leave, he said slowly. He knew that Xia Ziwei's will was strong and she was trying to take control of her body. This made Yu Ziwei's existence difficult. Don't worry, don't be afraid, it won't be long before I wake you up, and then we can be together forever, Hua Qiu said gently. Yes, I believe you, I will keep waiting. But you have to hurry, don't keep me waiting too long. Hua Qiu nodded heavily. He rarely makes such a firm vow. But for Yu Ziwei, he decided to go all out. No matter how difficult or tiring it was, he didn't care. Before you leave, could you kiss me one more time? Yu Ziwei asked. Hua Qiu kissed her lips without hesitation. This kiss was both affectionate and resolute. Yu Ziwei smiled and slowly closed her eyes. After a while, Hua Qiu held her in his arms and stared at her blankly. Yu Ziwei is gone. Although she had only fallen into a deep sleep again, it still saddened Hua Qiu greatly. Recalling what happened back then, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Ziwei is energetic and assertive. Her bold declaration of love caught Hua Qiu somewhat off guard. That night, the tyrant forced himself on her, and even the mighty immortal emperor was taken advantage of by a young girl. At first, feeling guilty, he decided to accept Yu Ziwei, but later his mindset gradually changed. Perhaps it was her genuine nature that touched Hua Qiu, causing him to gradually fall for her love. Looking at her sleeping peacefully in his arms, she was breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, Hua Qiu felt that even the celestial goddesses of the cultivation world and even the immortal realm could not compare to her exquisite beauty in his heart. Wife, I will create a physical body for you as quickly as possible, just wait for me, I won't keep you waiting too long. Hua Qiu murmured. He was ultimately filled with reluctance. He could easily use any means to keep Yu Ziwei here, or even seal Xia Ziwei's consciousness. But Yu Ziwei firmly opposed such behavior, just to prevent Hua Qiu from becoming an unjust person. Hua Qiu mobilized the power of creation and the divine sense of the immortal emperor to envelop Yu Ziwei's dormant consciousness. Next, they will continue to nurture her consciousness. When she awakens again, she may have changed, her soul consciousness reaching a level that mortals can only look up to. A long time passed. The beauty in his arms let out a soft moan, as if she were about to wake up. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling the sunlight was a bit too bright, so she shielded them with her hand. She found herself lying intimately in Hua Qiu's arms, the two of them extremely close. Ah! She cried out in surprise, quickly left Hua Qiu's embrace, sat up straight, and her pretty face was flushed. Seeing her reaction, Hua Qiu looked slightly taken aback and somewhat disappointed. She had the same voice and smile, but she wasn't Yu Ziwei. Xia Ziwei has woken up. Hua Qiu, where is this, how did I get here? Xia Ziwei asked in surprise after looking around at her surroundings. This is Yunding Mountain in Puqing County, Beishan City, a scenic area, Hua Qiu said, rousing himself. How are you feeling? Xia Ziwei rubbed her forehead. My head feels a little dizzy. I feel like I've been in a long, absurd dream, and I've been trying to wake up from it. What are your plans for the future? Hua Qiu asked casually. Xia Ziwei's expression froze. For some reason, she always felt that Hua Qiu's attitude towards her had changed, and he seemed to be a little colder. To want to go to Jiangnan province, I want to go to the Xia family, to rescue my mother. I don't want her to suffer anymore. Xia Ziwei said firmly. I understand, Hua Qiu nodded. Jiangnan, I'll go with you to save your mother, I'll help you save her. Xia Ziwei stared blankly at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, thank you, she said softly. You're welcome, it's what I should do, Hua Qiu said with a smile. That's what she wanted to see too. Xia Ziwei's delicate body trembled and stiffened. Hua Qiu walked to the side, preparing to take Xia Ziwei down.
Xia Ziwei looked at Hua Qiu's back with a complicated expression, pursed her lips, wanting to call out something, but ultimately didn't. In the end, she could only manage a bitter smile.
303, Chapter 303 Saving People, Killing People.
Hua Qiu supported Xia Ziwei with one hand and leaped off the mountain peak.
Ah! Xia Ziwei was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed in panic. Don't be afraid, you won't die. Hua Qiu called out.
Xia Ziwei then realized that the two of them were not falling, but slowly descending from the sky. She stared in astonishment. She knew that Hua Qiu was an extremely powerful being, but such ability should not be something that a martial artist could achieve.
The fat abbot was still waiting below.
He couldn't help but be amazed when he saw the two of them fall down in a flying manner again. A moment later, Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei landed steadily in front of the fat abbot.
How is it, you two? The view up there is quite nice, isn't it?
The plump abbot asked with a smile.
Do we know this Taoist priest?
Xia Ziwei glanced at him and asked Hua Qiu in a low voice. The fat abbot's face immediately froze.
Female benefactor, do you not recognize me so quickly?
He laughed. Don't worry, since you were able to get up there, that's your skill. I said I wouldn't take a single penny. Hua Qiu stared at the fat abbot with a stern face. Taoist priest, state your purpose, he said calmly.
The fat abbot's expression froze. He knew it wouldn't be easy to fool someone like that.
A moment later, he chuckled awkwardly and sighed. Actually, the pavilion above was built by the first abbot of this Yunding Mountain Taoist temple, who was also my master. After he passed away, no one was able to go up to that pavilion anymore. My master's last wish was that someone would reach the top in future generations. I saw that you were no ordinary person, so I wanted you to try. I didn't expect you to reach the top on your first try, which can be considered as fulfilling my master's wish.
Hua Qiu frowned. He felt it couldn't be that simple.
But he had no interest in meddling in other people's business.
This item, is it a relic of your master?
Hua Qiu asked, taking out the white jade thumb ring he had obtained from the pavilion. Upon seeing this, the fat abbot immediately froze.
Clearly, this ring is of great significance. Not bad. The portly abbot nodded. Since it's your master's keepsake, I'll give it to you, Hua Qiu said calmly, handing over the ring.
However, to his surprise, although the fat abbot seemed tempted, he did not accept it and instead waved his hand.
Fellow Taoist, this item was specially left in the pavilion by our late master, waiting for a destined person to obtain it. Since you were the first to reach the summit, this item belongs to you, the plump abbot said with a smile. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. I'm not interested in this thing. You can take it if you want.
The fat abbot's expression became somewhat stiff. At that moment, his heart was filled with a turbulent energy. Countless people in this world covet this white jade thumb ring.
But he doesn't want it?
Fellow Taoist, the uses of this item are beyond your imagination. You should keep it, it will be useful in the future, the fat abbot said with an unnatural expression.
Hua Qiu was getting a little impatient. If the fat abbot didn't accept it, he even considered throwing the ring away. Hua Qiu, since it's our ancestors' last wish, just keep it. It won't do you any harm, and you might even be able to sell it for a good price, Xia Ziwei said with a grin.
The fat abbot's lips twitched. It's best not to sell this stuff casually, that would be a waste, he said with a smirk. Fine, I'll keep it. Hua Qiu reluctantly accepted the white jade ring. That expression made the fat abbot's face turn even darker. If it weren't for his master's dying wish, he would have snatched it away immediately. Otherwise, he might have actually been sold out by Hua Qiu.
Let's go, Hua Qiu said to Xia Ziwei, preparing to descend the mountain. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. The fat abbot hurriedly called out. What's wrong?
Hua Qiu turned to look at him.
The fat abbot chuckled.
There's something I'd like to ask you for help with, fellow Taoist. Hua Qiu rolled her eyes and uttered two words indifferently, I won't help. The fat abbot looked embarrassed. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, I won't let you do this for nothing, you'll be rewarded, he quickly said. Hua Qiu still looked uninterested. I know that worldly wealth is hardly enough to sway someone like you, so naturally I won't offer any money or valuables as a reward, the fat abbot said. He pointed behind him. Hua Qiu looked over and saw that it was a young Taoist boy carrying a long brocade box. Hua Qiu's gaze lingered on the brocade box, and her expression changed. This is the reward the fat abbot mentioned. And you know what, it really touched him. Inside that brocade box was actually a spiritual herb. That's right, it's not an ordinary herb, it is indeed a miraculous medicinal plant. The word elixir is incomparable even to those ancient medicines that have been around for a long time. Moreover, Hua Qiu also recognized that it was a spiritual herb that could increase cultivation level. It must be said that it is extremely rare to see such a plant in the mundane world. It seems you already know what that is, fellow Taoist, the plump abbot said with a smile, noticing Hua Qiu's expression. How about it, can you help me in exchange for this? Okay, Hua Qiu nodded calmly. Aren't you going to ask what it is? The fat abbot asked in surprise. Anything is fine as long as it doesn't go against my conscience, Hua Qiu replied. The portly abbot was slightly taken aback. Indeed, skill breeds daring. He directly instructed the young Taoist to hand the brocade box to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu accepted the offer before speaking. I will not help now when the time is right, I will inform you, my friend at that time, I ask that you keep your promise and lend a helping hand, the fat abbot said, bowing to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu nodded in agreement. Afterwards, he took the brocade box and led Xia Ziwei down the mountain. The portly abbot watched the two figures as they walked away, a smile on his face. A living medical god, an existence comparable to a martial arts legend, ha! With such a divine being here, surely he can turn your world upside down? He said coldly. Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei went down the mountain and stayed temporarily at a hotel in Puqing County. Originally prepared he was supposed to set off that day, but now that he had obtained the elixir, he needed to postpone it for one night. Inside the hotel, Hua Qiu refined the spiritual medicine into a pill and consumed it, then sat cross-legged to cultivate the creation technique. When dawn broke, he opened his eyes, which shone brightly. The second stage of the creation technique is complete. At this rate, the third level of the creation technique will be just around the corner. At that time, he will be able to use his supernatural powers to locate his sister Hua Dong. That way, we can find out where those so-called immortals are hiding. Once there, Hua Qiu believed it would be easier to find materials to create a physical body for Yu Ziwei. Hua Qiu got up and walked out of the hotel. Xia Ziwei was already waiting for him outside, unable to wait any longer. Let's go to Jiangnan, Hua Qiu said indifferently. There are many things to do on this trip to Jiangnan. He sold his information to the evil Ding Wuwang, the Xia family, an ancient martial arts clan, and Xia Ziwei's mother. There's also Tang Weiwei's godmother and the rare 1000 machine wood. This trip is heading south. They went to rescue people. Even more so, murder. 304, Chapter 30 for the Xia family can't stir up trouble. Suzhou Airport, Jiangnan Province. In the afternoon, Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei arrived. The land of Suzhou is rich in resources and blessed with outstanding people. Hua Qiu sensed the spiritual energy of the heartland of Jiangnan Province, and his expression changed. The spiritual energy here is stronger than in Beishan City. Most importantly, Hua Qiu sensed a spiritual energy hidden beneath the earth. Is that the dragon vein energy of the Xia kingdom? Hua Qiu pondered. The energy of the dragon vein is also a form of spiritual energy, but it is quite special, as it carries the fortune of a nation. Although underground deposits also exist in Beishan City, they are negligible and far less significant than those in Jiangnan. Jiangnan Province is located south of the Xia Kingdom. It is a prosperous and spiritually rich land. Hua Qiu could sense that the dragon vein energy here was not the strongest. The underground dragon vein extends in one direction, heading north. Hua Qiu looked in that direction and seemed to see the final destination where the dragon veins converged. The capital city, the capital city. Perhaps, I can use the energy of the Xia Kingdom's dragon vein to achieve the third level of the creation technique. He had an idea. After a moment, he looked away. Hua Qiu, let's go to this place first. Xia Ziwei took out a small piece of paper with an address written on it.
What are you doing here? Hua Qiu glanced at it and raised an eyebrow.
Through soul searching, he already knew everything about the Xia family, as well as the ancestral home of that ancient martial arts family.
The address on the note wasn't there. This is the address my mother left for me in a letter. She told me to go to my aunt, saying that my aunt kept the things my father left for me, Xia Ziwei said.
Hua Qiu pondered for a moment and then nodded. He originally wanted to tell Xia Ziwei that he could take her to the Xia family right now and rescue her mother directly. However, that place is quite a distance from here. Just in time, Hua Qiu also wanted to consolidate his newly broken-through realm. After leaving the airport, the two took a taxi directly to the address on the note.
20 years have passed. Can your aunt still live in that place? Hua Qiu asked. I don't know, but I still want to go and see. I want to know what my father left me, Xia Ziwei sighed.
The address on the note was not in the urban area of Suzhou City, and it took the two more than an hour to arrive. Just as Hua Qiu had guessed, this place had changed too much and was now inhabited by strangers. Xia Ziwei sat dejectedly by the roadside, looking sad. Don't worry, let me help you look for it. Hua Qiu took out his phone and made a call. He wanted to use the power of the black market to help Xia Ziwei find someone. The black market's intelligence system was very efficient. Even after 20 years, it only took a few minutes to send an address, and even Xia Ziwei's aunt's contact number. Xia Ziwei was hesitant to make that call, so Hua Qiu took her directly there.
The two arrived in the evening. Although this area belongs to the urban area of Suzhou City, it is located on the outskirts.
Even so, the housing prices here are not low, more than twice that of the central area of Beishan. The two arrived in front of a two-story detached villa.
Xia Ziwei hesitated for a moment, then rang the doorbell. No one appeared after the doorbell rang.
At that moment, someone got off at the bus stop not far away. It was a beautiful, mature woman dressed in professional attire. She paused for a moment when she saw two people standing at her door.
Is there something you need?
The woman asked as she approached. We are here to find someone. Xia Ziwei looked at her and said with a smile. The woman was stunned the moment she saw Xia Ziwei's face. Immediately afterwards, her expression changed drastically. It really looks like it, she murmured, her body trembling slightly. Hua Qiu immediately realized that this person was Xia Ziwei's aunt. Gu Manyun, the younger sister of Xia Ziwei's father.
Xia Ziwei stared blankly at the woman, then realized something. What's your name? Gu Manyun asked in a trembling voice. My name is Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei quickly replied. Gu Manyun was even more shocked and immediately confirmed it.
Ziwei, did your mother send you to find me? I'm your aunt.
Gu Manyun burst into tears. Auntie Ive finally found you. Xia Ziwei couldn't help but cry.
The aunt and niece were both very excited. Although it was their first meeting, it did not prevent the strong bond of kinship from emanating from them. Little Ziwei, where have you been for the past 20 years? Your aunt has been looking for you so hard. Auntie thought you were no longer in this world, Gu Manyun said, crying.
Xia Ziwei called out auntie and then threw herself into Gu Manyun's arms.
This was the first time she had met her family. In Gu Manyun's arms, she seemed to feel a mother's love and burst into tears. Hua Qiu watched them quietly. Alright, stop crying, let's go inside and talk. Gu Manyun took out her keys, opened the door, and led the two inside. She asked the two to sit down in the living room and quickly poured them a glass of water. I really didn't expect you to have grown up so much. You look so much like your mother, you're both so beautiful. Gu Manyun looked at Xia Ziwei with a loving expression. Auntie, I only recently found out that I have relatives in this world. Before, I always thought I was an orphan that no one wanted, Xia Ziwei said softly. Good child, you've suffered so much these years. Gu Manyun wiped away her tears, feeling very distressed. It's good that you're here. You can stay with your aunt from now on. Your aunt will treat you like her own daughter, okay?
Xia Ziwei paused for a moment. Aunt, my main purpose in coming to Jiangnan is to go to the Xia family and rescue my mother," she said firmly.
Gu Manyun was immediately startled, and her face turned pale.
"Ziwei, please don't go to the Xia family," she quickly said. "You should also know that the Xia family is no ordinary family back then. Our Gu family was the most powerful family, and Su Zhang's family, the Gu family, once one of the city's top families, fell from grace overnight simply because of a single word from the Xia family. Over the years, the Xia family has been constantly trying to find out about you if you go there. Wouldn't that be like a lamb entering a tiger's den? Listen to your aunt, don't go anywhere, give up that unrealistic idea and just stay with your aunt and live a good life. That's exactly what your parents wanted too. They personally entrusted me to raise you well and never let you know anything about the Xia family." Upon hearing this, Xia Ziwei's eyes reddened. "Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely be able to rescue Mom," she said earnestly. "Because I have a best friend who helps me." She looked at Hua Qiu. Gu Manyun also looked at Hua Qiu. To her, Hua Qiu was just an ordinary young man. She frowned. "Ziwei, do you really know how terrifying the Xia family is? They are not people that ordinary people can contend with. No matter how powerful your friend is, it won't be enough." Gu Manyun was very anxious. "The Xia family isn't that scary," Hua Qiu said slowly. "The Xia family is nothing compared to me." His words were full of disdain and arrogance, showing that he truly didn't take the Xia family seriously. Gu Manyun was completely stunned. 305, Chapter 305, The Arrogant Ghost Fireboy. Gu Manyun was stunned by Hua Qiu's arrogance. She stared at Hua Qiu for a long time, then shook her head helplessly. Although she didn't say anything, it was clear that she had already labeled Hua Qiu as an unreliable boy. The Gu family, who had experienced decline, knew all too well how terrifying the Xia family was. It was a behemoth that had transcended worldly power. Gu Manyun thought that Hua Qiu's disdain for the Xia family was simply a case of youthful arrogance. She would absolutely not agree to Xia Ziwei going to the Xia family to rescue people. "Auntie, this is my good friend, his name is Hua Qiu, don't underestimate him, he's very remarkable," Xia Ziwei said with a smile. Gu Manyun sighed helplessly. "The Xia family is not as simple as you think. Even the top families in the capital of our Xia kingdom cannot compare to them. How could the two of you possibly stand against the Xia family?" Xia Ziwei was about to explain. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the loud roar of a motorcycle engine came from outside. Beep, beep. Immediately following was the blaring of car horns. Gu Manyun's expression immediately changed. Beep, beep. The constant blaring of the horn was incredibly annoying. Hua Qiu frowned, revealing his displeasure. In his divine sense, he discovered a group of teenagers riding wild motorcycles that were causing a disturbance in front of Gu Manyun's house, with the leader honking the horn incessantly. "Gu Manyun, come out!" he shouted with a sneer. "Stay inside and don't go out." Gu Manyun stood up and instructed the two of them. "Remember, whatever you do, don't come out," she repeatedly instructed, and only went out after Xia Ziwei nodded. After Gu Manyun stepped out, she immediately closed the door to prevent the people outside from seeing inside. "Gu Manyun, you finally decided to come out. If you hadn't come out, I was ready to throw bricks at your window," the young man in the lead said unhappily. Gu Manyun's expression was very unpleasant. "Gu Xiaowei, I'm still your aunt, how can you be so disrespectful?" she scolded. Bullshit, aunt." To everyone's surprise, Gu Xiaowei's face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, "Gu Manyun, if you and your brother Gu Manlin hadn't angered the Xia family back then, I would be the high and mighty young master of the Gu family today. It is you who have reduced me, the dignified young master of the Gu family, to living on the streets. You owe me, Gu Xiaowei, far too much." Gu Xiaowei's words made Gu Manyun's chest heave with anger. "Enough with the nonsense, Gu Manyun, I'm short of money, give me the money," Gu Xiaowei said impatiently, stretching out a hand to Gu Manyun to ask for it. Gu Manyun was angry, but ultimately there was nothing she could do. Gu Xiaowei has formed a gang with a group of rebellious teenagers. If she doesn't give in, her house will be vandalized,
her children will be harassed, and her normal life will be severely affected.
How much do you want this time? Gu Manyun asked in a low voice.
Not much, 80,000 yuan, Gu Xiaowei said loudly.
What?
Gu Manyun was startled, her face darkening.
Gu Xiaowei, do you think I'm a bank printing money? How can you ask for 80,000 yuan so easily? She said angrily.
In the past, Gu Xiaowei would only ask for a few thousand yuan at most, but this time he asked for an exorbitant amount, which she could not accept.
What's 80,000 yuan?
Gu Xiaowei's face also turned cold.
Gu Manyun, this is what you owe me, you know that?
Tonight is my birthday, I'm taking my buddies out to have some fun, 80,000 yuan isn't enough, I only need 80,000 yuan.
You don't want to give it to me, do you?
I can't come up with 80,000 yuan, you're asking for too much.
Gu Manyun shouted.
Hey, Mr. Gu, you run such a big business, and you can't even come up with 80,000 yuan, what nonsense are you spouting?
Gu Xiaowei retorted angrily.
You won't give it to me, huh? Fine, I'll see if you do.
Brothers, smash it. Gu Xiaowei gave the order.
The boys immediately started jeering and pulled out bricks from behind them, smashing them forcefully into the house behind Gu Manyun.
Bang! Bang bang bang! The window was smashed, making a loud noise. Ah!
Gu Manyun screamed in fright and crouched down, covering her head in fear.
Ah, Gu Manyun, see if you dare not give it to me.
Gu Xiaowei laughed wildly, ordering his brothers to continue smashing the metal.
Bang!
A brick flew in through the window and hurtled towards Hua Qiu and his companion.
Hua Qiu glanced at the brick indifferently.
The next moment, the flying brick froze in midair before turning into a pile of ashes. His expression turned cold. He was fully aware of what was happening outside. They also saw Gu Xiaowei's ugly face in its entirety.
This is outrageous, how could anyone treat their own aunt like this?
Xia Ziwei, being a high-level martial artist, heard the commotion outside clearly. She could no longer bear it ignoring Gu Manyun's advice, she quickly stood up, took a few steps over, and pulled open the door.
When Xia Ziwei appeared at the door, the outside immediately fell silent.
The boys, holding bricks, stared blankly at Xia Ziwei. After all, Xia Ziwei's beauty was exceptional. Gu Xiaowei was also staring intently at Xia Ziwei, finding her increasingly familiar. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. You're that woman from the Xia family.
Gu Xiaowei exclaimed in surprise, pointing at Xia Ziwei.
Gu Manyun was shocked and quickly tried to push Xia Ziwei inside.
But Xia Ziwei is a martial artist, and she cannot influence things.
No, it's been 20 years that Xia family woman isn't this young, Gu Xiaowei quickly frowned.
Suddenly, his expression brightened. It's you, you're the child left behind by that Xia family woman, so it was you.
Gu Xiaowei shouted, overjoyed. After all these years, you've finally shown up, you dare to come back here, ah. As long as we hand you over to the Xia family, our Gu family can return to normalcy once at its peak. It has returned to the ranks of Suzhou's top families.
Gu Xiaowei was overjoyed and immediately got off the motorcycle. Brothers, grab her! He shouted. A dozen or so ghost fire-wielding teenagers grinned lewdly and swarmed forward, grabbing at Xia Ziwei.
Gu Manyun tried to stop them, but Gu Xiaowei shoved her aside. The fastest person rushed up to Xia Ziwei and reached out to grab her chest.
Xia Ziwei's face turned cold.
Just as he was about to make a move, a foot suddenly appeared beside him.
Bang!
The man was kicked and sent flying backward.
Boom!
The person who flew out crashed into the courtyard wall, creating a large hole in it. The person was embedded in the wall and passed out before they could catch their breath. The doorway immediately fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at their companion's miserable state, then looked in shock at the young man who walked out from behind Xia Ziwei.
Gu Manyun was stunned, looking surprised.
It's several meters from here to the courtyard wall. Xia Ziwei's friend kicked the person so hard that the person flew out and almost knocked down the courtyard wall.
She immediately realized that Hua Qiu was no ordinary person and was very likely to have the same identity as the Xia family. Gu Xiaowei stared at Hua Qiu, his expression grim. "You bastard, where did you come from? Are you looking for death?" he roared. "You're the one courting death," Hua Qiu said coldly. 306, Chapter 306 Dimensional Reduction Attack. "Gu Xiaowei, if you don't leave, I'm calling the police." Gu Manyun blocked Xia Ziwei's way again and said angrily. "Call the police? You think I'm scared just because you call the police? Dream on. I know people in there too, what good will calling the police do? Gu Xiaowei, I advise you to leave immediately, you can't handle this person," she said urgently. Gu Xiaowei was, after all, her own nephew. No matter how wicked he was, she didn't want to see anything happen to the Gu family. But Gu Xiaowei thought Gu Manyun was just trying to scare him. Him, with so many brothers, how could I not handle him? Gu Xiaowei stared at Hua Qiu with a cold smile, utterly contemptuous. Could it be that he has 3 heads and 6 arms? You just watch, I'll make him kneel at my feet and sing conquer. After making those harsh remarks, Gu Xiaowei waved his hand domineeringly. Immediately, his dozen or so henchmen charged menacingly toward Hua Qiu. Gu Xiaowei, however, maintained a cold smile and watched coldly from behind. Hua Qiu is all alone. He didn't believe that more than 10 people couldn't beat one of them. Why? Gu Manyun shook her head helplessly and stopped trying to stop her. Hua Qiu's gaze was cold and sharp as he looked at the dozen or so people rushing towards him. When the first person rushed up to him and threw a powerful punch, Hua Qiu casually raised his foot and kicked out again. His speed was almost the slowest he had ever released. But in that person's eyes, it was still as fast as lightning. Bang! The kick landed squarely on the man's waist, immediately causing him to show an expression of intense pain. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking rang out, turning his face deathly pale. The remaining force sent him flying backwards. As he fell, he bumped into the people rushing towards him from behind. Bang bang bang. This immediately triggered a chain reaction, with more than a dozen people flying backward in a neat and uniform manner, as if strung together in a line. Even if more than 10 people took the force of Hua Qiu's kick together, it would still be far from enough to offset it. Seeing his underlings crashing into him, Gu Xiaowei's expression changed instantly. His first reaction was to quickly get out of the way. But as soon as he took one step, he was hit. A group of people rushed out of the yard, knocking over their motorcycles and falling to the ground, howling in pain. Gu Xiaowei was pinned down by the 2 men, almost losing his breath, and his whole body was burning with pain. He was extremely shocked and couldn't believe that the man had killed more than 10 of them with a single kick. Xia Ziwei remained calm, but Gu Manyun was visibly shaken. She knew Hua Qiu was no ordinary person from the very first time he made a move, but she was still deeply shocked when Hua Qiu's kick had such an effect. As an ordinary person, Hua Qiu's strength was almost like that of a Superman in her eyes. Damn it, who the hell is that kid? Gu Xiaowei forced himself to get up from the ground, his face extremely pale. He looked at his underlings, all of them with bruises and swelling, their injuries quite severe. Some of the seriously injured are still unable to get up and are lying on the ground howling in pain. Gu Manyun, you're something else, you actually managed to find such a monster to back you up, he said angrily, pointing at Gu Manyun. Gu Manyun showed a look of disappointment and frustration. Gu Xiaowei, hurry up and leave, don't embarrass yourself here, she urged again. Gu Xiaowei got angry after hearing this, feeling that he had lost face. Brothers, let's go, let's show that kid what we're made of, he roared. The few people who were still able to move immediately lifted the motorcycle up and started it, the engine roaring loudly. They rode on their motorcycles, staring fiercely at Hua Qiu, and kept revving their engines. Gu Xiaowei, are you crazy? Gu Manyun's expression changed. I'm not crazy. Gu Xiaowei roared, that kid's all cocky, isn't he? I'll see if he can catch our flying car. After saying that, Gu Xiaowei suddenly revved the engine, and the motorcycle shot forward, crashing into Hua Qiu. The others followed closely behind. Hua Qiu's expression turned icy. Boom! Boom!
As he approached Hua Qiu, Gu Xiaowei forcefully lifted the front of the motorcycle, causing it to stand upright and crash down on Hua Qiu. "You bastard, let's see how you hide." Gu Xiaowei wore a sinister grin. Gu Manyun looked anxious, fearing that Gu Xiaowei might kill someone. She hoped Hua Qiu would get away quickly. With his abilities, he should have been able to avoid it. But Hua Qiu stood still, motionless. "Not dodging, then you deserve to be crippled." Gu Xiaowei sneered. His car was about to smash into Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu reached out and grabbed a spot on the car body. Boom boom boom. The motorcycle engine roared incessantly, black smoke billowing from the exhaust pipe. But the tall motorcycle mysteriously stopped in mid-air. Hua Qiu held the motorcycle suspended in mid-air, unable to move, as if he were grabbing a weightless object. At this moment, Gu Xiaowei, who was frantically revving the engine, couldn't help but show a look of fear. The people behind him widened their eyes and quickly squeezed the brakes, not daring to drive past. The people lying outside were dumbfounded. A motorcycle with its engine roaring and a person on it would weigh at least several hundred kilograms. But that person grabbed her hand. You. Are you even human?" Gu Xiaowei didn't dare to rev the engine anymore, staring at Hua Qiu with his soul out of his body, terrified like never before. Hua Qiu glanced at him indifferently. Gu Xiaowei felt a chill run down his spine from that indifferent gaze. At that moment, he felt as if death was threatening him. He was horrified, realizing that the person in front of him wanted to kill him. Hua Qiu glanced at Xia Ziwei and Gu Manyun, then frowned and looked at Gu Xiaowei. A moment later, he impatiently tossed it aside. In an instant, Gu Xiaowei and his car flew out of the yard and crashed heavily outside. Boom! A loud bang. The person fell and immediately lost consciousness. The motorcycle was smashed into a pile of scrap metal, emitting black smoke, and was completely destroyed on the spot. Everyone present, except for Xia Ziwei, was stunned. What kind of power is this? Hua Qiu's existence at this moment is a direct, soul-level, dimensional attack on the group of Ghostfire youths. He merely glanced at those people, and they were immediately filled with terror, their faces drained of color. Those who were less timid began to tremble uncontrollably. "Run!" someone shouted in terror. So he revved the engine as fast as he could while still on the motorcycle, and sped off like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The men who were lying on the ground, regardless of whether they had broken hands or feet, were now filled with strength. They managed to get up, start the car, and flee in terror. The boys were quite loyal. One of them carried the two unconscious men onto a vehicle and drove off. Gu Manyun stared blankly as they disappeared. Her complexion didn't improve much. Gu Xiaowei will definitely tell the Gu family about Ziwei's arrival, and then we'll be in trouble, she said with worry, sighing repeatedly. "Auntie, don't worry. So what if he tells the Gu family? I don't believe they can eat me alive," Xia Ziwei comforted her. Having witnessed Gu Xiaowei's true colors, she felt no goodwill towards those unfamiliar members of the Gu family. If the Xia family can't amount to anything, what are the Gu family anyway? Hua Qiu sneered, his face full of disdain. 307, Chapter 307. Nobody needs to leave. Not long after the boys with the Ghostfire ran away, a car drove up in this direction. A car stopped in front of the house, and a man and a woman got out. "Your uncle and cousin are back." Gu Manyun glanced at it and said to Xia Ziwei. What happened? Su Hanwen looked at the mess in front of his house in shock. "Wife, what happened? How did the house become like this?" He looked at Gu Manyun in a panic. "Did a meteorite fall into our house? Even the walls collapsed," the girl exclaimed in astonishment. "Honey, I'll explain to you later," Gu Manyun called her husband and daughter over. "Let me introduce you, this is my niece, Xia Ziwei," she said, pointing to Xia Ziwei. Su Hanwen was taken aback when he heard Xia Ziwei's name. Then, he seemed to be deep in thought, and after a moment he guessed Xia Ziwei's identity, and his expression became serious. "Wife, could she be?" Su Hanwen asked hesitantly. Gu Manyun nodded. You call her cousin," Gu Manyun said to the girl. Su Yuyu frowned as she looked at Xia Ziwei.
Hello, cousin, Xia Ziwei greeted her with a smile.
Su Yuyu ignored her.
How come a cousin suddenly appeared? Didn't you say I didn't have a cousin?
Su Yuyu said unhappily.
Don't be so rude.
Gu Manyun scolded. Your cousin has a special status I didn't tell you before because it wasn't necessary.
Oh, Su Yuyu replied perfunctorily, still not calling out, and went into the house on her own. Why is this child like this?
Gu Manyun's face darkened.
Xia Ziwei didn't mind, and sweetly called him uncle.
Su Hanwen responded verbally, but his expression grew increasingly grave.
You still haven't told me what happened. He pointed to the courtyard wall that was almost completely collapsing.
Gu Xiaowei just came with his gang of cronies again, demanding 80,000 yuan. I couldn't come up with it, so they started smashing things. Luckily, Ziwei's friend was there and chased all 10 or so of them away, Gu Manyun said with a smile, and then introduced Hua Qiu to him.
Su Hanwen looked at Hua Qiu in surprise.
He knew what kind of people Gu Xiaowei and his gang were. Hua Qiu was no ordinary person to be able to take on more than 10 of them by himself.
Let's go inside and talk, Su Hanwen said, taking a black bag from the car.
After sitting down inside, Su Hanwen's expression turned serious as he stared at Gu Manyun.
Gu Xiaowei, have you seen her?
He asked.
Gu Manyun could only nod.
Gu Xiaowei recognized Ziwei and tried to kidnap her, but he failed. They were all injured by Ziwei's friends. After hearing this, Su Hanwen sighed and frowned. The Gu family will soon find out that your eldest brother's daughter has returned here, and they won't let this go easily.
If they leak the information to that family, things will get even more out of control.
Also, Gu Xiaowei's group isn't just some shady friends, they're notorious members of a motorcycle gang in Sujiang City, lawless scoundrels. If they retaliate, our family won't be able to handle it.
Upon hearing Su Hanwen's words, Gu Manyun also became nervous.
Hua Qiu remained calm.
Judging from Su Hanwen's expression, he might kick them out next. However, that's just human nature, there's nothing to say about it.
Hua Qiu had long been acutely aware of the coldness and indifference in human relationships.
Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a bit, Su Yuyu said as she came downstairs and walked outside.
She changed out of her school uniform, put on a pretty little dress, and even put on makeup.
This kind of attire makes a high school student look a bit mature. Are you trying to go out and fool around again? You're not allowed to go.
Gu Manyun immediately lost her temper and scolded.
Where I go is none of your business, you're always nagging, aren't you tired of it?
Su Yuyu also lost her temper.
I'm 18 years old, an adult, and they still control me all the time. I need my freedom too. Gu Manyun was so angry she almost fainted, clutching her chest.
Hua Qiu frowned as he looked at it.
He was a filial son and couldn't stand seeing young people disobey their parents.
This Su Yuyu was even more rebellious than Lu Yeye before.
Your mother is only trying to help you, how can you talk to her like that? He interjected. None of your business.
Su Yuyu immediately retorted.
Who do you think you are? It's none of your business what I do. Upon hearing this, Gu Manyun stood up in anger and slapped Su Yuyu across the face. Smack!
After the beating, both mother and daughter were stunned. Su Yuyu covered her face, her eyes brimming with tears, her expression filled with resentment.
You actually hit me for a stranger. She cried out, and ran outside. By the time Gu Manyun tried to call out, the person had already disappeared.
Gu Manyun slumped onto the sofa, completely overwhelmed.
Auntie, let me go and find my cousin, Xia Ziwei said.
Forget it, kids are just going through a rebellious phase, they'll come back to normal once they calm down, Su Hanwen waved his hand.
Now, you are the ones who are more worrying. He looked at Gu Manyun. Wife, why don't you take the two of them and go hide somewhere for a while? Su Hanwen said. Gu Manyun was stunned. Su Hanwen opened the black leather bag and took out 2 stacks of money. Take this money and use it first. Where did you get the money? Gu Manyun asked in surprise.
The company is losing too much money, so I have to take out a loan. You can take some of it for now.
Take them both and go as far as you can. I'll think of a way to send you away tomorrow too. Is this really necessary? Gu Manyun was reluctant to leave.
There's nothing we can do. Things are far more serious than you imagine, not to mention the trouble caused by the Gu and Xia families. The retaliation from those biker gangs alone is something we can't handle, Su Hanwen sighed.
Gu Manyun fell silent.
Young man, your name is Hua Qiu, right? Su Hanwen looked at Hua Qiu. You're a man, you need to take responsibility and help me take good care of them both.
Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow.
I thought Su Hanwen would be a cold-hearted person who was afraid of dying and being implicated, but I was wrong about him.
Honey, what are you going to do? Gu Manyun asked worriedly.
Someone has to take responsibility here, and the company can't just ignore it. Don't worry, I'm the head of the family. I have a way of dealing with this. They can't do anything to me, Su Hanwen reassured him.
Gu Manyun shed tears and wiped them away. Just as I was feeling sad, the landline at home rang. Did the Gu family find out about it so quickly? Gu Manyun's expression changed.
After hesitating for a moment, she got up to answer the phone and put it on speakerphone.
Your daughter is in our hands. If you want her dead, bring 500,000 to ransom her.
The voice on the phone said coldly, just as Su Yuyu's cries for help came from the side. Gu Manyun's face turned pale, and she staggered a few steps, almost falling, but fortunately Xia Ziwei caught her. Su Hanwen walked over with a stern face and continued to answer the call. He calmly communicated with the other party and found out the location of the transaction. Oh, and bring that man and woman along too. You know who I'm talking about. The extortionist hung up after saying this last sentence.
How could this happen?
Gu Manyun was filled with grief and her emotions collapsed.
Crying won't help, Su Hanwen said.
Don't worry about Yuyu's matter. Take them away first, and I will go and rescue her, he said in a deep voice. Although Su Hanwen's face didn't show any panic, Hua Qiu could sense that his mind was in complete turmoil, and he was just putting on a brave face. After all, he is the head of the family. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and walked outside.
Where are you going? Su Hanwen asked.
No one needs to leave here, Hua Qiu said calmly. I will make sure Su Yuyu comes back safe and sound. If a single hair on her head falls, the biker gang will be executed.
308, Chapter 308. I heard you're a good fighter?
Gu Manyun was the fourth child in the Gu family. After the family declined, she married the impoverished Su Hanwen against the family's wishes. The two started from scratch and worked hard to finally establish a small company. They were living a comfortable life, but now the company has encountered some problems and owes some debt. Su Hanwen just borrowed 600,000 yuan in high-interest loans. On her way to rescue Su Yuyu after leaving the Gu family, Hua Qiu had someone find out information about Gu Manyun and Su Hanwen. He wanted to determine whether the two men truly loved Xia Ziwei. The result was quite satisfactory. The couple were both of good character, and Su Hanwen was a responsible man. A person like that should have a smooth life, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. He then browsed another intelligence report. The motorcycle gang is an underground organization active on the outskirts of Sujiang City. Most of its members are young people, and most of them have criminal records. They act erratically and recklessly and are frequent visitors to Sujiang prison. The leader of the biker gang is nicknamed Flying Dragon. He was a special forces soldier overseas and has some skills and connections. After reading it, Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh.
Isn't a biker gang just a low-class organization made up of thugs and hooligans?
They thought they were something special, but it turns out even the Federation in Beishan City is far superior to them.
Hua Qiu gave the order, and within minutes they obtained detailed information about the biker gang.
However, he lost interest in watching after reading the beginning.
A dozen minutes later, Hua Qiu arrived at an old street. There's a bar at the entrance of the old street. That's the address the biker gang gave over the phone. There was a lookout at the entrance of the bar. When they saw Hua Qiu approaching, the lookout reached out and stopped him.
This bar is for members only. All other people can go somewhere else,
the sleazy-looking young man said coldly.
Hua Qiu was too lazy to waste words with him. With a casual wave of his hand, the young man was blasted away and fell unconscious at the street corner. Inside the bar, Su Yuyu was tied to the pole where the dancers usually did their pole dancing, looking terrified. The bar was full of members of the biker gang, who were surrounded by women, playing drinking games, and spewing vulgarities, behaving like thugs. People kept lecherously staring at Su Yuyu, which frightened her so much that her face turned ashen and her body trembled. Not long after she left home in a fit of anger, she was captured and brought here by these people. They claimed that Gu Man Yun had offended the biker gang, and that the gang wanted to use her for revenge, which terrified Su Yuyu. Filon, the leader of the biker gang, was bald and sat next to Su Yuyu in the audience, staring intently at her. "Big brother, I beg you, please let me go. I am still a student," Su Yuyu pleaded pitifully. Filon smiled slightly. "Little sister, don't worry. If your family can obediently come up with 500,000, you'll be fine." 500,000, Su Yuyu's face fell. She knew her family was in a bad situation. Her parents' company was on the verge of collapse. How could they possibly come up with 500,000 yuan so easily? 500,000 is too much. They might not be able to raise it all at once, Su Yuyu said weakly. "I can't get them all together." Filong rubbed his bald head and smiled. "Well, there's nothing I can do about that. Then my bar happens to be short of hostesses, and you seem like a pretty good-looking person. So many of my brothers got injured at your house. He is the eldest brother. I have to make sure they pay for their medical expenses, right?" Su Yuyu's pretty face turned pale. She knew very well what would happen if she accompanied someone to drink here. She had just come of age and was very beautiful. The thought of her becoming a plaything here terrified her. "Dad, Mom, you must come and save me," Su Yuyu prayed anxiously, her voice trembling with tears. After a while, Su Yuyu felt numb all over on stage, and her legs started to tremble. Filon also frowned as he waited. "Little sister, it seems your parents don't want to take care of you anymore," Filon said with a regretful expression. Su Yuyu became even more frightened and anxious. "Big brother, can we wait a little longer? They definitely won't abandon me," she pleaded, crying. "I, Filong, have never liked people who are not punctual," Filong said, shaking his head. "Go, let her go tonight. We'll start by keeping her company and gradually work out." A henchman approached Su Yuyu with a lewd grin. No, Su Yuyu kept shaking her head, her eyes filled with tears, her face full of despair. Although she appears glamorous and speaks freely with her parents, she is ultimately still an inexperienced high school student, and this is her first time encountering the dark side of society. Su Yuyu desperately hoped that someone would come and save her. "The music here is too loud, could you please turn it off?" A voice suddenly rang out, so abruptly. The biker gang members looked at something strange and glanced towards a spot in the bar. He was a handsome young man, standing not far from the bar with his hands in his pockets, looking utterly disgusted. Where did this kid come from? Who let him in? The biker gang members were completely baffled. There were lookouts outside, wondering why a stranger would be there. Filon sat on the sofa, squinting at Huashio. "I said, didn't you hear me? The music is too loud, turn it off." Huashio shouted unhappily. Upon hearing this, the biker gang members immediately showed their anger. "Where did this brat come from? He's so arrogant. Do you know where you are? Who gave you the guts to barge in?" Someone shouted angrily. "Get out of here right now, or I'll break your legs." Someone threatened sternly. Su Yuyu on the stage also looked over and was surprised to find that it was Hua Qiu. "It's you, what brings you here?" she exclaimed. "Where are my parents? Did they bring money to ransom me?" A glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes, and she quickly looked back, but she couldn't find any trace of her parents. "You guys are very unpunctual, and I'm very unhappy about it." Filong stared at Hua Qiu, tapping his fingers on the table, and said calmly. "What do you mean we? I'm the only one who came," Hua Qiu said, rubbing his brow. Su Yuyu's face immediately stiffened. Feilong's face slowly darkened. "So, you're not planning to pay to ransom them, is that right?" Filong laughed. "You dared to come here all by yourself. Needless to say, you're the one who injured all my brothers." Hua Qiu smiled and nodded. "I heard you're a good fighter?" Filong looked at Hua Qiu with interest. You'll find out soon enough. Hua Qiu gave a meaningful smile. Fei Long's smile began to turn cold. Hurry up and go and call my parents. What good is it if you come alone? Su Yuyu shouted anxiously from the stage. Shut up, you're louder than the speakers here. Hua Qiu snapped impatiently. Su Yuyu shut her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. No one has ever scolded her like that before. I've already said it twice, the sound system is too loud. Hua Qiu frowned, grabbed a wineglass, and smashed it against the bar's sound system. Bang! An ordinary wineglass smashed the entire stereo system to pieces, abruptly stopping the noisy music. You son of a bitch, you're asking for it. The biker gang members were furious, and several of them immediately grabbed beer bottles and charged at Hua Qiu. Fei Long watched indifferently, even opening a bottle of beer himself and drinking it while watching. He wanted to see just how strong this person who could injure more than a dozen of his brothers really was. Su Yuyu had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that she closed her eyes, unable to bear watching Hua Qiu's miserable state that followed. You blind fool, you're eating my beer bottle. 4 or 5 people rushed up to Hua Qiu and swung bottles at him, ready to smash them down. Hua Qiu gave a cold smile. 309, Chapter 309. You're not worthy? Bang bang bang. That was the sound of a beer bottle smashing hard on someone's forehead. In an instant, the person hit was bleeding profusely. Ah! 4 or 5 members of the biker gang clutched their heads in pain and backed away. They looked terrified and didn't even understand what was happening. They were clearly going to hit that person with beer bottles, but then suddenly everything went blurry and the beer bottles in their hands ended up smashing onto their own heads. The members of the biker gang in the bar were all stunned. Su Yuyu noticed something was wrong with the sound when she opened her eyes. She was astonished to see Hua Qiu unharmed while the other 5 people were holding their bleeding heads. Fei Long, who was sitting on the sofa drinking beer, paused for a moment. He put down the beer bottle, his face turning cold. People are pissing on your heads, and you're just going to stand by and watch? Fei Long asked coldly. Upon hearing this, the members of the biker gang turned fierce. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. Someone shouted. Damn it, I'll make sure he never leaves alive. At his call, the members of the biker gang in the bar swarmed forward and pounced on Hua Qiu. Relying on their overwhelming numerical advantage, they were fearless and each one was more ferocious than the last. Seeing Hua Qiu completely surrounded, Su Yuyu felt despair once again. Because she felt that no matter how powerful Hua Qiu was, it was impossible for him to deal with so many people at the same time. He could be drowned by a single spit from anyone. Some people leaped up, some pounced, and Hua Qiu was surrounded by people from all sides, completely encircling him, making it impossible to see what was happening from the outside. Boom! Suddenly, a loud booming sound emanated from Hua Qiu's center. Where he stood, it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded, and a powerful burst of energy erupted. In an instant, all those who rushed over were blasted away and fell in various places around the bar. Bang bang bang! Glassware around them shattered, and the bar was filled with the sounds of breaking glass. Su Yuyu stared wide-eyed, her expression blank. Fei Long suddenly stood up, his expression one of extreme shock. There were at least 20 or 30 members of the biker gang in the bar. At this moment, they were all lying on the ground, their cries of pain echoing throughout the room. That single, deafening tremor injured everyone. Moreover, they were all seriously injured. In severe cases, it could ruin their lives. Hua Qiu coldly surveyed the thugs in the bar. If you hadn't promised my wife you'd kill fewer people, you would all be dead by now, he said indifferently. Then, Hua Qiu looked at Fei Long. Fei Long lost his composure and his expression became extremely solemn. As the leader of a biker gang, he had come into contact with some unusual individuals. When Hua Qiu revealed this move, it immediately shocked him. Whoosh! Hua Qiu's body swayed slightly. The next moment, he was already standing in front of the flying dragon. Fei Long's pupils shrank suddenly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. How could he not know that the person before him was a martial artist? Moreover, he is an extremely powerful martial artist. Even in the entire Xia kingdom, it would definitely be among the top tier. Feilong was extremely heavy-hearted. Without a doubt, they've kicked a hornet's nest. I'm not very good at fighting, Hua Qiu said calmly to Feilong. I'm exceptionally good at fighting. Feilong's expression froze for a moment. He glanced at his underlings, who were lying in every corner of the bar. Looking at Hua Qiu again, he gave a helpless, bitter smile. That's incredibly humble. He crippled the entire biker gang with almost no effort. You could call yourself God and no one would object. Friend, I'm also in the underworld, give me some face, Fei Long said with an awkward smile. You know the Sujiang Martial Alliance branch, right? I have a friend who works there, and he's in the same position as you. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. His eyes flashed with a sharp look. Bang! Feilong was blasted away by a burst of energy and slammed hard into the wall behind him. He let out a muffled groan, his face pale and bloodless. He didn't expect Hua Qiu to show no respect at all and take action directly. Generally speaking, wouldn't martial artists be wary of the martial alliance? Why isn't this person afraid? An ant like you dares to ask me to give you face, do you deserve it? Hua Qiu coldly looked down at Fei Long, his expression full of indifference and disdain. Feilong spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. Friend, leave yourself an out in the end, so you can meet again in the future. Do you even dare to disrespect the martial alliance? Hua Qiu gave a cold smile. Since you say you know people from the Sujiang Martial Alliance branch, that's perfect, they're almost here, let me see who you know, he said casually. Before he arrived, he contacted the people at the Sujiang Martial Arts Alliance branch. These matters are best handled by the Martial Alliance. Feilong was stunned, looking completely bewildered. He didn't understand what Hua Qiu meant. Hua Qiu walked onto the stage and casually snapped the rope binding Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu was sore all over and almost collapsed on the stage. Hua Qiu just watched without offering to help her up, which earned her a resentful look. Who exactly are you? Su Yuyu asked curiously, rubbing her hands. She didn't like Hua Qiu at first, and even felt some disgust because of unpleasantness. But Hua Qiu arrived alone and wiped out the entire biker gang in an instant, which greatly shocked her. Was that some kind of legendary martial art from a novel you just used, the kind that's earth-shattering when you unleash it, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to take down so many people in one go? She was even a little excited, following Hua Qiu around asking. Hua Qiu ignored her. He doesn't like people who disobey their parents. As they pressed for answers, a commotion came from outside the bar. Hurry up, all of you, get on your own. At the shouts, a group of martial artists rushed into the bar. At this moment, the people from the Sujiang Martial Alliance branch arrived. Upon seeing these people, Feilong immediately searched for familiar figures among them. Dude, I'm here. He quickly shouted at one of them. When the man heard him call his name, he turned pale with fright and dared not answer, pretending not to have seen him. Flying Dragon was dumbfounded. Mr. Hua, I have come under orders, please give your instructions. The leader saw Hua Qiu and quickly ran over to him, bowing respectfully. Hua Qiu nodded. How do you manage Sujiang City? How can you allow such a low-class organization as the biker gang to run rampant here? Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? He questioned sternly. The martial artists from the Sujiang branch immediately broke out in a cold sweat, lowering their heads and not daring to speak. Yes, you're right, it was our dereliction of duty. The leader replied repeatedly. Feilong looked on in shock. He knew a little about the different levels of martial artists in the Martial Alliance. These people were actually scolded by that person until they stammered and dared not speak, so who was he? The more Feilong thought about it, the more frightened he became. He finally understood why his acquaintances dared not respond to him. That's because they're afraid of being implicated. Organizations like biker gangs shouldn't exist, you know what I mean? Hua Qiu said. I understand, of course I understand. The leader nodded quickly. Take them all away, don't let a single one escape. He turned and gave the order to the martial artists. The branch's martial arts operation aims to capture members of the biker gang. Phylong watched helplessly as his acquaintance came to handcuff him. Dude, tell me, who exactly is that person? Let me die knowing the truth. He asked in a low voice. But the person handcuffing him only glanced at him indifferently and did not answer his question. Phylong then knew that it was a secret. Then can you tell me what will happen to me? He said through gritted teeth. This time there was finally a response. Either die outside, or die inside. A casual remark made Phylong's eyes widen, revealing a look of despair. 310, Chapter 310 The Black Market's Bizarre Attitude. Hua Qiu led Su Yuyu out of the bar. Hey, who exactly are you? Why are those people being so polite to you? Su Yuyu blinked her big eyes at him, her face full of curiosity. Although she didn't know which department of the Martial Alliance branch it was, just by looking at how the biker gang members treated them like mice before a cat, she could deduce that the department was extremely powerful. Even people from that extraordinary department had to treat Hua Qiu with utmost respect, which was enough to demonstrate Hua Qiu's extraordinary status and position. 18-year-old Su Yuyu circled around Hua Qiu, trying to get some information out of him. Why are you, a mere young girl, asking so many questions? Hua Qiu was not very polite to her. Go home, your parents are still worried sick at home, go back and let them know you're safe. He waved his hand, dismissing Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu, however, refused to leave. She had become very interested in Hua Qiu. Judging from your accent, you're not from Sujiang, are you? Where are you going? I can be your guide. I know Sujiang very well, she said, clinging to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. He did indeed intend to go somewhere. That was the black market in Sujiang City. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it the Jiangnan branch of the black market. He urgently needs a batch of precious medicinal herbs to refine elixirs. Not only did he promise Tang Weiwei that he would save her godmother, but he also needed to refine some special effect pills. There is no doubt that those precious materials are easier to obtain on the black market. Originally, he planned to have a martial artist from the Sujiang branch take him there. Do you know where this address is? Hua Qiu showed Su Yuyu his phone. Su Yuyu glanced at it and her expression changed. Are you going to the black market? She asked. You know about the black market? Hua Qiu asked, somewhat surprised. Generally speaking, ordinary people have virtually no access to the black market. Don't underestimate me, I'm very well informed. Su Yuyu said proudly. But the black market is a place that ordinary people can't get into at all. Do you have a pass? Hua Qiu nodded. Su Yuyu's eyes widened. She had heard that only those of high status were qualified to hold a black market pass. Come on, I'll take you. She exclaimed excitedly. She was also very curious about the black market and wanted to go inside and take a look. No rush, call home first to let them know you're safe. Su Yuyu reluctantly called home. Hearing that she was safe, Gu Manyun and Su Hanwen breathed a sigh of relief and told them to go home as soon as possible. This older brother and I have some things to take care of, so don't worry about us, Su Yuyu said unhappily, and hung up the phone. You can't talk to your parents like that. Hua Qiu said unhappily. Yes, I will definitely correct my mistakes in the future. Unexpectedly, Su Yuyu, who had previously disliked him, nodded repeatedly and agreed readily. It's clear that she has developed feelings of admiration for Hua Qiu. The two hailed a taxi outside the bar and headed to the Jiangnan Black Market branch. The entrance to the black market is always hidden. After getting off the car, Su Yuyu led him through many twists and turns before finally finding the entrance. Standing at the entrance, Su Yuyu hesitated for a moment. Hey, I heard that black market passes are also tiered. Which tier is your pass? Iron, silver, or even higher grade gold? Hua Qiu smiled but remained silent. It's said that even the black market guards bow down to those with gold level passes. That's incredibly prestigious. Su Yuyu chattered excitedly. She was about to enter the black market. Hua Qiu's expression contained a hint of coldness. He didn't have a pass, only a leader's token given to him by Lin Tianzhou. However, it's unclear whether the black market still recognizes it. He killed the person in charge at the Beishan black market before. The person in charge was a core disciple of the reclusive sect, the Divine Physician sect, and it was said that he had connections with the head of the Xia Kingdom's black market. I'm afraid the people in the black market would love to kill me right now. He might already be on the blacklist and wanted by the black market. However, Hua Qiu didn't care. He wouldn't be so afraid of a mortal organization, even if the black market had absolute power in the mortal world. The two approached the entrance to the black market. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a crowd gathered at the entrance, and a group of people in black suits ran out. It seems like they're after the two of them. Su Yuyu was so frightened that she stood there stunned. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly as he prepared to make his move. However, the black market fighters showed no intention of making a move. They ran up to the two men, then split into two lines on either side, leaving a path in the middle. Welcome, Mr. Hua Qiu, to the Jiangnan branch. The next moment, they all bowed in unison, shouting loudly. Su Yuyu looked incredulous. She hadn't expected that Hua Qiutong wouldn't even show his travel permit, yet upon arriving at the door, so many people would come out to greet him, making quite a grand entrance. She had never heard of anyone in Sujiang City making such a grand entrance to the black market. Even the most powerful entities in Sujiang City don't seem to be able to provoke the black market to mobilize a large force to greet them. She stared at Hua Qiu in shock, a flood of speculations forming in her mind. Could it be that his pass is the highest level, black gold? Just who is this Hua Qiu? Su Yuyu was shocked, while Hua Qiu frowned deeply. He couldn't understand the operations of the Jiangnan branch of the black market. Logically speaking, he has already deeply offended the black market. The people from the Jiangnan branch were already being kind by not attacking him, let alone coming to greet him. What's really going on behind the scenes? Hua Qiu looked towards the entrance, where a figure appeared. He was lean and capable, with a powerful stride. He was a middle-aged man who wore glasses and possessed both a refined and profound demeanor. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome Mr. Hua Qiu properly with his presence at our Jiangnan branch. The man cupped his hands in greeting to Hua Qiu and smiled. Hua Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. It wasn't because this person had the cultivation level of a martial king. Rather, it was his every move. The movement seemed to be controlled by the black market. Before he even entered, the Jiangnan branch had already sent people out to greet him. Hua Qiu dislikes being spied on. I am the head of the Jiangnan branch. When the branch leader learned of Mr. Hua Qiu's arrival, he immediately sent me to greet him, the man said. The person in charge of the black market. Su Yuyu's eyes widened to their maximum size. That's the second in command of this black market. In Sujiang City, no, in the entire Jiangnan province, there are very few people with a higher status than this person. And Hua Qiu actually managed to get such an important figure to come out and greet him personally. Su Yuyu was so shocked that she was somewhat stunned. She simply couldn't imagine what kind of person could have such face. Hua Qiu didn't say a word, but frowned as he stared at the head of the Jiangnan branch. He sensed no hostility from this person. But this made him even more uncomfortable. What exactly does their attitude mean? The head of the Jiangnan branch stood sideways with a smile on his face. Mr. Hua Qiu, please. He said, gesturing with his hand. Hua Qiu pondered for a moment, then said nothing and calmly walked forward, entering the Jiangnan branch. Regardless of the attitude of those in the black market, or what their schemes may be, even if this place is a den of dragons and tigers, rife with deadly intent.
He was not afraid at all. At worst, just like in Beishan, we'll turn the Jiangnan branch upside down. 311, Chapter 311 almost died. I wonder what brings you here today, Mr. Hua Qiu. The head of the Jiangnan branch personally accompanied Hua Qiu and asked with a smile. Please feel free to tell us what you need, we are happy to serve you. After all, you hold the order of the leader of our black market, making you the most honored guest in any black market in Xia Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu glanced indifferently at the head of the Jiangnan branch. I always feel like this person is implying something, but I can't quite grasp their underlying meaning. I'm just here to buy some medicinal herbs, there's no need for you to trouble yourself, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Go ahead, you don't need to follow me, he waved his hand somewhat unhappily. Listening to him speak, Su Yuyu looked like a silly goose. She felt that she had truly broadened her horizons today. It was frightening enough that the bigwigs in the black market were so polite to Hua Qiu, but Hua Qiu didn't appreciate it at all and ordered them around. She was really afraid that the black market manager might turn on her on the spot if he was unhappy. But it turned out she was overthinking it. The head of the Jiangnan branch showed no displeasure and still wore a smile. Since Mr. Hua Qiu has said so, let's do it your way. If you need anything, feel free to call me anytime. After saying this, he stopped following, cupped his hands in a respectful gesture to Hua Qiu, and slowly left with the people from the black market. Hua Qiu's expression darkened as he watched their retreating figures. Upon entering, he expected the Jiangnan branch to have an ambush or something similar, intending to capture him or kill him here. But everything was as usual, with no arrangements made at all. It seems that they were simply welcoming Hua Qiu's arrival. Black market organization, what exactly are you up to? Even Hua Qiu was confused. As the largest organization rooted in the Xia Kingdom, and even the Martial Alliance has to give them face, can they really swallow that insult? Hua Qiu didn't believe it. It doesn't matter no matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, what harm can you do to me? Hua Qiu thought for a moment and then ignored it. He took Su Yuyu straight to the treasure trading location. Along the way, Su Yuyu was like a curious child, and the unexpected wonders of the black market broadened her horizons. Everything here held a powerful attraction for her. If Hua Qiu hadn't been holding her back, she would have disappeared long ago. Hua Qiu regretted bringing her in. After walking for a short while, the two arrived at a trading hall of the Jiangnan branch. Treasures are frequently auctioned here. Hua Qiu asked the staff for an auction list, hoping to see if there was anything she wanted on it. Wow, so expensive. Su Yuyu was shocked when she saw the starting prices of those items. Hua Qiu ignored her and quickly finished reading the list. The precious medicinal herbs he wanted were not found. I want to go to the private trading area, Hua Qiu said to the staff. Mr. Hua Qiu, this way please, the staff member respectfully led Hua Qiu to another hall. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. Even a regular staff member here knows him. The so-called non-public trading area is actually a place for private transactions. Here, people display their valuable items, and if someone takes a liking to them, the transaction is decided by the two parties themselves. The black market does not provide any guarantees and only charges a stall fee. In these trading areas, you have to rely entirely on your own eyesight. As soon as Hua Qiu and Su Yuyu walked in, Su Yuyu almost bumped into someone. I'm sorry, Su Yuyu quickly apologized. The man looked up at her after hearing her voice, and his face immediately darkened. Su Yuyu was also stunned. Third uncle, what are you doing here? She said weakly. Hua Qiu glanced at the man. Su Yuyu calls him third uncle, which means he is a member of the Gu family. What are you doing here? Gu Manting asked, somewhat surprised. She never expected to run into Su Yuyu here. How did you get in here? Do you have a black market pass? He asked, puzzled. If it weren't for the black market pass he had when the Gu family was at its peak, it would be very difficult for him to enter the black market now, given his current status. Third uncle, I came in with someone else, Su Yuyu said softly, clearly a little afraid of him. Gu Manting's face darkened. Who brought you in?
It's him, Brother Hua Chiu brought me in, she pointed to Hua Chiu. Gu Manting looked Hua Chiu up and down, her face darkening further. In his eyes, Hua Chiu was the kind of young master from a powerful family who had taken a liking to Su Yuyu's beauty and was taking her out on illicit affairs. Su Yuyu is young and inexperienced, so she is easily tempted by the young masters of wealthy families. Su Yuyu, who gave you permission to come here, do your parents know? Gu Manting said coldly. Go home right now, this is not a place for you. Su Yuyu hid behind Hua Chiu and refused to leave. Alright, she's safe with me, Hua Chiu said impatiently, not wanting to waste any more time here. Which family's young master are you? Gu Manting asked coldly. She's just a young girl who's barely come of age. How could she possibly catch the eye of a rich young master like you? Let her go, don't even think about it. Although my Gu family has declined, I, Gu Laosan, still have some connections in the underworld. If anything happens to her, I will not let you off the hook. Hua Chiu's face darkened. This Gu Laosan actually dared to threaten him. Just a young girl, I have no interest in her, Hua Chiu said indifferently. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Stop. Gu Manting reached out and stopped him. Don't think I don't know what you rich kids are thinking. You think I'll believe you just because you say you're not interested? I'm warning you, you're not allowed to come near Su Yuyu again, otherwise, even if your family is powerful and influential, I can still use my methods to kill you. Hua Chiu's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp. It's as ridiculous as an ant trying to provoke an elephant. Third uncle, that's not how it is, Su Yuyu hurriedly explained anxiously. Brother Hua Chiu is a guest of our family, it's not what you think. Humph, what kind of guest? Do you think I'd believe your nonsense? Gu Manting retorted angrily. Hua Chiu was already impatient. Get out of my way. He gave a cold shout. Gu Manting's face darkened. Mr. Hua Chiu, what happened? The manager of the black market trading area was alarmed and quickly ran over to ask. Who are you? How dare you offend Mr. Hua Chiu? You are truly ignorant of your place. The supervisor stared coldly at Gu Manting and shouted. Gu Manting was immediately shocked. He never expected that a black market manager would be so furious about this young man and hold him accountable. Anyone who can be treated this way by the black market manager is definitely not a simple character. Could someone like that be with Su Yuyu? Sir, it's a misunderstanding. Gu Manting quickly changed her attitude and said with an embarrassed smile. Even if the Gu family had fallen on hard times, he would have had to be very polite to the black market manager. Mr. Hua Chiu, you've been frightened. The supervisor didn't even look at him, but simply bowed to Hua Chiu in apology. Don't worry, we will deal with this person as soon as possible, and you will never see him here again. Gu Manting's expression changed drastically. The black market manager's words were terrifying, which terrified him. Brother Hua Chiu, my third uncle acted rashly, please don't take it to heart. Su Yuyu was also frightened and quickly pleaded with Hua Chiu. Forget it, Hua Chiu said impatiently. Go ahead and do your thing. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. The black market manager bowed, glared at Gu Manting, and slowly walked away. Gu Manting was still shaken when she wiped away a cold sweat. He may have already had a brush with death and almost lost his life. Hua Chiu had already walked over there, ignoring the two of them. Is this person really a guest of your home? Gu Manting asked, quite alarmed. Yes, Su Yuyu nodded. Third uncle, you were too impulsive, you scared me to death just now. You know what, when he brought me in, he didn't even take out his pass. The head of the black market personally led a group to greet him. Upon hearing this, Gu Manting's expression turned blank. 312, Chapter 312 is about causing you trouble. Who exactly is this person? Gu Manting stared at Hua Chiu in astonishment and whispered to Su Yuyu. I don't know either. Su Yuyu shook her head. Today I was kidnapped by the biker gang. He single-handedly stormed their headquarters, and none of them could stand against him. He took them all down in an instant. Later, a group of people arrived, Claiming to be from the Sujiang Martial Arts Alliance branch, they were extremely respectful to him, and with just one sentence, he destroyed the entire flying car party organization.
Gu Manting was even more shocked upon hearing this.
Although he wasn't a martial artist, he knew what the Martial Alliance branch was. A person who commands respect from both the Martial Alliance branch and the black market manager.
The loftiness of his status is unimaginable. How could someone like this be a guest in your home? Tell me what happened right now. Gu Manting quickly pressed for an answer.
He came with a woman. My mom told me to call that woman my cousin, but I've never had a cousin before, Su Yu said, puzzled.
Gu Manting was greatly shocked.
Could it be, he murmured.
Third uncle, what's wrong?
I'm fine, Gu Manting replied dismissively. But his heart was no longer at peace. Back then, his elder brother fell in love with a woman of great power and influence, which caused the entire Gu family to fall into ruin overnight. Now that the girl who has been searching for so long has returned, what kind of earthquake will it cause?
Third uncle, what brings you here?
Su Yu asked. Your grandfather isn't in good health, so I've come to buy some traditional Chinese medicine to help him recover, Gu Manting replied, her gaze fixed on Hua Qiu. He walked towards Hua Qiu and followed behind him. Hua Qiu glanced at the two